As the apocalypse approaches, everyone is busy searching for resources. Yet, I openly gather beautiful women. All because I awakened the system that multiplies resources by 10,000-fold. The resources consumed by my women can be returned 1,000-fold. Ding Song Shuring ate a packet of instant noodles and received 10,000 in return. Ding Tang Shuaro ate a piece of candy and received 10,000 in return. Ding Su Mengqian ate an ability fruit and received 10,000 in return. I opened my phone and sent a message in the community group, calling for beautiful women who are willing to chat and share photos without filters. The group exploded instantly, and the street office director Sun Jianming stepped forward, saying, "Brother, it's a time of natural disaster now. You should hand over the food. You can't be too selfish. Especially since you want to exchange food for women, this behavior is illegal. Private message me, hand over the food for me to distribute, and your responsibility won't be pursued." User A, well number 705, this trash justice, why hasn't the group name been changed? Who knows where he lives? I must go and scold him at his door. User B, well number 1802, always in a good mood. Group admin, quickly kick out this pervert. I am very calm. It's impossible to kick me out because my main account is the group admin. I work at the 24-hour convenience store in the community. People often ask me to deliver goods to their door, so I created this group for convenience. The purpose of sending this message is not random. It's about a system I obtained yesterday. Consumed supplies will be returned at a multiple rate, with the rate equal to the number of women. Current rate, 100. And a backpack with unlimited capacity, along with infinite time freeze. I have an ex-girlfriend named Song Shuring. We broke up over half a month ago, but she is still included in the system's calculations. I'm not in a hurry. When will I be able to get another woman? The majority of residents in the wealth center community are young people, and there isn't much food at home. But now you can't buy food at all because the world has changed. Now the entire Bohai city is already shrouded in boundless red mist. Only tall buildings like the TV tower residential buildings show their rooftops, like the spires on a Red Sea. My home is on the second top floor of the 32nd floor, with everything below the 20th floor submerged in red. What's even more terrifying is that in the community, there are several pine trees that have grown as tall as 20 stories. 3 days ago, a red substance suddenly appeared worldwide, plants grew wildly, animals mutated, I even saw a cockroach larger than a rat. I took out a half-eaten loaf of bread from the fridge, just opened this morning, now covered in gray-green mold. Food is rotting faster and faster. Not only are animals and plants evolving, but microorganisms are evolving too. All non-vacuum packed food is quickly spoiling. I walked to the balcony, threw the bread out, and red mist rippled like water, just like the first day the red mist arrived. I once tried to go down to the 19th floor, walked into the red mist severely blocked the light, and a creepy red color permeated the surroundings. After walking for a while, I heard human screams coming from deep within the red mist. I hurried back and never left the room again. All social networks are blowing up now. According to Dragon Country TV News, the red mist disaster has spread all over the world, and all animals and plants are evolving rapidly. The Dragon Country Security Department reminds all survivors to avoid going outdoors as much as possible. Please stay in the nearest building, be cautious, and be aware of the extreme dangers in the wilderness. Many people are calling for help on social media platforms. I was bitten by a mosquito the size of a palm, and now my whole face is swollen. Oh my god, I saw a huge sparrow pecking down a helicopter. Ha ha ha, I can shoot lightning now. Call me Lightning Man. I am the master of the new era. Talented individuals seeking sponsorship. Fair skin, beautiful appearance, skilled with tools. Comes with own whip, candles, and iron chains. Contact for pictures. I looked for a while but didn't see any good news. As for the talented individuals, they appeared from the first day the red matter descended. I'm curious about how these people obtained them. Ding, Song Shuring ate a Snickers, received 100 in return, already stored in the personal space. I smirked, showing the standard crooked smile. Since the evil smile system awakened, Song Shuring has received 100 times the return for everything eaten, not enough for me to last a year. In addition, my personal space is filled with a large pile of canned goods, ham sausages, instant noodles, and other packaged foods. These are all expired products from the convenience store where I work. The store owner, Hu Pingzi, often forces me to buy them at half price. Now they have become precious resources. I took out some food, took a few photos, and then shared them in the group, offering free meals to beautiful women only, no insincere people allowed. Block A, room 303, the trash rabbit, get out, having food doesn't make you great. In Block C, room 1708, Zhou Tianhao, a fitness coach, kid, don't be so disgusting. I'll knock you out with one punch. Zhou Tianhao took the opportunity to post a few muscle photos, exuding a metallic sheen all over. In Block B, Room 809, always called handsome since childhood. 1 week of coaching and your muscles will shine. I don't know how I suddenly became like this. As long as I exert force, my skin becomes extremely tough, even a knife can't cut through it, and my strength has doubled. In Block D, Room 705, the righteous young man looks really sunny. There are still many canned goods at home. Let's eat together. Everyone starts fawning over Zhou Tianhao. I envyingly look at Zhou Tianhao. This ability is very practical. My return system and personal space cannot provide combat power. Still no women. I'm not in a hurry to chat privately. As the situation worsens, as long as the authorities can't provide effective rescue, people will eventually fall into a state of food shortage. I picked up the watering can and watered the row of succulent plants on the windowsill. These succulent plants were left by my ex-girlfriend Song Shuriying. I don't know any of them, and one of the succulent plants is very strange. After the red mist appeared, this plant bore 2 fruits resembling lychees, but black in color, emitting a fragrant aroma. Every time I smell it, I really want to eat it, but I resist. Everything is evolving frantically now, who knows what this is all about. Black lychees look very eerie at first glance. Just then, cries for help came from the opposite side where people were sitting. Help, help! I looked up at the building across from me. On the 21st floor where people were sitting across from me, a disheveled woman ran to the balcony. The woman was wearing tattered pajamas, covered in bloodstains. A huge Garfield-like cat, fierce as a tiger, smashed through the glass and slowly advanced. The woman, frightened, backed into the corner of the balcony. Lucky, don't come over. Help! The Garfield cat stared straight at the woman, inching closer step by step, as she was about to be bitten by the giant cat. From below the red mist, a huge blood-red tongue suddenly shot out, piercing through the balcony floor and instantly wrapping around the woman. The woman was instantly wrapped up by the giant snake, her eyes wide with fear, unable to even scream before being dragged into the red mist like lightning. The giant cat's fur bristled as he jumped to the edge of the balcony, growling a warning towards the red mist. A loud frog croak emanated from the red mist, ribbit, causing the giant cat to hesitate and slowly turn back into the room. Damn, my pupils suddenly contracted. Are frogs this terrifying now? Its tongue is twice as thick as a woman's waist. How big is this frog? At this moment, the window of the next room opened. A beautiful woman walked to the window, her face pale as she gazed at the tragedy across. Tang Xuero is the most outstanding in the neighborhood, a stunning beauty and the daughter of an official. Her father is the director of the China Merchants Bureau. Although she's a neighbor, Tang Xuero is usually very aloof, never looking at me directly. Tang Xuero attracts a lot of attention in the neighborhood. Every time she goes to the convenience store, many male customers sneak glances at her. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't help but look a few more times, but I didn't think much about it. I know I'm a different kind of person from Tang Xuero, but now it's different, the world has changed. I stare intently now. Tang Xuero noticed my gaze. She recognizes me too, doesn't know my name though. Tang Xuero looked coldly, then abruptly closed the curtain after speaking. This arrogant woman is quite proud. I'll smirk when you come to me. Another day passed, and finally, a woman couldn't resist and started contacting me privately. Hey, room A303, can you give me a cup of noodles? She added a pitiful expression at the end. I smirked, revealing my signature crooked smile. The wicked grin finally arrived. I've never seen this rabbit cotton in person. Send a full body photo, no filters. Hey, room A303, I have a slightly plump figure. She sent shy expression pictures. I clicked on the picture. I suddenly felt a darkness in front of my eyes. My arms are thicker than my thighs, and my butt is like a basin. You call yourself slightly chubby, but you're clearly a tank wrapped in meat, okay? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Xinyu, age 29, quality rating of 3 points. Scored -3 points, overall rating of 3 points. Does not meet the minimum system requirements? I immediately blocked him. User A303, little brother Mian, then he found out he was blocked. Fuming, he cursed in the group chat that Mian was just using photos to get free meals, a complete scumbag, don't believe him. I didn't hold back either, decisively took a screenshot of the chat and posted it in the group. Who do you think you are to use your body for food, acting like you're doing charity work? The group exploded, no one expected to uncover a big scandal, some started mocking Mian. Mian, embarrassed and angry, tried to cover up the situation, there wasn't much to eat, don't trust him, everyone. I also couldn't stand it, took out 100 energy bars from my personal space, took a few photos and sent them to the group. Energy bars are a valuable commodity now, packaged food with high energy and a long shelf life, they can be life-saving in critical moments. Mion's eyes were red from crying, feeling so wrong that he could only stay silent. The group went crazy. User B509, my wife is deflated. Wow, so many energy bars. User A904, Miss Lou, is trying to get a free meal. Can you give me something to eat? Some people are starting to scheme. Mr. Sue from seat 901, this young man, my grandson hasn't eaten for 3 days. Please give me a few pieces of chocolate. This sharp-tongued and mean old lady, Mrs. Sue, loves taking advantage of others the most. She often steals other people's waste paper boxes at the staircase. I caught her once, but Mrs. Sue refused to admit it. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and just let it go. Later, another incident happened. Mrs. Sue's grandson, Tao, a typical naughty child, scratched a hole on the seat of my newly bought electric motorcycle. I checked the surveillance video and found Mrs. Sue, but she still made a scene and refused to compensate even a penny. I was angry but had no good solution. This shameless old lady like Mrs. Sue, if you dare to touch her, or even scold her, she would pretend to faint and lie on the ground to extort money from you. I sneered. What does your grandson have to do with me? Mrs. Sue was furious. No one has ever dared to speak to her like that. Do young people not understand respecting elders and loving the young? You have so much food left, you can't finish it anyway. After the old hag finished speaking, I directly muted Mrs. Sue. Mrs. Sue was so angry that her 3 corpses were jumping, but unfortunately, she couldn't utter a word, only raging in helplessness. At this time, there was a lot of noise in the group. Some women were moved, their food at home was running out, they had to find new food, they were just worried if there was enough food for me to arrive. Modern urban dwellers don't tend to store too much food at home, even if there are elderly people who like to buy a lot of rice, flour, and oil, they have all gone bad now. The issue of hunger will become increasingly severe. Tang Shuero looked at her phone, pressing her stomach bone in pain. She was really hungry, and she was also a bit tempted, but she was worried about being deceived. If she just gave herself away to be eaten, and the country started rescuing, wouldn't she be at a loss? There are many people like Tang Shuero who still harbor fantasies about being rescued, while most people are quietly enduring, continuously refreshing her phone, awaiting official news. Afterward, 3 women contacted me one after another. Although not as ugly as Xinyu, their overall ratings didn't reach 8 points, so they were not recognized by the system. I directly rejected them all. These 3 women naturally ran back to the group, cursing Jiang Wei harshly, and I unapologetically muted them all. I couldn't care less about women who don't have a high enough overall rating. It's the end of the world now, so it's good enough to save one's own life. Only idiots act like saints. Moreover, before the apocalypse, as a typical convenience store clerk, I am a typical bottom-tier man, and have been dissed by women a lot. I opened a bottle of green tea, ate ham sausages and braised eggs, then posted a picture of my meal in the group, naturally sparking a wave of criticisms. On the 5th day of the disaster's arrival, 90% of the people in the neighborhood were starving. I ate a packet of instant noodles and did some simple exercises. Then I opened the pesticide and started a game. My brothers are still alive. Obviously, how can dead people play games? Quickly finish all the food at my house. Probably won't make it past the day after tomorrow. Play a few rounds while you can. Just played for a few minutes. Luban's microphone from the bottom lane came a scream. My dog at home went crazy. Don't bite me, get away from me. After a series of sounds of fighting and the dog's roar, the voice of the Luban player disappeared, and the microphone picked up the sound of something biting and crushing bones. My teammates fell silent. I turned off the game with a pale face. The world is getting crazier, even pet dogs are starting to eat people. I took another look. That succulent plant with black lychees, this weird thing can't be poisonous, should I throw it away? Soon another woman messaged me privately in room C3201, hello, my dear, my eyes lit up. Isn't this Tang Shuerong from next door? I smirked, revealing a standard crooked grin. This girl finally couldn't hold on anymore. All inclusive, no more nonsense, send photos. See seat number 3201 tenderness. Can I exchange a packet of instant noodles for a gold necklace? All inclusive, no need for the gold necklace, send full body photos immediately, or you'll be blocked. Tang Shuero hesitated for a few minutes before sending a full body photo. In the photo, Tang Shuero stood expressionless in front of the camera, with long, shiny, and smooth hair. She was wearing a light blue silk nightgown, with fair skin. She seemed to have been hungry for a few days, her face pale, yet still exuding a sense of extraordinary beauty. Automatic prompt, Tang Shuero age, 25 quality, 9 points, clear and refined, virtue, 10 points, innocent, overall score, 9 points, ding. Meets system requirements. Jiang Chen smiled satisfactorily. All inclusive, okay, come to my place. See seat number 3201 tenderness. Can I go home to sleep at night? All inclusive. No, this is a deal. You must stay at my place. Are you coming or not? Don't waste time. Tang Shuero fell silent again. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He knew Tang Shuero was still hesitating. It's okay, you can stay hungry. I'm not hungry anyway. Jiang Chen dismissed Tang Shuero from his mind and continued watching videos. At that moment, a live broadcast popped up. 4 men nearby ventured out to find food, with one of them live streaming. Jiang Chen focused, seizing the opportunity to understand the situation outside. Through the camera, the road outside was covered with dense wild grass, some taller than an adult's thigh. The asphalt road was completely ruined. Plant roots pierced through the road like steel bars, aggressively reaching upward, resembling iron nails. Jiang Chen had no doubt that this could easily blow out tires. With the car unable to move, there won't be any organized troops coming to rescue us. We must survive on our own. Jiang Chen frowned as he watched the live stream. Through the camera, a pine tree with a diameter larger than 4 people hugging it grew straight up, disappearing into a red mist, its end unseen. From the broadcaster's perspective, it looked like a terrifying tower to the sky. They passed by a row of shops, now deserted, overgrown with various plants. Even the walls and ground were covered with bizarre vines. As the broadcaster explored, more and more giant plants appeared in the video. The 4 men walked among them, like dwarfs in a giant's land. The once bustling road was now deserted, overgrown with deep wild grass. Parked vehicles were entwined with vines. In just a few days, the vibrant city had turned into a primeval forest. Suddenly, a giant cat silently pounced, swatting the man in front to death. Oh my God! Help! Run! Run! The remaining 3 men screamed and scattered. The broadcaster panicked, dropping his phone on the ground. Splatter! Ah! Blood covered the camera. The live stream abruptly ended. Jiang Chen's expression turned grim. It was too dangerous outside. Tang Shuero picked up her phone and hesitated several times but couldn't make up her mind. She felt both ashamed and helpless. I have no other choice. Her parents happened to be away on a business trip and couldn't be reached. 2 days ago, all the food at home had run out, and she had been surviving on plain water to stave off hunger. If she didn't find a solution soon, she would starve to death. Initially, she had looked down on all-inclusive, believing she could endure and would rather starve than degrade herself to such a lowly person. But when faced with real hunger, Tang Shuero realized that all dignity was false in the face of starvation. Under intense hunger, it felt like someone was endlessly rubbing glass shards in her stomach, excruciatingly painful and never-ending. Tang Shuero endured for another half an hour but couldn't bear it any longer. She initiated a private chat again. Seat C number 3201 tender feelings, can you really get full? Jiang Chen saw it but didn't reply, deliberately leaving her hanging. Contact if you want, lurk if you don't. Dream on. Stay hungry. Tang Shuero anxiously waited for over 10 minutes, still no response. She felt hopeless, tossing and turning in bed. Another night of hunger. In a rental house not far from the wealth center, Song Yuanfan lazily lay on the sofa playing with his phone. Sis, I'm starving, let's eat. Okay. Song Shireen quickly got up. She opened the empty fridge, growing increasingly anxious. All refrigerated and frozen foods were gone. Only a few packs of instant noodles, 2 cans of luncheon meat, and a few braised eggs were left. This was all the food they had at home. Song Shireen was very uneasy. What if Yuanfan goes hungry? He's the only son of the Song family. After much thought, she took out a pack of instant noodles and a braised egg. The instant noodles were quickly cooked. Song Shireen divided it into 2 bowls, leaving only a few bites for herself, giving most of the noodles and egg to her brother. Yuanfan pushed the bowl aside, dissatisfied. Sis, is this all? Not enough to fill me up. Song Shireen whispered, Yuanfan, hold on, there's hardly any food left at home. Hardly any food left? Yuanfan's face turned pale. What do we do then? Sis, hurry, go buy some. Buy? Where to buy? Song Shireen didn't dare to go out. She looked outside with a worried expression. It was all red fog, too scary. Yesterday she even saw a rat as big as a cat. In her desperation, she remembered her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was forced by Hu Pengzi to buy a lot of expired food. He didn't even take the initiative to send her some? How could this man be like this? They had broken up, hadn't they? He didn't even know to send some food. Is he still a man? Song Shireen complained inwardly, Jiang Chen should have something to eat. As soon as Yuanfan heard this, he immediately said, Sis, what are you waiting for? Ask him. I'm starving. Ask him to send us some. Okay. Song Shireen thought of Jiang Chen posting in the Wealth Center group looking for women, and she felt indignant. Damn Jiang Chen, How dare you look for other women? A man without a woman's control is really no good. Is this going to cause trouble? Song Shireen picked up her phone and called Jiang Chen aggressively. When Jiang Chen saw it was Song Shireen, he smiled. Since he had nothing to do, he answered the call. Jiang Chen. Song Shireen's cold voice came through, sounding like she was about to interrogate him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Song Shireen. She was beautiful, but always had a cold face, pretending to be aloof. Thinking back, he was really foolish before, to be captivated by this kind of green tea. Jiang Chen coldly asked, "What's up?" Song Shireen confidently said, "Why didn't you send me food to eat?" Jiang Chen sneered. After Song Shireen graduated from college, she wanted to take the civil service exam, while Jiang Chen worked at night and drove for Didi during the day, supporting her for 3 years, and she finally passed the exam today. But then Song Shireen turned around and kicked him out, citing that she couldn't afford the 380,000 yuan dowry. "Give you? Who are you? Didn't we break up?" Song Shireen was stunned, panicked. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be disobedient. He insisted unreasonably. "Jiang Chen, break up? I was testing you. I didn't expect you to fail the test, wanting to find another woman." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Test? No need for a test. I'm just an ordinary person, can't afford a 380,000 yuan dowry." As soon as the dowry was mentioned, Song Shireen got angry too. "Do I care about money? I care about your attitude. Think about it yourself." Click. Jiang Chen hung up the phone. "Dare to hang up on me." Song Shireen couldn't contain her anger. Song Yuanfan hurriedly said, "Sis, what about food?" Song Shireen suppressed her panic and pretended confidently, "Don't worry, Jiang Chen will call back." Jiang Chen never dared to speak loudly to himself. "As long as I show a reconciliatory attitude, he will be overjoyed." Song Shireen convinced herself, becoming confident again. Song Yuanfan chuckled. "So your boyfriend is a lapdog, huh?" "What boyfriend?" Song Shireen scoffed. She had already passed the civil service exam. How could she possibly date an unestablished convenience store employee? Song Shireen disdainfully said, "I just asked him for some food. He's not worthy of me." He says, "When he gives in, make him bring all the food over, don't leave any for him." Well, Jiang Chen isn't stupid, he won't give me everything, but I should be able to get most of it. So, sis, deceive him, tell him you heard news that official rescue is being organized immediately. Having too much food is useless. Alright. The siblings waited for a while, but the phone still didn't ring. Now Song Shireen was no longer calm, feeling a bit anxious. Plus, she had been eating very little these days, her stomach was growling, and she couldn't bear it. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he see the opportunity I'm giving him? Fine, I give you a chance and you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being tough on you. Song Shireen angrily picked up her phone and called Jiang Chen. The number you dialed is out of service, please check and dial again. Out of service? Song Shireen was stunned, then it hit her. Jiang Chen blocked me. Song Shireen was furious. Dare to scare me? You've grown some guts. Song Shireen refused to believe it, so she tried to send a message to Jiang Chen on WeChat, only to find out she was blocked there too. Now, she was completely confused and starting to panic. Without Jiang Chen, where would she get food from? Song Yuanfan also became anxious. This jerk is still deceiving women. What if a real woman goes over? Won't Jiang Chen's food be consumed even faster? That's our food. Song Shireen quickly said, "It's impossible, what woman would be so foolish? How much food can he have? Once it's gone, he'll starve. Who would want to be with a store clerk? Let me think of another way. Jiang Chen will come back to me. I know him, he's just being stubborn." Jiang Chen blocked Song Shireen but deliberately kept her in the group chat. It wouldn't be as fun to show off food when Song Shireen couldn't see it. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen stood by the window and looked down. The red mist had risen again. A few days ago, the red mist only reached the 20th floor, but today it had covered half of the 20th floor's window. Jiang Chen was secretly worried. How high would the red mist rise? Would it cover the 30th floor too? Jiang Chen did some push-ups, broke a sweat, took a shower, enjoyed a bottle of cold cola, then opened his phone to reply to Tang Shuero. All-inclusive, sure, come over. Tang Shuero had waited all night, no longer daring to delay. She quickly replied, "Can I come over now? Where do you live? Can you come pick me up? I'm scared." All-inclusive, I know your address, go out and wait now, I'll come to pick you up. Tang Shuero was stunned. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. He looked through the peephole and saw Tang Shuero cautiously coming out from the neighboring room, then carefully closing the door. After observing that Tang Shuero wasn't carrying any weapons, Jiang Chen opened the door and looked at her with interest. Tang Shuero looked warily at Lianping and said disdainfully, "Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he said, I'll take care of everything. Tang Shuero's mouth fell open, then anger flared in her eyes. You liar, you tricked me. Just then, sticky footsteps echoed in the stairwell, accompanied by heavy breathing, like a giant bellows. Huff, huff. A monster emerged from the red mist. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen turned and headed back home. The door slammed shut. Tang Shuero, too anxious to scold Jiang Chen, turned to rush home, but in her nervousness, she dropped her keys. Her door faced the stairwell door, and the keys annoyingly bounced on her foot before flying into the stairwell, making a clanging sound. The monster heard the noise and its footsteps quickened instantly. Tang Shuero's face turned pale, and she rushed towards Jiang Chen's door, banging on it in panic, crying out, "Let me in! Let me in! Save me!" Worried she might lead the monster to them, Jiang Chen glanced outside, confirmed the monster hadn't arrived yet, then yanked the door open and pulled her inside. "Ouch! You hurt me!" Tang Shuero screamed. "Shut up! Don't speak!" Jiang Chen pushed her against the wall next to the door with a bang, nervously peering out through the peephole. At that moment, a huge dog burst out of the stairwell. Woof, woof, woof. It looked like a greyhound but stood at least 1.5 meters tall and over 2.5 meters long. Muscular and fierce-eyed, its teeth were chilling. The mutant dog sniffed around the hallway, gradually approaching Jiang Chen's door, its heavy breathing seeping through. Tang Shuero trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Chen held his breath tensely. Suddenly, screams echoed from downstairs. Woof, woof, woof. The mutant dog abruptly turned and dashed back down the stairs. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and then had a moment to look at Tang Shuero. It was the first time Jiang Chen had observed Tang Shuero up close. Whenever Tang Shuero saw Jiang Chen before, she would look down on him. With long flowing hair, a slender waist, curvy hips, and straight thighs tightly clad in skinny jeans, Tang Shuero exuded a cold arrogance and safety. She crossed her arms, took a step back, and coldly warned, "I'm warning you, don't get any ideas." Jiang Chen was average-looking, standing at 175 centimeters. Tang Shuero was tall, a full 169 centimeters, and when she wore high heels, she was almost as tall as Jiang Chen. She never spared a glance for bottom-tier men like Jiang Chen. "Ha!" Jiang Chen smiled brightly and then slapped her. "Smack! It's the end of the world, and you're still playing these games with me. Moreover, you offered yourself willingly, so stop pretending." Tang Shuero covered her face, incredulously saying, "How dare you hit me?" "Hit her?" Jiang Chen swiftly drew a dagger and calmly said, "Turn around, face the wall." Tang Shuero, staring at the chilling blade, turned pale. You. Jiang Chen glared at her. "I'll say it one last time, turn around, face the wall, and keep your back to me." Trembling, Tang Shuero turned to face the wall, feeling wronged. "Can't I turn around?" Jiang Chen pressed the dagger against her waist, coldly ordering, "Raise your hands." Startled by the sharp blade, Tang Shuero shivered, completely scared, and started crying, "Don't kill me, do whatever you want, just don't kill me, sniff." Ignoring her, Jiang Chen carefully checked her hair to ensure she wasn't hiding a blade. Then he checked behind her ears. Then her mouth. Jiang Chen's rough hand pried open her teeth. "Open your mouth." Tang Shuero's mind went blank. She dared not resist, obediently opening her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face, evoking pity. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, meticulously searching. There was no blade hidden under her tongue. It's doomsday now, and he doesn't know if Tang Shuero is up to something sinister, so it's better to be cautious. He had exposed a lot of food in the group, which was definitely seen as a fat target by many. Who knows if someone is eyeing him? In doomsday, the most dangerous thing is the human heart. After checking his mouth, Jiang Chen's big hand moved downward. Armpit. Gullies between the peaks. Further down. Every depression on Tang Shuero's body could be a hiding place for weapons. Jiang Chen carefully searched every inch. No problem. Jiang Chen satisfactorily retracted the dagger. Tang Shuero finally realized that the other party was searching her. She felt both shy and angry. "I'm a woman, do you really need to be so careful?" But the dagger in Jiang Chen's hand made her dare not speak out, nor move her body, so she could only glare at Jiang Chen resentfully. TSK, it has to be said, this woman is indeed beautiful, with perfect side profile. Oh, quite stubborn, Jiang Chen chuckled as he grabbed Tang Shuero's long hair and forcefully led her into the house. "Ah, don't be so rough." Tang Shuero cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face as she was pulled stumbling inside. Jiang Chen pushed her down on the sofa. "Stay put, don't move." Tang Shuero huddled in a corner of the sofa, trying to stay away from Jiang Chen as much as possible, sobbing softly. Feeling self-blame, fear, shyness, and even a bit of anger, she muttered, "I was actually caught by a convenience store clerk." She shed tears of regret, looking at Jiang Chen with disgust. Jiang Chen detested Tang Xuero's gaze the most, so he approached her, pinching her chin and coldly saying, "You crying for a funeral?" Tang Xuero screamed, pushing away Jiang Chen's hand, "Don't touch me." Jiang Chen wouldn't indulge her, so he simply took out the dagger. "Get out." Tang Xuero was startled, then incredulously asked, "You promised to give me food. Are you lying to me?" Jiang Chen sneered, "So what if I lied? Call the police and have me arrested." Tang Xuero looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, wanting to leave immediately, but the thought of having no food at home and the risk of starving held her back. She felt hopeless. Tang Xuero dared not throw a tantrum anymore, so she could only bow her head and plead softly, "Please give me something to eat." "Now that's the right attitude to ask for help," Jiang Chen said, patting her cheek with satisfaction. Tang Xuero dared not throw a tantrum anymore, so she could only shrink into the corner of the sofa, watching Jiang Chen in fear, crying softly. With a turn of his hand, a piece of bread appeared in his palm. Tang Xuero was dumbfounded. However, as she saw the bread clearly, all her thoughts vanished into thin air. She hadn't eaten a proper meal in 3 days. Like a starving dog, Tang Xuero pounced on the bread. Then she stopped abruptly, because Jiang Chen raised the dagger. Terrified, Tang Xuero asked, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Chen smirked, patting her cheek, "You can eat, but no crying. Give me a smile." Tang Xuero, feeling wronged, shed tears but managed to force a smile. Displeased, Jiang Chen said, "Your smile is uglier than your tears. Smile better for me." Tang Xuero was at her wit's end. "I smiled already. What more do you want? Why are you like this?" Before she could finish, Jiang Chen opened the window and threw the bread out. "If you can't smile, then don't eat." Tang Xuero screamed, "Don't throw it! Don't throw it!" She rushed to the window, despairingly looking at the empty red mist below. She couldn't see the bread at all. Tang Xuero broke down, "Can't we talk nicely? Why throw it?" Why? Jiang Chen reached out his hand, and a pack of bread appeared out of thin air. Tang Xuero stared foolishly at the bread. You can do magic?" Jiang Chen didn't answer her. "Do you want to eat?" Tang Xuero was so hungry that she couldn't bear it. Without considering anything else, she nodded repeatedly, "I want." She took the initiative to squeeze out a pleasing smile. "Smart." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and threw the bread at her feet. "You can eat, but you have to kneel down to eat. Aren't you proud?" "I specialize in dealing with pride." Tang Xuero found it hard to accept and said angrily, "No. I'd rather starve." Jiang Chen pointed to the door, "Then you can leave. I dislike forcing people the most." "You don't like forcing people either." Tang Xuero's mentality collapsed again, crying in pain. "Why are you like this?" Jiang Chen remained calm. "Stop crying. Give me a smile, a prettier one." Tang Xuero shouted angrily, "You have no right to tell me what to do." Jiang Chen tore open the bread, and its fragrance wafted out. Tang Xuero's crying stopped instantly. She stared at the bread, her eyes fixed, and her nose quickly sniffed. Jiang Chen tempted her, "Do you want to eat? Kneel down and you can." Tang Xuero hesitated. Crack! Jiang Chen stepped on the bread. "My bread!" Tang Xuero felt like her heart was being stepped on, about to shatter. Jiang Chen calmly crushed the bread and said, "Eat or not. If not, I'll throw it in the trash." Tang Xuero completely lost the courage to resist. She knelt down with a thud, eating and crying, feeling her dignity crushed under Jiang Chen's feet like the bread. However, Jiang Chen pushed her down to the ground, saying coldly, "I said, give me a smile." Tang Xuero felt extremely wronged, so she forced back her tears and squeezed out a smile. Jiang Chen frowned, "You look ugly when you cry. I'll let it go this time, but if you cry like that again, forget about eating." Tang Xuero ignored Jiang Chen's words and desperately stuffed the bread into her mouth. Sobbing. "He's a devil." Sobbing. "It's delicious." Ding. Tang Xuero consumed a loaf of bread and received 200 in return. They have been placed in the personal space. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. This bread was a replica returned to him by Song Shireen after she ate it. Indeed, women could return replicas of consumed items. This way, he could endlessly acquire resources. Jiang Chen looked at the newly added 200 loaves of bread in the space, feeling great. From now on, he would never lack food again. However, the rate of return was not high enough yet. Also, Tang Xuero alone was too few. If she died, there would be no one to help him acquire food. He needed to find more women. After finishing eating, Tang Xuero's stomach felt much better. She looked at Jiang Chen timidly, her eyes red, now a bit afraid. This man was like a devil. Jiang Chen raised a finger, and a bottle of purified water appeared in Tang Xuero's arms out of thin air. She was startled. Was this magic? No. This was an ability. Tang Xuero remembered the muscular fitness coach in the group whose muscles emitted light. This man must have gained some kind of ability, probably related to storage space, a life-saving treasure in the apocalypse. Tang Shuero couldn't help but envy, feeling a certain expectation in her heart. Perhaps, following him could make her live longer. Unconsciously, Tang Shuero's mindset underwent a slight change. Jiang Chen smiled, drink. Tang Shuero wasn't very thirsty. With water, electricity, and gas still available, and no food, she could only drink plain water. However, she didn't dare to object, so she unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. Ding! Tang Shuero consumed a bottle of purified water and received 200 in return. They have been placed in the personal space. So that's how it works. Jiang Chen was secretly pleased. She didn't need to finish drinking, just a sip counted as consumption, and then she could receive a return. He could let women waste without restraint, quickly generating a large number of resources. Jiang Chen continued to test the system's abilities. He took out an unopened pack of tissues and handed it to Tang Shuero. Don't cry, it's too ugly, wipe your tears. Tang Shuero dared not resist, tore open the packaging, and pulled out a tissue to wipe her cheeks clean. However, Jiang Chen did not hear the system prompt. If it's not consumables, can they not be returned? Jiang Chen pondered. Jiang Chen walked into the master bedroom. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, which Jiang Chen shared with 2 women. Jiang Chen rented the smallest and cheapest bedroom. The other 2 female roommates were both working during the day, and when the red mist descended, it was daytime, so they were trapped in their offices. Jiang Chen unceremoniously claimed the belongings of his 2 female roommates. This was the room of a female roommate named He Qian. He Qian was average-looking but skilled in makeup. After putting on makeup, she looked completely different. She went from a 5 to a 9 instantly. He Qian often brought men back, leading a very chaotic private life, never peaceful at night. Because of this, He Qian often clashed with another cold female roommate named Su Nuo. Jiang Chen didn't care, as he had night shifts and was hardly ever home. Jiang Chen indeed found Yuding in He Qian's bedside table. He took out 2 pills and handed them to Tang Shuero. Take these. Tang Shuero asked fearfully, what are these? Jiang Chen calmly replied, contraceptive pills. You wouldn't want to get pregnant in this environment, would you? Tang Shuero felt ashamed but obediently swallowed them with pure water. Ding! Tang Shuero consumed 2 Yuding pills, returning 400 pills to the host. They have been placed in the personal space. Pills work too. Anything edible is acceptable? Jiang Chen took out a bag of laundry detergent and ordered, go wash my dirty clothes. Tang Shuero dared not refuse and could only take the detergent into the bathroom. Jiang Chen watched her silently. Tang Shuero tore open the detergent and started washing the clothes. Still, there was no prompt to return the detergent. Moreover, Tang Shuero's laundry consumed tap water, with no indication of return. Could only food that is consumed be returned? But the system's explanation was, the host's consumed items will be returned to the host. Why not just say, consumed food? Jiang Chen speculated silently for a while but couldn't figure it out. The details of the system needed to be explored slowly. He lay on the sofa, scrolling through videos on his phone. Tang Shuero naturally continued washing the clothes. Even a beauty couldn't be kept for free. If you want to eat, you have to work. There was still no good news online. More and more people were uploading videos of ground exploration. Plants worldwide had become incredibly huge, ordinary lawns growing taller and taller. In some cities, the grass was even taller than people. The grass in sports fields was like cornfields. Countless giant insects lurked within, extremely dangerous. Suddenly, Jiang Chen came across a video of someone with abilities. A middle-aged man who looked very honest was demonstrating lightning abilities in front of the camera. When the man brought 2 fingers close together, the air between them sparked with electricity. Jiang Chen watched with envy. Finally, the middle-aged man said, there's a black fruit that looks like a lychee growing on a wild grass next to my house. I couldn't bear my hunger yesterday, so I ate it and gained lightning abilities. I think if anyone finds black lychee-like fruits, they can give it a try too. The video had only a few hundred views, but the barrage was extensive. Is this for real? This guy has ulterior motives. Black lychee? Doesn't sound edible. With plants mutating now, who dares to eat anything? Black lychee growing on wild grass? Jiang Chen turned to look at the 2 black lychee fruits hanging on the succulent plant on the windowsill. Could eating this thing grant lightning abilities? Jiang Chen didn't dare to try it easily. Who knows what this man's intentions are? The end of the world has arrived. Human hearts are inscrutable, rumors are flying. Anyway, even if he lied, no one could catch him. Moreover, Jiang Chen couldn't be sure if that person was talking about that kind of black lychee. Just then, his phone suddenly prompted, this video is suspected of violating regulations and has been taken down. Ha! This time, Jiang Chen was somewhat inclined to believe. This kind of reaction speed was clearly abnormal. It shouldn't be the platform's doing. Could it be the country is really covering something up? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, pondered for a while, put on rubber gloves, walked to the potted plant, carefully picked one of the black lychees. Jiang Chen placed the black lychee in a bowl, then cautiously took off the gloves and threw them out the window before carrying the bowl into the bathroom. Tang Xuero was busy washing clothes. Jiang Chen placed the bowl in front of her. Eat it. If it's poisonous, Tang Xuero will be the one to die. There are plenty of beautiful women in the end times, and Jiang Chen won't feel sorry for a second. Tang Xuero looked at the black fruit in the bowl in horror. What is this? Eat it. Jiang Chen didn't explain, he continued. Tang Xuero shook her head and took a step back, fearfully saying, I won't eat it. Jiang Chen drew a dagger and coldly said, I said, eat it. Tang Xuero's face turned pale, trembling, she reluctantly picked it up. The black lychee looked eerie no matter how you looked at it. Tang Xuero didn't want to eat it at all, but seeing the gleaming dagger in front of her, she had no choice but to eat it. Ding! Tang Xuero consumed 1 enlightenment fruit, perception, and received 200 in return. They have been placed in the personal space. Enlightenment fruit, perception 1 star. Eating it grants perception ability. Eating the same type of fruit repeatedly may increase its star rating. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. An ability fruit. It really is an ability fruit. That person wasn't lying. However, the ability seems different from the one Lightning Man had. His ability is perception. It seems the abilities of each fruit are random. Jiang Chen asked, what do you feel? Tang Xuero was puzzled for a moment before saying blankly, I seem to see a faint yellow light glowing on you. What is this? It works indeed. Jiang Chen smiled, this is an ability fruit. Eating it grants you abilities. Ha! Tang Xuero was shocked, abilities are gained by eating fruits? The matter of abilities had been widely discussed online. So, it's gained by eating fruits? This thing must be very precious, why did he give it to me? Tang Xuero couldn't help but feel touched. She thought Jiang Chen, although a bit rough just now, didn't seem that bad, thank you. Jiang Chen reached out, and another black lychee appeared in his hand. I have plenty of these. Work hard in the future, and I can reward you with a few more. By the way, do you feel anything else? Tang Xuero nodded gratefully. Activating this ability is very tiring. I can't keep it up for too long. I have to deactivate it. After speaking, Tang Xuero breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly deactivating her perception ability, but there was no visible change in her appearance. Does it also consume energy? Jiang Chen wondered, peeled the black lychee, and ate the flesh. The flesh was sweet and sour, very delicious. Boom! It was as if Jiang Chen's brain had broken some kind of shackle. The world had changed. The greens were greener, the reds were redder. He looked out the window and seemed to see more details, like upgrading from 480p to 4K. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Xuero again. She emitted a faint red light. Jiang Chen looked at his own body, emitting a green light. However, it was slightly brighter than Tang Xuero's. What do the colors represent? Jiang Chen was curious. At that moment, the system prompted, perception, 1 star, you can see the target's friendliness towards you, yellow represents neutrality, red represents hostility, green represents friendliness, the brightness indicates the target's life strength, perception distance, 2 meters. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. This is a great skill. It can be seen whether the other party holds hostility. It seems that Tang Xuero is not giving up yet. Jiang Chen also felt his physical strength rapidly depleting, as if he were running at the fastest speed. He could only hold on for a few more minutes. Jiang Chen immediately closed his perception and took out a black lychee and ate it. The system prompted that repeated consumption of the same fruit could increase its star level. After eating it, there was no reaction. Jiang Chen took out another one. Soon, he ate 7 or 8 in a row. Tang Xuero was dumbfounded. How could he have so many? Are these supernatural fruits so worthless? When Jiang Chen ate the 12th one, a change finally occurred. His vision seemed to clear up a lot. Ding! Perception upgraded to 2 stars. Perception range increased to 5 meters. The range increased. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately activated his perception ability. He discovered 2 more changes. First, this perception ability could penetrate walls. Jiang Chen could perceive the potted plant on the windowsill, even though there was a wall between him and the plant. Second, the light was no longer a ball of light, but began to faintly show the shape of succulent plants. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Xuero, and the light on her body also faintly revealed her body shape. He walked to the bedroom and could still see the light of Tang Xuero in the bathroom through the wall. In addition, he could see the situation in the neighboring houses upstairs, downstairs, and on both sides. The building was only a little over 3 meters high. Standing on the floor, Jiang Chen could clearly see the room downstairs, where a woman was sitting on the sofa using her phone. With the outline of the light, he could distinguish between men and women based on the shapes in front of their chests and hips. The light on the woman was weak, displaying a neutral yellow. The room above Jiang Chen's head was empty. To the right was Tang Xuero's house, also empty. The neighbor's room on the left was also empty. When the red mist descended during the day, most people were outside working, so most rooms were empty. This thing is like opening a radar. So useful. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He just didn't know if it could penetrate the red mist. Jiang Chen continued to eat perception fruits. This time, he ate more than 50 of them before feeling full, and only then did he reach 3 stars. It seems that the higher the star level, the lower the probability. Ding! Perception upgraded to 3 stars. Perception range increased to 15 meters. Increasing from 5 meters to 15 meters, the radius tripled, but the volume increased by 27 times. Jiang Chen suddenly felt his vision clear up. The financial center was a tower-style building with 8 units on each floor. Jiang Chen's floor was the second to the top. With Jiang Chen's 32nd floor as the center, the highest was the 33rd floor, the lowest was the 27th floor, totaling 56 households, all exposed within his vision. After upgrading to 3 stars, the light was no longer a vague mass, but turned into clear outlines of the targets. Jiang Chen could even tell the gender of the people. 1, 2, 3. 56 households, 13 rooms occupied, a total of 21 people, 12 women, 9 men. Jiang Chen counted silently. In addition, he noticed that among all these people, only his and Tang Xuero's light clusters were very bright, far more dazzling than the others. However, his light cluster was brighter, while Tang Xuero's was dimmer. It should be the result of awakening abilities. The others are not ability users, so their light is dimmer. In addition, he saw a giant dog curled up sleeping in a room on the 28th floor, which should be the mutant dog from before. The light on the mutant dog was very bright. If the brightness on Jiang Chen was like a candle, then the brightness on the mutant dog was like a flashlight. Jiang Chen cautiously watched the mutant dog, knowing that he wouldn't leave without certainty. Jiang Chen began to exercise. Push-ups, sit-ups, weighted squats. In the apocalypse, physical fitness was the most important. When escaping, as long as one can outrun others, the chances of survival increase. If only there was a treadmill. Jiang Chen exercised while pondering to himself. But who knows when the power might go out? Or maybe get a stationary bike? Tang Xuero curled up in bed, lost in thought. So much had happened today. Her chastity of over 20 years was taken by a man, leaving her with a myriad of emotions. Tang Xuero couldn't help but think of Jiang Chen. This man was like a capricious devil. When you say he's good, he's extremely cruel to women, showing no mercy at all, and her but still hurt a bit. When you say he's not good, he casually hands you an ability fruit. Although Jiang Chen's words were harsh, Tang Xuero couldn't bring herself to hate him. It's the apocalypse now, what use is there in a man speaking nicely? Tang Xuero unconsciously took out her phone again. There was no good news online. Mutations were happening everywhere. The country still had no large-scale rescue plan. They were still calling for self-rescue online. But people were starving, how could they save themselves? Tang Xuero felt extremely hopeless. At that moment, Jiang Chen walked in. Tang Xuero was startled and quickly stood up. Jiang, brother, what's the matter? Jiang Chen took out a black lychee and chuckled. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reward you with another one. This fruit was the second one grown by that succulent plant. Tang Xuero was overjoyed to see it was an ability fruit. She thanked Jiang Chen repeatedly. Thank you, Jiang brother, thank you. The green light on her body became even more vibrant, obscuring all other colors. Tang Xuero quickly ate it. Ding! Tang Xuero consumed 1 enlightenment fruit, physique enhancement, receiving 200 in return. Already stored in personal space. Enlightenment fruit, physique enhancement 1 star. Consuming it can enhance overall physique. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase its star rating. After eating it, Tang Xuero was surprised. It seems like I've become stronger? She couldn't wait to try lifting the bedside table and effortlessly lifted it. Jiang Chen calmly said, this is physique enhancement, it can improve your physique. Tang Xuero was ecstatic. Soon after, she noticed some black substances being expelled from her skin, looking very dirty. Tang Xuero, who was clean, hurried to the bathroom to shower. This thing is like the legendary cleansing of the marrow. Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a flip of his hand, a physique enhancement fruit appeared. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen ate one. In an instant, he felt full of strength, energetic, as if he could punch through a floor. The sudden surge of power was exhilarating. No wonder Tang Xuero was so excited earlier. Physique enhancement, 1 star, overall physique plus 5. Ding. Attribute panel function activated. Attribute panel? Jiang Chen immediately opened the attribute panel in his mind. It was very simple, only 2 lines. Jiang Chen, overall physique, 15, average for an ordinary adult is 10, damn. His physique had increased by half in an instant. Without a word, Jiang Chen took out a physique enhancement fruit and started eating. As for the black dirt on his body, he didn't care at all, he could wash it off later. 1, 2, 3. He ate over 30 fruits this time before hearing a notification, ding. Physique enhancement upgraded to 2 stars. Overall physique plus 15. Jiang Chen felt completely relaxed, a sense of euphoria washing over him. Keep going. Strengthening oneself is the greatest guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. Next, Jiang Chen ate over 100 fruits, almost to the point of vomiting, before reaching 3 stars. Ding. Physique enhancement upgraded to 3 stars. Overall physique plus 40. After reaching 3 stars, Jiang Chen's physique also underwent some changes. His abdomen bulged with 8 steel-like muscles, his whole body twisted with muscles, like twisted steel bars, full of explosive power. A regular person is 10, but I am 50. 5 times that of a regular person. Jiang Chen discovered that besides basic physical abilities, his facial perception, speed, and reaction time had all been enhanced. Jiang Chen also tested the consumption of perception and found that the slight physical energy consumption of perception was almost imperceptible, just like normal walking. He could endure for at least 10 hours or even longer. It seems that my physique has increased 5-fold from before, but the effects it brings are far more than just 5 times. Additionally, Jiang Chen noticed that a significant amount of light radiated from his body, even brighter than the mutated dog on the 28th floor. Jiang Chen began to carefully test the changes in his body. Besides increased physical strength and power, his body's resilience had also significantly improved. Jiang Chen reached out and tested his arm, slightly flexing his muscles, feeling as resilient as rubber. Jiang Chen exerted a bit of force, punching the wall. Boom! The latex paint on the wall cracked. Jiang Chen was surprised, he only felt a slight tremor in his arm, without any pain. He struck with all his might. Boom! Boom! Chunks of latex paint fell off, revealing shattered hollow bricks underneath. Jiang Chen still didn't feel too much pain, just a bit rough on his hands. He grabbed a piece of hollow brick, and his fingers closed around it like iron tongs, sinking deep into the brick. Click! He pulled hard. Whoosh! A piece of hollow brick was forcibly pulled out. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This was literally tearing down a wall with bare hands. Tang Xuero had just finished bathing and was dumbfounded. Is this still a human being? Jiang Chen must have consumed a lot of physique-enhancing fruits. Tang Xuero couldn't help but envy him, and much of her animosity towards Jiang Chen disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of security. Since the red mist descended, she had been restless all day long, and now she finally felt some relief. Jiang Chen took out a dagger and lightly scratched his arm. No trace was left. Jiang Chen exerted a bit of force, equivalent to the maximum strength of an ordinary person, and his arm felt a slight tingling sensation, leaving a white scratch, but the skin remained intact. Ha ha ha! Cold weapons are basically no threat to me. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He lifted Tang Xuero with one hand, startling her. Jiang Chen took out a perception fruit and a physique-enhancing fruit. Eat, as a reward for your good mood. Tang Xuero asked eagerly, what abilities are these? Jiang Chen explained, it's still perception and physique enhancement. If you eat them repeatedly, your perception ability may upgrade, activating stronger effects. But how many fruits you need to eat to upgrade depends on your luck. Upgrading was still possible. Tang Xuero happily consumed them. Unfortunately, she didn't upgrade this time. Tang Xuero was a bit disappointed. However, she was already looking forward to it. As long as she met Jiang Chen's requirements, she could keep eating them, eventually upgrading. She wasn't stupid. She clearly understood how much survival advantage abilities could bring in the apocalypse. Ding! Tang Xuero consumed 1 enlightenment fruit perception, returning 200. Already stored in the personal space. Ding! Tang Xuero consumed 1 enlightenment fruit physique enhancement, returning 200. Already stored in the personal space. Unfortunately, she didn't upgrade after consuming them. Jiang Chen didn't mind and brought out a large amount of food. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, packaged steak, chocolate, cola, Sprite. These foods were considered junk food before the apocalypse, and Tang Xuero wouldn't even look at them. But now, at this time, they had become treasures. Tang Xuero's mouth dropped open. This, so much? She had been hungry for days, only eating a bit of bread earlier, which didn't satisfy her hunger. Just finished working hard all night, exhausted to death, and now seeing so much delicious food, saliva almost dripping. Go ahead and eat, Jiang Chen smiled, and Tang Xuero couldn't wait to start eating. Ding! Tang Xuero consumes a chocolate from the host, returns 200. Already placed in the personal space. Ding! Tang Xuero consumes a steak from the host, returns 200. Already placed in the personal space. Ding! Tang Xuero consumes a bottle of cola from the host, returns 200. Already placed in the personal space. Jiang Chen took out more food, filling the table. Then he took out his phone, took a few photos, and sent them to the group. All expenses covered, at everyone, looking for beauties, all expenses covered, willing to chat privately, first send a non-beautified full-body selfie. Image, the table was full of food, with a self-heating hot pot steaming, piles of steak, luncheon meat, fish balls, and a large amount of chocolate, cola, and Sprite on the side, all very appetizing. In addition, a woman with long hair kneeling on the ground, Jiang Chen's big feet comfortably stretched into her arms. The group was buzzing. A seat number 1201 distant military brother, damn, too extravagant. See seat number 2707 Xiaoping, there's even steak. Handsome guy, give me some. I only want half. B seat number 1808 Sun Jianmen, street office director, if you open a dozen steaks next time, can you finish them all? It's too wasteful. B seat number 1808 Sun Jianmen, street office director, young people, it's a critical moment now, we should work together, share the food together. Wasting food is shameful. A seat number 1708 Zhou Tianhao, Tianqing fitness coach, kid, give me a portion of the food, I'll keep you safe. Image, Zhou Tianhao once again showed off his glowing muscles. B seat number 809 handsome guy since childhood, bro, give me a pack of instant noodles, I'll pay 100. A seat number 705 Aunt Zhang, girls, don't be fooled, this kid can't store much food at all, it'll be gone soon, see how he handles it. Some young women who were just tempted, upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, suddenly woke up. Yeah, how much food can he have? Isn't it all from before? Right. When the food runs out, will you still follow him and go hungry? Hey girls, will this kind of trashy man let you go hungry later? Think about it. Is this considered extortion? Shouldn't we call the police? We did call, but couldn't get through, the line has been busy these days. However, some people were still skeptical. If the food in the all-expenses-covered package was limited, could he waste it like this? Jiang Chen looked at the messages and smiled without saying a word. He couldn't be bothered to argue, think whatever you want. After all, the food will soon rot. It's not me who will go hungry. The long silent rabbit jumped out again, a seat number 303 rabbit. That woman must be an ugly woman. In the photo, Tang Xuero lowered her head, back to the camera, her face unseen. Jiang Chen smiled and said to Tang Xuero, come on, give me a smile. Tang Xuero, puzzled, obediently showed a perfect smile. Click. Jiang Chen took the picture and sent it to the group again. All expenses covered, image, oh no, everyone knows I'm at Jiang Chen's house. Tang Xuero felt extremely ashamed and wronged, almost wanting to cry. The group exploded instantly. Damn, gorgeous beauty. Who is this? I think I've seen her in the neighborhood a few times. The beauty seems to be called Tang Xuero? Right, Director Tang's daughter. This guy is crazy, daring to touch Director Tang's daughter. This guy is doomed. Some people gloated, some threatened and tempted, but Jiang Chen ignored them all. After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to the bedroom and looked at the holes in the wall. Behind the wall was Tang Xuero's home. Tang Xuero had lost her keys and couldn't go back home now. I could easily make a hole to get in. If I keep punching holes all the way through, as long as I avoid load-bearing walls, I can connect all the rooms on this floor. Moreover, this method won't damage the main door, nor will it require breaking the glass of the balcony windows, so it won't be noticeable from the outside. This way, in case of an unavoidable danger, I can quickly escape to other rooms. If the door is blocked, I can quietly leave through the main door of another house. Jiang Chen made up his mind and punched the wall. Boom! Boom! A few minutes later, Jiang Chen broke open a large hole and then crawled in. Tang Xuero stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Is he too strong? She suddenly felt anxious. Can I handle such a powerful man? They say only tired oxen, not overworked fields. Stop it. You haven't seen such a fierce ox. Jiang Chen crawled through the hole in the wall, dusting himself off. Tang Xuero's home was indeed much better decorated than Jiang Chen's shared apartment. Solid wood floors, stone walls, various exquisite appliances, high-end furniture, all looked very expensive. Tang Xuero also crawled through. Back in her own home, she also relaxed a bit. Jiang Chen strolled around the room and said satisfactorily, "Your home is nice, we'll live here from now on." Convenience store owner Hule looked at the messages in the group, his eyes widened. Tang Xuero. He was burning with jealousy. He didn't even dare to think about Tang Shuaro, and now she's been deceived by Jiang Chen. As the convenience store owner, he knew that all-inclusive referred to Jiang Chen. This group was originally for the convenience store's deliveries. Hu Lei said jealously, "Many things in Jiang Chen's house were half-price gifts from me." Unexpectedly, it had become Jiang Chen's lifesaver. Hu Lei's fiancée, Su Mengqian, was very beautiful. Even if she was pale from hunger, she still had a touch of charm. Su Mengqian exclaimed in surprise, "You gave them? Go ask him for them." Hu Lei hesitated. These near-expiry foods were indeed forced by him to be bought by Jiang Chen. But in this situation, as long as Jiang Chen wasn't stupid, he wouldn't sell them to himself. Su Mengqian, angry, widened her beautiful eyes and scolded, "You useless thing, you're worse than a sales clerk." With that, she kicked him hard. Hu Lei, embarrassed, dared not resist, and sheepishly smiled, "Baby, be gentle, don't hurt your foot." Hu Lei felt lucky to be able to marry a beauty like Su Mengqian, so he usually endured her scolding and didn't dare to resist. Su Mengqian was his goddess. The two were about to get married, but Su Mengqian didn't even let him touch her, saying she wanted to save herself for marriage, only allowing hand-holding at most. Hu Lei was happy with Su Mengqian's request. "Humph." Su Mengqian snorted coldly, resentfully saying, "Hu Lei, I've been starving these days. Now there's no food at home. If we don't find a way to buy some, what are we going to do? Do you want me to starve to death with you?" These days, Hu Lei had tried to give all the food to Su Mengqian, only eating the bare minimum himself. He had visibly lost some weight. Even so, today at lunch, they had finished the last sausage. If they didn't find a solution soon, they would run out of food. "No, definitely can't let my baby starve." Hu Lei panicked, looking at Su Mengqian's delicate face with affection, gritting his teeth, "I'll go buy from him right away." Hu Lei quickly called Jiang Chen. Ring ring ring. Jiang Chen knew exactly what the convenience store owner, Hu Pengzi, wanted as soon as he saw him. There was no way he was going to give any food to this despicable boss. Hu Pengzi always found excuses to deduct Jiang Chen's salary, whether it was for not cleaning the glass properly or leaving dust on the floor. When he couldn't find any faults, he would force Jiang Chen to buy expired food, using it to offset his wages, withholding payment if he refused. Even when he did pay, it was often delayed by over 10 days. Jiang Chen was itching with hatred. If it weren't for Song Shireen needing money for her exam preparation, he would have quit long ago. "Since you've come to me, don't blame me then." Jiang Chen thought of the beautiful boss lady, Su Mengqian, and a flame ignited within him. Previously, Hu Pengzi often boasted about Su Mengqian being prettier than Song Shireen, which irritated Jiang Chen. Well, Su Mengqian was indeed beautiful, and now she was his. Jiang Chen answered the phone with a cold laugh. "Hu Pengzi, what do you want?" Hu Lei was furious at being called Hu Pengzi directly. At 189 centimeters and 250 pounds, he hated being called fat. Ever since Su Mengqian criticized him for being overweight, he became even more sensitive. But now was not the time to argue with Jiang Chen about this. "When I bring back your food, I'll slap you in the face." Hu Lei suppressed his anger and said, "Xiao Jiang, you must have a lot of food at home, sell me half of it." "Sell it to you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Chen chuckled, teasing him. "Oh? How much are you offering?" Hu Lei casually replied, "I sold it to you at half price before, now I'll buy it back at full price, how about that?" "You're making a profit." Jiang Chen burst into laughter and cursed, "Hu Pengzi, are you an idiot? What were the circumstances when you sold it to me before? And what are they now? It's the end of the world. You fat fool. It's the end of the world now. You still want to buy it at the original price? You're a moron." Hu Lei was also angry. "If it weren't for me letting you buy it, would you have so much food now? You should thank me. Don't forget where you came from. Thank your ass." Jiang Chen retorted, "You fat fool, starve at home, isn't your wife asking you to lose weight? Now's your chance to lose weight, go for it." "Damn it." Hu Lei exploded in anger. "Jiang, you're asking for death." Hu Pengzi was on the verge of exploding. His wife was his everything, and he wouldn't even touch her in normal circumstances. Jiang Chen dared to have designs on his wife. Su Mengqian's mind, however, was racing. She never liked Hu Lei, but his family was wealthy, and he was easy to manipulate. Su Mengqian had been planning how to get all of Hu Lei's assets after marriage and then divorce him. Times had changed. Hu Lei was nothing. Having food was what mattered. That kid Jiang Chen was worth a lot more. She knew Jiang Chen's character well, he should be easier to control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been manipulated by his girlfriend into working to support her for 3 years. What a fool. It was truly laughable. Sure enough, that despicable Song Shireen kicked Jiang Chen to the curb as soon as she landed. At that time, Jiang Chen was deeply disappointed. Su Mengqian was disdainful. What was there to be disappointed about? People should only care about themselves, or they'll be destroyed. Childish. Su Mengqian was extremely disdainful, plotting in her mind. I'm much prettier than Song Shireen. With a little effort, I can make Jiang Chen fall for me, and then I'll have complete control over the food. With Jiang Chen's food, I can hold out for a long time until the country comes to rescue us. Su Mengqian didn't even realize it herself, but deep down, she was quite jealous of Song Shireen. That woman, clearly not as pretty as herself, managed to hook up with a handsome guy like Jiang Chen. What's more, Song Shireen even managed to get Jiang Chen to support her for 3 years and pass the civil service exam. This made Su Mengqian feel extremely unbalanced. Compared to the sunny and handsome Jiang Chen, Hu Lei was like a black bear. That's why she never let Hu Lei touch her. Hu Lei was just too ugly. If it weren't for Hu Lei's money, she wouldn't have agreed to get engaged to him. Hu Lei picked up his phone, wanting to share the address of the place where they were staying for free meals and accommodation in the group chat, but Su Mengqian stopped him. Don't share it. If others find out who he is, the food at his place won't belong to us anymore. Hu Lei couldn't contain his anger and said loudly, we can't get it now either. Su Mengqian widened her beautiful eyes. Hu Lei, you've crossed the line. How dare you talk to me like that? Hu Lei deflated instantly and cautiously tried to appease her. Baby, I'm not angry. That guy actually dared to have ideas about you. Humph. Su Mengqian said angrily, how could I not be angry? A mere shop assistant dares to have thoughts about me? He should see if he's even worthy. Exactly. Hu Lei nodded vigorously. That's why I need to announce his location, so he can't get away with it. You fool. Even if someone else snatches him, we still won't get to eat, and we'll end up hungry, won't we? Su Mengqian sneered, then continued, how about this, I'll go keep him company. No way. Hu Lei jumped up in a panic. Shanshan, you can't fall for his tricks. Su Mengqian glared. Hu Lei, don't raise your voice at me again. Hu Lei shut up sheepishly, feeling extremely anxious. Shanshan, I'm worried about you, he must be deceiving people. Let me finish. Su Mengqian coldly snorted, her eyes flashing with determination. You hide where he can't see you, and as soon as he opens the door, I'll block it, then you rush in and grab all his stuff. Grab? Hu Lei shuddered, hesitantly saying, that's illegal. Su Mengqian felt even more disdainful towards her fiancé. He was tall and strong, but as weak as a little girl. Su Mengqian said angrily, then what do we do? Are we just going to starve to death? Maybe I should just go keep him company. No. Hu Lei weakly resisted, feeling heartbroken. He couldn't accept giving his beloved woman to someone else, but he was also a bit scared of committing robbery. He had money and a beautiful wife, and after a robbery, he would definitely be caught by the police, losing both his wealth and his beautiful wife to someone else. What a useless man, Su Mengqian thought to herself. She was a very shrewd woman. In peacetime, she chose Hu Lei because of his wealth and soft temperament, easy to control. But times had changed. She knew that following such a cowardly man in the apocalypse would spell her doom. A beautiful woman like herself wouldn't fare well in chaotic times without a powerful backing. Starving to death would be the most comfortable way out. Su Mengqian thought of the punishments men inflicted on women in movies, shuddering slightly, then continued to goad Hu Lei. Don't worry, I'll share half of the food I get back with you. Shanshan still loves me. Hu Lei trembled all over. That's not what I mean. This won't work, it really won't work. Su Mengqian stared at him. This won't work, that won't work. What do you suggest then? Are we just going to wait to starve to death? Hu Lei dared not speak. His mind was in turmoil, sometimes wanting to rush into Jiang Chen's house and just take things, but then being too afraid. Sometimes he thought, maybe he should let Shanshan go with Jiang Chen, at least to ensure she wouldn't starve, and he could also get some food. But thinking like this made her feel extremely stifled, a raging flame burning within her. Su Mengqian coldly voiced her true thoughts. I'm going to Jiang Chen now. Hu Lei suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, pleading, Shanshan. Seeing him on the verge of losing control and fearing his outburst, Su Mengqian quickly patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. I won't let him touch me. You know I have experience in controlling men. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake. Hu Lei was puzzled. Baby, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting me too? He immediately thought of himself, realizing he had never truly touched Su Mengqian, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Mengqian's heart tightened, quickly taking control of the situation. She slapped Hu Lei across the face. Smack! This slap directly interrupted Hu Lei's anger. Hu Lei, holding his face, bewilderedly asked, Baby, why did you hit me? Su Mengqian pointed at his nose, eyes red with anger, scolding, what nonsense are you thinking? I'm doing this for both of us. You useless man, I can only sell myself to get food for you, and you still doubt my motives. Hu Lei, I agreed to be engaged to you for nothing, and you dare to equate yourself with Jiang Chen. Hu Lei finally understood. Yes, I'm not the same as Jiang Chen. I am Su Mengqian's fiancé. Su Mengqian had never even glanced at Lianping properly before. It was impossible for her to be interested in him. I'm sorry, Xianxian. Hu Lei hurriedly apologized. Su Mengqian wiped away her tears, sat in front of the dressing table to put on makeup, coldly saying, "Don't worry, no matter what, I will bring back food for you. I can't let you starve to death. Baby is doing this for me." Hu Lei felt a sharp pain in his heart. He watched his fiancée dress up meticulously for another man, hating himself for being useless. After finishing her makeup, Su Mengqian's desolate demeanor vanished, her beautiful features shining brightly once again. She put on black stockings, stepped into high heels, picked up her handbag, and stood up. Hu Lei trembled. "You can't go. What if that bastard forces you?" Su Mengqian looked at Hu Lei, deliberately making a pitiful and moving expression, provoking him. "I brought condoms." Hu Lei's mind went blank, completely losing his rationality. With red eyes, he said fiercely, "Shanshan, I'm going with you. Let's rob everything." Su Mengqian was surprised. Really? She didn't want to face Jiang Chen either. For her, it was easier to control the cowardly Hu Lei than a stranger. Hu Lei, having been PUA'd by himself for so long, had already formed a habit. Hu Lei, angry and scared, said, "Really? I will. Take everything from him. Baby, if I get caught by the police, will you wait for me?" Useless. Su Mengqian felt disdain in her heart, but said, "Of course. I will wait for you forever. By the way, let's bring some cash. When you rob things, we'll throw the money at him, then it won't count as robbery." Hu Lei's eyes lit up. Great idea. The two discussed some more details. Then, Su Mengqian sent a voice message to Jiang Chen. "I'm Su Mengqian. I will come over to accompany you for a night. You have to give me 5 boxes of instant noodles." Hu Lei heard this and twitched his mouth in anger. "Baby, why are you saying this?" Su Mengqian glared and scolded. "Don't you understand the art of deception? You have to negotiate a price to make that Jiang guy believe it and lower his guard. Isn't this for both of us?" Hu Lei understood the reasoning but still felt extremely stifled. Jiang Chen replied with a voice message, "No, at most 1 box, I already have 3 boxes. Su Mengqian, I don't believe you, you just wasted so many steaks earlier." Jiang Chen, believe it or not. Su Mengqian frowned. "I'll only accompany you for an hour." Jiang Chen insisted, "For the whole night. It has to be the whole night. This time it's for Hu Pengzi's face, other women who come, don't even think about leaving." Hu Lei's eyelids twitched. "Giving face to me? Stepping on my face with your foot." Su Mengqian blushed a bit. After all, she was an inexperienced woman. Talking about such things in front of her fiancé made her very embarrassed. Then, 2 hours. "Jiang Chen, it's for the whole night. If you don't come, forget it." Su Mengqian felt it was enough, so she sent a message. "Okay, I'll be right over, you get ready." Jiang Chen smiled. "Boss lady, wear something revealing. I like short skirts, black stockings, high heels." Su Mengqian blushed and quickly ended the voice message. Hu Lei was so angry he wanted to bang his head against the wall, waving a kitchen knife furiously. "Damn it, I'll kill this kid." Hu Lei was tall, rich, and always had a psychological advantage over Jiang Chen. How dare he make advances on his wife? He's asking for death. Su Mengqian comforted Hu Lei for a few words, and when he calmed down, they started to act. In the end, Su Mengqian hid a pepper spray in her handbag, while Hu Lei carried the kitchen knife. Hu Lei cautiously pushed open the door. Their apartment was on the 19th floor, already engulfed in red mist. The interior was also red, but lighter. The red mist outside was much denser than inside the room. The red mist trembled slowly, flowing into the room like eerie creatures, making people instinctively uneasy. The corridor was dead silent, not a sound to be heard. The green passage light at the stairwell, just a few meters away, seemed like distant fireflies, flickering. Su Mengqian, despite her tough talk, was scared at the sight, wishing she could stick close to Hu Lei. Hu Lei was scared too, but behind him was his beloved fiancé, so he had to muster up his courage. "Baby, stay close to me, don't get lost." Su Mengqian nervously looked around. "Okay." Hu Lei tightly gripped the kitchen knife and slowly made his way towards the stairwell, with Su Mengqian following closely behind. The two stepped into the dense red mist. The visibility was only 5 or 6 meters, with a red haze in the distance. It was very quiet around them, only the faint sound of their footsteps, occasionally mixed with strange animal howls in the distance. Su Mengqian was sweating cold on her back, her heart pounding, starting to regret going out. Hu Lei, trying to boost his courage, said to himself as they walked, "Baby, why don't we just rob Jiang Chen's apartment directly? He's on the 32nd floor, there's no red mist there." Su Mengqian's eyes lit up. "Good idea. I didn't expect you to have some brains." Hu Lei, praised by Su Mengqian, was suddenly overjoyed and boasted, "Of course, let's kick him out directly. If he dies, no one can accuse me of robbery." Su Mengqian scolded, "Don't speak so loudly. Do you want others to hear you?" Hu Lei, feeling wronged, said, "Oh, okay." Fortunately, the two soon reached the 21st floor and exited the red mist. Su Mengqian and Hu Lei both breathed a sigh of relief. There was still no one in the stairwell. However, with the visibility back to normal, their mood stabilized. They quietly climbed to the 32nd floor. Standing next to the stairwell, Su Mengqian whispered, "I'll knock on the door, you wait here. When the door opens, I'll wedge my foot in, and you rush in." When it came down to it, Hu Lei was so nervous, his hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's disease. "Okay?" Su Mengqian disdainfully asked, "Can you handle this?" "Yes." Hu Lei swallowed hard. Su Mengqian adjusted her collar and hair, then walked confidently to the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen, it's Su Mengqian, open up." In fact, as soon as the two entered the 27th floor, they were spotted by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched with interest as they climbed to the 32nd floor, with the woman finally stopping in front of her own door. The man hid behind the stairwell door, seemingly holding a knife in his hand. Judging by their silhouettes, the man was fat and bloated, while the woman had a slender and shapely figure. From a perceptual perspective, both emitted a strong aura of hostility and blood-red light. Tang Mengyao's peephole was a smart one with a small monitor inside the door. Jiang Chen could clearly see the appearance of the two. It was indeed Hu Panzi and his beautiful fiancée Su Mengqian. Su Mengqian faced Jiang Chen's door, standing sideways to Tang Mengyao's door. Hu Lei held a kitchen knife, lurking sneakily in the stairwell. They thought they had avoided Jiang Chen's peephole, unaware that they were being closely watched by Tang Shuarou's peephole. Jiang Chen sneered, "They are up to no good indeed." Tang Shuarou looked at the two on the screen, shocked, and asked, "Jiang, he has a knife. What does he want to do?" She wasn't too nervous, as Jiang Chen's strength gave her a great sense of security. That chubby guy with the knife was just delivering food. However, she was a bit surprised that the order had collapsed so quickly, leading to a robbery attempt. Jiang Chen calmly said, "I'll find you another sister." Tang Shuarou was stunned, feeling a mix of emotions. She felt a bit of schadenfreude towards the two outside. There was also a hint of jealousy towards Jiang Chen for having another woman, and even a sense of relief that there was another woman to share the burden. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and called Su Mengqian, teasing them intentionally. "Hu Lei didn't come, right?" Su Mengqian calmly replied, "He didn't come." Hu Lei gripped the kitchen knife behind the door in the stairwell. Jiang Chen didn't expose her and said, "Step back a bit, turn around, let me see if you have any weapons." Su Mengqian nervously touched her handbag, took a step back, and slowly turned around. Jiang Chen saw her actions and knew there was something in her handbag. The system automatically prompted, Su Mengqian, age, 23, quality, 8. 5 points, beautiful married woman, virtue, 9 points, engaged but inexperienced, overall score, 8. 5 points, ding. Meets system requirements. She was indeed inexperienced. Hu Lei, you missed your chance. Jiang Chen laughed, TSK, black stockings, well done, very thoughtful, I'm very satisfied. Bastard. Hu Lei was so angry that his blood rushed to his head, his hands clenched the knife so tightly that his fingers turned white. He just wanted to rush into the house, drive Jiang Chen out, and claim Jiang Chen's house and food for himself and Su Mengqian. Su Mengqian pretended to be impatient, saying, "All right, I'm just a woman, what are you afraid of?" She was a bit nervous. Why was this guy so cautious? Jiang Chen smiled, "Can't see the shoes clearly, take a few steps back, let me see if they are high heels." Su Mengqian blushed with anger, not knowing what to do. She took a few more steps back, already standing at the door of Tang Shuarou's house. Hu Lei gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Jiang Chen's door. The farther Su Mengqian was, the less guarded Jiang Chen was, and the greater his chances of success. "When you open the door, I'll damn well kill you." Boom! Just then, another door suddenly swung open. The security door swiftly swept past Su Mengqian's nose, carrying a strand of hair with it. Su Mengqian screamed in fright, "Ah!" Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen grabbed her collar and pulled her forcefully. Under Jiang Chen's immense strength, Su Mengqian had no resistance at all and was dragged into the room like a ragdoll. Jiang Chen casually tossed her aside. Su Mengqian, in high heels, couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Ah! Bang! Jiang Chen forcefully closed the anti-theft door and clicked it shut. Hu Lei had been staring at Jiang Chen's door when suddenly the door next to it opened. It was only then that he realized and quickly rushed out brandishing a kitchen knife. However, all that stood before him was a cold, steel anti-theft door. His wife had been snatched right in front of him. Hu Lei's blood boiled, and he pounded on the door in rage. "Damn it! You're asking for death." Inside the room, without a word, Jiang Chen pressed his knee on Su Mengqian, struggling back, forcing her back down to the ground. "Ah!" Su Mengqian cried out in pain, "It hurts. Please be gentle." She had never experienced such suffering before, tears streaming down her face instantly. Jiang Chen, without mercy, snatched her handbag and quickly found the pepper spray inside. "You despicable person! What are you planning?" Jiang Chen sneered and delivered a slap. Smack! Su Mengqian was silenced by the blow, trembling as she tried to explain, "Don't misunderstand, I use it for self-defense." Jiang Chen took out a roll of white transparent tape, swiftly bound Su Mengqian's hands behind her back, tore her stockings, and tied her ankles. He then stuffed the stockings into her mouth and wound the tape around 3 times. Woo woo woo! Su Mengqian was petrified, struggling on the ground. Her planned seduction had no chance to unfold, she was quickly subdued. Jiang Chen held her down, meticulously searching her body just like he did with Tang Shuero, ensuring she had no hidden weapons. Satisfied, he turned her over and punched Su Mengqian in the abdomen. Bang! Su Mengqian's eyes bulged, curling up in agony, only able to make retching sounds. Tang Shuero watched, her heart chilled. Thankfully, she hadn't resisted. This man was too violent. At the same time, she felt a hint of security. In such chaotic times, perhaps following such a man was the only way to survive. Bang! Bang! Hulei continued banging on the door from outside, but it was futile. The anti-theft door was not easy to break open. Hulei, burning with impatience, roared, "Jiang Chen, hand over my wife." Jiang Chen freed up a hand and chuckled from behind the door. "Thanks for the wife the boss sent. Very generous." "Generous my foot." Hulei was close to losing it. "Release her now, or I'll call the police." Jiang Chen cursed, "You still owe me last month's salary, might as well use your wife to pay it off." Jiang Chen had already seen the mutated husky running up from the 28th floor. Emitting a bright red light, it ascended rapidly. Unaware, Hulei continued to shout angrily, "Damn it! Release my wife! Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a gruesome death." Jiang Chen leisurely remarked, "Fatty Hu, I don't know if I'll die, but you're doomed today." After banging on the door for a while, Hulei was exhausted, panting heavily, one hand on his knee, the other holding the kitchen knife as he cursed, "Come out if you dare." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Idiot, take a look behind you." Hulei paused, puzzled by the statement. At that moment, the sound of heavy breathing echoed from the staircase. Damn! What kind of creature was that? Terrified, Hulei turned to face the staircase. A giant dog, the size of a tiger, emerged. It growled lowly, muscles bulging, eyes bloodshot, teeth stained with blood and suspicious bone fragments. Hulei's face turned pale, and he shouted in fear, "Don't come any closer." The mutated dog pounced, knocking down Hulei, its teeth clamping down on the hand holding the knife. With a bite, blood splattered. Snap! Hulei screamed in agony as his arm was severed. The knife clattered to the side. Frantically struggling, Hulei wrestled with the husky. "Don't bite me! Don't bite me! It hurts so much! Help me!" Tang Shuero's face turned pale as she trembled in fear. Such a big dog is too scary. On the ground, Su Mengqian heard Hulei's screams and struggled to look at the screen, only to see the giant dog tearing into Hulei. She was instantly terrified. How could there be such a huge dog outside? If she had been discovered just now, she would have been doomed. Jiang Chen carefully watched the battle between the mutant dog and Hulei. After his overall physique increased to 50, his body was strengthened all around. The mutant dog's speed was like lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. But after Jiang Chen's overall physique enhancement, his senses were also heightened, allowing him to see the mutant dog's every move clearly. He even felt it was a bit slow. "I should be able to defeat it." Jiang Chen picked up a hammer and gently pushed open the door. Tang Shuero was petrified. The mutant husky raised its head vigilantly and barked at Jiang Chen. Woof! Woof! Hulei reached out to Jiang Chen, screaming for help, "Save me! Help me!" Jiang Chen ignored him, staring at the mutant dog and took a step towards it. The husky recalled the terror of humans, growling as it took a step back. Seizing the opportunity, Hulei crawled towards Jiang Chen using both hands and feet. Seeing its prey trying to escape, the husky got angry and lunged at Hulei. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Too slow. He kicked out, hitting the dog square in the head. Bang! The huge husky, over 2 meters long, was kicked and flew backwards, crashing hard into the wall. Boom! The tiles on the wall cracked open. The husky whimpered as it got up from the ground, tail tucked tightly between its legs, howling at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen advanced instead of retreating, taking a step forward. The husky couldn't react in time and was grabbed by Jiang Chen by the back of its neck. "Lie down!" Jiang Chen growled. The husky couldn't withstand the immense force, its 4 legs split apart, and it was forcefully pinned to the ground. Jiang Chen grabbed the hammer and aimed at the dog's head. Bang! 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 The husky felt dizzy, blood streaming from its head. This human is too powerful. It instantly remembered the days of human domination and cowered. The husky whimpered, wagging its tail in a friendly manner. The red light on its body quickly turned into a benevolent green light. Jiang Chen was surprised. It's already submissive? The husky dared not stand up, rubbing against Jiang Chen's legs, looking at him with lowered eyes. Jiang Chen finally had a sensible understanding of his own strength. Hulei held his wrist, his eyes wide open. Damn! Why is Jiang Chen so fierce? Did I lose my mind wanting to rob him? Tang Xuero also relaxed, peeking out from the door crack to look outside. Su Mengqian lying on the ground, her eyes darting around. Such a big dog, subdued in just a few moves? Jiang Chen is much more reliable than Hulei. Jiang Chen had a thought and a piece of steak appeared in his hand. Want some? The husky excitedly licked Jiang Chen's shoe in a pleasing manner. The beast clan will never be enslaved unless there's food and shelter. Jiang Chen threw the steak on the ground. The husky immediately started eating. It was a children's steak from the supermarket, about the size of a palm, but the huge mutant husky devoured it in one bite. Jiang Chen took out 20 more packs and threw them all to the husky. The husky was so excited, jumping, and almost in tears. After the red mist descended, no one had fed it. Do you know how hard life has been for a husky? Jiang Chen looked at the husky's white eyes and said, from now on, your name is White Eyes. Woof woof. The husky barked at Jiang Chen as if it understood. It's your turn, fatty Hu. Jiang Chen grabbed Hulei by the hair and effortlessly dragged him back into the room. Ah, ouch. Be gentle, Jiang Chen. Hulei screamed in pain but dared not resist. Jiang Chen can even subdue such a big dog, so how would he dare to fight back? Jiang Chen closed the door, leaving the husky outside. A dog that has just been subdued might have an unstable temperament. What if it suddenly goes out of control and bites someone? Although Jiang Chen is not afraid, women can't handle it. Jiang Chen lifted Hulei and slammed him heavily on the ground. Hulei was thrown into disarray, almost passing out. Su Mengqian shuddered. Jiang Chen is too violent. He won't beat me, will he? Jiang Chen then calmly squatted beside Hulei, examining the injuries on his arm. The ulna and radius of his right hand were both bitten off, white bone fragments protruding from the skin, the palm hanging weakly. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. TSK, with such serious injuries, fatty Hu, you're done for. Let me make some use of you, okay? Hulei struggled to speak, fear in his voice. Save me, save me. Jiang Chen patted Hulei's knee. Save you? You two came to ambush me with weapons, and now you want me to save you? Hulei, terrified, said, we were just defending ourselves. Ah, crack. Jiang Chen's fist shattered Hulei's left patella. Before Hulei could scream, Jiang Chen covered his mouth. Then, Jiang Chen struck his right knee with another blow. Crack. Hulei's eyes bulged, veins popping on his neck, staring in horror at his oddly angled legs. Jiang Chen released his grip, smiling in the sunlight. Relax, relax, pain and dizziness are normal. Come on, breathe deeply, again. You see, I didn't want to do this, but you're too strong, and I'm quite timid. You must understand, right? Hulei gasped in pain, eyes fixed on his knee, mind blank. Su Mengqian, lying on the ground, turned pale, trembling. She regretted deeply. What kind of monster did I provoke? He won't break my legs too, will he? Tang Xuero wasn't as scared as the other two, but she felt a chill, her awe of Jiang Chen reaching its peak. Jiang Chen carried Hulei to the balcony, hanging him on the iron railing. His upper body outside, lower body inside. Amid Hulei's screams, Jiang Chen tied his hands and feet together across the railing, wrapping them with transparent tape dozens of times, securing them completely. Su Mengqian, witnessing Hulei's plight, trembled, her mind blank. Jiang Chen glanced down at the red mist. So far, that mutated frog posed the biggest threat to him. Jiang Chen wanted to test if its tongue could reach the 32nd floor. Jiang Chen returned to the living room with a smile, carefully observing the beautiful wife. Su Mengqian shivered involuntarily. Jiang Chen produced a loaf of bread in his hand, leaving Su Mengqian wide-eyed. Is this magic? Jiang Chen looked at the two women, half serious, half joking. I have a personal space that only I can open. I knew this disaster was coming, so my personal space is filled with all kinds of supplies. As long as you follow me obediently, I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. So, be good, understand? Su Mengqian couldn't tell if Jiang Chen was serious, but her resistance had significantly decreased. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then following him was the wisest choice. In this terrifying post-apocalyptic world, survival was the greatest need. Tang Xuero thought about the large amount of food Jiang Chen had brought out, as well as the abundance of supernatural fruits, and she was already 70 to 80% convinced. This was close to her speculation. Besides, She couldn't imagine how well prepared Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen clearly saw the red light on Su Mengqian fading, gradually turning yellow. Though faint, there was no longer any hostility. Very good, I like smart women. Jiang Chen patted Su Mengqian's cheek satisfactorily, smiling, good, don't move, I'll untie your mouth. Snip, crackle. Jiang Chen casually tore off the transparent tape from her face, pulling out a few strands of long hair, causing Su Mengqian to shiver in pain, unable to make a sound. Jiang Chen then took out a pair of black stockings from Su Mengqian's mouth. Ugh! Su Mengqian retched in pain a few times before recovering. Jiang Chen tossed a piece of bread near her mouth, saying, eat, you still have work to do after this. Su Mengqian, without thinking much about what work meant, lay on the ground staring fixedly at the bread in front of her, pleading, can you release my hands so I can eat? Jiang Chen calmly replied, no, eat it like this. Su Mengqian, displaying a bit of petulance, said, why are you like this? How can I eat like this? Jiang Chen sneered. Don't play these games in front of me. He crushed the bread underfoot and threw it out the window, saying, okay, you've lost your lunch. Su Mengqian was dumbfounded. She finally understood that Jiang Chen was nothing like Hu Lei. She quickly changed her attitude, lowering herself and pleading, Jiang, brother, please, give me something to eat. This woman could adapt quickly. With a flick of his hand, Jiang Chen produced another piece of bread. Su Mengqian's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen threw the bread on the ground, saying coldly, if you won't drink the toast, you'll eat the penalty, here's another chance, kneel down and eat. Su Mengqian surprisingly knelt down without resistance and started eating quickly. Jiang Chen also noticed a faint green light appearing as the yellow light on Su Mengqian's body dimmed. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 1 pack of bread, receiving 200 packs in return. They have been stored in the personal space. Jiang Chen smirked, yes, this is how you behave. After dealing with the threat of Hu Lei, Jiang Chen felt the urgency of time even more. The world was becoming more chaotic, and I must continue to grow stronger. He started doing push-ups. Unfortunately, after improving his overall physique, push-ups were no longer challenging and had no training effect. Jiang Chen upgraded to handstand push-ups, which were still easy for him. Jiang Chen even did handstand push-ups with just 2 fingers. Finally, there was some effect. After doing 100 of them effortlessly, Jiang Chen stood up without a hint of exhaustion, feeling dissatisfied. I need to add some weight, this exercise is useless. Or maybe learn some martial arts or combat skills. And I need weapons. Tang Xuero's eyes widened in amazement. She never expected this man to be so powerful. Su Mengqian's eyes sparkled. Only such a powerful man can match me. Only he can help me survive. I must hold on to him. Jiang Chen saw the expressions of the 2 women and just smiled faintly. After blindly practicing for another hour, Jiang Chen had to give up. Without someone to teach him, this kind of practice was almost useless, and he might as well continue eating the physique-enhancing fruits. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony. Hu Lei had already passed out. In just over an hour, the wound on Hu Lei's arm, bitten by a dog, had rotted and was oozing pus, emitting a foul smell. In the past, a wound deteriorating to this extent would take at least 3 to 4 days. Now, it was happening too quickly. Not only were animals and plants evolving, but bacteria and viruses were also evolving at lightning speed. Tang Xuero followed behind Jiang Chen, cautiously asking, is he going to die? Jiang Chen calmly replied, with this kind of wound, he's doomed without antibiotics. And I suspect the bacteria have evolved too. The effectiveness of previous antibiotics is uncertain. In short, now, once you're injured, it's basically a death sentence. Tang Xuero timidly held onto Jiang Chen's arm. Without realizing it, in just 2 days, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Jiang Chen. Su Mengqian looked at Hu Lei with a complex gaze. Her fiancé hung there like a dead dog, while she knelt in front of the assailant. Su Mengqian bit her red lips. There's no way out. I'm just a weak woman, I want to survive. Amidst her guilt, there was a hint of resentment towards Hu Lei in her heart. Why are you so useless? Good for nothing. It's all your fault. Jiang Chen carefully observed Hu Lei's condition. He had been hanging here for so long, yet the mutated toad hadn't come over. Was it unable to reach that height, or had it left, or perhaps it hadn't noticed? Besides, there were only some huge flies flying around Hu Lei, no other animals in sight. Maybe the 32nd floor is too high. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the danger on the 32nd floor was not that great at the moment. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly saw a gecko coiled around Hu Lei's left index finger. Ha! Jiang Chen was surprised. Has this thing grown up to the 30th floor? Jiang Chen pulled the gecko on Hu Lei's finger, only to discover that the gecko was not coiled around Hu Lei's finger but had burrowed into his skin. Jiang Chen exerted force and actually pulled out a long piece from Hu Lei's finger, with bloody bits of flesh. After pulling out the gecko, Hulei's left palm visibly deflated, almost turning into a layer of empty skin, the flesh and blood devoured completely. Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. Damn! Does this thing eat human flesh? Jiang Chen leaned down to look below. The gecko had climbed all over the outer wall, densely packed in green. Looking closely at the wall, the gecko was entwined with various animal corpses, huge sparrows, giant rats, and even a cat the size of a tiger. No wonder no animals came to eat Hulei, they were all killed by this gecko. The two women's faces turned pale, filled with panic. The world had changed, even plants were starting to eat people. Jiang Chen immediately activated his perception and looked at the gecko again. The gecko emitted a faint red light, not bright but rather dim, easily overlooked in the red mist. Jiang Chen's face darkened. It's not just powerful creatures that pose a danger, seemingly weak creatures also have significant threats. Of course, the danger level of the gecko was not high, it had almost no mobility, relying entirely on prey coming to it and remaining still for a long time. Jiang Chen also noticed a faint red light circulating throughout Hulei's body, seemingly seeds left behind by the gecko. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he took out a bottle of purified water from his space and poured it on Hulei's face. Hulei was awakened by the water, weakly crying out, "Water! Water!" He was parched from losing so much blood. Jiang Chen gently asked, "Does your left hand hurt?" "Left hand?" Hulei stared at the bottle of purified water in Jiang Chen's hand. "It doesn't hurt, water. Give me water." Jiang Chen frowned. Hulei didn't even feel the injury on his left hand. The gecko probably had some numbing ability. Jiang Chen tossed the purified water downstairs. Hulei pleaded, "Just a sip. Give me a sip." Jiang Chen handed the transparent tape to Su Mengqian, smiling, "Cover your husband's mouth, he's too noisy." "Okay, Jiang Gu." Su Mengqian obediently took the transparent tape, squatting in front of Hulei. Hulei looked at his fiancée in disbelief. "Baby, you?" Su Mengqian didn't meet his eyes, lowered her head, cut a piece of transparent tape with scissors, quickly stuck it on Hulei's mouth, and softly said, "You're done, I'm just a woman, I have to survive, can you understand me?" "Understand my ass." Hulei stared straight at Su Mengqian, his face turning red with anger. "Mm. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Hulei was so angry that he almost went crazy, unable to move, and could only fiercely bang his head against the iron railing. Bang! 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 Already heavily injured and weak, he quickly passed out from the anger. The balcony fell silent. The next morning at 9:30 a.m. Jiang Chen watched Hulei on the balcony, consuming enhancement fruits one by one. He had no idea how much he had eaten. Finally, he heard a prompt, ding. Physique enhancement upgraded to 4 stars. Comprehensive physique plus 80. Adding the original 10 points, the panel attributes reached 90. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He pushed himself up and felt light as a feather as he got out of bed, feeling almost ethereal. After his comprehensive physique increased to 90 points, he felt like his body was undergoing some kind of transformation, with all his minor ailments disappearing. His skin became flawless, the small scars on his arms from childhood vanished. Jiang Chen had slight nearsightedness, which now completely returned to normal. His muscles started to tighten, looking less explosive and more rounded. There were no obvious signs of training, yet his body exuded a terrifying strength. Jiang Chen casually took out a 1 yuan coin, and with a slight squeeze, it easily folded in half, feeling like kneading clay. Then he folded it again and again, finally rubbing it in his palm, turning the coin into a metal ball. With the increase in comprehensive physique, the effects grew exponentially. Jiang Chen then took out a dagger, pressing his finger against the blade, easily flattening it with a slight force. With such a powerful body, his survival abilities increased significantly. He decided without hesitation to activate his perception for 24 hours. In the apocalypse, perception was crucial for early danger detection. After testing his abilities for a while, Jiang Chen contentedly walked to the balcony. Hulei was already dead. Ivy sprouts had grown from his mouth, ears, and nose. Through his perception, Jiang Chen saw the body filled with densely packed ivy, emitting a terrifying dim red light. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, unwrapped the body, and threw it off the balcony. Throughout the night, the mutant frog still didn't attack Hulei. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the mutant frog's attack range wasn't that extensive. He looked towards the door and saw a dog lying outside, its size matching white eyes. Jiang Chen opened the door. The husky immediately jumped up, happily wagging its tail at Jiang Chen, then lowered its head in front of him, asking for a pat. The light on the husky was very green, clearly having acknowledged Jiang Chen as its master. Jiang Chen chuckled, scratching the dog for a while, then took out 20 steaks and a pile of sausages, throwing them on the ground. Woof woof! The husky excitedly started eating. Jiang Chen patted the dog for a while, saying, "After observing for 2 more days, I can bring you inside." In the apocalypse, dogs were far more reliable than humans. Jiang Chen scrolled through his phone while eating a bunch of enlightenment fruits. Perception. The enlightenment fruits tasted good, becoming Jiang Chen's snack. There wasn't much good news online. The authorities kept silent, only repeatedly encouraging self-rescue. However, videos of large numbers of armed helicopters flying across the sky were captured, their missions unknown. More people were awakening, gaining abilities, but there was still no news about the black lychee. More people were forced to go out in search of food, resulting in heavy casualties. Cats, dogs, mantises, centipedes, cockroaches, rats, spiders, ants. All the animals that humans once ignored had mutated. Each posed a significant threat to humanity. The ground had turned into a terrifying battlefield. If there were powerful ability users, they would be fine, but ordinary people could hardly move an inch. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed the poor phone signal. Probably some nearby base station is down. As time passed, water, electricity, gas, and the internet, resources that city dwellers took for granted, would disappear one by one, making the human survival environment increasingly worse. Jiang Chen looked out the window with a heavy heart. The facade of Building A across the street was covered in ivy. All 33 floors were enveloped in green. More and more pine trees emerged from the red mist, towering into the sky. An unknown giant bird circled above the pine tree branches, resembling a swallow but larger than an eagle. Jiang Chen's face looked grim. He knew that they couldn't stay in this house for much longer. With plants growing rapidly, this place would soon turn into a forest. Various mutated animals would eventually enter the building. No matter how abundant his supplies were, one person couldn't resist the might of nature. "I need to become stronger." Jiang Chen made up his mind, took out a fruit of extraordinary power, snapped a photo, and sent it to the group. All inclusive, at everyone looking to buy black lychees, message me if you have any. Image of black lychees. This message didn't attract much attention in the group. Most people still didn't know what this thing was. Only a few clever individuals quietly took note. Jiang Chen had no choice. If someone else ate the fruit of power, he wouldn't get it. Another important reason was that he had grown stronger physically and now had the confidence to protect himself from being deceived. Click. Jiang Chen popped another perception fruit into his mouth, and the second surprise appeared. Ding. Perception upgraded to 4 stars. Perception range increased to 50 meters. You can sense energy focal points within the target's body. Jiang Chen felt his vision suddenly expand. Now, when he looked down, he could see up to the 17th floor. Half of the building was within his sight. Nearly 100 survivors trapped in their homes all came into view. Jiang Chen also discovered with amazement that not even the red mist could block his perception. While others are practically blind in the red mist, I remain unaffected. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. What were these energy focal points? He looked at himself and found a jade-green object, like an underdeveloped ginger root, at his lower abdomen. What is this thing? He touched his lower abdomen but felt nothing. He then looked at the other people in the building. To his surprise, besides himself, only Tang Shuaro and a survivor on the 17th floor possessed this item. Tang Shuaro's ginger was smaller and lighter green than his. The survivor on the 17th floor had a ginger, similar to Tang Shuaro's but in a golden hue. This survivor seemed robust and was likely in room 1708. Zhou Tianhao? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Zhou Tianhao's shining muscles and pondered, could the ginger be the source of their powers? Jiang Chen focused on Zhou Tianhao. In Zhou Tianhao's room, there was a man and a woman chatting. If only I could hear what they're saying. Perception is still not perfect. Jiang Chen then looked at room 2104. There lived an extremely curvaceous female anchor named I'm Really Not a Fox. I'm Really Not a Fox usually dressed conservatively when going out. But Jiang Chen had delivered food to her several times and had seen her true figure, slender with ample curves. Sometimes, when she was live streaming and didn't have time to change, she would come out in revealing attire. 2 huge, ripe fruits hung on her slender waist, looking heart-stopping and making one worry they might snap her waist. Which man wouldn't be moved by such a figure? After upgrading to 4-star perception, the target's body outline became clearer. Apart from not seeing colors, the shape was almost indistinguishable from seeing the person in real life. Jiang Chen saw I'm Really Not a Fox lying motionless on the bed, her body emitting a dim light, probably starving. How could such a female anchor have prepared enough food at home? Little fox, let me save you. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. He briefly observed the movements of all the survivors, then slipped back through the hole in the wall into his own room, and resumed smashing the wall. Boom! 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 Soon he had smashed a hole open and entered the neighbor's house on the other side. No one was home. The rice, flour, and oil had all rotted. The food in the refrigerator and freezer had all mutated. In the freezer, there were still some meats frozen, still edible. Jiang Chen actually found a few pieces of steak, not the near-expiry children's steak that Hule forced on him, but genuine M9 quality, marbled like snowflakes, very appetizing at first glance. In addition, there were some very good quality black pork pieces. Normally, one wouldn't have guessed that this unassuming neighbor was a gourmet. Good stuff, mine. Jiang Chen chuckled as he stashed them in his personal space. The greatest benefit of smashing walls was collecting supplies. Besides, it helped Jiang Chen adapt quickly to the changes in his body. And it also served as a preparation for an escape route. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? Jiang Chen started smashing the wall again. Additionally, he found a spare key hanging on the neighbor's door, along with several boxes of fever, cold, and diarrhea medicine. Jiang Chen cleaned out the neighbor's house, including tools like toilet paper, lighters, tape, disinfectant, knives, hammers, pliers, and even furniture, appliances, bedding, and clothes. After all, the personal space was unlimited. With the apocalypse upon them, humans didn't know when they could rebuild civilization, so these things were one less worry. If only I could go to the supermarket to gather supplies. Jiang Chen pondered as he scavenged. When things stabilized a bit, he would go to the nearest supermarket. Not now. One reason was that Jiang Chen didn't have a safe way to go out. He didn't think his combat power was invincible in the wilderness. Even if his fighting ability was strong, he couldn't withstand being bitten by a poisonous insect. Another reason was that there were still many survivors in the building. This group of people was all starving. If he left, it was inevitable that someone would harm Tang Shuaro and Su Mengqian. They were Jiang Chen's tools for gathering supplies. They couldn't die easily. After scavenging, Jiang Chen broke through another wall and moved on to the next house. Zhou Tianhao's room was filled with smoke. He shared the house with another fitness trainer, Song Jia. Now, besides him, there was another glamorous artificial beauty in the room. The woman was named Chen Yun, with a demon tattoo on her lower abdomen. She was sitting on the dirty sofa smoking with bare legs. Damn it! It's protein powder every day, I'm sick of it. Zhou Tianhao was doing push-ups, his muscles bulging high, shining like a devilish muscle man, and he coldly snorted, "Eat if you like, if not, get lost." Chen Yun pursed her lips, not daring to speak. Humph. Zhou Tianhao exerted force with his hands and leaped up. The other fitness trainer, Song Jia, looked on with envy. He was originally 180 centimeters tall, Zhou Tianhao was 175 centimeters, but now Zhou Tianhao was taller and stronger than him. If only he had eaten that supernatural fruit. Unfortunately, he was a bit timid at the time, not as bold as Zhou Tianhao, and didn't dare to eat it, letting Zhou Tianhao take advantage. Zhou Tianhao narcissistically glanced at his muscles. In just a few days, his strength had doubled. His muscles were also very hard. Shen Yun's nightly moans were proof. Zhou Tianhao was in a good mood and asked, "Song Jia, is there anything left in the fridge?" Song Jia quickly got up, opened the fridge, and looked inside, saying gloomily, "Brother Zhou, there are only 2 pieces of chicken breast left, everything else is gone." Both he and Zhou Tianhao were fitness trainers, so they always had protein powder at home. There were still 4 cans left. Although not tasty, it had become a life-saving item now. But eating protein powder every day made one nauseous just thinking about it. It could only ensure they wouldn't go hungry temporarily. Damn it! Zhou Tianhao cursed, "Chen Yun, cook the chicken breast for me." "Damn it! I'm not your mother," Chen Yun retorted. Zhou Tianhao glared at Chen Yun. Reluctantly, Chen Yun got up and went to cook the chicken breast. Suddenly, Song Jia said, "Zhou, look, Baoqi Baozhu, that kid is looking to buy black lychee." "Ha?" Zhou Tianhao immediately opened his phone and indeed saw the photo posted by Baoqi Baozhu. Black lychee. Zhou Tianhao's eyes lit up. It's the kind he likes to eat. And Baoqi Baozhu had one in his hand. This kid must be timid, he didn't dare to eat it. Then why did he want to buy it? Zhou Tianhao couldn't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Zhou Tianhao began to figure out how to get his hands on the black lychee. "Do you know where Baoqi Baozhu lives?" Song Jia shook his head. "Who knows? I only know he's a clerk at the convenience store outside the community." "Zhou, this kid has quite a bit of food in his hands, can we ask him for some?" Song Jia looked at the black lychee in the photo with envy. If only he could eat it. Zhou Tianhao nodded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "That kid is definitely not stupid, he won't easily reveal his address." Chen Yun poked her head out from the kitchen. "Someone in the group should know. Anyway, he lives in our community, he must have neighbors." Zhou Tianhao's eyes flickered slightly. Good point. You two go find out. Whoever finds out that kid's address, the black lychee in his hand will belong to that person, and we'll split his food. Really? Song Jia was surprised. If I find out, it's really mine? Of course. Loyalty is important in this world. We're brothers, right? Zhou Tianhao smiled at Song Jia, but in his heart, he was thinking, once I get that black lychee, I'll knock you out with one punch. Shen Yun can help me vent my anger. What use are you, you waste of food? That kid Bao Qi Bao Zhu is clever. He only wanted women from the start, not men. When it comes to escaping, women can be used as shields just as well, and they're easier to control on a daily basis. Then why keep you around? Chen Yun said disdainfully, I don't want so much muscle, it's disgusting. When the time comes, just give me a bit more food, Zhou. Zhou Tianhao glanced at her and said, okay. Song Jia sneered at her, women without brains. Food is not a precious superpower. With power, why not just go and grab it? Chen Yun looked silly, but in her heart, she thought, idiot. It would be strange if Zhou Tianhao gave you the superpower fruit. I'm not as stupid as you. At least being in RBQ is better than being dead. Song Jia and Chen Yun were each calculating in their minds. Zhou Tianhao was not idle either. He sent a message in the group, in order to overcome the current difficulties, I suggest that we establish a free trade market, exchanging goods. The red mist only reaches the 21st floor, I suggest that every day at 2 p.m. we trade in the hallways above the 21st floor. Soon someone responded, yes, I have 3 bottles of Maotai, 1 bottle for 10 packs of instant noodles. 2 packs of instant noodles, deal or no deal? You're asking for too much. How much is Maotai worth? And instant noodles are just a few bucks. Money? What's the use of money? Go drink your Maotai. I have a pack of Oreos. Who has ham sausages? I want to eat some meat. I'm craving it. Envious of you guys with meat to eat. I've been eating braised eggs for 3 days. I have Longwa cigarettes, looking to exchange for a box of loperamide. I had food poisoning from eating spoiled food yesterday. Help. I have loperamide. I want to exchange for food, not cigarettes. Help, please. I do have loperamide, but we're not in the same building. I dare not go out. Can you come over to pick it up? I got bitten by a giant ant yesterday. Now the wound is festering. Help. Zhou Tianhao looked proudly at the messages in the group. Now it's clear who still has food. When it comes to robbery as a last resort, we know who to rob. Of course, some people have hidden supplies, but it doesn't matter, as long as we can get enough supplies for ourselves. The country can't just ignore us forever, right? After saving the big shots, it should be our turn, right? If that kid who gets free food and accommodation goes to exchange supplies, I can seize the opportunity to catch him. Jiang Chen, of course, also saw the news released by Zhou Tianhao and thought, a trading market? Maybe I should get some new supplies. He needs to constantly enrich the variety of supplies. Women can exchange supplies, but only those they already have. With too few varieties, it's inevitable to get tired of them. Suddenly, he noticed that the yellow light on Zhou Tianhao's body turned into a dazzling red. Ha! Jiang Chen sneered. He must have his eye on the supernatural fruit in my hand. Others may not know, but Zhou Tianhao definitely knows the effect of the black lychee. In that case, then you can go to hell. 21st floor. Room 2104. Hu Lili hasn't eaten for a day. She lay weakly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The red mist had spread over the 21st floor, about half a meter high, just level with the bed. The whole room was like a bizarre stage, filled with red smoke. What on earth is going on? Hu Lili felt like crying without tears. She was a popular live streamer, earning 20 to 30,000 a month, which was very satisfactory for her as a college student, living a very comfortable life. Now it's all over. Hu Lili's stomach cramped from hunger, and it took her a few minutes to recover. No, I have to figure something out. She remembered the offer of food and accommodation. Hu Lili was unwilling to exchange her body for food, but she had no choice. I'm still young. I can't starve to death here. Hu Lili opened the group chat on her phone and saw someone organizing a trading market. A trading market? But I don't have anything good to exchange. Hu Lili continued scrolling up and saw the latest message about exchanging food and accommodation. Black lychee? Hu Lili looked outside her window in surprise. Ivy grew beside the window, and under a cluster of ivy leaves hung a black lychee, swaying outside her window. Why would they want this for food and accommodation? This black lychee had been growing for 2 days, and she hadn't paid much attention to it before. But the request for it in exchange piqued her curiosity. She opened the window, reached out, and picked the black lychee. The fruit smelled delicious, tempting her to eat it. But Hu Lili dared not eat it. Nowadays, plants mutate rapidly, producing all sorts of strange fruits. Who knows if they could be poisonous? What's the use of this thing? Hu Lili searched online but found no useful information. If she weren't hungry, she would have thought about it more. But now, she was too hungry and just wanted to exchange it for food to satisfy her hunger. Hulili took a photo, sent a message to food and accommodation, and waited expectantly. I wonder how much food I can get in exchange. Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox, I have a black lychee. Picture, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It's real. And it's that little fox. Should he go and snatch it directly? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and decided against it. What if she gets angry and eats it or throws it away? It wouldn't be worth the risk. He should first get his hands on the enlightenment fruit. Food and accommodation, 3 packs of instant noodles. Hulili was surprised. Can she really exchange it for 3 packs? Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox. Can I ask, what can this fruit do? Food and accommodation, it's none of your business. Do you want to exchange or not? Hulili looked at the black lychee in her hand, still feeling a bit reluctant. Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox, then I won't exchange. Jiang Chen chuckled. Is this little girl trying to scare me? Well, I'll play along. All expenses covered, sure, think it over before coming to me. Just to be clear, I only accept today, no extensions. Hulili was a bit confused. It seemed like the other party wasn't so interested. Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox, why? Jiang Chen deliberately scared her. Once plucked, it will quickly rot. I don't want anything spoiled. Hulili was dumbfounded. Huh? She immediately understood that the other party wasn't joking. Now, no fresh fruit could be preserved, it would soon rot. Hulili really wanted to know what this was about, but her hunger was unbearable. Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox, 10 packs of instant noodles. Jiang Chen chuckled. Trying to bargain with me? Bargain all you want, as long as I get the fruit, you belong to me. All expenses covered, maximum of 5 packs, take it or leave it. After hesitating for a while, Hulili could only agree, fine. Jiang Chen smiled. The third enlightenment fruit was finally within reach. All expenses covered, let's meet at your place for the exchange. No way. Hulili couldn't let the other party come over. Judging by the previous conversation, this guy was definitely a pervert. With the current chaos, she couldn't risk a one-on-one trade. Building C, number 2104. I'm really not a fox, we'll meet at the trading market later. In front of so many people, you can't act recklessly. Most survivors still adhere to the laws of civilization out of habit. Hulili felt that the other party wouldn't dare to force her with many people around. Jiang Chen didn't care, he also wanted to check out the trading market. If it came to a fight, would numbers matter? Jiang Chen sneered, fine, I'll contact you later. Jiang Chen returned to Tang Xuero's house, took a hot shower to wash off the dust from breaking the wall. The 2 girls were awake. They were nervous when they didn't find Jiang Chen around. In these chaotic times, without a man at home, they felt uneasy. When Jiang Chen returned, the 2 girls visibly relaxed. Jiang Chen took out the steaks and pork he had just acquired. Who can cook steak and braised pork? Tang Xuero was worried. As a second-generation official's daughter in college, she didn't know how to cook. Su Mengqian proudly glanced at Tang Xuero and whispered, I can cook, and I'm pretty good at it. Oh? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. After obtaining the personal space, he stored all the food in it. Rice, flour, oil, salt, vinegar, and even some vegetables, cauliflower, tomatoes, and eggs were all there, originally prepared by his female roommates. Since Su Mengqian could cook, he handed over the ingredients to her. Great, let me see your skills. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 1 tomato and received 300 tomatoes in return, already stored in the personal space. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 2 eggs and received 600 eggs in return, already stored in the personal space. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 1 pound of M9 sirloin steak and received 300 pounds of M9 sirloin steak in return, already stored in the personal space. Su Mengqian worked quickly, preparing 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, steaming a pot of hot rice, and making a tomato and egg soup. Previously, she had put a lot of effort into learning cooking to impress Hule, using PUA techniques to undermine his confidence while taking care of his diet, creating the image of a good wife and mother. With tears, coquetry, and a delicate appearance, she had managed to handle Hule well. Unfortunately, this approach was completely ineffective with Jiang Chen. Just then, screams from Building A opposite could be heard. What are you doing? 3 people stood up and looked out the window. On the 30th floor of Building A young couple in matching pajamas were being cornered onto the balcony by 4 burly men wielding knives. The young woman shouted in fear, "This is my home, get out." The leader of the burly men, a blonde guy, sneered and said something. The young woman immediately screamed for help outside the balcony. Help! Help! Call the police. They're going to. The blonde guy grabbed the woman's hair, slapped her, and harshly said, "You slut, have some respect." The young man, seeing his girlfriend being hit, stepped forward in anger. Without hesitation, the blonde guy lunged with his knife. Thud! The handle of the knife plunged into the young man's abdomen, leaving him astonished. "Look at this!" The three burly men laughed wildly and pounced on him. Thud! Thud! The young man fell silently into a pool of blood. The young woman was terrified. "You've killed him! You've killed him! Ha ha ha!" The blonde guy sneered, "Killing means nothing. Brothers, throw him down for me, stop blocking the view." The three men lifted the young man's body and threw it off the balcony, disappearing into the mist. A few seconds later, a muffled thud was heard. The young woman leaned against the railing, crying out in despair, Shan Ming, bitch, come in and have some fun with me." One of the burly men grabbed her hair, and the woman struggled frantically. "Help! Help!" The three burly men dragged the woman into the room. Soon, the woman's screams and the men's laughter echoed out. Many survivors in Building C witnessed the scene from the balcony. The blonde guy waved a watermelon knife, shouting wildly at the people in Building C, "What are you looking at? Watch me kill you all." The timid ones quickly drew the curtains, not daring to interfere. The braver ones didn't confront him but silently watched, feeling extremely suppressed. Order began to collapse. Tang Xuero and Su Mengqian were pale, frightened. Jiang Chen calmly said, "Let's eat." The two women dared not look more and hurried back to the dining table. Jiang Chen took a bite of the steak and his eyes lit up. "Good cooking. I'll leave the cooking to you from now on." Su Mengqian smiled apologetically, "As long as Jiang Gu enjoys the meal." She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling her position had finally stabilized. Su Mengqian glanced smugly at Tang Xuero. "Bitch." Tang Xuero cursed inwardly, but couldn't help but worry. Su Mengqian can cook, what can she do? Jiang Chen observed the silent competition between the two women, but he didn't care, as long as it didn't affect his enjoyment. Besides, competition breeds ambition, right? Jiang Chen deliberately provoked Tang Xuero and gave Su Mengqian an enlightenment fruit. "Eat it, it's a reward for you." Su Mengqian asked curiously, "Jiang Gu, what is this?" Jiang Chen casually replied, "An ability fruit, eating it grants you abilities." Ability fruit. Su Mengqian's eyes sparkled. Jiang Chen actually had ability fruits, and it seemed like he had many, or he wouldn't casually give one to her. Tang Xuero, jealous, watched Su Mengqian, feeling increasingly nervous. She had to take action. The fox spirits around Jiang Chen would only increase, leaving her with no place. Su Mengqian quickly swallowed the fruit. Soon, she noticed a change in her vision. "Jiang Gu, why do we all have light on us, and yours is so bright while ours are dim?" If Jiang Chen's light was a 100W bulb, the light on the two women was merely a candle. Jiang Chen briefly explained, "The brightness of the light basically represents the target's combat power." Su Mengqian asked curiously, "Why do you have yellow light on you, while Tang Xuero has a light red color?" Jiang Chen looked at the two women with malice and said with a smirk, "The light can be divided into three colors. Green represents friendliness, yellow light represents neutrality, and red light represents hostility. Let me remind you, I also have perception abilities. If anyone dares to show hostility towards me, I will kill them. So, even if you pretend, you better pretend to be friendly. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a gruesome death." The two women were startled and dared not think otherwise. Su Mengqian glanced again at the red light on Tang Xuero. Red represents hostility? Despicable person. Tang Xuero also glared at Su Mengqian. Jiang Chen took out his phone and said, "Smile." The two women quickly put on sweet smiles. Jiang Chen took photos of the women and the food, then sent a message in the group, "At everyone, recruiting beauties, free food, willing participants can chat privately, first send unfiltered full-body selfies." Images. Song Shireen lay weakly on the bed. From yesterday until now, she had only eaten half a sausage. So hungry. Song Yuanfan took her gold ring and went out to see if he could exchange it for some food. Song Shireen felt like she was starving to death and couldn't bear it. She thought for a moment, then suddenly sat up and rummaged through the wardrobe for a leather belt. "This is cowhide. It should be edible." She stared at the tough leather belt. This belt was bought by Jiang Chen for her. It was said to be imported calf leather, costing 1,800. Now, in Song Shireen's eyes, it was simply food. She cut the belt into small 1 centimeter pieces with a knife and boiled them in water. Soon, a pungent smell filled the pot, and the water turned red, like brown sugar water. Song Shireen looked at the belt pieces in the pot. "Can this thing be eaten?" Unable to bear her hunger, she reluctantly picked up a piece and tried to bite into it. The belt felt like plastic in her mouth, with a sour stench. Song Shireen didn't want to eat it, but hunger made her overcome everything. She struggled to chew for a while, finally turning the belt into crumbs and swallowed them down with difficulty. Ugh, the strange taste made Song Shireen nauseous. She tried to eat a few more pieces but couldn't, feeling uncomfortable in her stomach. She dared not eat more and could only lie back in bed. After forcing herself to eat a little, the pain lessened. Song Shireen regained some strength and picked up her phone to browse. As soon as she opened it, she saw the photos Jiang Chen had posted. Two beautiful women, along with snowflake-like steaks, shiny braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and even steaming hot rice exuding tempting colors. Song Shireen's mouth watered as she thought angrily, "Damn bastard. You're eating my food. That's mine." She began to regret. If she hadn't broken up with Jiang Chen, she would be enjoying these things now. For the first time, she felt she had missed out on something important. But as others say, the first sword to shore, first cut the beloved. I didn't do anything wrong. Isn't this what normal women do? Why is Jiang Chen so angry? Suppressing her anger, Song Shireen stared at the meat in the photo, wishing she could replace those two women. Click. The door opened. Song Yuanfan returned. As soon as he saw the pot, he angrily said, "Sis, you're eating behind my back." Song Shireen was a bit angry and weakly said, "Belt. Do you want to eat it?" Song Yuanfan felt embarrassed. Song Shireen didn't want to argue with her brother, so she looked at the backpack behind him and asked, "Did you exchange it for food?" Song Yuanfan nodded, exchanged for 2 cans of fish. In reality, there were 4 cans in total, but he had hidden the other 2, planning to eat them alone. Song Shireen said disappointedly, "Just 2 cans for a gold ring?" Song Yuanfan tried to cover up, "Food is getting scarce, it's already good to get this much." "Sis, this isn't a solution. Any news from Jiang Chen?" Song Shireen despairingly replied, "He blocked me, what can I do?" Song Yuanfan was very angry. Why is he so stingy? What's wrong with asking for some food? They shared a can of food, feeling a bit better. With regained strength, they started thinking of a plan. Song Yuanfan suggested, "Sis, you should take the initiative and add him back. Men have their pride, Jiang Chen must be unable to face it. Lower your stance, shed a tear or two, he won't be able to resist that." Song Shireen was very reluctant to bow down to Jiang Chen, but facing starvation, she had no choice but to agree. Song Shireen applied to add Jiang Chen as a friend again. Initially, she didn't have much hope, but surprisingly, he immediately accepted. Song Shireen exclaimed in joy, he accepted. Song Yuanfan happily said, "See, I told you, men. Go get him." Song Shireen regained her confidence, "Don't worry, I know exactly how to deal with Jiang Chen." She thought for a moment and initiated a video call with Jiang Chen. Soon, the call connected. Jiang Chen's face appeared on the screen, accompanied by 2 women serving him food attentively. Seeing Jiang Chen's smug face, Song Shireen felt a surge of anger. "I'm starving here, and you're enjoying a feast, with women by your side. And 2 of them." Jiang Chen looked at the women on the screen, disheveled and weary, no trace of their former pride. "I've been deceived by this trash for so many years." Jiang Chen, in a good mood, jokingly said, "Oh, trying to lose weight? Lose weight, my foot." Song Shireen was so angry she almost couldn't catch her breath, glaring at him and saying, "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen gestured to Tang Shuiro. Tang Shuiro understood, fed him a piece of steak, pressing close to him. Jiang Chen ate with relish, his mouth full of oil, petting Tang Shuiro's head like a cat before asking, "What do you want?" Song Shireen watched, saliva dripping, stomach churning. She was eating belts while Jiang Chen enjoyed steak. Song Yuanfan, anxious, signaled to her from the corner. Song Shireen quickly said, "Jiang Chen, you've disappointed me. You're not the man I thought you were." Jiang Chen, enjoying a sip of cold cola, teased her, "I've disappointed you? Do you even have the right to say that to me? We've broken up, remember?" Song Shireen argued, "You don't understand my intentions at all. We've been together for so many years, and you can't even afford a house. You're not trying hard enough. I broke up with you to push you to do better." Jiang Chen casually replied, "Keep making up stories." Su Mengqian handed him a piece of braised pork, asking, "Jiang Ji, is it delicious?" Jiang Chen happily chewed, "Not bad, not bad." "Jerk." Song Shiyin's eyes blazed with anger, struggling to swallow her saliva. She said, "Jiang Chen, breaking up was my fault, but are you completely blameless? Other boyfriends are working hard. What about you? Working at a convenience store, driving for Didi, is that a job? What about our future children? I don't want our kids to fall behind from the start. Oh boy, this is a warning about having children." Jiang Chen chuckled, "Don't bring up kids. Also, since we've broken up, what's the deal with taking all the money from my bank account?" Before breaking up, Song Shireen had transferred tens of thousands of yuan saved by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was furious, that was his hard-earned money. Whenever money was mentioned, Song Shireen felt a bit tongue-tied, unsure how to respond. How could he change like this? Her heart began to race with anxiety. Jiang Chen had never spoken such cutting words before. I don't lack money, I just want to see your attitude. You've disappointed me. Attitude? Jiang Chen chuckled. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Is he having a change of heart? Indeed, he still can't let go of me. Song Shireen exclaimed in delight. I will treat you well, let's reconcile. Song Shireen felt triumphant. Jiang Chen, truly a lapdog. Summoned, he comes, dismissed, he goes. She started to scheme in her mind, planning to drive away the two women and keep all the food to herself once they arrived at Jiang Chen's house. Song Yuanfan's face also lit up with joy. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Don't rush, I also want to see your attitude. Now, kneel for me. Song Shireen hesitated, angrily saying, Jiang Chen, you're insulting my dignity. Song Yuanfan grew anxious, seeing the food slipping away. He urged softly, Sis, handle him. Song Shireen hesitated. Fear of hunger outweighed saving face for her. If it were just her and Jiang Chen present, she might have agreed. But with two other women and her own younger brother Song Yuanfan there, how could she agree? Unfortunately, she didn't have the luxury of hesitation. You dare talk to me about dignity? Jiang Chen sneered, throwing her words back at her. I don't want to insult you, I just want to see your attitude. Song Shireen, you've disappointed me. With that, he hung up the phone directly. Damn it! Song Shireen felt extremely uncomfortable. Song Yuanfan's face contorted with anger, shouting, Sis, you two are fooling around. What's kneeling to him? What are you pretending to be now? Song Shireen felt a pang in her chest, looking at her brother in disbelief. Yuanfan, why are you talking to me like this? And, Jiang Chen and I are not that excessive. Song Yuanfan angrily retorted, Sis, what's kneeling? Just a little lover's game. Now, we're going hungry. Song Shireen's fingers clenched white as she argued, Can't you see? He's deliberately insulting me. Being insulted is better than starving to death. Song Yuanfan threw down these words in anger and stormed into another room. Bang! The door closed. Song Shireen fell silent. She was starting to regret a bit. Maybe she should have kneeled just now. Song Shireen was a very practical woman. She dated Jiang Chen in college because he was handsome and gave her face. After graduation, Jiang Chen turned out to be a loser, so she dumped him when she got a stable job. Now, times have changed, and Jiang Chen holds a lot of food, making him a top figure in this era. Kneeling to him shouldn't be a big deal. Song Shireen looked at Jiang Chen's account, unable to decide. She had just eaten half a can of fish, not particularly hungry yet. She could hold on. Let's wait a bit longer. 2 p.m. The time for the transaction had arrived. Zhou Tianhao, along with Song Jie and Chen Yun, set out. The red mist obscured their vision. The three of them stuck close together, cautiously feeling their way along the wall. Zhou Tianhao silently hoped, I hope that kid who promised food and shelter will show up for the trade. Chen Yun clung to Zhou Tianhao's arm in fear as they climbed the stairs in the hallway. When they reached the 21st floor, the red mist finally dissipated. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. With the expansive view, it felt like a weight had been lifted off their chests. In the hallway, stood over a dozen people. Their faces were pale, expressions listless, clearly showing signs of hunger. Some had deep dark circles under their eyes, indicating they hadn't been sleeping well. They watched each other warily yet expectantly, clutching their backpacks tightly, holding up signs that read, 1 chocolate bar for 2 loaves of bread. 6 bottles of cola for meat, ham sausages, luncheon meat, all acceptable. 2 bottles of Maotai, negotiable. Just need food. A gold bracelet for a box of instant noodles. The most peculiar was an old Chinese doctor named Li Qingxuan. His hair was white, sitting on a step of stairs, with a large bag of pungent wild vegetables in front of him, a sign saying, Wild Shepherd's Purse, edible, 10 kilograms for a bottle of alcohol. People respected him from a distance. No one dared to eat such large shepherd's purse. The leaves were bigger than cabbage. Who knew if they were mutated or poisonous? Zhou Tianhao walked over, picked up the shepherd's purse and sniffed it. Ugh, a strong smell of feces hit his nose. Damn! Zhou Tianhao disdainfully threw it aside. How can something that smells like shit be edible? His shining muscles made everyone envious, looking at him admiringly. Li Qingxuan nodded, solemnly said, It's edible, I've tried it. Zhou Tianhao looked at Li Qingxuan in shock. How could he eat that? Li Qingxuan smiled bitterly, starving to death, who cares if it's tasty or not? Changes are happening rapidly, sooner or later we'll have to start eating plants from outside. Chen Yun sniffed it too, immediately threw it aside, repeatedly wiping her hands with tissues, disgustingly said, I'd rather starve than eat shit. Li Qingxuan shook his head with a smile, saying nothing. After a while, more and more people gathered in the corridor, totaling over 40. With more people, their courage grew. While selling goods, they chatted, exchanging information. These days are unbearable. My family is running out of food. Why hasn't the government come to rescue us? Who knows? Maybe the officials are all protected. Damn, the world is unfair. By the way, has that kid who eats for free arrived? I want to trade some food for my wife's diamond ring. Diamond ring? Who needs that now? He might not come, he's not lacking food, and he's taken 2 women, surely afraid of being robbed by others. Damn, Tang Shuero is actually favoring that kid. He shouldn't be too happy yet. When Director Tang comes back with people, that kid will be in trouble. Will Director Tang come back? Definitely. In modern society, with advanced technology, the country cannot be defeated by passive plant evolution. After saving the elites, it will be our turn. Zhou Tianhao asked Chen Yun to find a spot to sell protein powder, while he and Song Jia walked around, their faces grim. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. What people were trading now? Hardly any proper food. Mostly cola, white wine, things that don't satisfy hunger. He had thought of getting rid of Song Jia before, surviving with a few women alone. Now, that idea had changed. With food so scarce, trading wouldn't get them much. They would have to resort to stealing, and stealing required men. What's the use of having so many women? Song Jia whispered, Brother Zhou, the situation is not good. Zhou Tianhao nodded grimly, damn it, we must get some food this time. Song Jia worriedly said, the kid who eats for free hasn't shown up. Could he not be living in our building? Zhou Tianhao whispered, he should be in our building, he's currently with Tang Shuero and the pretty lady from the convenience store. Those 2 women are in our building, indicating that the kid who eats for free is likely here too. Also, I noticed there's no red mist in the room in his photo, indicating he's on the 21st floor or above. Hearing this, Song Jia flattered, Brother Zhou, you're really smart. If you're not smart now, you're dead. Zhou Tianhao said smugly, we have to figure out a way to get some food from them. After discussing quietly for a while, the 2 made up their minds. At this moment, the chubby nerd selling chocolates had already attracted a crowd of 3 people scrambling to buy. Chocolate was more suitable for long-term storage than bread, a crucial life-saving resource. The nerd buying chocolates wasn't foolish either, he immediately raised the price. In the end, a deal was quickly struck with 3 loaves of bread and a pack of biscuits. The nerd was delighted and wanted to go home but was stopped by Zhou Tianhao. Buddy, do you really want to leave like this? The nerd looked worriedly at the burly Zhou Tianhao and Song Jia, holding the food tightly in his arms, and asked, what do you want to do? Everyone turned to look. Zhou Tianhao grinned, I organized this trading market, so I'm in charge. With the outside being so dangerous now, I naturally have to protect everyone's safety. You've enjoyed my protection, so paying a management fee isn't unreasonable, right? The crowd's faces immediately changed. Damn, this Zhou guy is up to no good. Hu Lili, hiding in the crowd, was very nervous. She now looked plain. She knew that women were in danger in chaotic times, and a pretty woman like her was even more at risk. So, she deliberately made herself look ugly with makeup, wore baggy clothes, turned herself into a deformed old woman with wrinkles all over her face. Now she was safe. No man paid her any attention. Zhou wants to rob. Hu Lili was extremely nervous. Why isn't help coming yet? She clutched her handbag. Inside was a black lychee, her only hope for survival. Some astute individuals, sensing the danger, began packing up to flee. Zhou Tianhao roared, the muscles on his body shining brighter, glaring as he said, who dares to run, I'll kill them. The crowd immediately froze, looking at Zhou Tianhao in panic. Zhou Tianhao then turned to the nerd in front of him, sneering, kid, your management fee, 2 loaves of bread. 2? The nerd was shocked and angry, why don't you go rob someone else? Bang! Zhou Tianhao punched the nerd in the stomach. Ugh! The nerd bent over in pain, kneeling on the ground and retching. Zhou Tianhao grabbed the nerd's collar with one hand, exerted force, and struggled to lift him up. The onlookers gasped in shock. A man weighing around 160 to 170 pounds lifted with just one hand? This bastard was really strong. Zhou Tianhao gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain his posture. After 2 seconds, he couldn't hold on any longer and threw the nerd 2 to 3 meters away. The nerd screamed in pain as he hit the ground. Zhou Tianhao forcibly took the nerd's backpack, menacingly saying, you resist law enforcement, so everything is confiscated. No, my things. The nerd naturally couldn't accept this, struggling to stand up. Zhou Tianhao made up his mind, deciding to make an example of the nerd today to intimidate everyone. He stepped forward and kicked the nerd hard in the chest. Bang! Crack! Everyone heard the sound of bones breaking as the nerd slid several meters on the ground, hitting the wall and losing consciousness. The scene fell silent, everyone looking at Zhou Tianhao in fear. Song Jia was also startled, watching the nerd's plight, feeling terrified. Zhou Tianhao looked at the crowd and loudly declared, "Everyone knows it's dangerous outside, and in time, even the building won't be safe. We must organize patrols for self-rescue, patrolling day and night, alerting to dangers and cutting off plants growing into the building to protect everyone's safety. It's all for everyone's good. Now, who wants to join the patrol team?" The crowd silently watched Zhou Tianhao. No one believed his lies now. Zhou Tianhao raised the backpack. "Here are 3 loaves of bread and a pack of biscuits. Since he refused to comply, I confiscated them. These items are not mine personally but belong to the entire patrol team." Patrol team benefits too? Some people's minds began to change. Some who had initially sympathized with the nerd started having different thoughts. If they could benefit from this, who cared about the life or death of their neighbors? However, everyone's food supplies were limited, and not much could be collected in terms of management fees. Will this so-called patrol team be held accountable by the government later? Everyone was still observing. Zhou Tianhao squinted his eyes and continued, "When the red mist descends, many homeowners in our building have not returned. I will organize patrol team members to pry open doors and collect supplies, which will be prioritized for the patrol team members." Pry open doors? This immediately caught the attention of many people. Especially some young men or households with men felt secretly delighted. Maybe we should join the patrol team. The patrol team would definitely be dominated by young men. They would naturally benefit from this. Some single women and elderly people were not pleased. The supplies in empty houses belong to everyone. Why should the patrol team take them? Who gave the patrol team this authority? You say prioritize, but why? The loudest voice came from the sharp-tongued Mrs. Su. She held her grandson Tao Tao with one hand, placed the other on her hip, and fearlessly shouted at Zhou Tianhao, "If we don't have it, the patrol team can't take it. Whoever takes it, I'll take them down and call the police." Others saw someone taking the lead and gathered the courage to join in. "Yes, call the police. This is robbery. Why do you take things from other people's homes? The patrol team can pry open doors, but the supplies must be evenly distributed to each household." A group of elderly women gathered together, their courage inexplicably rising. They declared fiercely, "Even distribution? Respect for the elderly and love for the young, don't you understand? Those over 60 must receive more. All supplies should be evenly distributed. And that young man who gets free food and lodging, where are you? Come out. How can you bear to see us go hungry?" "Yes, free food and lodging. Come out, let me, an old man, talk to you. Isn't the patrol team supposed to protect our safety? Then they must provide enough food for everyone every day." Zhou Tianhao was dumbfounded. So, all the beatings were in vain? He walked up to Mrs. Su, looked down at her, and harshly said, "Old hag, do you think I'm here to negotiate with you?" Mrs. Su raised her voice, "If you dare touch me, I'll call the police." Smack! Zhou Tianhao slapped Mrs. Su across the face, knocking her unconscious to the ground. Zhou Tianhao roared, "Anyone else have any objections now?" The scene fell silent. This kid is crazy. He even dares to hit the elderly women of version T0. Now, no one dared to speak anymore. The elderly women who were just making a fuss earlier all tried to hide behind others. Mrs. Su's grandson Tao Tao started crying. Zhou Tianhao blared, "Stop crying. If you cry again, I'll throw you down." Tao Tao closed his mouth in fear. "The patrol team will take in 6 people. Who wants to sign up?" A young man cautiously raised his hand. "Captain Zhou, I'll sign up." "Good." Zhou Tianhao laughed and patted the man's shoulder. "What's your name?" The man smiled awkwardly. "Huang Deitao." With the first one, others followed suit. Soon, 6 people signed up. The patrol team was formed, and Zhou Tianhao immediately started forcibly collecting management fees. "Everyone must pay the management fee, otherwise, don't blame me for sending people to open your doors and collect from your homes." The scene instantly turned chaotic. "Captain Zhou, this is all the food I have. I can't give it away." "Captain Zhou, my child is still hungry. Don't take it." "This is mine, you can't take it." "Ah, don't hit me. Can't I give it to you instead?" Faced with scarce food supplies, the survivors in the same building quickly transformed into 2 classes. The sounds of violence and curses were incessant. Those who did not join the patrol team began to regret. "I actually believed Zhou Tianhao's nonsense and came to this damn trading market. Now it's too late to run. And even if I run, Zhou Tianhao will send people to raid my house." In the midst of chaos, a voice rang out, "Well, this is quite lively." Zhou Tianhao looked up and saw a man leisurely walking down with 2 beautiful women. The man looked very healthy, and the 2 women were obviously freshly dressed, radiant. Compared to a group of hungry and disheveled female survivors, the 2 women stood out even more. The scene quieted down for a moment. Song Jia exclaimed excitedly, "Look, Zhou, that guy next to him is Tang Shuaro. He must be all-inclusive. Isn't this guy just a clerk at the convenience store downstairs? Damn. It's this guy, a clerk who pretends to be something in the group every day. Under the watchful eyes of the men, Tang Shuero and Su Mengqian were very nervous, clinging tightly to Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, remained calm. His perception was now fully open. Everyone's aura was visible to him. Most people had a yellowish tint with a hint of hostility. Zhou Tianhao, however, was different. He was red to the point of purple, exuding blatant malice. Zhou Tianhao grinned, "So it's you, kid. Pay the management fee now and hand over half of your family's food." What a foolish kid. He even brought women along. "These 2 women are mine." "Half?" Jiang Chen patted the hands of the 2 women, and they obediently let go of him. Zhou Tianhao greedily said, "Yes. And that black lychee of yours, give it to me too." Jiang Chen smiled as he walked up to Zhou Tianhao, then suddenly grabbed his neck. Zhou Tianhao tried to dodge, but Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing. He couldn't escape. "Let G." Zhou Tianhao tried to curse, but his consciousness plunged into darkness before he could finish his sentence. Crack! Jiang Chen decisively snapped Zhou Tianhao's neck. Zhou Tianhao's head hung down eerily. "Is that all?" Jiang Chen released his grip, saying calmly. Zhou Tianhao's body collapsed with a thud. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was extremely terrified. Zhou Tianhao. Dead? He was killed? It's one thing to fight, but how could he be killed? How did Zhou Tianhao die? Gulp. Song Jie struggled to swallow his saliva. He knew Zhou Tianhao's power too well. Now, Jiang Chen, who seemed unremarkable, effortlessly killed Zhou Tianhao. Jiang Chen must have gained some special ability too. He must have eaten that enlightenment fruit. Jiang Chen flashed a bright, sunny smile and looked at everyone with a grin. "Don't be afraid, Zhou Tianhao stole your food, and I've avenged you." Everyone trembled. No one expected that this young convenience store clerk was the most terrifying tiger. Some were fearful, while others had different thoughts. It seemed that this young man named Jiang Chen was overflowing with a sense of justice. Old Lady Su happened to wake up, saw Zhou Tianhao being killed, and burst into wild laughter, holding her swollen cheek. "Well done. Well done." Jiang Chen looked at the large bag of food Zhou Tianhao had collected, very satisfied. It was a mess, with everything in it. This time, it would add quite a variety of supplies. Old Lady Su anxiously said, "Give us back our things." Jiang Chen blinked his eyes. "What things?" Old Lady Su pointed to the backpack, eagerly saying, "That's ours." Jiang Chen shook his head. "This clearly belongs to Zhou Tianhao." Others also gathered the courage to speak up. "Young man, that bag of stuff is ours." "Yeah, their patrol team forcibly took it from us." Jiang Chen kicked Old Lady Su aside, smiling slyly. "If someone took it from you, go ask them for it. It's none of my business." The hearts of the crowd turned cold. "It was Zhou Tianhao who robbed, but Zhou Tianhao has already been killed by you. What's the point?" It turns out that this Jiang Chen is not a good person either. The crowd could only vent their anger on a few patrol officers. The patrol officers trembled. Without Zhou Tianhao leading them, they were surrounded by dozens of people, extremely frightened. The crowd dared not provoke the fierce Jiang Chen, so they were not polite to the patrol officers. Those who had just been robbed were especially angry. "Lu, quickly return my ham sausage." "You damn bastard, I only have 1 braised egg left, and you still want to steal it. Do you have no humanity? Quick, give me back my instant noodles." "Damn it, that's my last piece of bread." "Wang, we've been neighbors for 10 years, and you actually have the heart to steal from me." Several patrol members wanted to slip away, but they were blocked in a corner, and soon some food that the patrol officers had hidden was discovered by others. Someone couldn't help but kick Song Jia, and the rest of the crowd rushed forward, causing chaos on the scene. "Ah, don't hit me! Don't hit me! Help me! It hurts so much." Some people vented their anger on the patrol officers. Some took the opportunity to quietly leave. Old Lady Su took advantage of the distraction of others to steal food from them. Jiang Chen looked around and didn't see. "I'm really not a fox. The female anchor didn't come?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. As long as he stared at an unfamiliar woman for a few seconds, the system would automatically prompt, "Sun Jie, age, 32, quality, 5 points, average, virtue, 2 points, 3 marriages, 2 ex-husbands left with nothing, overall score, 5 points, ding. Does not meet the system's minimum requirements." Deng Xiana, age, 39, quality, 3 points, virtue, 10 points, unmarried, overall score, 3 points, ding. Does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Suddenly, a mediocre middle-aged woman in the corner triggered a prompt. Hu Lily, age, 22, quality, 9. 5 points, big, very big, virtue, 10 points, unmarried, overall score, 9. 5 points, ding. Meets the system's requirements. Ha, 9. 5 points? Do we still have such a top-notch person in our building? Jiang Chen stared at the middle-aged woman, carefully observing for a while before realizing that she was wearing makeup and deliberately looking ugly. Very clever. Who Lily? Jiang Chen immediately reacted. Fox. She is the female anchor. Who Lily looked timidly at him, seeming hesitant to come over to trade. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He walked through the chaotic crowd and went straight to Hu Lily. Wherever he went, everyone unconsciously made way for him, not daring to provoke Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen asked, Hu Lily, did you bring the black lychee? Hu Lily was startled, quickly touched her cheek, thinking her makeup had smudged. I did. Can you recognize me? Jiang Chen didn't explain, just took out 5 packs of instant noodles, looking at Hu Lily. Hu Lily's eyes lit up, she swallowed nervously, carefully opened her backpack, and took out a lunchbox. Opening the lunchbox, a black lychee appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed and reached out for the lunchbox. The third enlightened fruit was finally in his hands. Tang Shuaro and Su Mingqian looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. They didn't understand why Jiang Chen was interested in this woman with average looks. When they saw the black lychee, they seemed to understand that Jiang Chen was here for the supernatural fruit. Humph, this woman is really stupid. She actually didn't eat this supernatural fruit. Looking at Hu Lily's ordinary appearance, the two women felt no threat, but rather proud. This kind of woman had no chance of competing with them for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen handed 5 packs of instant noodles to Hu Lily, smiling and asking, do you want to come stay at my place? Hu Lily hugged the instant noodles tightly, shaking her head nervously. I prefer to live alone. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry and casually said, alright, after you finish eating, you can contact me again. I have plenty of food. He considered himself a principled person. If a deal was agreed upon beforehand to enlighten the fruits, then it was a deal. However, if one party changed their mind at the last minute after agreeing to the deal, Jiang Chen would make them understand what cruelty meant. Hu Lily didn't make any trouble, and Jiang Chen wouldn't overturn the deal and snatch it directly. After all, this bit of food would eventually be eaten up. She needed to endure some hardship. The more difficult survival was, the more she would eventually give in. Hu Lily bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and didn't outright refuse. Can I consider it? Jiang Chen smiled, no problem. By the way, where did this black lychee of yours grow? Hu Lily, full of new hope with the food in her arms, without much thought, replied, on the outer wall's ivy. Isn't that yours? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, not saying anything, pondering silently. The few enlightening fruits he knew of grew on completely different plants, succulents, ivy, and the wild grass mentioned by the lightning guy. It was strange, how could enlightening fruits grow on any plant? Was there something in common among these plants? Jiang Chen was quite puzzled. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted in cries, someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. The people beating the patrol team members scattered. Several patrol team members lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. The food they had just snatched was once again taken by others. The scene was chaotic. People tore and fought over food while crowding to escape. Hu Lily's face turned pale, feeling her heart pounding. Tang Shuaro and Su Mingqian couldn't help but hold onto Jiang Chen's arm, leaning in. Jiang Chen just watched everything calmly. Even in the midst of chaos, no one dared to approach him. A 3-meter empty circle formed around him. In the apocalypse, people's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was undoubtedly exposed. Ah, Tao Tao, Tao Tao. Old Lady Su wailed miserably. It turned out that the brat was pushed to the ground and then trampled by a group of people. He started spitting blood on the spot, large amounts of fresh blood gushing out. Save my grandson! Save my grandson! Old Lady Su looked panicked. No one paid her any attention. Everyone hurriedly left. In the end, it was the old Chinese doctor Li Qingxuan who sighed and came back. Old Lady Su seemed to have found a savior and quickly grabbed Li Qingxuan's hand, pleading, save Tao Tao. Tao Tao is a good kid. Dr. Li, you must save him. Li Qingxuan said seriously, I'll do my best. He squatted beside Tao Tao, checked his pulse, and looked at his pupils. Li Qingxuan shook his head. If it were before, rushing him to the hospital might have saved him. But now. Sigh. Li Qingxuan stood up slowly. Old Lady Su's face turned pale instantly, clutching Li Qingxuan's trouser leg tightly. How can I explain to his parents if he dies? Dr. Li, save him. You must have a way to save him. Li Qingxuan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I really can't. Old Lady Su suddenly changed her expression, shouting loudly, I know. You doctors just want money, right? I'll give it to you. 100, 500? My family is wealthy. As long as you cure him, I'll give it to you. Li Qingxuan was speechless, saying seriously, Mrs. Su, this is not about money, but there are currently no conditions for treatment. Old Lady Su, in an excited manner, grabbed Li Qingxuan's trouser leg. Tao Tao was just trampled a few times. How could something happen? I know, you just want money. If you don't save Tao Tao, it's turning a blind eye to death, lacking medical ethics. Li Qingxuan was willing to help others, but that didn't mean he was a pushover. Humph. Making trouble for no reason. He abruptly lifted his leg, shook off Mrs. Su's hand, and walked away. Mrs. Su shouted from the ground, "Why won't you help Tao Tao? Who are you to deny me medical attention?" She then burst into tears, wailing, "Come and see. This old man is heartless. He's lost his conscience. Oh, my life is so bitter. Li Qingxuan, I'll report you to the hospital authorities." Tang Xuero and Su Mengqian looked at Mrs. Su with disdain. Jiang Chen watched with interest, then suddenly said, "Mrs. Su, stop crying, your grandson has stopped breathing." Mrs. Su turned to look at Tao Tao, whose face had turned blue, no longer breathing. "Ah, Tao Tao. Tao Tao, wake up. How will I face your parents if you die?" Mrs. Su's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Jiang Chen sneered, then turned to see Hu Lili, tightly clutching 5 packs of instant noodles in the corner. He knew what she was afraid of and asked deliberately, "Why aren't you going home yet?" Hu Lili forced a smile. I'll leave in a while." In reality, she didn't dare to leave at all. When everyone scattered earlier, several men had their eyes on the food in her arms. If Jiang Chen hadn't been there, she might have been robbed already. Hu Lili was too scared to go downstairs, unsure if someone was waiting to rob her. Jiang Chen casually said, "Oh, then wait here." With that, he took the 2 women upstairs back home. The hallway quickly fell silent. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground. The only living person was the unconscious Mrs. Su. Fear gripped the surroundings. Hu Lili was on the verge of tears, waiting a few more minutes before summoning the courage to shakily descend the stairs. She managed to return home safely, moving cautiously all the way. Back home, Hu Lili collapsed on the floor, almost unable to stand up. In Tang Xuero's home, Jiang Chen observed the scene. He had noticed there was no one in the hallway, except for the mutant beast White Eye, lying outside Tang Xuero's door, ensuring Hu Lili's safety. He was just trying to scare Hu Lili a bit. She was somewhat clever, but not too much. In a few days, when the instant noodles were gone, she would come crawling back to him. Putting her hopes in national rescue efforts? Ha! Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, took out an enlightenment fruit from the lunchbox, and handed it to Tang Xuero. "Here, have it." Tang Xuero was surprised. "For me?" Jiang Chen nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, I have plenty of these." "Thank you, Jiang Gu." "Thank you, Jiang Gu." Tang Xuero, who had been worried about falling out of favor, finally relaxed. Jealous, Su Mengqian looked at Tang Xuero. Tang Xuero consumed the enlightenment fruit. Ding! Tang Xuero consumes 1 enlightenment fruit. Virtualization returns 300 fruits. Stored in personal space. Enlightenment fruit, virtualization 2 stars. Consuming it grants the ability of virtualization. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase its star rating. Virtualization. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a new ability. Tang Xuero could sense a new power but was unsure how to use it. Curiously, she asked, "Jiang Gu, what kind of fruit is this?" Virtualization. Jiang Chen smiled and casually ate a few virtualization fruits. The system immediately prompted, "Virtualization, 2 stars, you can virtualize your body, passing through solid and liquid states. The denser the solid, the more energy it consumes." Jiang Chen activated the virtualization ability. He instinctively felt his body in a semi-phantom state, as if he could pass through anything he wanted. Jiang Chen reached out and touched the wall, his arm sinking into it. In the next moment, he walked through the wall and emerged from the bedroom. Phasing through walls. Tang Xuero exclaimed in delight. She tried it herself, following Jiang Chen's lead, effortlessly passing through the wall. Tang Xuero's face turned pale, panting as if she had run several kilometers. Phasing through walls is so tiring. Jiang is amazing, I can only pass through 2 walls at most. Su Mengqian's eyes blazed with jealousy. This ability was truly a life-saving skill. Su Mengqian clung to Jiang Chen's arm with resentment. "Jiang, husband, I want to, too." Jiang Chen smirked, "It depends on your performance in the future." Excited, Su Mengqian hurriedly said, "Husband, I will work hard." Jiang Chen smiled, "Don't call me husband, call me master." "Master," Su Mengqian blushed. "Good girl." Jiang Chen patted Su Mengqian's head like stroking a cat. Tang Xuero's eyes flared with anger. What a flirt! She then knelt on the ground, embracing Jiang Chen's large foot in her arms. "Jiang, master, you must be tired. Let me massage your feet." Competition indeed improved service quality. Jiang Chen grinned satisfactorily. "From now on, every few days, I will reward you with a fruit, but who will be rewarded?" Hee hee. The two women stared at each other fiercely, sparks seemingly flying between them. Alright, go play, little kittens. I have some business to attend to. Jiang Chen stood up, his mind activating the phasing ability. He felt the floor vanish beneath his feet, descending lightly. In the eyes of the two women, Jiang Chen swiftly sank into the floor, disappearing completely. Jiang Chen passed through the floor and landed in the room below. He deactivated the phasing ability mid-air, effortlessly standing on the 31st floor ground. Ha ha, indeed, a life-saving skill. Jiang Chen was very pleased. He tested the phasing ability a few more times and quickly grasped its details. Firstly, moving through solids was like walking in a swimming pool, requiring effort. The denser the solid, the more energy it consumed and the slower the speed. He could clearly feel greater resistance when passing through load-bearing walls compared to hollow bricks. Secondly, one couldn't breathe in solids, only holding their breath, limiting the time spent inside. Thirdly, items could be carried through walls. Whether clothes or a backpack, they would be considered part of his body while moving through solids. Jiang Chen smiled. Moreover, my overall physical condition is excellent. What exhausts Tang Shuero is minimal for me. If we disregard the breathing issue, I could walk a few kilometers leisurely. The room below Tang Shuero was empty. Jiang Chen took out a bunch of phasing fruits and started eating them one by one. After consuming over a dozen, the system prompted, ding. Phasing upgraded to 3 stars. Increased speed while moving through solids and liquids. Jiang Chen continued eating. Ding. Phasing upgraded to 4 stars. Increased speed while moving through solids and liquids. Keep going. Ding. Phasing upgraded to 5 stars. You can barely breathe in solids and liquids. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Being able to breathe in solids and liquids means I can act for extended periods. Phasing. Jiang Chen activated the ability, testing its changes. Previously, moving through solids felt like walking in thick water. Now, it was akin to running against a strong wind, significantly faster. Additionally, he could breathe now, albeit feeling slightly suffocated, akin to wearing an N95 mask. Nevertheless, as long as he could breathe, he could operate underground for extended periods. Escaping or launching stealth attacks would be highly effective. The virtualized fruits were reduced to just over 100. Jiang Chen felt that he couldn't level up anymore, so he took out perception fruits to eat. However, even after eating hundreds in a row, he still didn't reach 5 stars. Including the ones he casually ate before, he had already consumed over 200 perception fruits. The same applied to the physique-enhancing fruits. The effects of Jiang Chen's consumption were very subtle, seemingly less effective than perception fruits. Jiang Chen couldn't help but speculate, perhaps the perception fruits are only 1 star, containing less of a certain energy, making it difficult to upgrade to 5 stars, while the virtualized fruits are 2 star, with higher energy content than perception fruits, hence easily reaching 5 stars. Furthermore, there might be another reason. My body may not be suitable for physique enhancing and perception fruits, showing a stronger adaptability to virtualized fruits. With that in mind, Jiang Chen decided not to try anymore. Let's gather resources first. Now, all the empty rooms in the entire building are mine. Phasing through walls was much faster than breaking them down. In half an hour, Jiang Chen had emptied all unoccupied rooms on the 21st floor and above, collecting countless resources. Unifying, Master Khan, White Elephant, Jin Melon, the 4 kings of instant noodles, with over 30 flavors in total. Dozens of types of sausages. Various common packaged foods, beverages, sausages, chocolates, biscuits, bread, spicy strips, duck necks, cola, beer, and more. Frozen chicken, fish, beef, lamb, and pork. Unopened seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and various condiments. A variety of tastes, all covered. Furniture, appliances, tissues, condoms, shampoo, soap, toothpaste, and various common medicines. Furniture and appliances were also taken away. In short, Jiang Chen left nothing behind. The collected daily necessities were enough for 10 people for a year. If all the empty rooms in the entire community were searched, there would be no need to gather supplies in the residential area. It would be better to go directly to a large supermarket where the variety of goods was more abundant. Jiang Chen stood in a room on the 21st floor, the red mist already reaching knee height. Next door was Hu Lili's room. Jiang Chen saw her eating instant noodles. Hu Lili seemed reluctant to finish it, eating half and then storing the rest in the freezer. This woman is being silly, not finishing it before it goes bad. Jiang Chen put Hu Lili aside and continued collecting resources. With a thought, his body passed through the floor and landed on the 20th floor. This floor was completely covered by the red mist, slightly lighter indoors than outdoors. With his eyes, visibility was extremely poor just a few meters away. Standing in the bedroom looking at the living room, almost nothing could be seen. However, using perception, he was unaffected. Jiang Chen smirked and quickly stored the room's items in his space. Then, he passed through the wall and entered the next room to continue collecting. He went through each room on the 20th floor like this, then proceeded to the 19th, 18th, 17th floors. The lower the floor, the darker the rooms became. The red mist blocked a large amount of sunlight, making it almost impossible for sunlight to shine through. By the 10th floor, the brightness outside was like a cloudy day, with ivy covering most windows, making the indoors even darker. Below the 5th floor, the outdoor brightness was like a moonlit night. Indoors were even worse, with glass completely covered. Without turning on the lights, the rooms were plunged into darkness. Coupled with the red mist, no one could be seen beyond 5 meters. However, perception remained unaffected. Jiang Chen stood in an empty room on the 2nd floor, looking solemnly towards the ground floor. In his perception, the ground floor lobby had turned into a sea of plants, emitting a faint glow, mostly in neutral yellow hues. Some plants emitted red light, indicating they were hostile to humans. Among the plants, various insects and animals moved around. Giant rats, cockroaches, ants, and more were everywhere. Flies and dragonflies, with bodies resembling drones, darted and hovered among the plants. The vast majority of animals emitted a yellow light. In other words, they were not inclined to attack humans. Perhaps it was a survival rule passed down from the past. However, with the passage of time and the intensification of survival competition, it was hard to say that these animals would not see humans as prey. Besides, Jiang Chen also confirmed one thing: perception could see beneath the soil. The construction of the Wealth Center residential area was relatively early, with no parking lot downstairs. Below the ground were the foundation and soil. Jiang Chen saw various creatures in the soil, mostly mice and earthworms, posing little threat. After observing carefully for a few minutes, Jiang Chen confirmed that there was no immediate danger nearby. To minimize exposed skin, Jiang Chen took out a thick combat suit from his personal space and changed into sturdy hiking boots. Ready, Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart. Blur. Jiang Chen passed through the floor and landed on the 1st floor. The room was empty. A window was not securely closed. Ivy climbed in through the window crack, covering the walls and ceiling. At that moment, in Jiang Chen's perception, a man and a woman cautiously approached, finally arriving outside the door. The woman illuminated with a flashlight, while the man tinkered with tools outside the door. Click! The lock opened. Jiang Chen was surprised. Wow, what a skilled technician! For ordinary people, it was difficult to open a security door. Even Zhou Tianhao, given a hammer to forcibly break open a security door, would have to exert a lot of effort. This man was amazing. He could open a door in just a few minutes. The man turned proudly to the woman and said, "See that? I told you it's simple." He was a locksmith, previously an underappreciated bottom-tier individual before the apocalypse. Now, he was welcoming spring. The woman sweetly said, "Lu Gu, you're amazing." Lu Dong boasted, "Xiao Jiang, follow me, and I guarantee you won't go hungry." What's the use of having food and shelter provided? Even if he has stored a lot of food, there will come a time when it runs out. Follow me, we'll go from house to house. Once we finish one building, we'll move to the next. At least we can eat for 3 years. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. Too bad, you're a step too late. I've already taken all the supplies. Xiao Jiang hesitantly said, "Lu Gu, I'm not that kind of person." Despite her words, once the man and woman closed the door, they passionately embraced each other, completely unaware of the person standing in the nearby red mist. Jiang Chen glanced at the woman, and the system popped up a reminder. Jiang Yan, age 36, quality 7 points, contrastive mature woman, virtue 0 points, overall score 0 points, ding. Does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Wow! A 0-point expert. Truly a rare sight. Enjoy yourself, locksmith. Jiang Chen silently mourned for the locksmith and slowly descended underground. He controlled his descent to about 2 meters deep and walked forward in the soil. Walking in a blurred state underground felt novel. It was pitch black around, eyes unable to see anything, but his perception provided vision. Jiang Chen discovered that in his blurred state, he could pass through rocks, soil, and even creatures like earthworms. 500 meters east, there's a Yida Mall with a supermarket inside. Jiang Chen identified the direction and hurried towards Yida Mall. After Lu Dong and Jiang Yan's passionate moment, Jiang Yan grew a bit impatient and patiently said, "Lu Gu, let's not linger outside." Lu Dong, still in high spirits, said, "Alright, let's get something to eat first, and then continue at home." Jiang Yan replied coyly. Only when they started searching the room did they realize the shocking truth. The entire room looked as if a moving company had cleared it out completely. Not only food, but even the furniture had disappeared without a trace. Lu Dongqiang scratched his head. Did this family move out? Let's find another one. Jiang Yan felt a bit disappointed but didn't say anything. It was just bad luck. Lu Dongxiang had to keep a tight grip on this post-apocalyptic blue-chip stock. Shall we try another one? Let's try another one. The two of them moved to another house. It was still empty. They tried another one. Lu Dongxiang was stunned. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yan's expression also changed. There's nothing anywhere. Lu Dongxiang quickly went to a house he had visited just the day before. He opened the door and found it empty. Lu Dongxiang shuddered. Where are the things? Have I encountered something dirty? Panic rose in his heart. The walls, reflecting a reddish mist, emitted a faint red glow, appearing eerie. Lu Dongxiang forced himself to calm down. Previously, he had been careless with the food he obtained, taking it for granted due to his lockpicking skills. Now, there was hardly any food left at home. Who would have thought that food would be nowhere to be found now? Lu Go was dumbfounded. This is big trouble. Jiang Yan's face darkened. Useless. If everything in the room had been taken away, what good was Lu Dongxiang, the locksmith? She wanted to leave now. However, leaving Lu Dongxiang was not a good option either. She could only endure it, discreetly casting a glance at Lu Dongxiang. In any case, lockpicking skills were still useful in the apocalypse. Lu Dongxiang was still at a loss. Jiang Yan, pretending to be panicked, asked softly, Lu Go, what do we do if there's no food? Lu Dongxiang was both panicked and embarrassed. The boasting he did earlier had backfired, and he didn't know how to face Jiang Yan. His face turned red as he said, well. Jiang Yan whispered, how about we go to other people's houses at night and get some? Steal? Lu Dongxiang was startled, quickly waving his hand, no. It'll be trouble if we get caught by the police. In peacetime, he was a timid person who avoided trouble at all costs. Jiang Yan was frustrated. Lu Gu, can the police still catch you now? Look at how many people died this afternoon. Does anyone care? And that convenience store clerk who publicly killed Coach Zhou, did the police come? Lu Dongxiang hesitated. Well, Jiang Yan said with a hint of grievance, I know you're a good person, Lu Gu. Pretend I didn't say anything. I just can't bear to see you go hungry. She hugged Lu Dongxiang, resting her head on his shoulder, gently saying, no matter what you choose, Xiao Jiang is willing to accompany you until the very end. I regret not meeting you a few years earlier, not being able to have a child with you. Alas, it's just our bad luck. Lu Dongxiang's head buzzed. In his over 30 years of life, no girl had ever been so gentle with him, especially not someone like Jiang Yan, a voluptuous and beautiful woman. This didn't feel like the apocalypse at all, it felt like his own springtime. Lu Dongxiang seemed to hear the seductive voice of evil. Yes, in this situation, could the police still come and arrest people? If he waited until midnight to quietly open the door and just take some things, who would notice? Lu Dongxiang gritted his teeth. Alright, tonight, I'll go get some food. I know whose house still has food. Jiang Yan's lowered eyes sparkled, a faint smile playing on her lips. Oof, these clueless men are the easiest to manipulate. Jiang Chen walked 100 meters underground, found a place with fewer plants, and emerged on the surface. In front of him was a parking lot. The once asphalt ground was now covered with green grass. Next to it was a road, with traffic lights faintly visible, continuously switching between red, yellow, and green. Climbing plants had taken over the traffic light poles. The metal poles, once the size of a plate, had now turned into huge plant columns that two people could embrace. A rabbit the size of a pig was munching on grass in the waist-high bushes. Jiang Chen made a sudden attacking move. The rabbit got startled and leaped 7 to 8 meters high and over 10 meters away. Scurry, scurry, scurry. In just a few hops, it disappeared. Jiang Chen let the rabbit go, silently estimating, it's faster than me in movement, but not by much, and seems much weaker in strength. If this kind of rabbit can survive in the wild, I probably can too. Jiang Chen had a rough idea in mind. However, this was just the current situation. The evolution of flora and fauna was still ongoing. The most obvious example was the height of pine trees, still growing. Then there were the mice. Most mice had grown to the size of cats and stopped growing, but there were still some gifted mice whose size kept increasing, with no telling when it would stop. Jiang Chen walked onto the road. The ground was covered with shrubs, wild grass, and the asphalt was pierced through. Walking on it wouldn't pierce the soles of shoes, but it was very challenging. Regular vehicles wouldn't be able to drive on it. Driving fast would easily puncture rubber tires. Visibility was limited to 5 meters, with a red haze all around. Fortunately, perception was unaffected. There was a small supermarket with a closed gate by the roadside. A man was curled up on the ground, still alive but in a bad state. Jiang Chen walked a distance and got a large piece of plant stuck to his pants, similar to mugwort, very difficult to remove. If it caused a wound, it would be troublesome, especially with the virus mutating. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if his body could handle it. Coupled with waist-high shrubs everywhere, walking was extremely difficult. Jiang Chen pondered and decided to try a new application of blurring. Blurring! He was still walking on the ground, but his body passed through the shrubs along the way. This way, he could enjoy the advantages of passing through solids and liquids, moving in a straight line, without sinking into the ground, slowing down due to soil, and experiencing difficulty in breathing. Before long, Jiang Chen arrived at Yida Square. The once bustling shopping mall was now eerily silent. Yida Square's gate was tightly shut, seemingly closed in an emergency when the red mist descended. There was no ivy here, but the wild grass was much taller than in the financial center, exceeding 1.5 meters. Slightly shorter women couldn't see the grass surface. The bushes were filled with giant insects like grasshoppers, crickets, and mantises, especially the mantises, emitting a faint red light, looking very formidable. Jiang Chen passed through the gate. The interior of the mall was gloomy and dark, with not a single survivor in sight. Jiang Chen couldn't find the light switch, so he had to take out a flashlight and rely on perception to search for supplies. After roughly identifying the direction, he headed straight for the supermarket inside Yida Square. Upon entering the supermarket, he saw several corpses lying on the ground. Flesh and blood were completely consumed, leaving only gnawed white bones, many of which were missing, likely dragged away by some kind of animal. Judging from the tattered clothes next to the corpses, these people were probably the security guards of the square. Jiang Chen remained vigilant. However, there was no danger within the 50-meter range of his perception, only some animals like mice and flies. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the supermarket, he caught a strong stench of decay. The fresh food area at the entrance had turned into a massive garbage dump. A large amount of meat, vegetables, and fruits had completely rotted, emitting an indescribable foul smell. Flies buzzed around. Mice and cockroaches crawled all over the place. Ugh! Jiang Chen covered his nose and quickly passed through, reaching other areas. Goods were neatly arranged on the shelves, showing no signs of anyone having been there. Jiang Chen speculated that when the red mist first descended, Yida Square, to avoid issues, temporarily closed, leaving only a few security guards. Initially, people might have been waiting at home for rescue. However, with the rapid evolution of all things, the overgrown plants and enlarged animals, people couldn't come back anymore. It's all mine. Jiang Chen smirked and without hesitation, he stashed away all the supplies. Whether it was tobacco and alcohol, kitchenware, bedding and clothes, tissues and mops, Jiang Chen accepted everything that came his way. He didn't even spare the shelves and shopping carts. Jiang Chen thoroughly ransacked the mall and finally found the warehouse area. Before him stood a massive shelf that reached the ceiling, disappearing into the red mist in the distance. The shelf was filled with unopened boxes of goods, several times more than what was displayed outside. It took Jiang Chen half an hour to place all the goods and shelves into his space, including the 2 forklifts used for loading and unloading. There was also a large cold storage room in the warehouse, still functioning normally. Jiang Chen opened the door to the cold storage, revealing neatly arranged boxes of frozen meat. Fish, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, a variety of meats were in abundance. Among them were many expensive ingredients that Jiang Chen had never been able to afford before, now laid out in front of him for the taking. Ha ha! With all these things, I won't have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. Jiang Chen didn't hold back as he cleared out everything. Finally, he found the security control room. The surveillance system was still operational, but obscured by the red mist, it hadn't recorded any useful information. To avoid being discovered as the culprit, Jiang Chen unplugged the surveillance server, too lazy to destroy the hard drive, and simply tossed it into his personal space. Yida Plaza had a total of 4 floors, with more merchants and restaurants above, probably still holding some supplies, but they were no longer important. Jiang Chen checked his phone for the time. It's late. I'll come back tomorrow during the day. The survivors were all very hungry now, and there might be some daring ones among them willing to take action against him. After Jiang Chen left, the dark Yida Plaza fell into silence once again. Suddenly, at a height of over 2 meters in mid-air, a basin-sized light blue circular film appeared out of nowhere. The circular film trembled slightly, creating ripples like those on the surface of water. Soon, a girl with twin ponytails emerged from the blue film. Holding a flashlight, she cautiously scanned her surroundings. It really is Yida. The girl exclaimed triumphantly upon seeing rows of shelves. I truly am a genius. She struggled to pass through the blue film and jumped into the supermarket. Unfortunately, a height exceeded her expectations, and she landed on her bottom with a thud. Ouch! Ow! My bottom hurts! Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. It took her a while to stand up, wiping her tears away. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Under the flashlight's beam, the red mist emitted a sinister blood-red hue. The girl was terrified, wishing she could go home immediately, but with no food at home, she had to take the risk. Trembling, she held up the flashlight and cautiously began to explore. Luckily, she was familiar with Yida Plaza and quickly found the entrance to the supermarket. Staring at the dark entrance, the girl nervously swallowed her saliva and bravely walked in. The entrance led to the fresh fruit section, emitting a nauseating smell of decay with flies buzzing around. Holding her nose, the girl hurried past and finally arrived at the supermarket shelves. Where are the shelves? The girl looked around in confusion at the empty space. Did the people at Yida Plaza move all the supplies away? The girl hesitated on whether to search the warehouse area. Suddenly, at the end of the flashlight's beam, a pair of huge green eyes appeared. A cat the size of a tiger slowly emerged, tilting its head to look at the girl. Meow? It seemed to sense a familiar scent from the girl. Oh my goodness! The girl was so scared that her twin ponytails almost stood on end. Don't come near me! With tears streaming down her face, she made a gesture with her hand into the air. A blue line appeared in front of her. The girl grabbed the blue thread with both hands and tore open a blue film by pulling it apart. She rolled in without a care. Poof, the blue film vanished. The orange cat tilted its head, puzzled by how the two-legged creature disappeared. It strolled over, sniffed around, then left in boredom. They're all scared of me. I must be a god. Jiang Chen rose from the ground, facing the lobby of Building C in the Wealth Center. Looking back, the roads in the neighborhood were completely hidden, engulfed by endless vegetation. Human civilization was doomed. Jiang Chen sighed. As he was about to go upstairs, an unexpected event occurred. An object emitting a sinister red light pierced into his perception like lightning. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to freeze. However, Jiang Chen's consciousness remained unaffected, racing through several thoughts. What the heck is that? It's targeting me. I must evade. Jiang Chen struggled to move his body, but no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult, like an insect trapped in sticky glue. No, it's not that I'm slow. It's my consciousness that's fast, but my body can't keep up. Compared to Jiang Chen's speed, the monstrous tongue-like creature approached like a speeding car, gleaming with a dazzling red light. Jiang Chen finally saw it. The creature was actually a tongue. It's that mutated frog. Jiang Chen realized instantly. The tongue had grown thicker since it last devoured the woman. What to do? Jiang Chen inched his body, but at the moment the tongue struck his body, he knew he couldn't dodge it. He made a final move, phantomize. In the next moment, the giant tongue passed through Jiang Chen's body, hitting nothing. The tongue slammed into the nearby wall, creating a hole the size of a water bucket and piercing through it. In the split second the tongue passed through Jiang Chen's phantom body, he felt drained, his energy depleting rapidly. It's too powerful. Even passing through its tongue consumes a lot of energy. If it had been its actual body, Jiang Chen estimated his energy would have been instantly depleted. Without hesitation, he sank into the ground. The tongue retracted with a swish. Croak! Croak! A loud frog croak echoed. The sound was so loud that even Jiang Chen, 2 meters underground, could hear it. At that moment, a frog the size of a car jumped into Jiang Chen's 50-meter perception range. In Jiang Chen's perception, the mutated frog emitted a dazzling light, like the sun in the sky. The brightness on Jiang Chen's body barely matched it. Inside the frog, there was a bright, blue ginger object, much brighter and more branched than the one in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen looked at it solemnly. There's a flaw in my perception. If the enemy ambushes from beyond 50 meters, I can hardly detect it. The mutated frog's tongue exceeds 50 meters. The mutated frog hopped slowly, occasionally letting out loud croaks. Croak! Croak! It patrolled its territory like a king. Wherever the mutated frog went, all animals hid, concealing themselves and remaining silent. Suddenly, the mutated frog shot its tongue into the air. A huge cat was ensnared, effortlessly pulled back, and swallowed whole. The cat had almost no resistance. Although the mutated frog was powerful, it posed no threat to Jiang Chen underground. Calmly observing, Jiang Chen thought, the mutated frog's movement speed isn't fast, but its tongue is too quick. Moreover, it must have a way to detect prey from afar, or it wouldn't be able to catch them from such a distance. Based on brightness calculations, its combat power is at least 3 times mine. It's really strange. How did it manage that? Did it also eat many types of enlightening fruits? However, its intelligence doesn't seem high. After missing its attack, it seems to have forgotten about me and didn't continue seeking my intentions. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the mutated frog left unhurriedly. Jiang Chen waited a few more minutes before cautiously descending to a room below on the first floor, rising from the ground to the first floor. With a powerful push of his legs, he lightly jumped, touching the ceiling with his head. Phasing through, Jiang Chen's body passed through the floor and jumped to the second floor. He traversed through walls and floors, avoiding all occupied rooms, and returned to Tang Xuero's room. Tang Xuero was staring blankly out the window, a worried expression on her face. Su Mengqian was scrolling through her phone, looking a bit restless. Jiang Chen had been away for too long, making the two women nervous. A lot had happened today. The 4 men in Block A had killed and violated women, and the afternoon slaughter had made them realize completely that order had finally descended into chaos, and they could never return to their peaceful past lives. When the last bit of illusion shattered, they became heavily reliant on Jiang Chen. The two women were not foolish. In chaotic times, if beautiful women lacked the protection of the strong, they would eventually become playthings for others. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly jumped up from below the floor. The two women were startled, but upon seeing it was Jiang Chen, they breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel happy. Jiang Ji, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Jiang Ji, you've worked hard. Have some water. The two women hugged Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen felt a sense of relaxation. Being accompanied by two beautiful women eased his psychological pressure considerably. It was getting late. Jiang Chen brought out a large amount of food: chips, canned goods, frozen fish, frozen shrimp, a whole piece of black pork chop. The two women's eyes sparkled as their hearts settled. Su Mengqian took the initiative. I'll cook. Tang Xuero, unwilling to be outdone, said, I'll assist you. She was also ready to learn how to cook. Su Mengqian shot her a displeased glance. While Su Mengqian was cooking, cries of alarm came from outside the balcony. Jiang Chen turned to look and saw the lights in the neighboring community of the wealth center had all gone out. Had the power finally gone out? Jiang Chen silently watched. He had long anticipated this scene. Overgrown plants would inevitably damage some electrical appliances. In fact, Jiang Chen was surprised that the water, electricity, and gas in Magic Sea City had lasted until now. By the moonlight, Jiang Chen vaguely saw some people running to the balcony in panic, looking outside. When they realized the entire community had lost power, they let out fearful cries of incomprehensible meaning. In this terrifying post-evolution era, humanity had lost its light, naturally greatly reducing its survival capabilities. And this was at a height of over 20 floors. If it were below 20 floors, it would be completely engulfed in red mist, plunging the surroundings into total darkness, likely terrifying everyone. Su Mengqian and Tang Xuero also stood at the window looking across. The two women were very worried. Could our place also lose power? Jiang Chen calmly said, it will definitely lose power. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, it's just a matter of time. Modern cities are actually very fragile. The two women's faces paled slightly. Power outages meant water would stop, and gas wouldn't last long either. At the same time, widespread power outages would cause base stations to shut down, and the network would gradually collapse, cutting off all communication. Jiang Chen opened his phone and searched for power outages, only to discover that this outage was not an isolated case. Various cities had already experienced different degrees of power outages. Some thermal power plants had shut down after depleting their coal reserves, and the staff working at the power plants had no way to replenish the fuel and could only shut down. Solar panels in the desert were covered by endless wildgrass and had also failed. Only hydroelectric power stations could barely function normally. However, with a large number of devices damaged, offline, it was only a matter of time before they stopped running. The proud power grid of Dragon Country is gradually being destroyed. With the scarcity of electricity, human living conditions will deteriorate to the extreme, turning modern cities into the most terrifying arenas. Humans not only have to fight for survival against the terrifying forces of nature but also against their own kind in slaughter and competition. The cities are dangerous, and the sparsely populated countryside is not optimistic either. Although competition among humans is not as fierce as in the cities, the rural areas have more plants, and they have to face a natural environment far more terrifying than the cities. The two women had a meal full of unease. Facing the imminent power outage, Jiang Chen was also very worried. I need to become stronger. As the living environment deteriorates, one's own strength is the most reliable. Jiang Chen took out an enlightenment fruit and started eating it. It was late at night, 2 a.m. Shen Yun still couldn't sleep. Trembling, she curled up in bed, covering her head and looking at the quiet room. Zhou Tianhao is dead, Song Jia is also dead. Originally, when the three of them lived together, she didn't feel too terrified. Now, she was the only one left, and the bedroom emitted an eerie red light under the illumination. The living room was even darker. Shen Yun was restless, uneasy, always feeling like a monster would jump out of the darkness. At the same time, the bloody scene of Jiang Chen killing Zhou Tianhao with one hand in the afternoon kept replaying in her mind. Damn it! All the men are dead, what am I supposed to do? Shen Yun finally saw the most terrifying side of the apocalypse. She deeply regretted encouraging Zhou Tianhao to confront Jiang Chen. That kid Jiang Chen is too sinister. He's so strong, yet he has never shown it in the group. Shen Yun began to suspect whether the food in Jiang Chen's hands was stored in advance. Did he steal from others? Shen Yun's scalp tingled. How many households did Jiang Chen steal from with so much food? Will he come to retaliate against me? Just then, there was a slight collision sound from the door lock. Shen Yun was startled. Who would come to open my door in the middle of the night? Could it be Jiang Chen? Shen Yun almost cried. Jiang Chen is here to kill me. Damn it! I'll fight you. Shen Yun's tough personality came into play as she gritted her teeth, picked up a baseball bat by the bed, turned off the lights, and walked to the door in the dark, trembling all over as she waited. The door made an almost inaudible friction sound and gently opened. The flashlight beam shone in. There were a man and a woman outside the door. Shen Yun, against the light, couldn't see clearly who it was and held her breath behind the door. The woman suddenly spoke. The lights are off, she must be asleep. Let's keep quiet, kill that bitch, Zhou Tianhao must have looted a lot of food. The man nervously said, Xiao Jiang, there's no need to kill, let's just steal some food and leave. The two were Lu Dongxiang and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said in a hoarse voice, what are you afraid of? Who would know it was you? Zhou Tianhao and the other fitness instructor are dead, leaving only a slut, kill her, and let's search thoroughly. I don't believe that after Zhou Tianhao gained abilities, he didn't go looting. You damn well know I killed someone. Lu Dongxiang resisted strongly, let's not kill anyone. He was just lusting after Jiang Yan's beauty, but he wasn't stupid. If he killed someone, Jiang Yan would have a hold on him, and he would be even more at her mercy in the future. This day of interaction made him feel that Jiang Yan was not an easy woman to get along with. Moreover, Jiang Yan was too skilled in bed, making him deeply suspicious. With so much experience, is she really a virtuous woman? As Lu Dongxiang thought, he scratched his crotch. For some reason, it was particularly itchy down there today. Shen Yun heard the conversation between the two and felt shocked and angry. Damn bastards. Always wanting to kill me. Did I steal your man? Ha? Yeah, these two don't seem familiar. Lot-picking skills are so useful in the apocalypse, why not snatch this man up? As a runic mage, she had a knack for stirring up trouble and stealing men. The key is how to quickly gain the trust of this locksmith. The two entered the room, with Shen Yun right behind them. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes and said, do you want to know how Zhou Tianhao gained his powers? Or shall we grab that woman and interrogate her? Bang! A stick came crashing down on her head. Jiang Yan fell to the ground like a log. Lu Dongxiang was startled, took a step back, raised the kitchen knife high, and shone the flashlight over. Who? He saw a woman, the one beside Zhou Tianhao. Lu Dongxiang looked at Shen Yun with suspicion and finally realized he had been outsmarted. Clang! Shen Yun voluntarily dropped the baseball bat on the ground and said, Master. Big brother, it's me, I'm Shen Yun. Don't kill me, I want to cooperate with you. Lu Dongxiang hesitated for a moment. The woman had dropped her weapon, easing some of his tension. He kicked the baseball bat aside with his foot and then checked Jiang Yan's injuries. Jiang Yan was done for. Blood covered the floor, no breath left. Lu Dongxiang was shocked and angry, waving the kitchen knife. You killed my woman, and now you want to cooperate. Shen Yun gritted her teeth, decisively opened her collar, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Big brother, I'm also a woman, I'll follow you. Damn! Lu Dongxiang felt dizzy. Shen Yun was also a gym instructor, tall and slim, with a flat stomach and no excess fat. 3 inches below her navel, a purple succubus rune contrasted against her snow-white skin, exuding allure. Lu Dongxiang swallowed hard. Is this the apocalypse? This is like heaven. How could women like her have ever looked at him before? Now women were throwing themselves at him one after another. Lu Dongxiang gathered his courage and asked, how do you want to cooperate? Seeing Lu Dongxiang's softened attitude, Shen Yun took the initiative, embraced the man's arm against her chest, and cooed, Big brother, what's your name? Lu Dongxiang squinted, enjoying the soft touch, and chuckled, I'm Lu Dongxiang. Nice name. Shen Yun rubbed Lu Dongxiang's arm against her body and whispered, I know how Zhou Tianhao gained his powers. Lu Dongxiang's eyes lit up. Really? Lu Dongxiang felt a tickle below and scratched it. Shen Yun thought Lu Dongxiang was getting impatient, feeling disdainful but nodded vigorously on the surface. Do you know why he targeted Jiang Chen today? Lu Dongxiang paused. Who is Jiang Chen? Shen Yun whispered, he's the man who killed Zhou Tianhao today. His name in the group is Bao Qi Bao Zhu. His name is Jiang Chen, and he has a girlfriend named Song Shireen who often works out at my gym. Lu Dongxiang nodded. Go on. Why did Zhou Tianhao target Jiang Chen? Shen Yun said, for his powers. I saw Zhou Tianhao gain his powers right after eating a black lychee. Jiang Chen was looking to buy black lychees in the group. Zhou Tianhao saw it and thought Jiang Chen still had one. Black lychee? Lu Dongxiang remembered the photos Jiang Chen posted in the group. So that's it. Many power wielders had posted videos online, but they hadn't revealed how they gained their powers. Like many others, Lu Dongxiang instinctively believed that power wielders were just lucky, awakening inexplicably. So it was eating black lychees. I want powers too. Lu Dongxiang's heart burned with desire and he said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen still has a black lychee? Well, but he probably already ate it. Chen Yun analyzed. Zhou Tianhao's strength has probably doubled compared to before. Jiang Chen easily killed Zhou Tianhao with just one hand, his strength far surpassing Zhou Tianhao's. He must have gained this ability from eating that black lychee. Additionally, if Jiang Chen didn't know the effects of the black lychee, he wouldn't have sought to buy it in the group. Lu Dongxiang said regretfully, what's the use of talking about this now? Stupid. Chen Yun felt disdainful in her heart but eagerly said, Brother Lu, think about it, the black lychee is so mysterious, who dares to eat it normally? What if someone has it but doesn't dare to eat it? By seeking to buy it in the group, isn't it because of this possibility? If he can seek to buy it, naturally, we can too. Well, Lu Dongxiang vaguely felt uneasy. How could Jiang Chen, knowing the importance of the ability fruit, allow himself to compete with him? But his desire for the ability made him overlook the danger. But we don't have as much food as Jiang Chen. We can't compete in bidding at all. Chen Yun whispered, let's intentionally offer a higher price than Jiang Chen. As long as someone contacts us, what else do we need to buy? It's easier to just go to his house and steal it. Lu Dongxiang's eyes lit up. Great idea. After discussing for a while, they threw Jiang Yan's body downstairs and then posted a message in the group, seeking to buy black lychee, 10 packs of instant noodles. After finishing their business, the two lovers entwined and soon rolled onto the bed. The night passed. The woman fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen still looked energetic, not feeling the slightest fatigue. With the increase in his overall physical condition, his need for sleep decreased. He took a 30-minute nap and woke up refreshed. It was dawn. Jiang Chen took out 5 boxes of milk and a dozen braised eggs to eat. This was also the effect of his improved physical condition. His food intake had increased significantly. If it were other survivors, they might have been starving. But Jiang Chen didn't care. He would never lack food. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Chen took out his phone. It took him a while to connect to the internet, and the signal was getting weaker. He received messages from over a dozen women. Handsome, can we chat? I'll provide food and accommodation. Big brother, can you consider me? I have fair skin, beautiful appearance, and long legs. As long as you give me a pack of instant noodles every day, you can do whatever you want. I guarantee your satisfaction. As food became scarcer, many people crossed their own bottom line. Jiang Chen scanned through them, all with low ratings, none meeting the system's requirements, so he blocked all these women. After the incident of someone dying yesterday, the Wealth Center group also quieted down significantly, with hardly anyone talking all night. Only Granny Sue in the group was cursing Li Qingxuan, accusing him of causing her grandson's death. She posted hundreds of messages. Li Qingxuan refuted at the beginning but then fell silent. Jiang Chen also saw Chen Yun seeking to buy black lychee in the group. Chen Yun? Isn't she the runic mage by Zhou Tianhao's side? Right, she must have seen Zhou Tianhao gain abilities after eating the black lychee and made this speculation. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He had known that the matter of the black lychee wouldn't stay hidden for long. Because he had also seen the news online, it was probably already widely spread. But now someone was competing with him, which annoyed him. He used his perception to look at room 1708. A man and a woman were sleeping in each other's arms. The woman's silhouette looked like the runic mage by Zhou Tianhao's side, with a good figure. The man's silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Seems like the locksmith? How did these two get together again? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment but didn't pay much attention. Let the bidding be. When Chen Yun buys it, I'll just take it from her, isn't that easier? Jiang Chen made up his mind and ignored the two, leaving them behind. Just then, a message popped up on Jiang Chen's phone. Building C, Unit number 2104. I am really not a fox. Excuse me, do you have any medicine for diarrhea? I'd like to buy some. Diarrhea? Jiang Chen looked towards Hu Lili on the 21st floor. He saw her curled up in bed, a dim light emanating from her. Suddenly, she got up and rushed to the bathroom. Covering his mouth and nose, you have diarrhea? Building C, Unit number 2104. I am really not a fox. Yes. Jiang Chen frowned. Was there still a cure for diarrhea now? He didn't know either. In the past, diarrhea was just a minor illness, but things were different now. Viruses were mutating rapidly, Who knew if the old medicines were still effective? Besides, how did she get diarrhea? If she was infected with some terrifying virus, Jiang Chen would definitely turn around and leave, not even looking at Hulili, to avoid getting infected. Covering his mouth and nose. What's going on? Building C, Unit number 2104. I am really not a fox. I left half of the instant noodles I ate yesterday in the fridge, thinking it was fine, so I ate them, and then. Jiang Chen was speechless. Covering his mouth and nose. You're really clever. Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't some kind of severe virus, it was fine. Maybe there was still hope. Building C, Unit number 2104. I am really not a fox. Brother, please, you must have medicine, right? Hulili covered her stomach, struggled to stand up from the toilet, moved to the room, and weakly lay down on the bed. The continuous diarrhea was dehydrating her. Falling ill at this time made her feel extremely desperate. Covering his mouth and nose. I have floctophenine and montmorillonite powder for children. Hulili was pleasantly surprised. Building C, Unit number 2104. I am really not a fox. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I still have a diamond necklace. Jiang Chen sneered. What's the value of a piece of stone? Wait for me, I'll be right there. Jiang Chen took out the medicine from his personal space and sank into the floor. Soon, he jumped into Hulili's room, landing directly by her window. Hulili saw Jiang Chen mysteriously passing through the floor, and she was completely stunned. You. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her and took out 2 boxes of medicine. Hulili, too preoccupied to be afraid, said excitedly, "Thank you so much, brother." Jiang Chen calmly said, "Don't just thank me verbally. How much is that worth? If you want the medicine, fine, what can you offer in return?" Hulili was annoyed. "You're taking advantage of my situation." Taking advantage of her situation? Jiang Chen laughed. In a supermarket, a bottle of water is worth $1, but when you're stranded in the desert, a bottle of water is worth its weight in gold. Different things have different values at different times and places. I'm a reasonable person. A trade is a trade. If you don't agree, I won't force you, but don't expect me to save you either. Hulili, holding her stomach, weakly and angrily said, "Can human life be traded?" Jiang Chen looked at her coldly. "Don't try to morally blackmail me with human life. I don't buy that. Besides, have pharmaceutical companies ever lowered prices for patients who can't afford medicine before? Why don't you go scold them? Stop wasting time. Give me an answer." Hulili felt hopeless. I. Jiang Chen was in no hurry, calmly looking at Hulili. Hulili, in pain from another cramp, said in agony, "Fine. I agree. Give me the medicine quickly." She reached out her hand, very urgently. Jiang Chen sneered. "Are you mistaken about something? Now you're asking me to save you. Is this the attitude of someone asking for help?" Hulili's eyes turned red. "Why are you like this? Do you have no compassion left?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Compassion? In the apocalypse, the more compassion you have, the quicker you die. Don't play this game with me. Have you ever shown compassion to beggars on the street before? No. Then what right do you have to judge others? We're all the same. Now, in my eyes, you are no different from a beggar on the street." Jiang Chen bent down, looking directly into Hulili's eyes, and said word by word, "I give you medicine, you will live. I don't give you medicine, you will die. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me?" Hulili broke down. "Please, give me the medicine." "Ha ha." Jiang Chen laughed. "That's more like it, being obedient." He threw 2 boxes of medicine to Hulili. Hulili quickly tore open the packaging and swallowed them. At that moment, she couldn't help but rush into the bathroom in pain. She weakly walked out a few minutes later, looking like she was suffering from severe diarrhea. Jiang Chen didn't know if she would survive. It was up to her luck now. Jiang Chen left behind several boxes of energy bars, cola, and some boxes of purified water before leaving. Hulili watched Jiang Chen jump off the floor and leave, feeling a mix of envy and complex emotions in her heart. The day passed quietly. Jiang Chen didn't go out, focusing on downloading offline maps and important information. The internet would soon be gone, making this information very valuable. He fed the husky twice more, gaining more confidence in taming white eyes. He decided to bring it into his rented room but prohibited it from entering Tang Shuarou's room. By 7 p.m., Jiang Chen noticed that Hulili's aura had improved significantly, almost back to normal. It seemed like the diarrhea was mostly cured, and the medicine was effective. Jiang Chen then went to Hulili's house. Hulili was eating an energy bar when a man suddenly jumped out from the floor, startling her. Jiang Chen looked at her complexion. It seemed the diarrhea had improved significantly. After replenishing enough energy and water, she looked much better. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly. Hulili didn't dare to play tricks and could only say, "Wait for me to pack up." Jiang Chen's demonstration of power by crushing Zhou Tianhao had intimidated everyone. Jiang Chen casually said, "No need, take all your things with you." With that, things disappeared rapidly as he walked through the room. Hu Lili was stunned. "Is this magic?" Jiang Chen glanced at her. "This is my ability, space. So, as long as you follow me, you won't have to worry about food and drink. I've already collected enough food." Hu Lili was surprised, and her resistance decreased. With Hu Lili in tow, they could only use the stairs. The two returned to Tang Xuero's house. When Tang Xuero opened the door and saw Hu Lili, she couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Hu Lili's figure was stunning, far exceeding the average person, making Tang Xuero very cautious. However, she didn't show it on her face and instead asked gently, "Jiang Gu, you're back. What's the name of this beauty?" Hu Lili blushed slightly. Jiang Chen casually said, "Hu Lili." Tang Xuero knew she couldn't stop it and could only put on a generous demeanor, taking the initiative to link arms with Hu Lili and said with a smile, "Hello, from now on, we are sisters." Hu Lili was at a loss, feeling both shy and surprised. She never expected that Tang Xuero, the most famous official's daughter in the neighborhood, would act so accommodating. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with Tang Xuero's behavior and smiled faintly. Tang Xuero introduced, "Hu Lili, this is Su Mengqian, also our sister." Su Mengqian didn't look pleased. She scrutinized Hu Lili, unable to hide her jealousy. Trying to test Jiang Chen's limits, she pouted and said, "Humph. Men are all big bores." Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen slapped her. The slap was heavy, leaving Su Mengqian dizzy with blood trickling from her mouth. "Trying to play tricks on me?" Jiang Chen sneered. "What, have I been too lenient with you these past few days? Dare to speak to me like this?" Su Mengqian immediately realized that Jiang Chen was not the kind of man as Hu Lei, he couldn't be controlled at all. Oh no! Her heart sank, quickly resorting to a gentle approach. Her eyes quickly turned red, tears fell, her fair skin turned pale, the tip of her nose blushed, crying pitifully, "Jiang Gu, I." She saw Tang Xuero looking smugly at her, which made her furious. Su Mengqian cried while quickly thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Jiang Chen clearly saw the light on Su Mengqian change from green back to yellow. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with fierceness. "You eat and drink what's mine, yet your attitude towards me remains neutral? Get out!" Su Mengqian was shocked. Without a word, Jiang Chen lifted Su Mengqian, opened the door, and threw her several meters outside. Bang! The door closed directly. Su Mengqian almost passed out from the fall, but she couldn't care about the pain. She was startled to realize that Jiang Chen wasn't just bluffing. She remembered that Jiang Chen could sense and see how women treated him. The slightest change in her thoughts was noticed by him. Su Mengqian crawled to the door, banging on it desperately, crying out in despair, "No! Jiang Gu, don't abandon me! Please don't leave me! I was wrong! I truly was! I won't dare again!" Tang Xuero watched in fear. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to cling to a man like Jiang Chen was her luck. "Don't think too much." Jiang Chen opened the smart cat's eye and said through the door, no door banging allowed. "Kneel outside and reflect. Only when I see you turn green can you come in. Otherwise, you're on your own." Hu Lili entered and witnessed this scene, feeling a bit lost. Moreover, she didn't understand what Jiang Chen was saying. What green? What neutrality? What was all this about? The banging on the door quickly stopped. Su Mengqian dared not bang on the door, enduring her fear, kneeling outside sobbing softly. The most troublesome thing now was how to turn her attitude towards Jiang Chen friendly. Su Mengqian could only cry while brainwashing herself. "Jiang Gu is my man, I must obey him. Jiang Gu is my man, I must obey him." Jiang Chen closed the smart cat's eye screen, his sharp gaze falling on the two women inside the room, and he sneered, "Do you think I'm cruel?" Hu Lili's heart raced. No. Tang Xuero quickly lowered her head. "Of course not. Jiang Gu, rest assured, I won't be as foolish as her." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Remember, don't try to be clever, and don't use such tricks to test me." After a scolding, he would offer a reward. Jiang Chen took out a perception fruit and handed it to Hu Lili. "Here, eat it." Hu Lili was surprised. "Is this the black lychee I gave you? Can I eat it?" Jiang Chen smiled. "This is called an ability fruit. Eating it grants you abilities." Jiang Chen briefly explained the function of perception. He planned to give each woman the ability to perceive, which could prevent many dangers. However, powerful fruits like phasing and enhanced physique wouldn't be given out casually, it depended on the women's performance. Hu Lili finally understood what Jiang Chen had said earlier, but she was shocked. This was the source of abilities? Why was such an important thing given to her? Also, he bought one from me, then gave one back. It was a break-even deal, and he even gave me a few bags of instant noodles for free. Was it all to save me? Could it be that this man is actually kind-hearted despite his cold exterior? Hu Lili couldn't help but wonder. Unexplainably, she felt that Su Mengqian had gone a bit too far. In this post-apocalyptic era, if a man is willing to take in a woman, protect her, provide food and clothing, and even give her supernatural fruits, what more could you ask for? A man saves you, you can't expect nothing in return. Hu Lili consumed the perception fruit amidst a myriad of thoughts. Ding! Hu Lili consumed one enlightenment fruit, perception, and received 400 in return. They have been stored in the personal space. Su Mengqian knelt outside the door for a full 20 hours. Jiang Chen noticed the green light emanating from her, but still ignored her. Su Mengqian was hungry, thirsty, and scared, eventually fainting, prompting Jiang Chen to have the two women drag her into the room. When Su Mengqian woke up, she looked at Jiang Chen with a mix of fear and grievance. Jiang Chen paid her no mind, casually glancing at his phone. Several women in the group contacted him, offering themselves for sale, but none met the system's rating requirements. Beauties like Tang Xuero, Hu Lili, and Su Mengqian were rare gems, at least 1 in 1,000. To have 3 in the wealth center was purely luck. Boom! The sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed in the sky. Everyone looked outside. They saw an armed helicopter flying low overhead. The aircraft broadcasted loudly, "Citizens, as planned, herbicides will be sprayed in half an hour. Please stay indoors, and do not go out for the next 4 hours after spraying. This herbicide is the latest research achievement of the Dragon Institute and has been tested to effectively kill a large number of plants. The country has the ability to protect the safety of every citizen. Please persevere in self-rescue and do not give up hope. The earth belongs to humanity, and we will eventually become the masters of the earth again." Countless people emerged from the surrounding residential buildings, shouting excitedly at the sky, releasing their pent-up despair from this period. The country was finally taking action. Tang Xuero exclaimed in surprise, "The country is finally taking action." Su Mengqian and Hu Lili also became happy. Hearing about the country's actions, they felt a glimmer of hope to return to the past. They could go shopping, chat, and dress up beautifully. Herbicides? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't believe that ending the post-apocalyptic era could be that simple. The enlightenment fruits and supernatural abilities made him feel that this apocalypse was not just a simple natural evolution. Moreover, even if the plants were killed, would the apocalypse end? What about the red mist? As long as humans have only a 5-meter visibility in the red mist, transportation will never be restored. In any case, Jiang Chen didn't hold much hope for the country's response. However, since the country was taking action, it indicated that the higher-level organization still existed, and there was hope for order to be restored. Jiang Chen didn't want to live like a savage in the primitive forest. As for killing Zhou Tianhao in public, Jiang Chen wasn't too worried. How many humans had died these days? At least a third. How many survivors had blood on their hands? At least 1 billion. How could the country manage so many people? Kill them all? That would be madness. Aren't you afraid these people will rebel directly? The so-called law does not blame the masses. It's always been like this. Moreover, even if the country could rebuild order, powerful supernatural beings as the strong of the new era would inevitably enter the upper echelons and become part of the ruling class. So, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Regardless of the outcome, he would benefit. Jiang Chen quietly looked out the window, feeling a sense of calmness as if watching the clouds drift by. Su Mengqian, go cook. We're not going out today. Su Mengqian obediently replied, "Okay, Jiang Ji." The group, which had been silent for a while, became lively again. The country has finally taken action. I guess they'll be sending us food soon, right? That's for sure. The country won't sit back and watch us die. Humph. Some people, regretting not exchanging their gold necklaces for instant noodles now, aren't they? Ha ha ha. Exactly. Exactly. Truly a case of biting off more than one can chew. They even wanted to exchange instant noodles for women? How delusional. Some foolish women fell for it, they will regret it in the future. Director Tang won't let certain people off the hook. Jiang Chen looked at the group chat messages, a faint smile playing on his lips. I hope you can still laugh in a while. Half an hour later, over a dozen transport planes flew low overhead. They released patches of white mist from their tails, emitting a pungent smell. In the past, the citizens would have surely complained and even called the authorities to report it. But now, all the survivors in the wealth center erupted into deafening cheers. Long live the Dragon Nation. End the apocalypse. Kill these damn plants. The hope for the end of the apocalypse seemed within reach. Jiang Chen quietly watched the planes, deploying over a dozen transport planes at once, and this is just one city in the Magic Sea. It seems the authorities indeed hold formidable power. At that moment, a group of red giant birds swooped down from the clouds. Their speed was incredible, like streaks of red lightning tearing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they zoomed from tiny red dots to above the group of transport planes. In terms of size, there wasn't much difference between them. The giant bird's talons grabbed the tops of the transport planes, piercing through the aircraft's steel shell-like paper, effortlessly. Flapping their wings, they forcefully carried off the tens of tons of transport planes towards the clouds. The cumbersome transport planes were utterly defenseless against the giant birds, being dragged away one by one. One of the red giant birds seemed to be the leader of the flock, exceptionally massive with wings shining red like ignited torches. The fiery giant bird let out a piercing screech. Crash! Crash! Several windows shattered. Upon hearing the leader's command, the flock of birds flew upwards, disappearing into the clouds. The surrounding cheers faltered, and the survivors stared blankly at the sky as if their necks were being squeezed like ducks. A bird could actually drag away tens of tons of planes? Is this something carbon-based life forms can achieve? How strong must the bones, skin, and muscles of such a powerful creature be? Can missiles kill it? Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingle. After his comprehensive physical enhancement, his vision had also improved significantly. Just now, he vaguely saw distortions in the air around the leader bird when it screeched. This isn't an ordinary cry, but some kind of ability? These red giant birds were far more terrifying than the mutated frogs downstairs. And this was just one city in the Magic Sea, where many horrifying creatures appeared. Moreover, the Magic Sea was an area with few human inhabitants and sparse animal populations. There are still many places on Earth with scarce human presence, from Shenanjia to the Amazon, to the vast oceans. How many creatures have evolved to heights beyond human imagination? Can humans truly reclaim their position as masters of the Earth? Jiang Chen had no confidence in that. No matter how the situation changes, becoming stronger is always right. Jiang Chen took out a pile of enlightenment fruits and started eating them. After consuming countless fruits, Jiang Chen finally heard the pleasant notification sound, ding. Perception upgraded to 5 stars. You can now perceive inanimate objects. Perception range increased to 100 meters. Jiang Chen was elated. Finally, an upgrade. This time, the entire building was completely under his surveillance, with no movement able to escape Jiang Chen's sight. In addition, Jiang Chen's perception now spanned the distance between 2 buildings. He could simultaneously monitor some floors of Building A and Building B. Another significant change was the ability to see inanimate objects, greatly enriching the perceived information. Previously, he could only see living targets like animals, plants, and humans. Now he could see the furniture, building stones, floor, and so on in the room. Apart from the slightly dim colors, there was hardly any difference from normal vision. And it was 360 degrees. The next day, Jiang Chen got up, looked out the window, and the red mist was still rising, now reaching beyond the 21st floor. Then, Jiang Chen noticed a change. Many plants had died. The towering pine trees, overnight, shed their needles and turned into bare tree trunks. The light within the pine trees was very dim, like candles that could go out at any moment. The ivy on the outer walls had all withered, revealing the mottled walls. Is it really working? Jiang Chen was astonished. Virtualization. He passed through layers of floors and quickly arrived at an empty room on the first floor. Jiang Chen cautiously observed his surroundings. This time, he finally found the location of the mutated frog. It was lying at the bottom of the community swimming pool, seemingly asleep. This location was more than 80 meters away from Building C's entrance. Without the upgraded perception, Jiang Chen would never have found the mutated frog. Jiang Chen also saw that the plants outside had suffered heavy casualties, with wild grass, vines, and woody plants all falling one by one. After so long, he finally saw the ground again. The plants were dead, and many animals had also been poisoned by herbicides. The ground was densely covered with the bodies of rats, cockroaches, and various insects. However, due to the red giant birds attacking the transport planes, the herbicide was not evenly spread. Many places still had a large number of plants surviving. In some places, the plants that had survived the ordeal did not show any dimming of their light, but instead seemed to be adapting quickly to the herbicide. It made sense. In the post-apocalyptic evolution, everything evolved at lightning speed, so how could a mere herbicide kill all plants? As long as they weren't killed, they could adapt and evolve again. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. The current situation is probably just the last gasp of human civilization. At this point, the bold survivors began to venture out of their rooms. Damn, this herbicide is amazing. The Dragon Institute is still the Dragon Institute. Don't waste time, hurry to the supermarket to find some food. More and more survivors emerged from the buildings, nervously stepping outside. Many even walked past the swimming pool, unaware of the terrifying monsters so close by. Jiang Chen silently watched the crowd. Strange. The mutated frog isn't attacking them. Jiang Chen couldn't understand, but now that the survivors were venturing out to scavenge for supplies, he couldn't lag behind. Go upstairs to Yida and see what else we can take. This group of survivors going out would surely make a mess of Yida's things. The next time they went out, there might not be as many good things left. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, sinking underground. Since discovering the mutated frog and the red giant bird, his actions had become even more cautious. It was better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen hurried underground. Along the way, he encountered many survivors, all taking advantage of this precious time to search for supplies. Occasionally, some unlucky ones touched poisonous plants or were bitten by snakes lurking in the grass, falling to the ground. Sis, the plants are all dead. Song Yuanfan, looking pale, exclaimed excitedly, I saw many people going out. Song Shireen was too weak from hunger to get out of bed, but upon hearing this, she perked up. Quick, let's go to Yida Square to buy some food. The building had already lost power. They had no idea about the outside world. Song Shireen couldn't contact Jiang Chen either, so she could only wait in despair. Who would have thought that things would take a turn? Song Yuanfan secretly hid 2 cans of canned food to have better physical strength. Yes, the country must have started the rescue operation. If we go late, there won't be any left. Song Shireen struggled to stand up, but even with a slight movement, she was covered in cold sweat, her vision darkening. These were symptoms of hypoglycemia. Song Shireen knew she wouldn't last much longer. I'll go with you. Song Yuanfan didn't want to bring Song Shireen along as a burden, but considering the dangers outside, he thought it was better to have her with him. In case they encountered fierce animals, he could use his sister as a shield. His sister, in order to protect the only descendant of the Song family, would not complain. All right. Song Yuanfan helped Song Shireen stand up. The siblings put on their thickest clothes. Song Yuanfan also hid a kitchen knife in his bag, and the two of them struggled to leave the room. The plants were indeed dead, but the red mist showed no signs of dissipating. With Song Yuanfan's support, Song Shireen walked slowly. People passed by from time to time in the red mist. Both sides glanced at each other warily, then disappeared into the mist. They were only a short distance from Yida Square, yet it took them nearly an hour to walk there. Song Yuanfan was very anxious, afraid that the supplies would be taken by others, so he kept urging Song Shireen. But Song Shireen had no strength to walk fast, so she could only grit her teeth and persevere. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Yida Square, where more and more figures emerged from the red mist. Everyone looked hungry and disheveled. The once elegant Mo-Hai people now looked unkempt. In the midst of hunger, all people thought about every day was how to get enough food, with no energy to care about appearances. Li Qingxuan walked slowly into the lobby on the first floor. People hurried past him, their excitement evident on their faces. Some even greeted him. Dr. Li, hello. Dr. Li, why aren't you out shopping? The end of the world is near. Dr. Li will surely be highly valued. Doctors had always been part of the upper echelons of society, envied by the common people, especially someone like Li Qingxuan, an old traditional Chinese doctor, whom anyone might need at any time. In the post-apocalyptic world, everyone was focused on getting food and had no time for such trivial matters, so no one paid him any attention. With the survival pressure easing, people had reverted to their previous attitudes. Li Qingxuan smiled wryly. What high regard. I'm just an old man. An old woman exaggeratedly said, look at him, Dr. Li is so modest, much better than that arrogant little punk at the convenience store. Li Qingxuan frowned slightly but didn't respond. At that moment, Old Su also appeared. She glared at Li Qingxuan with a dark expression. Li Qingxuan didn't want to get involved with her and turned to leave. The old woman glanced at Old Su and left with an awkward smile. Old Su stared at Li Qingxuan's back, her teeth grinding loudly. Li Qingxuan, you will pay for my grandson's life. She blamed Li Qingxuan for her grandson's death. Li Qingxuan carefully observed the neighborhood. It seems the herbicide is working well. Soon, his smile faded. He saw a purple mushroom emerging from a pile of dead plants. 1, 2, 3. Li Qingxuan found countless purple mushrooms. When other plants died, creating space for survival, the surviving plants grew even more vigorously. In addition, he saw a pine tree that had been killed by the herbicide, but new green shoots were sprouting from its roots. In just one night, they had grown half a meter tall. Li Qingxuan sighed disappointedly, looking around at the blood-red surroundings. It seems it's still not enough. He carefully picked some of the newly grown plants and some stinky-flavored shepherd's purse, then returned home. In such dangerous times, he wouldn't easily go out. As bad as the taste of shepherd's purse might be, it's better than losing one's life. At Yida Plaza, the crowd gathered more and more. The survivors had originally come to buy things. Only upon arrival did they realize that Yida Plaza was not open at all, and there was no one managing it. The area near Yida Plaza had already lost power, so people could only use flashlights to search for supplies in the square. What about the stuff in the supermarket? Has it all been taken? Brothers, don't bother going down there, it's just a waste of time. Let's check out other places instead. Don't believe him. He's just trying to deceive people. Damn it, believe it or not. In the crowd, Lu Mengyao held a rolling pin in her hand, following her roommate Huang Qian and Huang Qian's boyfriend Xiao Chang into Yida Plaza. Lu Mengyao saw the chaotic scene in front of her and her heart sank. We're too late. Xiao Chang sneakily glanced at Lu Mengyao's slender figure and calmly said, "It's okay, let's go upstairs. I see most people have gone to the supermarket, there's a restaurant upstairs at Yida Plaza, we might find some food left." Lu Mengyao, who had been dancing and working out all year round, had an excellent figure, curvaceous in all the right places, with a perfect balance of fat and thin. Her body proportions were also very good, with a typical wrist-to-crotch ratio. Even in loose sportswear, her perfect figure couldn't be hidden. Lu Mengyao felt disdain for Xiao Chang's gaze. A poor sports student dared to have impure thoughts about me? Humph. However, she now had to rely on this strong sports student and could only pretend not to notice. Huang Qian's eyes lit up. "Honey, you're so smart. Let's go up quickly." "Okay." Xiao Chang was smug, feeling like he had shown off his intelligence in front of Lu Mengyao once again. In the past, as a poor student, he wouldn't dare to have such thoughts about a beauty like Lu Mengyao. But things were different now, it was the end of the world. Stuck with Lu Mengyao, spending day and night together, he inevitably started to have thoughts he wouldn't have dared to think before. As long as I show strong abilities in front of Lu Mengyao, she will definitely like me. Xiao Chang held up a flashlight, leading the way up the power-cut escalator with the two women to the second floor. This was the maternity and baby floor, full of baby products and indoor children's playgrounds, which didn't interest them. Just as Lu Mengyao was about to leave, a man walked out of the red mist and smiled. Lu Mengyao. Lu Mengyao was surprised. Jiang Chen? The man was indeed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen returned to Yida Plaza once again, where there were already quite a few survivors. Jiang Chen didn't immediately ascend to the ground, but cautiously sensed his surroundings. Within a radius of 100 meters, the entire Yida Plaza was within his perception. No powerful mutant creatures. About 200 people, with only one esper near the underground supermarket location. The rest are ordinary people. Jiang Chen took a careful look at that esper. He seemed to be leading a few lackeys in a robbery. The brightness on this person was much weaker than Zhou Tianhao's, but still far inferior to the brightness on Jiang Chen. Additionally, the ginger inside him was also golden. After confirming that this esper wasn't too dangerous, Jiang Chen found a corner with no one around and ascended to the ground. With so many people around now, even if there were mutant creatures attacking, the possibility of being targeted was very low. The first floor of Yida Plaza was filled with international luxury brands, fashion, cosmetics, jewelry stores, phone shops, car dealerships, and the like. In the past, it used to be bustling, but now no one would waste their time coming to such a place. After upgrading his perception to level 5, Jiang Chen indirectly gained night vision ability, so he didn't need a flashlight to see the goods in the stores. This was a Chanel store. Jiang Chen had never been inside before, let alone bought anything. A piece of clothing here would cost him a year's salary. Now take whatever you want. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, he stored all the clothes and accessories in his space. He casually picked up a backpack, stuffed some items inside to pretend to be an ordinary survivor. Then, he arrived at a new energy car exhibition store. There were 2 cars displayed inside, which Jiang Chen also stored in his space. Jewelry stores, cosmetic stores. Jiang Chen strolled around, cleaning out all the merchandise on the first floor. Then, he proceeded to the second floor via the escalator. The second floor was the maternity and baby area, completely deserted. Regardless of their usefulness, Jiang Chen stored all the items in his space. At that moment, he noticed 3 people coming up the escalator from the other side. The silhouette of one woman was particularly striking. Her legs were slender and long, her body proportions akin to a model's. This figure seemed familiar? Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk towards her, and soon, he passed through the red mist and stood directly in front of her. Indeed, a familiar face. Lu Mengyao, age, 23, quality, 9 points, perfect figure, virtue, 10 points, innocent, overall score, 9 points, ding. Meets system requirements. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Lu Mengyao, a acquaintance of Song Shireen at the yoga studio, often worked out together, almost like half a best friend. Jiang Chen smiled. Lu Mengyao. Lu Mengyao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, never expecting to meet an acquaintance here, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen openly scrutinized Lu Mengyao from head to toe. Obviously, Lu Mengyao had been going through a rough time lately. Her usually proud long black hair was unkempt. However, her beauty still shone through. Unlike Hu Lily, this woman was not smart. She didn't know how to dress down when going out, and she even wore lipstick. Wasn't she asking for trouble? Lu Mengyao frowned slightly. She looked down on this convenience store clerk. She had been privately advising Song Shireen to leave Jiang Chen. Now, being scrutinized by Jiang Chen like this, she couldn't help but feel displeased and turned her head away. Xiao Chang was not happy. He already considered Lu Mengyao his forbidden fruit. Being leered at by a man with ill intentions made him somewhat angry. Xiao Chang stepped forward, shielding Lu Mengyao behind him, towering over Jiang Chen at 195 centimeters, looking down on him disdainfully. "Brother, where are your eyes wandering?" Jiang Chen didn't even look at him, pretending to rummage in his backpack, but actually took out a can of fish from his personal space, like a mischievous man trying to coax a little girl. "Lu Mengyao, want to eat?" Gulp! Lu Mengyao swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the can. She had only been eating one meal a day for the past 3 days, and it was just steamed buns. If it weren't for the frozen buns in Xiao Chang's fridge, they would have gone hungry. Seeing the fish, her mouth watered. Xiao Chang and Huang Qian also looked at it with gleaming eyes. "Where did you find this?" Jiang Chen still ignored the two, smiling lightly at Lu Mengyao. "Come to my place, I guarantee you'll eat your fill." Lu Mengyao's expression changed. "Jiang Chen, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Chang immediately seized the opportunity to show off. "Damn brat, apologize to Mengyao." Lu Mengyao found it a bit grating. "Mengyao, is that how you address her?" Huang Qian also gave Xiao Chang a displeased look. She wasn't stupid and had long noticed her boyfriend's ill intentions towards Lu Mengyao. Moreover, Lu Mengyao was wasting food at their place. She had been wanting to kick Lu Mengyao out. Hoof! Jiang Chen casually threw the can on the ground, crushing it underfoot, the aroma of fish filling the air. The three of them watched, their eyes blazing. What a waste! If there weren't so many people around, Lu Mengyao would have wanted to pick it up from the ground and eat it. Jiang Chen calmly said to Xiao Chang, "I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize." Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard a joke. "What did you say?" He played basketball, standing at 195 centimeters tall and weighing 200 jin. Jiang Chen was an average-sized man, only 175 centimeters tall. Judging by appearance alone, the two of them had a 20 centimeters difference in height. Xiao Chang rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, about to make a move, when he noticed the superhuman from the supermarket coming up the escalator, followed by a few henchmen. These people exuded a bright red light, full of malice. Jiang Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at the escalator. Xiao Chang saw Jiang Chen turn his head and thought the other party was scared, so he laughed triumphantly. He had only laughed halfway when he saw several beams of flashlight shaking in the red mist. Soon, several men walked up from the escalator. The leader was a bald man with a hideous face full of pimples. He wore a black leather jacket on his upper body, nothing underneath, a huge blue dragon tattoo on his chest, a massive gold chain around his neck, and held a watermelon knife in his hand. The men behind the bald man were no better. Either with a buzz cut or bald, each of them had dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies, looking fierce. As soon as the bald man saw the group standing at the escalator entrance, he cursed, "Damn it! What are you blocking the way for? Get the hell out of here!" Xiao Chang felt his scalp tingle. In the past, he would have avoided this situation, but now, in front of his girlfriend and Lu Mengyao, backing off after being cursed it would be too embarrassing. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Watch your mouth." "Oh." The bald man sneered at Xiao Chang and the others. "Huh?" The supermarket was dark, and the red mist obscured their vision. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that there was actually a beautiful woman. "Boss, look at this chick. Wuga, look, this chick is really something. Ha ha ha." The bald man's eyes lit up as he walked straight to Lu Mengyao, shamelessly staring at her. Lu Mengyao's heart sank, seeking help as she looked at Xiao Chang. Huang Qian nervously pulled her boyfriend, worried that he would act rashly. The men were weighing the knives in their hands, looking at Xiao Chang unfriendly. Xiao Chang's scalp tingled instantly, feeling at a loss. Jiang Chen quietly watched the bald man and his men up close. They were carrying various backpacks, bulging with items. Some of the backpacks were obviously women's bags, stained with blood, clearly stolen. The bald man laughed arrogantly. "Beauty, come with me, I promise you'll have a good time." Lu Mengyao's mind went blank, shrinking behind Xiao Chang, trembling as she held onto his clothes and said, "No, I'm not going." The bald man cursed, "Damn it, if you won't take the drink, you'll take the punishment." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lu Mengyao. Xiao Chang's mind raced, and he said, "Brother." Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, the bald man slapped Xiao Chang in the face. "Who the hell are you calling brother? Get the hell out of here. The physical injury was not severe, but the insult was extremely strong. Xiao Chang's anger rose, his fists clenched tightly, glaring angrily at the bald man. So what if there were many people? Did you really dare to act? The herbicide had already taken effect, order would be restored soon. This is a society under the rule of law, I don't believe you dare. The bald man suddenly made a move, his watermelon knife instantly turning golden, and he brought it down from top to bottom. A flash of gold. Put. With the golden light enhancing the knife, it seemed to turn into a laser blade, smoothly cutting through Xiao Chang's bones and muscles. Xiao Chang paused for a moment, his whole body splitting in half from the middle, blood spraying on the two women. Clatter. Organs and human tissues fell to the ground. Lu Mengyao's mind went blank. Huang Qian's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The bald man laughed heartily. Ha ha, taking both women with me, this one is mine, the other one is for you guys. Thank you, Wu Go. Hail to Angkor. The bald man wiped the blood off his face, pointing at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Kid, leave the backpack, I'm in a good mood today, won't kill you. Jiang Chen calmly looked at Xiao Chang's body. So, the ability is to increase the sharpness of metal. Then there's nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen raised his head, pointing at Lu Mengyao calmly. I'm in a good mood too, spare your life, leave the woman and things, you can go. Oh, I don't want the one who fainted, too ugly, you can take her. She's mine. Lu Mengyao, in shock, listened dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment, completely unable to understand why this man, who used to be unremarkable, was so brave. The bald man roared, kill him. One of his men swung a knife towards Jiang Chen. Too slow. Jiang Chen calmly glanced at the trajectory of the knife and punched flatly. The fist thundered like an explosion on the man's chest. Crack! The man spurted blood from his mouth, flew several meters, crashed through the glass railing, and fell to the first floor. Now, external injuries are basically equal to death. This man was beyond saving. The scene fell into dead silence instantly. The bald man was first surprised, then smirked. So, you're a physical ability user. No wonder you're so arrogant. Die for me. The machete in his hand gleamed again. However, his speed was too slow. Facing the ability user, Jiang Chen showed no mercy, swiftly kicked out like lightning. The bald man didn't even have time to react before being kicked in the head. Boom! His head exploded like a watermelon. Thud! Headless, his body fell to the ground. The bald man's henchmen were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the immensely powerful bald man was slaughtered like a chicken. Jiang Chen didn't stop, kicking another henchman who screamed and fell from the second floor. Another punch, and another henchman died miserably. Jiang Chen's movements were lightning fast, and the others couldn't react in time. A few seconds later, only one of the bald man's henchmen, Huang Mao, was left alive. Huang Mao made a quick decision, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Big brother. I was wrong. Big brother. All of Angkor's women are yours. Women? Jiang Chen's fist stopped 3 inches from Huang Mao's face, who was so scared he wet his pants. Jiang Chen asked with interest, oh, are they pretty? Huang Mao nodded quickly, very pretty. Very pretty. Jiang Chen asked again, how many? Huang Mao hurriedly replied, at least 2 are still alive. 2. Alive? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Let's go, show me. He glanced at Lu Mengyao, who was trembling on the side. Jiang Chen smiled, come with me. Lu Mengyao dared not resist, following Jiang Chen nervously as they left. After everyone left, Huang Qian quietly opened her eyes, feeling some relief from her fearful heart. She stared blankly at her boyfriend, now turned into a pile of flesh, overwhelmed with sorrow. Without the protection of the man, the fear of the unpredictable future surged through her instantly. Huang Qian cried for a while, then bravely suppressed her fear and went downstairs. I'll call the police. You've killed someone, none of you can escape, the police will catch you. The bald man's home was actually a small convenience store near Yida. Huang Mao opened the door eagerly, pointing to the cage in the living room. Brother, the women are here. Jiang Chen perceived the scene inside from outside. Even with his eyes, his face darkened. In the living room, there were cages with 2 large dogs. Each cage contained 3 women. They were naked, with their necks and limbs chained to the cage, almost unable to move, curled up in pain. All the women had suffered cruel abuse. Apart from her face looking relatively normal, her body was covered in scars, whip marks, knife wounds, cigarette burns, you name it. The ground under the cage was soaked in urine, emitting a foul stench. Lu Mengyao shuddered at the sight. Thankfully, she had been saved by Jiang Chen, otherwise, her fate would have been the same as these women. She had been staying with Xiao Chang and Huang Qian these days, not experiencing hunger or the bone-chilling reality of the apocalypse. She had only glimpsed some cruel scenes through videos, like fleeting shadows. Now, she finally witnessed the dark side of the world with her own eyes, the most brutal aspect of the apocalypse revealing its bloody fangs to her. Lu Mengyao felt her scalp tingle, her body trembling like a sieve. Jiang Chen stepped forward. 3 women were still alive. Each one had infected wounds, swollen and emitting a putrid smell, with large flies hovering in the living room. Jiang Chen knew these women were beyond saving. The 3 women stared numbly at Jiang Chen, silent but with deep-seated fear in their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. Jiang Chen sneered, "Yellow hair, you've been having quite the fun, huh?" Yellow hair chuckled, "Boss, feel free to choose." Hoof. Jiang Chen suddenly reached out. Crack, crack. In a few moves, he broke Yellow hair's arms and legs. Yellow hair screamed in agony, "Ah, it hurts so much." The women in the cage began to show glimmers of hope in their numb eyes. Jiang Chen effortlessly broke the iron bars of the cage and loosened the women's chains. Clang! Jiang Chen threw down 3 daggers, "He's all yours." 2 women cowered in fear. Only one woman's eyes lit up. She kowtowed twice to Jiang Chen, then struggled to pick up a dagger. Yellow hair was terrified. "No, no, this has nothing to do with me." The woman gritted her teeth and lunged forward. The room was filled with Yellow hair's screams. The other 2 women also gathered their courage, slowly moving out of the cage and picking up the daggers. Jiang Chen watched quietly for a while before turning and leaving. Lu Mengyao watched in horror, not daring to stay, and followed suit. "Sis, let's go in quickly." Song Yuanfan was impatient. "Okay." Song Shirin's eyes were full of hope. Seeing that they were about to get food soon, her starving body surged with unimaginable strength. "Thank goodness I didn't bow down to Jiang Chen," she secretly rejoiced. If she had compromised with Jiang Chen before, she would have to find a way to get rid of him now. Humph, how could someone like that, unwilling to progress, be worthy of me? I'm a civil servant. The siblings harbored various thoughts as they entered Yida Plaza. However, the scene before them left them in despair. The place was chaotic with crowds everywhere, filled with curses. Especially at the entrance of the underground supermarket, it was packed with people coming and going, but everyone's hands were empty. Damn it! There's no food at all. Who the hell took all the food? What's going on? The 2 felt a sinking feeling and quickly followed the crowd into the supermarket. Passing through the foul-smelling fresh produce area, they reached the goods section. In the darkness of the underground supermarket, it was empty. Shadows moved through the red mist, flashlight beams flickering. Song Yuanfan instantly collapsed. Where are the things? Why is there nothing at all? Song Shirin had been trying to stay strong until now, but now, faced with disappointment, she couldn't bear this blow anymore and sat down in confusion. "It's over. All over." Angered, Song Yuanfan grabbed Song Shirin's hair and shook it violently. "It's all your fault. If you weren't so slow, we would have been here earlier. Maybe we could have grabbed some food. It's all your fault." Song Shirin screamed in pain. "What are you doing? Yuanfan, let go." The siblings' scuffle didn't attract much attention, because there were fights everywhere. 2 people not far away suddenly started fighting over a backpack, mad. "What are you doing? This is mine. Damn it. This is mine, dare to snatch it. Asking for death. Put." One of them pulled out a knife and stabbed the other to death. The crowd around instantly exploded. "Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed." The killer snatched the backpack in panic and disappeared hastily into the red mist. Song Yuanfan was frightened and stopped hitting his sister. After venting, he calmed down a bit, then helped Song Shirin up. "You're asking for trouble." Song Shirin slapped Song Yuanfan a few times. After all, he was her own younger brother, so she couldn't do much, and could only say with a stern face, "Let's go upstairs. There's a restaurant upstairs, maybe there's still some food left." Song Yuanfan's eyes lit up. Yes, sister, you're right." He helped Song Shirin, avoiding the chaotic crowd, and headed towards the escalator. "Huang Qian? Song Shirin?" Huang Qian happened to be coming down the escalator, saw Song Shirin, and thought of Jiang Chen. Her eyes reddened again. She said resentfully, "Your boyfriend killed someone." Huang Qian only knew Song Shirin, they were not close, and she didn't know about Song Shirin breaking up with Jiang Chen. "Boyfriend?" Song Shirin was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said excitedly, "Jiang Chen is here?" Now that the hope of buying food was dashed, she wanted to go find Jiang Chen again. Huang Qian was a little scared and repeated, "He killed someone. I'm going to call the police, he's done for." Song Shirin was a bit puzzled. "What are you talking about? Who did he kill?" Huang Qian also realized. Song Shirin seemed not to be with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked healthy, with a flushed face, obviously not starving. Song Shirin, on the other hand, looked pale, with disheveled hair, appearing weak and powerless. Huang Qian deliberately provoked, "It's better if you don't know. Jiang Chen is a murderer, and he took away Lu Mengyao. Such a man is not worth it." Lu Mengyao. Song Shireen remembered the perfect figure of that plastic sister. She almost believed 90% of it. Jiang Chen had been looking for women in the group, she knew that too. Anger surged within her. This guy is too much. When I find him, I will definitely drive away all those women. Song Shireen wanted to ask Huang Qian for more information, but Huang Qian ignored her and went downstairs directly. Just a few steps away, a huge orange cat sprang out of the red mist and snatched Huang Qian in one bite. Song Yuanfan and Song Shireen felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water was poured over their heads, chilling them to the bone. Meow, the orange cat swallowed Huang Qian in one gulp, its yellow vertical pupils coldly staring at Song Shireen and Song Yuanfan. For some reason, the cat did not attack, it jumped off the escalator and disappeared into the red mist. Soon, screams of humans came from downstairs. Cat! The cat is here! Run! Damn it! What kind of ghostly thing is this? Help! Help! Song Yuanfan and Song Shireen were terrified. They were so scared that they didn't care about finding food anymore, and quickly found a shop with a broken glass door to hide in. Jiang Chen headed towards the wealth center. After walking for a while, Lu Mengyao recovered and asked anxiously, Jiang Chen, why didn't you save them? Jiang Chen calmly replied, they're as good as dead, with such serious injuries, there's no way to save them now. Lu Mengyao bit her red lips, closely following Jiang Chen's steps, not daring to move away. The surroundings were all covered in red mist, making it impossible to see 5 meters ahead. Before long, the two arrived at the wealth center. Jiang Chen carefully sensed his surroundings. The mutated frog was not in the swimming pool, no one knew where it had gone. Jiang Chen remained in a state of virtualization, leading Lu Mengyao into Building C, then climbing to the 32nd floor. Tang Xuero opened the door and saw Lu Mengyao. Another beautiful woman has come. She sighed inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. Jiang, coming quickly. Okay. Jiang Chen walked in calmly. Lu Mengyao felt a bit awkward but followed inside. Tang Xuero smiled and said, you must be the new sister, right? Hello, I'm Tang Xuero. Lu Mengyao hesitated and replied, hello, I'm Lu Mengyao. Su Mengqian and Hu Lily also came over to greet her. Lu Mengyao felt embarrassed. She hadn't expected so many women in Jiang Chen's house. Su Mengqian went to cook. Tang Xuero massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders gently and whispered, Jiang Ji, Lu Mengyao doesn't have a room to stay in. Their 3-bedroom house was already full with Tang Xuero, Su Mengqian, and Hu Lily each occupying a room. Jiang Chen casually said, then she can stay next door. He walked to a wall with a large hole and punched a few times, creating a one-person high doorway. Both Lu Mengyao and the recently arrived Hu Lily were stunned. Jiang Chen was unexpectedly skilled. Lu Mengyao had seen Jiang Chen kill before, but it didn't compare to the shock of this moment. Tang Xuero and Su Mengqian remained indifferent. Tang Xuero proudly looked at the two women, you'll see how amazing Jiang Ji is in the future. Lu Mengyao thought to herself, maybe following this kind of man wasn't a bad idea? Jiang Chen led Lu Mengyao to the adjacent room, which was decently furnished but not as good as Tang Xuero's. I'll have to get some furniture from the store later, Jiang Chen thought. With a wave of his hand, a pile of brand new high-end bedding fell down, change into these. Lu Mengyao was stunned. Jiang Ji, what is this? Jiang Chen calmly said, it's a personal space filled with food. Follow me, and you won't go hungry. Lu Mengyao was surprised, such ability. She once again felt that following Jiang Chen might not be a bad idea. Ding! God-level return effect upgraded, gaining historical return effect. After the red mist descends, all resources consumed by women will be returned. The return effect could be enhanced. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Following that, a series of notifications sounded. Ding! 1 day ago, Lu Mengyao consumed a steamed bun, 500 returned. Already placed in the personal space. Ding! 2 days ago, Lu Mengyao consumed a steamed bun, 500 returned. Already placed in the personal space. Ding! 3 days ago, Lu Mengyao consumed a steamed bun, 500 returned. Already placed in the personal space. Jiang Chen then realized that Lu Mengyao had been living a very tough life. For the past week, she had been eating only steamed buns. The two returned to Tang Xuero's room, where the meal was ready, and the 3 women were sitting obediently, waiting. As soon as they returned, the 3 women stood up. Tang Xuero smiled. Jiang Ji is here. You must be hungry, let's eat. Jiang Chen sat at the main seat. Okay. Tang Xuero continued, Mengyao, you've worked hard too, let's eat. Lu Mengyao stared fixedly at the table. Braised beefsteak, cola chicken legs, steamed base, oil-braised prawns, cold mixed 3 threads. How is this possible? Lu Mengyao couldn't control her drooling. Not to mention in the post-apocalyptic world, even in peacetime, she rarely had such a sumptuous meal. Su Mengqian proudly said, it's just a simple meal, Mangao, don't mind. We were in a hurry today and couldn't prepare more. We'll make a better one tomorrow to treat our sister. Lu Mangao quickly shook her head. No, this is too lavish. Jiang Chen casually said, let's eat. The three women didn't move their chopsticks. Lu Mangao was also tactful. Only after Jiang Chen took a few bites did the women start eating. Seeing Jiang Chen in a good mood, the atmosphere relaxed, and they began to chat and laugh softly. Tang Xuero chuckled. So many people went out to buy food today. Su Mengqian disdainfully said, stupid. Where can we buy now? A batch of plants died, but the red mist is still there, blocking the view. How could anyone deliver goods? Hu Lily added, I watched videos from others. The roads are destroyed, some grassroots can puncture tires, and traffic won't recover for a short time. Tang Xuero fed a piece of meat into Jiang Chen's mouth affectionately, proudly saying, if supplies can't come in from outside, Magic Sea City will only have packaged in frozen food left. With so many people, how much can one person get? Except for Brother Jiang who has personal space, most people will go hungry. Where can we get supplies? The situation in the countryside is even worse, it's impossible to accommodate people there. Factories are not much better, normal power supply can't be guaranteed, production is impossible. As the three women spoke, they asked, by the way, Mangyao, what's the situation outside? Only Lu Mangyao had seen the outside situation with her own eyes. They were very curious. Outside? Lu Mangyao shuddered, her face turning pale. It's chaotic. There's no food in the supermarket, dangerous bugs on the roads, fights everywhere, and people killing each other. When she mentioned killing, she timidly glanced at Jiang Chen, fearing his reaction. Jiang Chen calmly said, today I killed a few more scumbags. Go on. Killed again. The three women fell silent, not overly shocked. They had seen Jiang Chen kill Zhu Dianho before. Again. Lu Mangyao only understood when she heard this word that Jiang Chen had killed before, feeling even more awed, quickly saying, the people Jiang Ji killed were a gang of bandits, deserving death. Jiang Ji left one alive, forcing him to their lair. I saw 2 cages. Lu Mangyao slowly recounted the tragedy she witnessed. Hearing about women tied up like dogs in cages, subjected to various abuses, Tang Xuero and the other 2 women's faces turned ugly, hearts pounding. They remembered the woman in Building A across the street who had disappeared after being raped by 4 men. Tang Xuero and Hu Lily clung to Jiang Chen's arm in fear, feeling extremely fortunate. If we hadn't followed Jiang Ji, our fate wouldn't have been much better than those women. Yes. Su Mengqian and Hu Lily nodded repeatedly. As long as they behaved, Jiang Chen never intentionally tortured women. As for Su Mengqian, it was her own death wish, trying to use the tactics against Hule on Jiang Chen, simply seeking death. Now even she felt like a fool. Lu Mengyao slowly finished recounting the outside ordeal. The 3 women fell silent. Could this world really restore order? After dinner, the 4 women cleaned up the table together. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony, frowning at the outer wall. Sure enough, the ivy had come back to life. The ivy, seemingly killed by weed killer, had sprouted some small green shoots again. Although tiny, the ivy had indeed withstood the weed killer. How long had it been? One day. Jiang Chen sighed. The sky had darkened. Below the 21st floor, the red mist had turned dark red, eerie. Jiang Chen carefully observed the survivors within his perception range. In just one day, at least 1/3 of the residents in this building, Building C, had disappeared. Many people who went out never returned, whether trapped somewhere or already dead. But some people were luckier, somehow getting hold of food and could last a few more days. Just then, a violent fire erupted in the southeast, coloring half the night sky red. After a few seconds, the rumbling sound followed. Boom! 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 The glass shook violently. The women looked out the window in fear. What's happening? Where did the explosion occur? Could it be a fire? Following that, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The room plunged into darkness, startling the women. Jiang Chen frowned. What's all the noise about? The women quickly fell silent, gathering around Jiang Chen. Tang Xuero timidly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's, finding solace in the strong muscles of the man. She bit her lip and looked out the window. Now, wherever her gaze reached, it was all darkness. The entire Magic Sea had a power outage. The remnants of modern technological civilization were gradually disappearing. Deep despair shrouded the hearts of every woman. Jiang Chen took out a box of candles from his space. These were birthday candles he had obtained from a cake shop. Tang Xuero, light the candles. Okay. Tang Xuero found a lighter and lit the candles. The faint candlelight brought some comfort to the 4 women. They sat around the candles, staring blankly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen heard a prompt, ding. Tang Xuero consumed 1 candle, returned 500. already stored in personal space. Ha! Jiang Chen was stunned. Why could lighting a candle result in a return? Why didn't it work with tissues and laundry detergent during previous tests? Could it be related to the way they were consumed? Jiang Chen handed a pack of tissues to Tang Shuero. Burn it. Tang Shuero hesitated. Huh? Jiang Chen didn't explain. Tang Shuero wondered if it was a way to pay respects to a deceased relative. Without much thought, she tore open the package and lit a tissue. Ding! Tang Shuero consumed one tissue, returned 500. Already stored in personal space. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was related to the way they were consumed. Why weren't wiping hands with tissues recognized by the system before? Could it be because the items weren't destroyed? No. When women used toilet paper, it inevitably got damaged, yet she never received a return. So, the key wasn't damage. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen took out a new towel. Burn it. Tang Shuero was puzzled but obediently lit the towel. Ding! Tang Shuero consumed one towel, returned 500. Already stored in personal space. Returned again. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Could burning completely destroy an item? Jiang Chen had Tang Shuero try burning a new phone. No return. Even if the plastic casing of the phone was burnt through, there was no return. This was interesting. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He presented Tang Shuero with a pile of things to test. Burning Parisian silk stockings resulted in a return. Burning a gold ring did not. The women were puzzled, looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't explain anything, just silently speculated. Paper, towels, stockings can be returned, but not phones or gold rings. Could it be that these things can't catch fire? No, phones can catch fire, just not completely. Could it be that the system judges whether an item can be completely burned, and only those that can be completely burned can be returned? But this doesn't make sense either. The candle's temperature is not enough to ignite a phone or a gold ring. If I use a steel furnace to burn a phone and a gold ring, would they be returned? Is it because of the material? Can't metals be returned? Is the system judging based on the temperature of the flame, or is it because of the material of the item? After contemplating for a while, Jiang Chen decided to test it. He took out a pair of thick-soled sneakers. Burn them. Tang Shuero placed the sneakers on the candle, puzzled. The shoe's surface caught fire, emitting a foul smell. However, there was still no return. Jiang Chen instructed, check if the stove still has gas. If it does, try burning them. Natural gas would definitely have a higher temperature than a birthday candle. Tang Shuero tried the natural gas, which was still running. However, the flame was weak, probably due to the small amount of residual gas in the pipeline. Tang Shuero lit a pair of sneakers on the natural gas. Ding! Tang Shuero consumed a pair of sneakers and received 500 pairs in return. They have been stored in the personal space. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the temperature matters with fire. In theory, all materials are combustible. As long as the temperature is high enough, I can return any item. Jiang Chen was in a great mood and took out a YSL lipstick. A reward for you. Tang Shuero's beautiful eyes lit up as she happily accepted the lipstick. Thank you, Brother Jiang. She never expected that in the apocalypse, she could still get a high-end lipstick. Now, while people outside can't even have a proper meal, she has lipstick. The other three women looked at Tang Shuero with envy, then turned their hopeful eyes to Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen did not offer more rewards. A little stimulation of a woman's competitive spirit is beneficial for improving service quality. Jiang Chen took out a dozen boxes of candles. There are plenty of candles. From now on, before going to bed every night, a few candles should be lit in each room to keep them bright. This task will be handled by Hulili. If done well, I will also reward you with a lipstick. Hulili happily agreed. Okay, Brother Jiang. 20 candles were lit, brightening up the room. Although not as bright as electric lights, it was still good. In the pitch-black darkness, this room stood out. The survivors in Building A looked puzzled at the opposite building. Whose place is that? Why are there so many candles? Why are they all lit up? Such a waste. Humph. I wonder when the power will be restored. Let's see how you show off when the candles burn out. Jiang Chen received 10,000 candles as a return, which were impossible to burn through. He happily waved his hand. Not bright enough, light another 20. From now on, this will be the standard. Hulili obediently lit another 20 candles. The room became even brighter. The women's moods improved significantly. However, the survivors in Building A felt completely different. Damn! How many candles does this guy have? Survivors below the 21st floor were plunged into panic. Previously, with electric lights at home, they could tolerate the red mist obscuring their vision. But now, with the power outage, many households had no candles or flashlights. Besides the light from their phones, they had no backup lighting method. When the lights went out and the red mist blocked the moonlight, all rooms turned pitch black, making it impossible to see a hand in front of their face. They could only miserably turn on the gas stove to get some light. Half an hour later, the natural gas in the pipes burned out completely and could no longer be ignited. Below the 21st floor, darkness enveloped them entirely. Now, everyone was in a state of panic. Various animal sounds could be heard from outside the windows. The night seemed incredibly terrifying. Some people curled up in their blankets, shivering. Some, especially those living alone, couldn't bear the dreadful darkness and groped their way out of the rooms, climbing upstairs in the dark. Eventually, a large group of survivors gathered in the stairwell between the 22nd and 24th floors. Once they were in a group, they finally felt relieved and discussed what to do next. It's impossible to stay below the 21st floor. Should we move upstairs? Who would take us in these days? Humph. It's a disaster year now. We should complement and help each other. Why shouldn't they take us in? Is there no humanity left? If they don't open the door, what can we do? They will come out eventually, and once they do, we'll rush in. No need, there are plenty of empty rooms upstairs for us to stay in. These are anti-theft doors, they can't be opened at all. Several stubborn men went to kick the door. A few minutes later, they returned dejected and panting. It can't be opened at all. Damn! These bastards upstairs have no humanity at all, they won't open the door for us. When violence failed, several people began shouting in the corridor, "Is there anyone kind enough to open the door and let us stay for the night? It's late at night, isn't it better for us to stay outside? Come on, my child is only 3 years old, let me in, please." They shouted for a long time, but no one opened the door. No one was a fool. How could they possibly open the door to let outsiders in at a time like this? The crowd began to feel indignant. I know everyone on this floor. We are all neighbors, we see each other every day. How are you going to face people in the future? Bastards! You are too selfish. This is outrageous. It's just for one night. Why are you acting like we're never leaving? Damn it! If you dare, don't go out. I'll chop you down one by one. The residents of floors 22 to 24 dared to be angry but dared not speak, so they stayed indoors. The crowd struggled for a long time but couldn't get in, so they had to uncomfortably sleep in the stairwell and corridor. But the ground was too cold and hard, making it uncomfortable to sleep. Some people bravely went back home and brought back some bedding. Others followed suit and brought various things: bamboo mats, camp beds, reclining chairs. These people dared not separate and gathered between floors 22 to 24, making a mess of the place. The residents of floors 22 to 24 secretly complained but had no choice. At 4 in the morning, Jiang lay in bed, not feeling sleepy at all. He used his senses to observe the movements of the survivors downstairs. Most of the survivors below the 21st floor had moved to the 22nd floor and above, sleeping in the corridors and stairwells. One guy was sneakily stealing from others. Seeing that the victim was old lady Sue, Jiang felt relieved. Jiang was surprised to find that from the 28th floor and above, there were still some people left, but after a day, only one survivor remained. The others had gone outside to look for food and never returned. The sole survivor lived in room 2803, a girl. She lay on the bed trembling continuously, seeming to be sick. Her body's radiance was extremely dim, on the verge of extinguishing. A few minutes later, the girl stopped moving, and the radiance on her body disappeared simultaneously. Another one had died. Jiang remained calm. In the apocalypse, death was already commonplace. At that moment, something unexpected happened. A girl suddenly appeared in the room of the deceased. Ha! Jiang sat up abruptly, his expression serious. What's going on? He hadn't seen how the girl had arrived, as if she had appeared out of thin air. Could it be a superpower? Teleportation? Instant movement? Jiang noticed that the girl indeed had a ginger inside her body. It was the same color as the mutated frog, blue. She was a superpower user. She even had teleportation abilities? This ability was too powerful. Jiang cautiously observed for a while. The girl's radiance was not very bright, similar to Tang Shu arrow, indicating she had little combat power. Without hesitation, Jiang body passed through the bed and floor, landing on the 31st floor. Teleportation abilities were too dangerous. If she suddenly teleported to Jiang's room to assassinate him, he would find it hard to react. Even if she couldn't defeat Jiang, she could throw a bomb and teleport away. If Jiang reacted slowly, the consequences would be unimaginable. This girl's ability was too powerful. Whether for escaping or ambushing, it was too formidable. Either submit to me, or die. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he crossed through the layers of floors, swiftly approaching the superpowered girl. A twin-tailed loli poked her head out from the blue film teleportation gate and softly called out, "Zhang Yino? Zhang Yino? I'm Tian Tian, I'm here to save you." The room fell silent. Tian Tian was very scared. She shone the flashlight to see the situation on the bed but couldn't make out anything clearly, so she gritted her teeth and jumped down. Tian Tian walked lightly to the bedside and only then discovered that her classmate, Zhang Yinhua, was already dead. His face was pale, eyes wide open, looking very frightening in the darkness. Wu Tian Tian was so scared that tears welled up instantly, and she kept stepping back. The body remained motionless. Tian Tian gradually calmed down from her fear. Since the apocalypse, she had seen many dead people and could barely adapt to some extent. Since she was already here, going back now would be a waste of opportunity. Her portal could only be opened twice a day. Once to come, once to go back. Tian Tian bowed to Zhang Yano's body and apologized. "Zhang Yano, if there's anything delicious in your house, I'll take it. Anyway, judging by your appearance, you probably can't eat it anymore, right?" Tian Tian saw a backpack next to the pillow. Inside was an unopened pack of Oreos, probably just brought back by Zhang Yano from outside. "Yeah, bumper harvest." Tian Tian jumped up happily. "Zhang Yano, thank you, I'm going back, goodbye." With that, she tore open a blue film and disappeared into it. A few seconds later, Jiang Chen passed through the floor and silently landed in the room. Left so soon? Jiang Chen looked at the empty room, feeling disappointed, arrived a step too late. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Moreover, most likely, this girl had only recently acquired the ability to teleport. In other words, if he took her in, activated historical return, he might very well get the enlightenment fruit she had ingested. But Jiang Chen helplessly looked around the room. Teleportation ability was too incredible. Where could he find her? She found food here, so she would probably come back soon. He could only wait here. Jiang Chen looked at the female corpse on the bed. There was a black bite mark on her arm, probably from being bitten by some animal, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. It was likely that the wound got infected, causing a high fever, coupled with insufficient food leading to her death. What's the relationship between that girl with twin ponytails and her? Jiang Chen had just sensed that the girl with twin ponytails had bowed to the female corpse, indicating they knew each other. He searched the room and found it was the deceased's bedroom. Jiang Chen found a backpack and textbooks. The deceased was named Zhang Yino, a freshman at the Magic Sea Film Academy, majoring in stage art. Could they be classmates? Jiang Chen speculated silently. He found Zhang Yino's phone by the pillow and unlocked it with her fingerprint. Jiang Chen checked the call logs. In the past few days, Zhang Yino had made dozens of calls to her parents, all of which went unanswered. Presumably, her parents were already dead. In addition, there were over a dozen calls with a person named Tian Tian. Zhang Yino's last call was half an hour ago, to Tian Tian. The phone was set to automatically record calls. Jiang Chen played the recording of the last call. "Tian Tian, hey, Yino. You're still alive. That's great. Zhang Yino, Tian Tian, sobbing, can you come and save me? Tian Tian, Yino, what's wrong? Are you very hungry? Zhang Yino, I was bitten by a rat, I have a fever, sobbing, it hurts so much. Tian Tian, I'll try. Hang in there. Zhang Yino, come save me quickly, my phone is almost out of battery, I'm so scared." Jiang Chen also listened to their conversations from a few days ago. "Tian Tian, hey, Yino, I found a box of milk today. I can't finish it for now, do you want some?" Zhang Yino, thank you, Tian Tian, I still have some food left. The plane sprayed herbicides, and many people in the group said they would go out tomorrow to find food, I'll try. Tian Tian, okay then. If you have any difficulties, be sure to let me know. Zhang Yino, okay. Tian Tian, Yino. Jiang Chen listened to the conversation between the two girls and figured out some things. Tian Tian and Zhang Yinhua were classmates. Tian Tian's teleportation ability seemed to have significant limitations. She could only teleport a few times a day, and the target points had to be chosen very carefully, for reasons unknown. Jiang Chen also found a group photo in his phone album, a girl with twin ponytails hugging Zhang Yinhua. Tian Tian, age 18, quality, 9 points, playful and cute, feminine virtue, 10 points, innocent, overall score, 9 points, ding. Meets system requirements. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Got it. To avoid any accidents when capturing Tian Tian, Jiang Chen decided not to allow any other survivors to go up to the 28th floor. Of course, if she resisted fiercely, she would have to die. Jiang Chen would not hold back. Tian Tian slipped through the blue film and jumped back home. A black cat jumped over. Meow. Tian Tian proudly said, "Coke, look what I found. A pack of cookies. Unopened. I'm the best." Although Tian Tian had teleportation abilities, she had no combat power. It was too dangerous outside, and she didn't dare to venture recklessly. In fact, she was living miserably, just slightly better than others, barely having food to eat but finding it hard to be satisfied. The black cat rubbed against Tian Tian's legs with its tail raised. Tian Tian carefully checked and proudly said to the black cat, "Coke, it's really unopened. Aren't I amazing?" The black cat lazily lay on the ground, not very interested in the cookies. The black cat wasn't lacking in food. The cat food had gone bad. However, Tian Tian had bought a lot of canned cat food on Double 12 last year, all of which were edible. So the black cat had no interest in junk like cookies. When Tian Tian was at her hungriest, she managed to survive on canned cat food, which made Coke very unhappy. "This two-legged creature is so stupid. Can't even hunt." Tian Tian took out a pack of disposable rubber gloves from the freezer, put on a new one, then took out a pair of scissors from the freezer, cut a small opening in the cookie package, took out half, immediately sealed the cookie bag with a simple sealer, and put it back in the freezer. This operation could minimize the entry of bacteria and slightly increase the shelf life of the open food. It should be fine for at least 8 hours, but no guarantees after that. Tian Tian then enjoyed the cookies. The high-sugar, high-oil cookies that the girls had originally despised now became a delicacy. Tian Tian lay comfortably on the bed, saying, "These cookies are so delicious." After a moment of relaxation, she checked the freezer again and said to Coke with concern, "We only have 2 sausages, a pack of instant noodles, and half a pack of cookies left. We need to find a way to collect food, but it's getting harder to find food now." The black cat didn't even lift its head. "Meow, well, the old cat wasn't lacking in food. As long as you don't steal my food." Tian Tian thought for a moment and said, "I think there should be food at Zhang Yinua's house, but it's too dark now. I dare not stay longer. I'll wait until daylight to go over and search carefully." Tian Tian decided to search the building. Even if she didn't find an opportunity, she would look for an empty room and teleport in to search for food. The black cat lazily wagged its tail. Tian Tian grabbed her twin ponytails, pondered for a moment, and said to herself, "It should be fine. That side is a residential building, so it shouldn't be too chaotic." She remembered the chaotic scene she had seen at Yida Plaza yesterday and couldn't help but shudder. After being scared off by the big orange cat last time, she gritted her teeth and went to Yida Plaza again. As a result, she encountered survivors heading to Yida Plaza. As soon as she landed, someone pulled a knife on her, not only failing to collect food but also getting her backpack stolen. Tian Tian shuddered. "Right, tomorrow, I'll dress uglier, act older, and wear my mom's old clothes to avoid attracting attention." Tian Tian was pulling her hair, calculating, "By the way, Cola, if I find purified water, I will bring it back too. With the water and gas shut off now, we can only drink purified water." The black cat was almost asleep. Feeling a heavy sense of responsibility, Tian Tian nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Cola, I can handle it." Yida Square. Song Shireen and her younger brother were hiding in an empty mother and baby food store. In the darkness, she opened her phone again and despair washed over her. No signal. Why is there no signal at all? Song Yuanfan looked outside fearfully. "Keep your voice down. Don't let that cat hear us." Song Shireen shuddered. Since the appearance of the orange cat, it had never left. It seemed to see humans as the old mice, playing around joyfully, and the dark Yida Square was its playground. At least a few hundred people were trapped in the supermarket. Anyone who tried to escape was killed by the orange cat. Adding to the trouble was hunger. Those who came here looking for food hardly found any, not even water. The entire Yida Square was filled with starving survivors. In this store, besides the siblings, there were 2 other groups of survivors. One was a couple hiding in a corner. The woman was in bad shape. She had been bitten by a large mosquito, her face swollen like a bun, running a fever, her temperature scorching. The other group consisted of 3 young men who managed to grab a few Snickers bars, but one of them was also in a bad state. He couldn't bear the thirst, so he drank a few drops of tap water and had been unconscious since. Song Shireen, unable to bear the hunger, looked at the food photos Jiang Chen had posted in the group chat and suddenly burst into tears. Why? Why doesn't he save me? Why give the food to these bitches? I am his girlfriend. In the darkness, a man growled lowly, "Shut the hell up. If you wanna die, go die on your own, don't damn well drag me down. That kid, make your woman shut up quickly, or I'll kill you. Big brother, don't be angry." Song Yuanfan said fearfully, trying to smile, and hurriedly said, "Sis, stop crying. Please stop crying." Song Shireen's emotions completely collapsed, and she continued to cry. Song Yuanfan, afraid of the man's anger, slapped Song Shireen in frustration. Smack! Song Shireen was stunned by the blow, looking foolishly at her brother. Did you hit me? Song Yuanfan exploded. Stop howling. They will kill me. And do you want to attract the cat? You hit me too. Song Shireen felt wronged and wanted to die, but dared not cry again. She looked despairingly into the darkness in front of her. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. If he had given me food, how could I be in such a miserable state? Isn't it just a breakup? How could you be so heartless? The breakup is all your fault, isn't it? Who made you not ambitious? Jiang Chen walked down the stairs, step by step. There wasn't a single survivor on the road. It wasn't until the 24th floor that he saw a group of people laying on the floor in the corridor. Everyone huddled together, not daring to separate. It was very dark here, with only faint moonlight coming in. Most people were already asleep. A few were still whispering to each other. When they saw Jiang Chen approaching, they stood up hesitantly. They recognized this convenience store clerk, who had crushed the strong Zhou Tianhao a few days ago, not someone to mess with. Jiang Chen pounded on the fire door with his fist. Duong! 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 The people immediately woke up. What's going on? What happened? Jiang Chen calmly said, from now on, I will be the leader of this building. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The people's faces changed. They were all unhappy, but no one dared to openly oppose. Jiang Chen looked at the crowd in front of him, the yellow light on his body mostly turning into a faint red color. It seems like you all have strong opinions. If anyone has any, feel free to speak up now. Still, no one dared to say a word. Several middle-aged men also remained motionless. They knew they were no match for Zhou Tianhao, so naturally, they didn't dare to provoke Jiang Chen. At this moment, a middle-aged woman stood up and said, then I'll speak up. I think we should elect. Crack! Jiang Chen raised his left hand. The middle-aged woman's neck twisted like a pretzel, and she was thrown into the air, spinning twice before crashing heavily to the ground, unmoving. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. Oh, you really spoke up. The crowd gasped in shock. Jiang Chen asked again, does anyone else have any opinions? This time, no one dared to say a word. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, since everyone agrees, I'll be impolite then. Now, let me say a few things first. From now on, the 28th floor and above will be my private residence, and no one is allowed to go up there. Second, whoever goes downstairs to weed and digs up 100 pounds of plants every day, I will give them some food and water. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned and went upstairs, leaving these people downstairs to serve as human shields. In case any animals come up from below, they would be the first to be attacked, giving Jiang Chen time to react. Additionally, having them weed on the first floor was to let them explore and see what harmful animals might be around. Most importantly, to test if that mutated fraud would attack humans or not. The crowd looked at each other. Is he serious? Why do we have to weed? Food for weeding? Impossible, he doesn't have that much food. This kid is a murderer, don't trust him. Humph, haven't enough people died these days? What's one more death? Why not? Give it a try? I'm not going, the ground is too dangerous. What if I get bitten by insects and die? Some hesitated, while others began to act, going home to get suitable tools for weeding. Since they were almost starving, they might as well give it a shot. Humph, if we don't weed, we won't have food, and we'll still die, right? Mrs. Su said firmly, no, I'm not going. I'm too old to work. If you have food, you must give it to me. Otherwise, I'll report you. Her words resonated with a group of elderly people. Yeah, we can't do this weeding work. It's definitely for young people. I can't do it. If there's food, why shouldn't we get some? Young people nowadays, don't they understand respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Someone kindly reminded Mrs. Su, it's not like before, don't stir up trouble. Mrs. Su confidently said, how am I causing trouble? I'm just asking for what's due to me. Whether it was Zhou Tianhao or Jiang Chen, neither had ever hit her, which inexplicably gave her confidence. Jiang Chen would never dare to hit an old person. A group of elderly women chimed in, isn't Jiang Chen just a convenience store clerk? Didn't he rely on the care of us homeowners to survive? If he wants to be the floor leader, he needs our support. Exactly. He must have secretly stored goods from the convenience store to have so much stock. In this crisis, these supplies must be used to help everyone. I think we should have a good talk with that young man Jiang Chen. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of Manhwa. He has so much food, why not share some with us? Isn't it just for money? We'll give it to him. Young people felt speechless hearing the old people's words. Is Jiang Chen someone you can negotiate with? The woman's body from earlier was still lying on the ground. Fine. Reasoning with that stubborn ghost is futile. Let them go. It's not like it would harm them in any way. If Jiang Chen is willing to compromise, they will try to talk to him. If Jiang Chen doesn't compromise, let others die, it's none of his damn business. The dead woman lay quietly on the ground. There were no relatives here, and no one cared about the body. Soon, flies started buzzing around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. People around sneered, damn, you can't just leave this thing here. Then why don't you move it? Why should I move it? Now everyone is starving, trying not to move if they can help it. No one wants to take action. A thin man stared at the female corpse, his eyes glowing green. He hadn't eaten anything for 2 days and was almost starving. The pale skin of the female corpse surprisingly aroused his appetite. This woman was beaten to death, her body should be fine. The thin man thought to himself. After a while, the thin man stood up and said, it'll stink if we leave it here any longer. I'll move it, who's gonna help? Everyone lowered their heads, no one responded. The thin man pretended angrily, damn it, I'll do it myself. The thin man dragged the female corpse downstairs, panting heavily. However, he didn't dispose of the female corpse, but dragged it back to his own home. The thin man didn't return for a long time, attracting the attention of some people. 2 men exchanged a glance and quietly went downstairs. Suddenly, Mrs. Su screamed, which damn thief stole my stuff? Was it you? None of my damn business. You were closest to me, it must be you. Get lost. Old hag, don't stir up trouble. Ah, you dare scratch me. The hallway was in chaos. It quieted down after about 15 minutes. A man covered his face in fear, his face scratched badly by Mrs. Su. Now, any external injury was a serious matter, likely to get infected and lead to death. Damn it, old hag. I'll kill you. A group of people quickly restrained him. That's enough. Why fight with an old lady? Mrs. Su hid behind the crowd and cursed, you're a thief. I'll call the police. The injured man gritted his teeth in hatred, but he was an honest man and didn't dare to really hurt Mrs. Su. Quick, treat the wound, don't let it get infected. Someone advised. The injured man asked fearfully, can anyone help me? Is there a doctor here? Dr. Li practices traditional Chinese medicine, he should be able to help. Li Qingxuan lived on the 24th floor. The injured man knocked on Li Qingxuan's door. Li Qingxuan didn't want to go out, afraid of the chaos outside and being robbed. But the injured man kept knocking, so Li Qingxuan could only ask through the peephole, what's the matter? Dr. Li, please save me. Li Qingxuan took a look at his wound through the peephole, hesitated for a moment, and as a doctor, he couldn't bear it, so he said, come in. Li Qingxuan cautiously opened the door halfway. No one dared to rush in. At this time, no one knew if they would get sick or injured, and no one wanted to offend a doctor. The injured man, with a trembling voice, asked, can I be saved? Li Qingxuan put on his glasses, examined carefully, and shook his head, not likely. Let's give it a try. He took out alcohol, disinfected the wound, and applied some iodine. In the past, this kind of wound would need ointment, but I don't have anything now. Sigh. Good luck to you. The injured man was devastated. Who would have thought that fighting with an old lady would be life-threatening? Save me. Save me. Dr. Li. Li Qingxuan was helpless. A skilled woman can't cook without rice. He had no way. Perhaps only Jiang Chen in the entire building had medicine now, but that person was difficult to deal with. Li Qingxuan wouldn't risk going to ask for medicine for a stranger. After hesitating for a moment, Li Qingxuan took out a box of pine needles from the pine tree downstairs. I just picked them up. In traditional Chinese medicine, pine needles can be used to treat external injuries, but now that the pine trees have changed, I'm not sure if it still works. Do you want to give it a try? The injured man gritted his teeth. Okay. Li Qingxuan nodded, then I'll give it a try. He chopped the pine needles into pieces and evenly applied them to the wound. The rest was left to fate. Jiang Chen watched everything clearly at home. Interesting. Considering that traditional Chinese medicine might be useful for himself, Jiang Chen's heart stirred, sinking into the floor. Jiang Chen arrived at the 28th floor and, in order to conceal his ability to pass through walls, took the stairs down. The survivors took a few steps back in fear when they saw Jiang Chen. Several elderly people looked at old lady Su. Despite her earlier enthusiasm, seeing Jiang Chen now made her a bit nervous. Jiang Chen didn't even look at her, he just knocked on Li Qingxuan's door. Soon, Li Qingxuan appeared at the peephole, surprised to see Jiang Chen, feeling a tightness in his scalp. Did I offend him? Li Qingxuan was very nervous. Since Jiang Chen had come to his door, he had no choice but to open it and calmly ask, Jiang. Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you? Just checking on your patient. Jiang Chen walked into the room on his own. Li Qingxuan didn't dare to stop him and followed, closing the door behind them. The injured man stood up involuntarily. Jiang Chen carefully examined the wound on his face and asked, Dr. Li, can you heal this? Li Qingxuan realized that Zhang Chen seemed to have no ill intentions, so he sighed in relief and said, "Chances are slim, we're lacking in medicine." He wanted to ask Zhang Chen if he had any medicine, but he didn't dare to speak up. Zhang Chen remained non-committal. "Let me see the medicine you used." Li Qingxuan brought out the remaining pine needles. Zhang Chen didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, but he knew that a doctor could be very useful, especially in traditional Chinese medicine. Unlike Western medicine, which is almost useless without modern pharmaceutical technology, traditional Chinese medicine is rich in herbal knowledge. However, in this rapidly changing era of flora and fauna, Zhang Chen wasn't sure how effective traditional Chinese herbal knowledge could be, but he believed that having something was better than nothing. Zhang Chen asked, "I saw you selling a very smelly vegetable last time?" Li Qingxuan nodded. "Mutated shepherd's purse, very smelly, even worse when cooked, but it's edible and seems to be nutritious. These days, my staple food is this shepherd's purse. Unfortunately, we don't have natural gas now, so I can't cook it. I dare not eat it raw either." Sigh. Li Qingxuan was very regretful. Zhang Chen asked him to bring some out. A foul stench like a dry toilet hit him, and Zhang Chen almost vomited his last meal. Li Qingxuan, on the other hand, remained calm. The injured man eagerly asked, "Can this thing be eaten?" Li Qingxuan nodded, "Yes. I eat this every day, my family has nothing else to eat." The injured man looked at Li Qingxuan, who was flushed, and pitifully asked, "Can you give me some to eat? Raw? Are you brave enough to eat it?" "I dare. Anyway, I won't live long, at least I can die full." The injured man was quite straightforward. Li Qingxuan brought out a large bowl of raw shepherd's purse and placed it in front of the injured man. "I just picked this yesterday, this shepherd's purse is special, it can last 3 days without rotting." Ugh, the injured man couldn't help but retch at the smell. Zhang Chen watched the injured man speechlessly. "You can eat this stuff?" He really admired Li Qingxuan. "How did you discover that this was edible?" Then, the injured man picked up a bit and tried it. Ugh, this shepherd's purse, when chewed, felt like mush in the mouth, just like diarrhea. Combined with the foul smell, the taste was simply catastrophic. The injured man ate a little reluctantly, managing to finish half a bowl before he couldn't continue. He was completely exhausted, slumping in the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, occasionally dry heaving. Li Qingxuan smiled and said, "You're quite good. I couldn't handle it after just 2 pills the first time I tried. Actually, if you eat them every day, you'll get used to it. And if there's water and gas, you can even make a soup, although the taste, well, it's very nutritious." Shit-flavored soup? Zhang Chen was speechless. This old man was truly a tough guy. The injured man weakly waved his hand and said, "Just kill me, I'll never eat again." Ugh, Zhang Chen chuckled, carefully record his condition. "I want to see if the herbs are working." Li Qingxuan felt like his opportunity had come. All right. After waiting for 2 hours, Zhang Chen returned to find that the injured man's wound had already scabbed over. Moreover, in Zhang Chen's perception, the brightness on the injured man's body had also stabilized. The injured man also noticed the change and happily said, "Dr. Li, my face doesn't seem to hurt anymore?" Li Qingxuan carefully examined him and sighed. "I didn't expect that after the pine tree mutated, the effect would be much better than before. Perhaps, this evolution could be an opportunity for humanity. You're lucky, go back and recuperate." The injured man left happily. Zhang Chen was also satisfied. This Li Qingxuan really had some skills. Since that was the case, Zhang Chen decided to help him out. Zhang Chen said, "From now on, I'll provide you with food every day. Interested?" Li Qingxuan was taken aback, his eyes fixed on the instant noodles. He was a normal person too. With normal food available, who would still choose to eat a shit-flavored meal? Li Qingxuan, in his 50s, had long known that there was no unreasoned kindness in this world, so he cautiously asked, "What do I need to do?" Zhang Chen was very pleased with this rational person, as rationality wouldn't lead to unexpected actions. "If my woman falls ill, you'll be responsible for treating her. Successful treatment will be rewarded, failure won't be punished. How about it?" Li Qingxuan was tempted. In essence, this was being hired as Zhang Chen's personal family doctor. Li Qingxuan was never a narrow-minded person. All right. Li Qingxuan immediately decided to move. His valuable possessions at home were all solid wood furniture, which he couldn't take with him, so he left without hesitation. His wife had passed away early, leaving only a son and a granddaughter in the neighboring city, whom he couldn't contact after the red mist descended. Li Qingxuan packed some clothes, grabbed a medical kit containing silver needles, a medicine scale, alcohol, iodine, and other basic medical supplies. Zhang Chen escorted Li Qingxuan upstairs. The onlookers in the hallway were envious. Old Lady Su was getting angrier. Last time, her grandson died because that old man Li Qingxuan refused to treat him. Today, Li Qingxuan had healed another scoundrel who had fought with her. "Old man, deliberately going against me. Now, no one else could go upstairs except Li Qingxuan, making her even more resentful. Zhang Chen took Li Qingxuan to the 28th floor and found a house farthest from Zhang Yino's. Zhang Chen was cautious and wouldn't let Li Qingxuan stay on the 32nd floor. Li Qingxuan hesitated. I'm staying here? How do I open the door? Zhang Chen reached out, his arm passed through the security door, then his fingers returned to normal and effortlessly unlocked the door. Click! The door opened. Zhang Chen was becoming more proficient in using his phasing ability, able to control partial limb phasing skillfully. Li Qingxuan was amazed. Is this a superpower? It's so amazing. Zhang Chen neither confirmed nor denied. If there's anything, I'll come find you. Don't go out if there's nothing urgent. It's chaotic out there now. I'll have someone bring you food soon. Zhang Chen didn't fully trust Li Qingxuan and wouldn't reveal too much of his abilities in front of him. Returning home, Zhang Chen took out a box of instant noodles, a large bag of sausages, and a case of purified water. Su Mengqian, Lu Mengyao, take these to room 2809 for drive. Li Qingxuan. The two women were a bit hesitant to go out, but even more afraid to refuse Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not worried. He could monitor the entire building through his senses, and for now, there was no danger above the 5th floor. Below the 5th floor was a different story. Overnight, the land cleared of weeds grew even denser vegetation, with various insects and rodents scurrying about. Their brief safe outing time ended, and everyone was once again trapped inside the building. Even inside the building was not safe. The lower floors were crawling with mutated rats, mutated cockroaches, and occasionally mutated mosquitoes that would leave a person to their own devices if bitten. Additionally, in the drainage pipes, there appeared a strange creature resembling a giant earthworm. They disgustingly wriggled through the sewage pipes, albeit with low luminosity, seemingly posing no significant threat. 2nd floor. Lu Dongxiang embraced Chen Yun, standing at the window looking outside. Just now, a group of people came out of Block C and started mowing the grass downstairs. Are they crazy? How could they possibly finish mowing when the grass grows so fast now? Why are they mowing the grass? Chen Yun yawned. Who knows, lunatics. Donga, let's go back to sleep. She had eaten and drunk to her heart's content yesterday, spending the whole night in madness with Lu Dongxiang, and was now extremely tired. Yesterday, taking advantage of the weed killer's effectiveness, Lu Dongxiang took Chen Yun out to look for food. Lu Dongxiang was somewhat clever. He knew that big supermarkets like Yida Supermarket would surely be overcrowded, and going there might not guarantee getting anything and could even be dangerous. So, Lu Dongxiang took Chen Yun to a nearby Silly Bird station, easily unlocking the door with his lockpicking skills. The delivery point was piled up with hundreds of undelivered packages. Lu Dongxiang and Chen Yun found plenty of food and drinks among them, enough to last them for a few days. And with this successful experience, both of them were full of confidence. In the entire Magic Sea City, there were at least hundreds of package collection points. Even if 1/10 remained, it would be enough for them to eat for a long time. Lu Dongxiang scratched his crotch. He felt increasingly itchy and even faintly smelled something foul. When he took off his pants to check, he was dumbfounded. Damn, what is this thing? His thighs were covered with red bumps, very disgusting. Chen Yun was also frightened. Damn, what is this thing growing on you? Could it be a disease? She quickly checked her own body, but there were no changes for now. Damn, this bastard looks honest, but how can he have this kind of disease? Damn, don't infect me. Chen Yun cursed Lu Dongxiang inwardly. She had to rely on Lu Dongxiang to survive and dared not offend him, so she could only endure it. Chen Yun picked up a bottle of purified water and went into the bathroom, sitting on the toilet to clean herself. Lu Dongxiang was also anxious. After you finish, I need to clean up too. Before he could finish speaking, the toilet suddenly made a loud noise. Bang! A thick black tentacle-like object shot out of the toilet like lightning, piercing through Chen Yun. The tentacle pierced through Chen Yun's body from bottom to top, coming out of her mouth. Chen Yun's eyes froze, and she instantly stiffened in place. Lu Dongxiang stared wide-eyed, his mind blank. Damn! Put! The black tentacle retracted like lightning. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Yun's body slumped softly to the ground, like mud, blood pooling around her. Ah! Lu Dongxiang screamed in terror, his voice so loud that it hardly seemed human. The people mowing on the first floor and the surrounding neighbors were all alarmed. Zhang Chen also witnessed the scene. Just now, a creature in the drainage pipe suddenly increased its luminosity by 10 times, then pierced a woman's body. Immediately after, its luminosity dimmed again, and it disappeared into the drainage pipe. Zhang Chen's face turned grim. Damn! This thing is too sinister, actually able to suppress the usual brightness, disguised as harmless. Tang Xuero also heard the man's screams, feeling creepy. Zhang Go, what's going on? Seems to be someone from our building? Zhang Chen said coldly, I'll go check it out. He immediately sank into the ground, quickly landing in an empty room on the second floor. Then he walked out and kicked open Lu Dongqiang's door. Bang! Lu Dongqiang sat pale on the ground, unable to get up at all. When he saw Jiang Chen, he unconsciously let out a terrified scream. The bathroom was full of blood. A female corpse lay next to the toilet. The toilet was also shattered. The drain emitted a foul smell, stretched out a whole circle. In Jiang Chen's perception, the monster had already left this room, gone to the first floor through the drainage pipe. Jiang Chen silently observed for a while, then breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of monster probably has limited physical abilities, can only move below the 5th floor, temporarily no danger upstairs, as long as it poses no threat to himself. Jiang Chen said nothing, turned and left. Lu Dongqiang finally reacted, grabbed food and water, and crawled upstairs. It wasn't until he reached a crowded place above the 22nd floor that he relaxed. People saw him covered in blood, with a strong smell of urine and feces, immediately said, "Don't come near. It stinks. Damn. Go over there yourself. Don't come near." Ah! Lu Dongqiang looked terrified, repeating, "There's a monster in the toilet. There's a monster in the toilet." Soon, a legend of a toilet monster spread among the survivors. By noon, most of the people who went to cut grass had returned. The most grass cut by a person was only about 60 caddies, while some only managed about 30 caddies. These residents were all city people, never done this kind of work. Plus, they hadn't been eating well lately, feeling weak, lacking suitable tools, all exhausted. What's worse, 2 people were bitten by unknown insects. The swelling wounds were as big as a palm, very painful to touch, and they started to have a fever. Dissatisfaction began to brew among the crowd. Damn, that convenience store clerk is playing us. Can't finish 100 caddies a day at all. Don't know if he'll give us food. So thirsty. What to do when the water runs out? Mrs. Su was secretly delighted. She and a group of elderly people couldn't cut grass, and when she saw the young people going downstairs to cut grass in exchange for food, she was very unhappy. Now seeing an opportunity, she immediately said loudly, "In my opinion, cutting grass is a waste of time. That convenience store clerk must be deliberately messing with us." Immediately, some people echoed. "It grows back the next day. What's the use?" "Right. He's deliberately messing with us. Let's go talk to Jiang Chen, ask for some food, not too much, just 3 loaves of bread per person per day. Will he hit us? Let's go together." "I don't believe he dares to hit so many people." "Right. We must go together. Huddle together, he won't dare to touch us." Tian mingled in the crowd, quietly listening. "It sounds like there's a person named Jiang Chen in this building with a lot of food?" She had just teleported not long ago. She had searched Zhang Yino's house, but found no food. Unwilling to give up, she followed the stairs downstairs and saw a group of people in heated discussion. Tian was now dressed in middle-aged women's clothes, deliberately painted an ugly face, looking inconspicuous. After listening in the crowd for a while, Tian decided to follow the crowd upstairs to see that Jiang Chen is finished. So many people going to rob his food, he definitely can't hold on. Maybe I can take advantage of the chaos and get some. As the crowd was discussing fervently, a leisurely voice came from the building. "You guys are having quite a lively discussion, tell me about it." Jiang Chen descended from the corner of the stairs, his face carrying a hint of playful expression. The scene fell into dead silence. Jiang Chen hadn't slept all night. After lunch, he cuddled with Hu Lily and took a nice nap. After sleeping for over an hour, Jiang Chen had basically regained his energy. With his comprehensive physique increased to 90, he could even go 48 hours without sleep without feeling too tired. It was just that Hu Lily was big and soft, so sleeping while hugging her was pure enjoyment. Upon waking up, Jiang Chen noticed that there was another Esper in the building. The blue ginger inside his body and the outline of his body proved that it was the female Esper Tian. "You've really come back." Jiang Chen was secretly delighted, not daring to delay, afraid the other party might run away. He quickly put on his clothes and phased downstairs. He reached the 25th floor and heard a group of people fervently discussing taking him down. Jiang Chen didn't care at all, he was only concerned about Tian. Tian was mingling in the crowd, not leaving. Jiang Chen immediately turned the corner and said with a smile, "You guys are having quite a lively discussion, tell me about it." He glanced casually at Tian, who seemed to think her disguise was clever, not too vigilant. Jiang Chen walked down the stairs step by step, and the crowd involuntarily made way for him. Despite their lively discussions, they became timid upon seeing Jiang Chen. Even those who had just been bitten while mowing the lawn downstairs didn't dare say anything. Remembering how Jiang Chen casually killed 2 people, no one dared to take the lead now. Tian was puzzled. "What are you all afraid of? A group of people afraid of one person?" She stared at Jiang Chen, unable to see anything special about this young handsome guy. Jiang Chen seemed to stop casually, but actually stopped right in front of Tian Tian. He smiled at the crowd. Speak up. Tell me. The crowd looked towards Granny Sue. Granny Sue gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Young man, I. Swish. A bright white flash of a knife cut across Granny Sue's neck. Splurt blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering on the ceiling. Thud. Granny Sue's head rolled to the ground, right in front of Tian Tian. Tian Tian's mind went blank. Jiang Chen had a watermelon knife in his hand, appearing out of nowhere, and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Why did you stop halfway? The scene fell silent. Everyone trembled, and no one dared to speak anymore. Jiang Chen smiled. Since you won't speak, let's forget it. You guys who were mowing, if you haven't reached 100 kilograms yet, hurry up and deliver 100 kilograms of grass to the 27th floor before 5 p.m. No delays. The mowers became nervous, forgetting to rest, and grabbed various tools to go downstairs to work. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out, grabbed Tian Tian by the collar, and lifted her in front of him, smiling slyly. Tian Tian, do you think your disguise is good? Tian Tian was startled, about to struggle, and said in surprise, Huh? How do you know who I am? Wait, you've got the wrong person. Looking not very bright. Jiang Chen smiled and reached into his pocket, actually taking out a bottle of purified water from his personal space. He gently squeezed the bottle, then poured it over her head. The 1.5-meter-tall Tian Tian covered her head with both hands, legs kicking in the air, unable to reach the ground. Oh, what are you doing? Jiang Chen wiped her face vigorously with the water, removing her makeup. A mischievous little beauty appeared. Jiang Chen smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, very pretty. Come with me. The survivors were all dumbfounded. This middle-aged lady turned out to be a beauty? How did Jiang Chen manage to encounter this? This guy is so lucky. The men were insanely jealous, but none dared to speak up. Jiang Chen grinned as he carried Tian Tian upstairs. Tian Tian was terrified. What are you going to do? Let me go. I'll give you money, okay? Just let me go. Thinking about the man who had just killed someone, Tian Tian's face turned pale, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. Jiang Chen shook his head. Money is of no use. Tian Tian's mouth quivered as she cried. Whoa, no, I'm only 18, I don't want a boyfriend. Boyfriend? Jiang Chen sneered, tapping Tian Tian's forehead. What are you fantasizing about? Oh, Tian Tian cried, holding her head. Let me go, let me go. Irritated, Jiang Chen coldly said, keep crying, and I'll strip you naked and throw you down the stairs. Tian Tian. She instantly shut her mouth. Jiang Chen carried her back to Tang Shuero's house. Tang Shuero opened the door and exclaimed in surprise, this is. Jiang Chen calmly stated, your new sister. Several women craned their necks to look. Tian Tian saw several beautiful women and instantly knew that this man was definitely a big pervert, and she was in deep trouble. However, seeing the women looking radiant and unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Tian made a final struggle. You won't win my heart like this. Jiang Chen casually replied, don't flatter yourself. I don't need your heart. I just want you to pose however I want. Tian Tian blushed. You. She wanted to open a portal and escape, but unsure if she could break free from the man's control, she endured. At that moment, Jiang Chen pulled out a pile of snacks. Want some? Potato chips, chocolates, seaweed snacks, beef jerky. Tian Tian's eyes widened. Ding! 7 days ago, Tian Tian consumed an enlightenment fruit, interdimensional travel, and received 600 fruits in return. They have been stored in the personal space. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Got it. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took out an interdimensional travel fruit and ate it. Enlightenment fruit, interdimensional travel 7 stars. Grants the ability to travel interdimensionally upon consumption. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase its star rating. Interdimensional travel, 7 stars. Allows you to open interdimensional portals to any location within 1,000 meters, up to twice a day. You can create an interdimensional anchor point within 100 meters, once a day. 7 stars. It's actually a 7-star fruit. Jiang Chen was stunned. He had eaten hundreds of fruits without achieving a 7-star ability, yet this one fruit was 7 stars. Truly remarkable for a teleportation ability, with an astonishingly high star rating. Tian Tian foolishly asked, do you also have superpower fruits? As soon as she said it, she realized it was a silly question. Judging by Jiang Chen's strength, he was definitely a superpower user. Jiang Chen chuckled, follow me, and I guarantee you won't have to worry about food, drink, or superpower fruits. Tian Tian naturally didn't believe it. Humph. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Jiang Chen flipped his hand. revealing a black lychee in his palm. Tian Tian was stunned, her eyes as wide as eggs. Huh? How do you have so many? Jiang Chen didn't bother explaining, he just ate a few. After finishing, he flipped his hand again, revealing another handful. Tian Tian exclaimed in shock, magic? Personal space, Jiang Chen said calmly, then ate another handful. After consuming over 20 interdimensional travel fruits, a notification finally sounded in his ear, ding. Interdimensional travel upgraded to 8 stars. You can open a subspace channel to travel to any location within 5,000 meters, up to 10 times a day. You can create a subspace anchor within 1,000 meters, up to 2 times a day. Teleportation within 5 kilometers, 10 times a day. 8 stars are much stronger than 7 stars. Jiang Chen smiled satisfactorily. He patted Tian Tian's head and pointed to the pile of snacks. Eat. It's all yours. Tian Tian's eyes lit up and she pounced on them. Wow. Ding. Tian Tian consumed a pack of beef jerky, returned 600 packs, already stored in the personal space. Ding. Tian Tian consumed a pack of potato chips, returned 600 packs, already stored in the personal space. Jiang Chen said, eat first, talk later. After speaking, he turned and left. Tian Tian quickly stuffed all the food into a pillowcase and then peeked into the subspace at the speed of light. The subspace anchor at home was as conspicuous as a torch in the dark. Tian Tian swiftly aimed at the anchor point and dove in. Hee, trying to catch me? You don't even have a door. As she was about to leave, she was startled to find Jiang Chen standing at the door, watching her with interest. Tian Tian gasped, oh my. She slipped and fell straight out of the exit. Trying to run? Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a huge blue film with a radius of over 1.5 meters appeared in the air. Jiang Chen walked in calmly. He also saw Tian Xian's subspace anchor point and directed the landing point towards it. In Tian Tian's house, a blue film suddenly appeared. Black cat Cola lazily raised its head. Then Tian Tian fell and landed on the floor, crying out in pain. Cola? Can she even fall like that? Bipedal beasts are so clumsy. As Tian Tian tried to get up, a huge blue film appeared again. Jiang Chen walked out indifferently, stepping on Tian Tian's head with one foot, pressing her face to the floor once more. Pia! Ouch! Tian Tian cried out in pain, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Jiang Chen chuckled, lifted her up by the hand. The little girl's forehead was bright red with embarrassment and anger. You did it on purpose. Yes. Jiang Chen lifted Tian Tian up casually. Is this your home? The black cat stood up, walked to Jiang Chen's leg, and rubbed against it. Jiang Chen glanced at it and ignored it. Just an ordinary cat. He picked up the cat with one hand, and Cola comfortably fell asleep on Jiang Chen's arm. Tian Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, saying sadly and angrily, Cola, you never let me hold you before. Cola, meow. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the entire room. In his perception, nothing could block his scrutiny. There were no dangerous tools in Tian Tian's house, only a kitchen knife and a fruit knife in the kitchen. Jiang Chen relaxed, found a chair, sat down, and casually picked up an anime figurine from the display cabinet. Tian Tian's bedroom was filled with figurines. The computer chair was colorful pink, and the headset had rabbit ears. She's a teenage girl in her rebellious phase, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He walked around the room, storing all the items in his personal space. Tian Tian looked stunned and said with a hint of grievance, those are my things. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, now they're mine. With a flick of his finger, a huge blue film appeared. When he left a subspace anchor point at Tang Shuero's house. Now he could easily find his way back home. Tian Tian was astonished. Huh? How did you learn this too? Did you copy my ability? Jiang Chen sighed. It's tough dealing with a teenage girl, she almost guessed my ability. Jiang Chen naturally didn't explain, holding the cat as he walked into the blue teleportation gate. Come with me. Tian Tian was helpless. Her lifeline, the Coke, was in the hands of the bad guys, so she could only bow her head. Back at home, Jiang Chen took Tian Tian's belongings out of the handy space. Alright, come and eat. Eat? Tian Tian didn't know what it meant and didn't dare to resist. She had used up her teleportation quota for the day, so she couldn't run away and could only do as Jiang Chen said. Tian Tian arrived in the living room. The rich aroma of food wafted over. Tian Tian's beautiful big eyes widened. The table was filled with dishes. In the center was a steaming hot pot, along with over a dozen side dishes like dry-fried beef, stir-fried dried bamboo shoots, and a variety of dipping sauces. There was also a pot of steaming hot rice. Tian Tian was stunned. This. How is this possible? She felt like she was dreaming. Tang Shuero and the other women stood up to welcome Jiang Chen to the table. Jiang Chen looked at the table. There are too many people, not enough seats at the table. He picked a large round table from the space and placed it in the middle of the living room. The four women transferred the food to the large round table. Jiang Chen sat down and said, "Let's eat." The four women sat down and started eating. Tian was a bit at a loss. She never expected to have such a sumptuous meal at a time like this. Tang Shuero smiled and said, "Come, sit here with me, eat more today." Hu Lili and Lu Mangyao smiled knowingly. Su Mengqian sneakily glanced at Jiang Chen, feeling a bit resentful. "Jiang Ji hasn't visited my room in 2 days. More and more women, when will it be my turn again? Am I being neglected?" Tian wasn't too reserved and sat down to eat heartily. "Wow, it's delicious. I haven't had meat in days. So delicious. Do you have natural gas here?" Jiang Chen was in a good mood and explained, "No, it's canned propane for camping." Jiang Chen had collected over 1,000 bottles from the supermarket, enough for a long time. Tian's mouth was full, almost in tears from eating. "Wow. This is so delicious." The four women looked proudly at Tian, who was eating without reservation, saying, "Humph. Jiang Ji let you follow him, you hit the jackpot." "Yeah, besides here with Jiang Ji, where else can you eat such a lavish meal? Follow Jiang Ji, guaranteed to eat your fill, and even have supernatural fruits to eat." Tian looked up in surprise and asked, "Supernatural fruits? Can we eat them too?" She was filled with anticipation. Her recent experiences had made her deeply understand the importance of supernatural abilities. A teleportation fruit had already given her tremendous help. If she could obtain a combat-oriented fruit, her chances of survival would increase significantly. Jiang Chen smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course." After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but he maintained a sunny smile on the surface, saying, "So, what do you think? Do you want to stay? Staying means you can eat your fill." Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. If Tian refused, he would immediately resort to killing, because her ability was too special. If Tian didn't willingly stay, Jiang Chen couldn't restrict her actions at all, and Tian had already seen too many of her own abilities. In any case, Jiang Chen couldn't let such a powerful ability user go uncontrolled. If she used her teleportation ability for assassination, Jiang Chen might not be able to handle it. If Tian turned against him, Jiang Chen would be in big trouble. So, she only had two choices now, either submit or die. Tian didn't know she was already standing on the brink of death. If given a choice, she would certainly not agree. But the world was no longer the same as before. Even if the two of them escaped, what could they do? She often went out to gather supplies and had seen many dark things. In some places, people are still barely adhering to the old order. But in many places, the order has effectively collapsed. The strong control everything. What's worse, even obeying the strong is not enough to eat your fill, because there is a lack of food. Often, even the strong themselves find it hard to ensure 3 meals a day. It's different here with Jiang Chen. Tian is not foolish, she is secretly observing the mental and physical conditions of the four women. Obviously, these women lead a very affluent life. They even have the leisure to put on makeup, wear fashionable clothes, and groom themselves. This is a clear display of extremely abundant material life. In other words, Jiang Chen definitely has the ability to provide these women with enough resources. Where does he get these resources from? Tian's eyes shifted. "The goods from Yida Plaza, did you take them?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Smart, that's only a small part." As they chatted, Cola walked up to Bai Yin. "Meow, woof, meow, woof woof woof." Jiang Chen decided to give it a try sometime. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, 3:30 in the morning. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well get up and do something productive. Jiang Chen put on a thick set of mountaineering clothes from his space. He returned to his rented room, and Bai Yen happily bounded up to him. Jiang Chen tossed a few pieces of steak to Bai Yen, who joyfully bounced around. "Don't let anyone in while I'm not here." Bai Yen seemed to understand. "Woof." Jiang Chen patted the dog's head and stood up, gesturing with his finger towards the empty space. A huge blue film leading to the subspace appeared. "Woof." Bai Yen nervously took a step back, curiously watching the blue film. Cola lay calmly on the ground. "Humph, ignorant silly dog." Jiang Chen opened the map on his phone and entered the subspace. The National Security Bureau should have guns. Where is the nearest National Security Bureau? Standing in the subspace, Jiang Chen felt like he was standing in a giant water droplet. He could see the buildings and roads outside, but their shapes were constantly twisting, shaking, and entwining into a mess, like a painting distorted by water. To find the target location, he had to carefully distinguish it from the deformed objects. Jiang Chen finally located the position of the National Security Bureau but then encountered a second problem. Viewing the buildings in the material space from the subspace was like watching underwater plants swing, making precise positioning extremely difficult. If he accidentally opened the portal into a wall, the ground, or high in the air, Tian Tian would not be able to get out. Moreover, Tian Tian could only open the door twice a day, and one had to be left for the return trip. So, she only had one chance each day. If the portal opened in an unsuitable location like the ground, wall, or high in the air, she would have to wait another day. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to me, I can walk through walls anyway. With a casual gesture, Jiang Chen opened the portal 3 meters underground at the National Security Bureau. Dissipate. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he calmly walked out of the portal. He didn't immediately go up to the ground because he sensed that there were dozens of survivors in the National Security Bureau, gathered in several rooms on the 3rd floor. Surprisingly, there were 3 ability users among them. Jiang Chen carefully observed these 3 ability users, 2 men and a woman. Judging by their attire, 1 man and 1 woman should be members of the National Security Bureau. The other man was a man in his 70s. The ginger in the male security member and the old man was green, similar to Jiang Chen's. The brightness of the light on their bodies was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. The ginger in the female security member was a dull gray color, and the brightness on her body was extremely dazzling. Although it was about half as strong as Jiang Chen's, she was already the strongest ability user he had ever seen. Jiang Chen was cautious and did not approach the 3 individuals recklessly. He observed for a moment and quickly found the location of the firearms and ammunition storage room. Jiang Chen immediately made his way through the underground. Soon, he entered a basement where 4 large metal cabinets were placed, secured with a combination of fingerprint recognition and mechanical keys. Through his perception, Jiang Chen saw neatly arranged rifles and pistols inside 2 of the large metal cabinets, while the other 2 contained ammunition. The firearms and ammunition were neatly arranged and seemed untouched. Manhwa had strict regulations regarding firearms, managed by specialized armory custodians. It seemed that due to the arrival of the red mist, the custodian had an accident, resulting in the firearms not being taken out at all. Jackpot! Jiang Chen smiled, attempting to close the metal cabinet but failing. He pushed the cabinet with his hands and realized it was secured with expanding screws into the wall. The personal space could only store independent items. Jiang Chen retrieved a crowbar from his personal space and forcefully inserted it into the gap between the wall and the cabinet. Open up for me. Jiang Chen exerted force and pried open a large gap. After several attempts, he managed to forcefully pry the cabinet off the wall. Pinghai Road National Security Bureau. 3rd floor. 3 espers sat around a small table. Zheng Zilin looked worriedly at the survivors' room and said, "The situation is not good for everyone, we need to leave here as it's becoming increasingly difficult to gather food." Male security team member Lu Gangfeng took a sip of clean water, cautiously looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before whispering, "Zilin, I've said it before, we can't save everyone. In our current state, it's already good enough if we can take care of ourselves." Lao Yang, don't you agree? Yang Jiawei nodded and said, "I'll follow the orders of the 2 leaders." Lu Gangfeng sneered, "Humph, brown-noser." Zhang Zilin corrected, "Uncle Yang, I'm just an ordinary security team member, not a leader." Yang Jiawei smiled apologetically, "Hee, it's the same. My life was saved by the 2 leaders, so I'll do as you say." Yang Jiawei was a security guard working in a nearby residential area. After the red mist descended, he unexpectedly gained an ability to hear very faint sounds by eating a black lychee. With this ability, Yang Jiawei barely survived. Later, following orders from superiors, Zhang Zilin organized a team to rescue the surrounding survivors, including saving Yang Jiawei. Zhang Zilin firmly stated, "According to the orders, we must take these survivors to the nearest television station gathering point." Lu Gangfeng was frustrated, "We can't contact our superiors now, who knows what the situation is at the television station." What the hell? Why stick to following orders with things as they are now? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Zilin stubbornly shook her head, "No, I will act according to the final orders. If you want to leave, you can go, I won't stop you." Lu Gangfeng was utterly annoyed. If it weren't for being unable to beat Zhang Zilin, he would have forcibly taken her away and left this group of burdens behind. Of course, it was just a thought. Zhang Zilin was skilled in martial arts and had previously ranked 3rd in the National Women's Sanda competition, coupled with her esper abilities. If Lu Gangfeng dared to make a move, he would be turned into a pig's head in no time. If Zhang Zilin didn't look good, Lu Gangfeng would have already run away. Lu Gangfeng earnestly advised, "Zilin, we..." Zhang Zilin interrupted him seriously, "Lu Gangfeng, let me say it again. Don't call me Zilin, we are not in a romantic relationship, it's not appropriate." Lu Gangfeng was extremely frustrated. Zhang Zilin continued, we have too few weapons. The animals are becoming stronger. In order to better protect the people, I believe the most urgent task now is to get the guns from the armory. Lu Gangfeng sighed, the firearms storage room is in the basement, with 2 layers of anti-theft doors. Without a key, there's no way to get in. Lao Wang has been unreachable, probably dead. There's really no good solution. Zhang Zilin calmly said, even if there's no way, we have to find a way. Lu Gangfeng, I've just arrived at this bureau. You're an old hand here, more familiar with the environment. Think again, is there any other way to get in? Like through the ventilation ducts? Lu Gangfeng helplessly replied, Miss Zhang, that's the firearms storage room, even more secure than our bureau chief's office. How could there be such a big loophole? Just then, Yang Jiawei suddenly said, Chief, I heard noises from underground. A loud impact sound. Lu Gongfeng's face changed, immediately pulling out his pistol, getting tense. Zhang Zilin immediately became serious. Is it underground creatures? Yang Jiawei listened carefully for a while, puzzled. It doesn't sound like animals, more like the sound of metal impact. It seems like someone is smashing something? Someone is smashing things underground? Are the corpses playing tricks? Lu Gangfeng couldn't help but shiver, panicking. Lao Yang, don't talk nonsense. He used to not believe in ghosts, but with the world getting weirder, he was getting scared too. Zhang Zilin asked in a deep voice, where? Over there. Yang Jiawei pointed in a direction on the ground, about 3 to 4 meters underground. Zhang Zilin looked in the direction he pointed, puzzled. Lu Gangfeng, is the firearms storage room over there? Lu Gangfeng was stunned for a moment, then realized, yes, it's right over there, at a similar depth. Someone is stealing guns. Zhang Zilin's expression instantly turned serious. With the world in such chaos, once firearms leaked out, trouble would follow. No, this must not happen. Zhang Zilin swiftly climbed out the window like a gust of wind, directly jumping down to the 3rd floor, quickly rushing towards the firearms storage room. She was also curious about how the other party managed to enter the storage room. Jiang Chen satisfactorily pried open 4 large cabinets. Then, he forcefully opened another cabinet, took out a handgun, marveling at it. Dark and heavy. This was his first time touching a real gun, very curious. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to look at the ceiling. In his perception, the brightness of the female esper skyrocketed rapidly, almost reaching Jiang Chen's brightness. The female esper rushed towards him swiftly. Jiang Chen was surprised. She can detect this? He couldn't figure out the other party's ability, didn't want to take risks, so he opened a portal and stepped into the subspace. Jiang Chen didn't immediately close the door, standing in the subspace, using his perception to look at the iron door. Outside the iron door, the female esper's figure was very hot, with straight and muscular legs, a high and shapely buttocks, exuding a healthy beauty. But Jiang Chen wouldn't take the risk of capturing her. Towards such a powerful woman, Jiang Chen kept his distance. In case of a surprise attack, Jiang Chen might really get hit. Women were everywhere. There was absolutely no need to take risks. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt his energy rapidly depleting. It turned out that staying in subspace would consume energy. Even with his comprehensive physique, he could feel the depletion, but for Tian's comprehensive physique, she probably couldn't stay in subspace for more than a few seconds. Jiang Chen didn't delay any longer, found the location of Yida Plaza, and opened a door. I remember there are high-end mattresses on the 3rd floor of Yida Plaza. With so many women around, there should be enough mattresses. The firearms storage room fell silent. Zhang Zilin knocked on the large iron door, but there was no response from inside. Frustrated, she could only shout, listen in there, if you have the guts, don't come out, or I will catch you for sure. A few minutes later, Lu Gangfeng and Yang Jiawei arrived with flashlights. Lu Gangfeng asked, no luck catching them? Zhang Zilin was very angry, he's not coming out. Yang Jiawei listened carefully, it seems like no one, I didn't hear any human breathing. Zhang Zilin was furious, impossible. I was watching at the door, how did he escape? Lu Gangfeng checked the iron gate, no signs of forced entry. If he could get in, he must have a way to leave. I suspect he's a paranormal, probably with abilities like digging underground. Zhang Zilin also thought of this, frowning, then he most likely took the gun. Duong. Lu Gangfeng kicked the iron gate heavily, but it didn't budge. He helplessly said, his purpose for coming here is obviously the gun. Zhang Zilin, with a cold face, said, as long as he dares to use the gun, I can find him and arrest him. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to use firearms, this is a strict law in Longwa. Zhang Zilin was very confident in her own abilities. The opponent's ability is likely related to digging, indicating weak frontal combat skills. Lu Gangfeng was speechless. Arrest him? He can dig underground, how will you catch him? And even if you catch him, then what? Where will you detain him? Send him to jail? There are no jails now. Yang Jiawei looked around anxiously, everywhere overgrown with menacing plants, feeling very unsafe. Leader, let's go back. Jiang Chen carelessly opened a new teleportation gate, but it was off by a lot, opening directly above Yida Square. Jiang Chen looked down. About 5 meters below was the roof of Yida Square, covered with various facilities like central air conditioning units. If it were Tian, she probably wouldn't be able to descend at all. Jiang Chen simply jumped out of the blue teleportation gate, landing on an outdoor unit. He activated his perception. After careful inspection, he unexpectedly found that there were hundreds of people hiding in Yida Square. Why are they hiding here? There's not much food here. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. These people were scattered in various shops in Yida Square, huddling in corners as if hiding from something. Jiang Chen became cautious. He used his perception to carefully examine the surroundings but found nothing. Despite this, he instinctively felt danger. With so many people hiding, there had to be some problem. Jiang Chen hesitated about leaving immediately when a ginger cat entered his perception. The ginger cat was the size of a large SUV, emitting a dazzling light far brighter than Jiang Chen's own. If Jiang Chen's combat power was 1, the ginger cat was at least a 5. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. This was the most powerful creature he had encountered, even stronger than the mutated frog in the financial center. His silly husky at home was no match either. That silly dog was a disgrace among mutated beasts. Since becoming his pet, it had become lazy, with a belly full of fat. As for the group of red giant birds that attacked the transport plane that day, they were too far away for his perception to reach, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to estimate their strength. The ginger cat strolled leisurely into the ground floor lobby, licked its paws, and began wandering around Yida Square. Suddenly, it swiped its paw towards a corner. Ah! A woman was swept out head over heels. She screamed in fear, stumbling as she tried to run. The ginger cat slapped her back, causing her to tumble several times before stopping. The cat happily jumped over, crouching beside the woman, playing with her like a cat with a mouse. The woman lay still, pretending to be dead to fool the cat. The ginger cat was not pleased. It lifted her with its paw, leaving a long bloody gash on her chest. The woman screamed in pain, crawling away in agony. The orange cat became happy again, leisurely following the woman without harming her, just teasing her like that. Whenever the woman tried to run to a corner, it would bring her back. Whenever the woman pretended to be dead still, it would use its claws to lift her up and continue playing. After a few minutes, the woman died, lying motionless on the ground. The orange cat played with her a bit using its claws, but when the woman remained still, it lost interest. After a while, the orange cat caught another unlucky person from the corner and played until they died. Then it caught another, played until they died. After playing to death 7 or 8 people, the orange cat seemed satisfied, and it left slowly through the main entrance. Jiang Chen calmly watched the orange cat leave his perception range before jumping to the 5th floor through the floorboards. He had intended to leave, but then he saw his ex-girlfriend, Song Shireen. Even though he could only see her silhouette, Jiang Chen immediately recognized her. Having spent so much time with Song Shireen, he was intimately familiar with her body details. The orange cat was indeed more powerful than the mutated frog, but it didn't pose a significant threat to Jiang Chen. The mutated frog could launch long-distance attacks with its tongue outside Jiang Chen's perception range, making him vulnerable. The orange cat had to get close to him to be a threat. Even so, Jiang Chen had enough means to protect himself. Whether it was phasing through the ground to escape or entering the subspace through a door, he could easily thwart the orange cat. Jiang Chen also gained some insights that the ability to counteract was more effective than just physical strength. Jiang Chen circled the 5th floor. There were few businesses on the 5th floor, with only a Yida cinema. Now, the entire Yida plaza was engulfed in darkness. The survivors in the corners heard Jiang Chen's footsteps but dared not come out to look. Jiang Chen didn't linger and proceeded to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the food court. All the food had been scavenged by survivors. Jiang Chen continued down the floors. He passed through the floorboards to the 3rd floor and headed straight towards Song Shireen's direction. Soon, Jiang Chen saw Song Shireen. He took out a flashlight and shone it towards them. Song Shireen and Song Yuanfan were lying on the ground, having been in darkness for a long time. Suddenly being exposed to the bright light, they couldn't open their eyes. Song Yuanfan sat up, shielding his eyes from the light, and warily asked, "Who's there? What do you want?" Song Shireen also struggled to sit up, squinting in pain as she looked over. She vaguely saw a man's figure standing behind the flashlight, but the light made it impossible to see clearly. In another corner were 2 men, also survivors, looking at Jiang Chen with suspicion. Who would dare wander outside with a flashlight, not afraid of that strange cat? In another corner lay a man and a woman, both dead, their bodies emitting a foul odor. Jiang Chen looked at Song Shireen. She now looked disheveled, with a waxen complexion, cracked lips, far from the charming 7-point beauty she used to be. How could I have been captivated by such a woman? Jiang Chen self-reflected as he entered the room. As soon as he entered, a foul smell hit his nose. These people must have relieved themselves in the room. Jiang Chen wrinkled his nose in disgust, saying, Song Shireen, you're still alive, surprising. Song Shireen was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in joy, Jiang Chen. It's you, Jiang Chen. Quickly, give me something to eat. Give you something to eat? Jiang Chen chuckled. He casually switched the flashlight to camping mode and placed it on the table. The whole room lit up. Finally, everyone could see Jiang Chen clearly. With a ruddy complexion, smooth skin, neat hair, and clean clothes, he didn't look like someone from the apocalypse at all. He seemed like an ordinary person out for a weekend stroll at Yida Plaza. The other two male survivors widened their eyes. This man must have food. They exchanged a glance, a fierce glint in their eyes as they stealthily reached for the daggers at their sides. I'm saved. Song Shireen suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for survival and cried tears of relief. Jiang Chen, why did you take so long to come? Do you know how long I've been starving? Quick, give me something to eat. Help me get out of here. Song Yuanfan grabbed Jiang Chen's sleeve and shouted, Quick, give me some water to drink. I'm so thirsty. What are you still doing here? Hurry up. Boom. Jiang Chen kicked Song Yuanfan in the stomach. Song Yuanfan flew out without a sound, hitting the wall and slowly sliding down after a few seconds. He hit the ground without any breath left. Jiang Chen calmly said, touching people with such dirty hands, really lacking manners. Song Shireen, unaware that Song Yuanfan was already dead, pointed at Jiang Chen and screamed, Jiang Chen, he's your nephew, how dare you hit him? You've gone too far. Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed her hand. Crack! Song Shireen's palm bent at an odd angle, the back of her hand pressed tightly against her forearm. Ah! Song Shireen almost fainted from the pain. Jiang Chen chuckled, I don't like being pointed at. Two male survivors quietly stood up behind Jiang Chen. They had barely taken 2 steps when a flash of white light blinded them, and their consciousness plunged into darkness. Jiang Chen shook off the blood from the dagger and casually tossed it into his personal space. Only then did the two bodies collapse to the ground, blood pooling around them. Murdered? Song Shireen stared in horror, her eyes wide like a duck being strangled. She finally realized that the Jiang Chen in front of her seemed completely different from before. Don't kill me. It was my fault before, don't kill me, sob, sob, sob. Jiang Chen patted Song Shireen's cheek, smiling faintly, don't be silly, I don't kill women. Song Shireen's face turned pale, she breathed a sigh of relief. Put! A dagger plunged into her chest. Song Shireen looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You said you wouldn't kill. She felt her strength rapidly fading. Jiang Chen innocently blinked. Huh? Did I say that? I forgot, sorry. You lied to me. Song Shireen died with immense resentment. Jiang Chen coldly watched Song Shireen, waiting for a while, but the system didn't give any prompts. Song Shireen was dead, yet the return rate didn't decrease? This was great. A dangerous glint appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. If that was the case, there would be more room for maneuvering. For example, with dangerous women like Zhang Zilin, he could first increase the return rate using her, then kill her. You got lucky. Jiang Chen glanced at Song Shireen's body one last time before walking into the darkness with a flashlight. He wandered around the 3rd floor, most of the shops in a mess due to the survivors. Even the mattress store was occupied by a group of survivors, with filth everywhere. Jiang Chen looked disgusted and left. He moved to the dark corner, activated his phasing ability, and sank into the ground, heading towards the wealth center. Several survivors exchanged glances. That person just left. He was holding a flashlight. The monster cat didn't kill him. Did the monster cat leave? We haven't heard any screams until now. The monster cat shouldn't be at the door. If he could leave, we can leave too. The crowd looked at each other. 2 people gritted their teeth and ran out. A few minutes later, screams came from the door. Ah! Help! Help! The crowd was dumbfounded. The monster cat was still guarding the door. How did that person just leave? Soon, Jiang Chen returned to the wealth center. After some back and forth, it was not even 5 a.m. yet. Jiang Chen decided not to go home yet and went to check the situation in the other 2 buildings of the wealth center. His perception range was 100 meters, barely covering some floors of Building A and Building B, not entirely. It was better to see for himself, maybe there were some good women to collect. Jiang Chen first arrived below the swimming pool. The mutant frog was still crouching in the swimming pool. In Jiang Chen's perception, it was like a bright flame, very conspicuous in the night. Ha! What is this? Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that there were numerous small light spots swimming around the mutant frog, about the size of a palm, with a round head, tail, and 2 legs. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be tadpoles. Jiang Chen was surprised. This mutant frog actually laid eggs, and the tadpoles developed at an astonishing speed. Just the day before yesterday, when he passed by the pool, he hadn't seen any tadpoles, and today they already had hind legs? Does that mean they could turn into frogs in 2 or 3 days? These tadpoles' size was definitely abnormal, most likely inheriting the mutant frog's overall constitution. What about their abilities? Would the tadpoles inherit the mutant frog's abilities? Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. One mutant frog was already dangerous. If it's a group, the financial center would really be untenable. Jiang Chen didn't have a good solution for now, so without lingering, he headed towards Building A. He arrived at the basement of Building B, found an empty room, and leaped up all the way, finally stopping on the 5th floor. Jiang Chen carefully observed the survivors' situation in the entire building. Similar to Building C, there were hardly any people living below the 21st floor in Building B. However, the residents of Building B were concentrated on the 2 floors above the 32nd floor. All the doors on the 32nd and 33rd floors were open. Surprisingly, no one lived in the corridors. Everyone resided in their rooms, mostly 10 people squeezed into one room, and many were tied up with ropes on their hands and feet. After observing for a while and not finding any particularly outstanding girls, Jiang Chen proceeded to Building A. As usual, Jiang Chen went to the 5th floor of Building A to observe the entire building. The situation in Building A was different from Buildings B and C. Everyone lived above the 22nd floor, but since no one in Building B could open the anti-theft doors, they crowded into the occupied houses. The empty houses were deserted, while the occupied ones mostly housed 5 or 6 people. It seems like someone is coordinating the housing situation. Jiang Chen took a glance and understood immediately that there was definitely someone managing the organization. Moreover, this management had a certain degree of coercion, otherwise, normal people wouldn't allow others to enter their homes. Interesting. Jiang Chen walked out of the empty room and ascended the stairs step by step. The 21st floor staircase landing was piled with debris, seemingly defending against some kind of animal attack. When he reached the 25th floor, the door of a resident leaning against the staircase suddenly opened, and a very feminine beauty walked out. Jiang Chen was involuntarily drawn to her. The woman's appearance was not outstanding, at least not comparable to Tang Shuero and a few other girls. She could only be considered delicate. She was neither fat nor thin, her proportions were not exaggerated, her legs were not particularly perfect, and she even seemed a bit thick, but her every move was particularly captivating. Bai Xinjie, age, 23, appearance, 9 points, full of feminine charm, virtue, 10 points, virtuous and reserved, overall score, 9 points. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Ah! Bai Xinjie was startled and exclaimed, she hadn't expected someone outside. Jiang Chen stared at her unabashedly. Bai Xinjie's gaze was very gentle, tinged with a natural sense of fear and grievance, making people want to protect her in their arms at first sight. Bai Xinjie nervously looked at Jiang Chen, feeling very uncomfortable under the gaze of a man with a strong sense of aggression. For a moment, Bai Xinjie didn't know whether she should go back home or continue with what she was doing, so she just stood frozen in place. Jiang Chen shamelessly scrutinized Bai Xinjie from head to toe. Bai Xinjie was very shy, but she wasn't really angry inside because Jiang Chen was quite handsome. Bai Xinjie suddenly recognized Jiang Chen. Mister, you're the clerk from that convenience store, right? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. That's me. Hu Pengzi's convenience store was right at the entrance of the residential area. He knew many people there. Bai Xinjie whispered, are you the one who provides food and shelter? Jiang Chen looked at Bai Xinjie as if she were a delicious meal and smiled, very clever. Not long ago, before the internet was cut off, news of the convenience store clerks providing food and shelter with Jiang Chen had already spread. Some people in the group knew about it. Bai Xinjie thought of the food for women exchange for shelter and couldn't help feeling a bit scared. She hugged the bag tightly to her chest and wanted to go home. But thinking about the situation at home, she hesitated and nervously said, Sir, do you have more food? Can I exchange for some? Jiang Chen chuckled, oh? What will you exchange with? Bai Xinjie looked around and whispered, a black lychee. I saw you buying them in the group. I've seen one before, just not sure if it's the kind of black lychee you mentioned. Black lychee? Jiang Chen immediately became serious, staring at Bai Xinjie. She emitted a yellow light, seeming harmless, not like she was deceiving him. Where is it? Bai Xinjie immediately made a request, I want instant noodles, ham sausages, and chocolate. Upon hearing about the enlightenment fruit, Jiang Chen instantly regained his composure, no problem. I'll give you 3 packs of instant noodles, 3 ham sausages, and 3 pieces of chocolate. Bai Xinjie gritted her teeth. I also need fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicine. My brother is sick. Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Xinjie, don't push your luck. In fact, for Jiang Chen, it didn't matter what she wanted, as long as he got the enlightenment fruit first. After all, she couldn't escape. Bai Xinjie was a bit scared, but thinking about her brother who was running a high fever, she couldn't care less. She firmly said, I don't need food, but I must have the medicine. Although her brother treated her badly, he was still her own brother. In the current situation, with no men left at home, she didn't know how she would survive. Jiang Chen pretended to ponder for a moment, but his eyes glanced towards Bai Xinjie's home. In his perception, there were 5 people living in Bai Xinjie's home. The master bedroom had an old lady looking after a man lying in bed, his body emitting a very dim light, definitely sick, probably Bai Xinjie's brother. The second bedroom had 3 people who seemed like a family of 3, probably survivors forcibly brought in. Jiang Chen said, Bai Xinjie, you seem anxious, someone at home is seriously ill. Bai Xinjie looked gloomy, evidently agreeing. Ha? Bai Xinjie was a bit slow to react and then asked, how do you know my name? Jiang Chen didn't explain, but said directly, I'll give you things after I get the black lychee. Bai Xinjie fearfully said, it's in the neighborhood, but on the ground, I dare not go out. I'll tell you the location, can you go get it yourself? Outside? Jiang Chen refused, no. You must come with me. It was the end of the world, full of dangers, with people's hearts unpredictable. Who knows if this woman will set a trap for him? He had to take Bai Xinjie with him to find the black lychee. In case of danger, having her under control could serve as leverage. Bai Xinjie bit her red lips and nervously said, okay, I'll just show you, but we can't get close. Jiang Chen frowned, sounding dangerous. Where exactly is it? Bai Xinjie shook her head, firmly stating, you must give me things first before I tell you. Jiang Chen chuckled. If he gave her things first, then took them back, what could a woman like her do? Fine, then I'll take you to see. Bai Xinjie gritted her teeth, you must give me the things, no playing tricks, otherwise I'll. Well, you must give me the things. Bai Xinjie thought for a while but didn't know how to threaten Jiang Chen, so she awkwardly stopped. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. This woman's brain wasn't working properly. Go downstairs quickly. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with her, pointing towards the stairs. Bai Xinjie led the way, with Jiang Chen following behind. Bai Xinjie's waist was very flexible, twisting in a very attractive manner. Jiang Chen calmly admired her. Bai Xinjie seemed to sense Jiang Chen's gaze. Blushing, she quickened her pace, as if trying to keep her distance from him. Jiang Chen didn't stop her, smiling as he followed along. He appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was fully focused on sensing his surroundings, making sure no one would ambush him. The two quickly reached the 21st floor. A red mist slowly billowed in the stairwell. Bai Xinjie started to feel afraid, slowing down her steps and moving closer to Jiang Chen voluntarily. Jiang Chen chuckled, why are you getting so close to me again? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Bai Xinjie was a bit flustered. What are you talking about? She remembered Jiang Chen's remarks in the group chat and regretted following this man downstairs. What if he had ill intentions? Thud. Jiang Chen suddenly stomped heavily on the ground. Bai Xinjie jumped in fright, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Jiang Chen. What happened? Jiang Chen calmly lifted his foot, stepped on a bug. A palm-sized cockroach was crushed under his foot. Bai Xinjie became even more fearful and quickened her pace. The two arrived at the lobby. The effects of the herbicide were almost invisible. The plants had completely recovered their former lushness. Everywhere were tripping hazards of shrubs, and the wild grass had grown waist-high again. Bai Xinjie checked her pant legs, ensuring they were securely tucked in before cautiously stepping outside. Jiang Chen focused his senses on the mutated frog, ready to phase into a state of intangibility at any moment. They were now within the attack range of that mutated frog. If danger arose, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to burrow underground to escape. As for Bai Xinjie, she could only rely on her luck. Bai Xinjie struggled to walk a few dozen meters, bugs fluttering around everywhere. Jiang Chen then noticed a strange new type of purple mushroom in the neighborhood, with caps as large as parasols from a barbecue stand, some growing up to 3 meters tall. Giant fireflies hovered among the purple mushrooms, adding a touch of mystery to the neighborhood. Jiang Chen frowned, carefully avoiding the mushrooms. With the increasing variety of plant species, it was best to stay away from anything unfamiliar. Besides, these were mushrooms, who knew if they were poisonous? He didn't want to end up lying flat and watching the show. However, Bai Xinjie accidentally stepped on a purple mushroom half a meter high and pointed in the direction of the swimming pool, saying, "It's over there, next to the swimming pool, under a public bench." I saw it after the herbicide was sprayed that day, but there was a big frog sleeping in the pool at the time, so I didn't dare to go over. Bai Xinjie was still a bit clever. After discovering it that day, she didn't tell anyone, keeping it to herself. She had intended to contact Bao Qibao to exchange some food for her family. However, the power and internet were quickly cut off, delaying her plans. Jiang Chen was somewhat convinced by the information. If it had been elsewhere, survivors might have already taken everything, but no one dared to go near the mutated frog. Or rather, someone had gone, only to end up in the frog's belly. Jiang Chen carefully inspected the direction of the swimming pool with his senses. Soon, he found a black lychee under the bench next to the pool. The black lychee was the size of a ping-pong ball, now covered in plants that Jiang Chen had never noticed before. Additionally, the bench was low, surrounded by dense vegetation, and the mutated frog was so large and tall that even right under its nose, it hadn't noticed. Of course, it could also be that the frog's static vision was poor. Jiang Chen speculated silently. If the mutated frog couldn't see stationary objects clearly, perhaps this weakness could be used to outsmart it. Jiang Chen took out 2 boxes of cephalosporin and instant noodles and handed them to Bai Xinjie. Alright, you go back now. Bai Xinjie was surprised. You haven't seen the black lychee yet. Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Jiang Chenyang smiled handsomely in the sunlight and said solemnly, I believe you. Bai Xinjie felt inexplicably touched. Neither her mother nor her brother had ever trusted her like this, always suspecting her of stealing every day. She looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face, her heart inexplicably beating faster. Then I'll go back. You can rest assured, I won't tell anyone about the black lychee. She fled in a panic. Jiang Chen gazed at Bai Xinjie's figure. A faint green light appeared on the woman's body. This woman was too easy to deceive. Bai Xinjie went upstairs. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and immediately put the woman's matter out of his mind. He delved underground, swiftly approaching the black fruit. In the apocalypse, strength was far more important than women. When Jiang Chen approached about 10 meters from the swimming pool, the mutant frog suddenly stood up and jumped onto the land above Jiang Chen's head. Croak! Croak! The mutant frog croaked loudly, as if warning something. Jiang Chen immediately sank rapidly underground, sinking dozens of meters. The mutant frog calmed down only after a while and returned to sleep in the swimming pool. Jiang Chen frowned. This thing's perception ability is so strong? This is troublesome. Jiang Chen glanced at the black lychee and could only temporarily give up. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't take risks. He returned home, and Su Mengqian had already gotten up and was making breakfast. Su Mengqian saw Jiang Chen and happily said, Jiang Ji, you're back, breakfast will be ready soon, please wait. This woman didn't know how to brainwash herself. The light on her body was as green as jade. Jiang Chen was very satisfied and took out a virtualization fruit. This is a reward for you, a phasing fruit, go ahead and eat it. It just so happened that the virtualization fruit was also running low and needed replenishing. For Su Mengqian, the surprise came too suddenly. She thanked him repeatedly, then swallowed the virtualization fruit. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 1 enlightenment fruit phasing, receiving 700 in return, already stored in personal space. Jiang Chen then guided her to experiment with phasing again. Su Mengqian's eyes towards Jiang Chen were almost starry, and the green light on her body became even purer. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and habitually ate an enlightenment fruit. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the husky white eye started barking. Jiang Chen looked over and saw it wagging its tail, standing at the wall opening in the adjacent room. After its mutation, it seemed to have become much smarter. If Jiang Chen didn't allow it into this room, it wouldn't come over. At first, the women were quite scared, but later, when they found White Eye to be obedient, they relaxed a lot. Woof woof woof. White Eye stared straight at the enlightenment fruit in Jiang Chen's hand, bouncing and jumping as if trying to impress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled, you want some too? Woof. After some thought, Jiang Chen felt that White Eye had been performing well recently, so he beckoned, come here. White Eye immediately rushed out of the wall opening, jumped in front of Jiang Chen, and stared fixedly at the enlightenment fruit in his hand, drooling all over the floor. Jiang Chen was also curious about how animals mutated. Did they also eat enlightenment fruits? He placed a virtualization fruit on the ground. Go ahead and eat. White Eye lowered its head. Crunch! Crunch! It devoured it in a few bites. Soon, White Eye seemed to sense a change, tilting its head to look at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, its body sank into the ground, scaring White Eye, which frantically pawed and fell through. Indeed, enlightenment fruits are effective for animals. Jiang Chen thought to himself, then followed suit, passing through the floor and landing on the 31st floor. White Eye stood on the ground, looking bewildered at Jiang Chen, then at its own paws. It seemed to be somewhat puzzled about what was happening, attempting to paw at the ground. Soon, it discovered that its paws could actually pass through the floor. It was probably an animal's instinct. Bai Yan quickly mastered the art of passing through walls, ramming into the wall and going straight through. Woof woof woof. I'm amazing. Bai Yan's excited barks came from the next room. Confined to a room for the past few days, it was going crazy and immediately started darting through walls. Jiang Qin shouted, "Play on this floor, don't go downstairs." Not knowing if Bai Yan could understand. Not understanding didn't matter. After all, there was no one else above the 28th floor. If someone saw, well, let them see, who could handle this creature. A few minutes later, Bai Yan came back panting, collapsed in front of Jiang Qin, tongue hanging out. Passing through walls consumed a lot of energy, even a mutated husky couldn't handle it. Jiang Qin took out a bunch of virtualization fruits and a bunch of perception fruits, placing them on the ground. Bai Yan immediately happily started eating. After eating the perception fruit, Bai Yan suddenly felt different. It looked at Jiang Qin in confusion, wondering why its owner was glowing. Jiang Qin patted the dog's head and passed through the ceiling back home. Bai Xinjie returned home excitedly. Her brother Bai Yongxin lay in bed, his face pale. Mother Zhang Hongxia scolded, "You went out for a run early in the morning, where did you go? Your brother is so sick, and you're running around." Bai Yongxin glared weakly at his sister, unable to speak due to his illness. Bai Xinjie said aggrievely, "I went to find food." Zhang Hongxia slammed the bed, "You dare lie to me? Where do you find food at a time like this?" Bai Xinjie's tears welled up as she bit her lip and said, "Look." She opened her bag, revealing food, not only food, but also medicine. Zhang Hongxia was taken aback. "What medicine?" Bai Xinjie said, "Cephalosporin, maybe it will help your brother's illness." Zhang Hongxia exclaimed, "Quick, give it to your brother." Bai Yongxin seemed to gain strength and struggled, "Give me the medicine. Give it to me quickly." Bai Xinjie helped her brother take the medicine and then brought out a packet of instant noodles. "Give it to me." Bai Yongxin's eyes lit up as he grabbed it and started eating. He got crumbs all over his face and the bed. Zhang Hongxia looked kindly at her son, "Eat more. Eating more will help you recover faster." Bai Xinjie felt heartbroken. Food was precious now, how could they waste it like this? She carefully picked up the crumbs of instant noodles from the bedsheet, collecting them in a bowl. After Bai Yongxin ate the instant noodles and medicine, he regained a bit of energy and lay back down, asking, "What did you trade for this?" "Well," Bai Xinjie hesitated. She had promised Jiang Qin not to mention the black lychee incident. Bai Yongxin frowned, "What's there not to say? Who gave it to you?" Zhang Hongxia also became suspicious. Food was so precious now, who would give food to outsiders? She opened Bai Xinjie's bag and found 2 packets of instant noodles, 3 sausages, 3 pieces of chocolate, and 2 boxes of cephalosporin. These supplies were worth a fortune. Bai Xinjie didn't know how to explain, she lowered her head, unable to speak. Zhang Hongxia's face turned serious, "Speak. Who gave it to you?" Bai Xinjie bit her lip tightly, "Don't worry about it, as long as there's something to eat." Bai Yongxin stared at her and suddenly said, "Did you sell something?" Bai Xinjie was stunned, embarrassed, "Brother, what are you saying?" Bai Yongxin sneered, "Humph. You can't produce anything, why would others give you food and medicine? Do you not know how precious food is now?" Bai Xinjie was shaken, "Mom, look at how brother is talking to me." Zhang Hongxia stared at Bai Xinjie for a long time and said softly, "If you sold something, just admit it, why be ashamed and embarrassed? Daughters can exchange more than just their bodies for resources?" Zhang Hongxia thought to herself, no matter what, her son was the most important, and the only seedling of the Bai family had to be preserved. Women would eventually marry and become outsiders. If she could exchange her daughter for her son's life, she wouldn't hesitate. Bai Xinjie incredulously said, "Mom, me?" Zhang Hongxia favored her son over her daughter, always treating Bai Xinjie poorly since she was young, prioritizing her brother Bai Yongxin for all the good food and fun. However, Bai Xinjie still believed her mother was good to her. But now, these words made her completely unable to accept it. Bai Xinjie silently shed tears, holding onto the bag tightly in her arms. She never expected that risking going downstairs with a stranger would result in her family's suspicion. Zhang Hongxia forcefully snatched the bag away, spluttering, "You already have a wild man taking care of you, don't waste the food at home." Bai Xinjie cried out, "I don't." Zhang Hongxia pointed to the door, sternly saying, "Go sleep in the living room, don't hinder your brother's recovery here." Bai Yongxin looked smugly at his sister. Driving his sister away, these supplies would last for 4 to 5 days. Bai Xinjie felt utterly hopeless. Bai Xinjie despairingly arrived in the living room, curling up on the sofa, silently weeping. Her closest family member being so heartless left her feeling desolate, not knowing where to go. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had been looking for women in the group chat, if she were to rely on him. Bai Xinjie quickly shook her head, feeling ashamed and as if she had turned into a bad woman. Late at night, the entire wealth center community was shrouded in darkness. Only Tang Shuaro's home was brightly lit with candles. However, Jiang Chen was not at home but sitting in a room on the 5th floor, carefully observing a mutant frog with his senses. He had been sitting here for most of the day. This mutant frog catches food about every 2 hours, with its tongue's maximum attack distance being around 80 meters, but it's uncertain if that's its maximum range. If I take the opportunity when it goes out to hunt and set up a lot of explosives in its nest, I should be able to kill it. However, this plan has 2 problems. 1. Where to get enough explosives. 2. The mutant frog doesn't leave its nest every time it hunts. Most of the time, it sits in the swimming pool and catches prey with its tongue, so I need to wait for the right moment. In any case, the tadpoles are getting bigger, which is a big problem. I need to deal with it quickly. First, I need to figure out how to get some explosives. There probably aren't any in Mohai City, unless I go outside to look for them, but I don't know where the nearest military camp is. Jiang Chen pondered, ground movement is too slow. I can open 10 portals a day, each up to 5 kilometers, so I can only use 5 gates to travel, and the other 5 gates are for the return journey. Therefore, my maximum teleport distance in a day is 25 kilometers. Is there a military camp within 25 kilometers? After waiting for a while, Jiang Chen noticed the mutant frog going out to hunt again, with a very stable time interval, about 2 hours since the last hunt. Having figured out the pattern, Jiang Chen no longer waited there foolishly but looked towards Bai Xinjie's direction with puzzlement. A whole day had passed, and that woman had been curled up on the sofa crying without eating or drinking. Now, in the dead of night, she still hadn't returned to the master bedroom to sleep. Why? Was she having a conflict with her family? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. This was my chance. Phasing, Jiang Chen phased from the 5th floor into the ground and headed towards Bai Xinjie's home. Master bedroom. Zhang Hongxia carefully licked the crumbs of instant noodles from the bowl, meticulously saving the leftover food. She counted repeatedly, the ham sausage must be eaten first, then the instant noodles, the chocolate can't be touched unless absolutely necessary, keep it for emergencies. Cephalosporin seemed to be very effective. Bai Yangxing regained some energy and managed to sit up, impatiently saying, "Mom, stop nagging about this little bit of food." Zhang Hongxia had a completely different expression towards her son, smiling and saying, "This is not just food, it's our lifeline." Bai Yangxing's eyes lit up. "Mom, I have a way to get more food." Curiously, Zhang Hongxia asked, "Son, tell me." Bai Yangxing said, "Since my sister has already followed that wild man, we can marry her off to him. Since that wild man can provide so many resources, he must have more. It's only fair for us to ask for a dowry, right? Let's ask for 10 packs. No, let's ask for a percentage, 50%. My sister is so beautiful, that wild man will definitely agree." Zhang Hongxia's eyes sparkled. She had long wanted to marry off Bai Xinjie to get a dowry and then find a wife for her son. But then the apocalypse came. Now her son's idea opened up a new path for her. What about the apocalypse? People still need to marry and have children, right? Before the apocalypse, you need a dowry, and after the apocalypse, you can't just do without it, right? Zhang Hongxia hesitated for a moment and asked, "But who is this man? How much food does he have? We don't know anything. What if we get the short end of the stick?" Her daughter was just an outsider, she and her son had to survive. Bai Yangxing confidently said, "It's most likely Chen Yong. Besides him, who else in our building has that much food?" Chen Yong. Zhang Hongxia's expression turned fearful. Chen Yong was a small earthwork contractor, a typical capable and social person in the traditional sense. Shortly after the apocalypse arrived, he organized a group of people to protect Building A. Chen Yong was basically in charge of everything related to Building A. After the power outage, Chen Yong organized everyone to move above the 22nd floor, saving many lives. Of course, anyone who defied his will was severely beaten. In this era, physical injuries were basically equivalent to death. During the relocation process, Chen Yong ruthlessly looted a wave of resources. While others were struggling to eat, he had an abundance of food. It was said that Chen Yong's men could eat 3 meals of instant noodles every day. Moreover, each of his men could have a separate bedroom, without having to share with others. Bai Yangxin licked his lips. "Mom, don't worry, if my sister marries Chen Yong, you'll be his mother-in-law, he won't mistreat you." "That's right." Zhang Hongxia gained confidence at his words. "I am Chen Yong's mother-in-law. How could he possibly mistreat me?" Bai Yangxin continued, "Mom, this is also for my sister's good. If she follows Chen Yong, she will live a comfortable life. At least she can eat her fill, something many people can't even dream of." Zhang Hongxia finally made up her mind. "Alright, I'll go find Chen Yong." Bai Xinjie curled up on the sofa. In the dark night, the silence around her made her very fearful. The family of 3 living in the second bedroom, the man came out to use the toilet and saw Bai Xinjie. His eyes lit up instantly. In just an hour, he deliberately came out 3 times. Bai Xinjie was terrified. Soon, Zhang Hongxia came out with a flashlight. Bai Xinjie was pleasantly surprised, thinking her mother had changed her mind and would let her go back to her room to sleep, so she stood up. However, Zhang Hongxia just gave her a cold look and hurriedly left. Bai Xinjie's smile froze, and tears streamed down her face once again. After a while, she suddenly heard a man's voice behind her. "Are you hungry?" Bai Xinjie was startled. She turned around and saw Jiang Chen standing by the window, looking at her. Bai Xinjie, puzzled, asked, "How did you get in?" Jiang Chen smiled and handed her a packet of biscuits. "Want some?" He was surprised to see that a green light was beginning to emanate from Bai Xinjie. Bai Xinjie firmly refused. "No, I'm not that kind of woman." Crack! Jiang Chen tore open the cookie packaging, a sweet fragrance wafting out. Gurgle! Bai Xinjie struggled to swallow her saliva. At that moment, the man next door emerged with his college-aged son, eyeing Bai Xinjie maliciously. Terrified, Bai Xinjie instinctively hid behind Jiang Chen. The man finally noticed Jiang Chen and was shocked to see another man in the room in the middle of the night. You. He started to fumble nervously. Jiang Chen gave him a cold glance. The man and his son emitted a glaring red light. The young son immediately pulled out a dagger, aggressively asking, "What are you looking at, jerk?" Feeling strong and unafraid of Jiang Chen, he confronted him. Jiang Chen didn't understand why these 2 men were so hostile towards him, but it didn't matter, he didn't need to know. Suddenly, he kicked out. The son flew backward, crashing through the window and falling down the building, screaming in agony. Falling from over 20 floors, he was doomed. The man stood there dumbfounded, never expecting his son to die after just a few words. You're crazy." Bai Xinjie covered her mouth in horror. Jiang Chen grabbed the man by the collar, calmly stating, "If you wield a dagger, be prepared to face the consequences." The man struggled, roaring, "Let go of me. I'll kill you." With a slight force, Jiang Chen sent the man soaring uncontrollably. Without a word, Jiang Chen threw him out of the window, and the man screamed, "No! Ah!" A few seconds later, a heavy thud echoed as he hit the ground. Silence fell once again. Hearing her husband and son's screams, the man's wife rushed out in panic, witnessing Jiang Chen throwing her husband off the building. "Ah! I'll fight you!" The woman screamed and lunged at Jiang Chen. He slapped her face, turning it 180 degrees and twisting her neck like a pretzel. Jiang Chen casually tossed her out of the window as well. Looking at Bai Xinjie, who was now petrified, he said, "Don't be afraid." Jiang Chen smiled and patted Bai Xinjie's head. "A family should be neat and tidy, right?" Bai Xinjie's teeth chattered, on the verge of tears. You. Jiang Chen took out a pack of bread, smiling, "Come with me, I promise you'll eat your fill." "Ha?" Bai Xinjie looked at Jiang Chen blankly, completely puzzled by the man in front of her. How could he remain calm and talk to her after killing several people? Vaguely, Bai Xinjie felt that a person like Jiang Chen could survive longer in the apocalypse. These days, she had witnessed a lot of killing. But why did the world turn out this way? Bai Xinjie was lost in thought. Bai Yongxin heard the commotion outside and cautiously stepped out. He immediately saw Jiang Chen patting Bai Xinjie's head, fueling his anger. Who is this man? Could he be his sister's secret boyfriend? Bai Yongxin panicked. He was about to trade Bai Xinjie to Chen Yong for food when he witnessed this scene. If Chen Yong found out, the food would be gone. Gritting his teeth, Bai Yongxin said, "So you're having a secret rendezvous with a man?" Bai Xinjie hurriedly explained, "No, Jiang Chen is." At that moment, the door was forcefully pushed open. A middle-aged man with a cold expression entered, followed by 2 burly men. Zhang Hongxia trailed behind the middle-aged man, smiling, "Brother Yong, this is my daughter, take a look." Chen Yong immediately fixed his gaze on Bai Xinjie upon entering, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Bai Yongxin. In fact, he had been eyeing this beautiful woman for a while but had been busy moving and gathering food in the past few days. Now that he finally had some free time, he was thinking about when to get Bai Xinjie, but unexpectedly Bai Xinjie's mother came to him. Chen Yong grinned and said, "Good. I'm very satisfied. Girl, come here and let me have a look." Bai Xinjie hid behind her brother, trembling, and said, I'm not going, what are you doing?" Bai Yongxin, however, pushed his sister out with force. "Quick, sister, following Brother Yong is your blessing. Go quickly." He seemed to see his own beautiful life. If Bai Xinjie really married Chen Yong, he would be Chen Yong's uncle. That would be great. Much better than following that stinky kid next to him. Chen Yong wanted to grab her. Zhang Hongxia quickly grabbed Chen Yong's hand, smiling, "Yong, we agreed. I'll give you my daughter in marriage, you give me instant noodles. Chen Yang impatiently said, Old 5, give her 1 pack of instant noodles, let her get lost. I'm getting married here today. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hongxiao was stunned, we agreed on 10 packs just now. Bai Xinjie was struck as if by lightning. Mom actually sold herself for 10 packs of instant noodles. Old 5 impatiently said, Stupid woman, giving you 1 pack is already cheap. Not 10 packs. Bai Yongxin anxiously said, Mom, didn't we agree on half? How did it become 10 packs? Bai Xinjie looked blankly and slowly at her brother. You actually agreed? Bai Xinjie felt like a joke. In the minds of her mother and brother, she was only worth 10 packs of instant noodles. Bai Yongxing moved with difficulty in front of Chen Yang, earnestly said, Yang, my sister is so beautiful, 10 packs are too few. Smack! Chen Yang slapped Bai Yongxing to the ground, grinning, What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Chen Yang's men immediately stepped forward, punching and kicking Bai Yongxing. Bai Yongxing was still feverish, had no strength to resist, and could only scream in pain. Zhang Hongxia hurriedly threw herself on Bai Yongxing to protect her son, crying out, Stop! Stop! We don't want instant noodles anymore. Don't hit my son. Bai Xinjie is yours for free. The two men looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang picked up a wooden stool and smashed it heavily on Zhang Hongxia's head, roaring, You said stop, I lose face. Beat them to death for me. The two men immediately wielded the stools, smashing them dozens of times, and the two fell silent, blood flowing on the ground. Bai Xinjie looked expressionless at her mother and brother, who were motionless, feeling a faint sense of revenge. Chen Yang lifted the stool and looked at Bai Xinjie, grinning with blood on his face, Come here to me. Bai Xinjie's hands trembled slightly. Jiang Chen applauded, Good, ruthless enough, I like it. Chen Yang finally noticed the ordinary man next to him. He couldn't believe it. Kid, are you talking to me? Chen Yang's two men burst into laughter. Ha, this kid is crazy. Quick, kneel down to Brother Yang. Brother Yang may spare your life. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, casually picked up a stool. I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Do it yourself. Chen Yang seemed to hear the most ridiculous thing in the world, laughing wildly. Ha! Ah! One of the wooden stool legs was instantly broken by Jiang Chen and thrust into Chen Yang's mouth like lightning. Crack! His mouth was filled with crushed teeth. Chen Yang didn't even have time to scream. Jiang Chen exerted force once again. The wooden stool leg smashed heavily onto Chen Yang's head, then pierced through the back of his skull, nailing him to the ground. The smiles on Chen Yang's two henchmen froze. Jiang Chen didn't give them time to react. A punch sent them flying. A kick sent them crashing into the wall, spitting blood and dying. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with corpses, leaving only Jiang Chen and Bai Xinjie alive. Bai Xinjie's mind went blank. She looked at Jiang Chen blankly, then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Jiang Chen lifted Bai Xinjie, drew a line in the air with his finger, and a blue teleportation gate appeared. Jiang Chen entered the subspace and set the destination of the teleportation gate to the sky above Building C's top floor. As long as precise positioning was not required, the gate opened quite quickly. The gate opened about 7 to 8 meters above the rooftop. Jiang Chen changed Bai Xinjie to a princess carry, leaped from the air, and landed heavily on the ground. Bai Xinjie was jolted awake. She looked around dazedly and asked, Where am I? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, You're coming to my place. Bai Xinjie instantly remembered what had just happened. In a short period, her mother and brother had died, leaving her with no close relatives in the world. She sank into despair. Jiang Chen coldly observed, understanding her emotions but not offering comfort. She had to adjust her mood on her own. If she couldn't, she might as well die. In the apocalypse, people died every day. Those with poor mental resilience wouldn't last long. Shortly after Jiang Chen left, a man from the neighboring house of Bai Xinjie cautiously opened the door and peeked out. A woman's anxious voice came from inside the room, Lao Chen, don't go over there, it sounds terrifying. The man called Lao Chen whispered, It seems like everyone has left. I'll see if I can find some food. The woman was almost in tears with fear. Lao Chen, it sounded so horrible just now. I'm scared, can't we just stay at home? Lao Chen glared, We can barely eat, and you want to stay at home? Are we waiting to die? Even if we can endure it, can the children? The woman fell silent, pleading, Be careful, please be careful. I know, Lao Chen impatiently waved his hand. He cautiously observed for a while. There was no sound from the Bai family, the door wide open, no light, and a smell of blood wafting out. It should be fine. Lao Chen gritted his teeth. Wait for me at home. He took a flashlight and a kitchen knife, nervously stepped out, tiptoed to the door of the Bai family, and peeked inside. All the bedroom doors were wide open, several bodies lay on the floor, blood pooling everywhere. In a short time, a few flies were already circling the bodies. Especially one of the bodies had a wooden stick jammed into its mouth and nailed to the ground. The corpse looked fierce, eyes wide open, clearly dying unwillingly. Lao Chen shuddered, then upon closer inspection, he realized it was Chen Yong. It's Chen Yong. Chen Yong was killed. He was overjoyed. This bastard had too many underlings and forcibly arranged for people to live in every house, including his own with several elderly people. One old man was sick and kept moaning at night, irritating Lao Chen. But now, Chen Yong was dead. Served him right. Lao Chen gathered his courage, kicked the body hard, feeling relieved. After venting his anger, he wasted no time and quickly searched for food. Before long, he found the food Bai Xinjie had brought back, his eyes gleaming: instant noodles, sausages, and chocolate. Lao Chen was ecstatic. He didn't notice a man silently emerging from the shadows behind him. The man slowly raised the stick and viciously smashed it on the back of Lao Chen's head. Bang! Lao Chen fell to the ground without a sound, blood flowing everywhere. The man smirked, snatched Lao Chen's bag, and ran off without looking back. Just a few minutes after he left, several more people arrived at the Bai family's house. Seeing Chen Yong's body, everyone couldn't hide their joy, then shamelessly began looting the Bai family's belongings. Soon, a fight broke out over uneven distribution of the spoils. Room 3301 in Building A. Four men covered in tattoos were drinking together. There were no snacks, only a few packs of instant noodles, crushed and mixed with seasoning to make do. It surprisingly tasted good. As they ate, one man with gold teeth asked in confusion, "Why hasn't Yong returned yet?" Another bald man replied nonchalantly, "What else could he be doing? Probably messing around with that girl surnamed Bai." Damn! Lao Wu and Lao Lang will surely get a share. That Zhang Hongxiu woman is not bad either, tender and delicate. You have a strong taste. Every time something good happens, Young always takes Lao Wu and Lao Lang along. Damn it! When will it be my turn? The four men grumbled with jealousy. Despite their complaints, no one dared to be too dissatisfied. They had been following Chen Yong and were used to obeying his orders in peacetime. To be honest, Chen Yong treated his brothers well, never depriving them of food and drink. Except for being unwilling to share women, which made them slightly unhappy. Currently, there were two beautiful women in Chen Yong's room, the finest women in Building A. They were never allowed to even glance at them. However, their complaints were just venting. It was normal, as no man would willingly share a woman with another man. Just then, a scream was heard. The four men immediately became alert, grabbing their weapons and looking around. Sounds like it's coming from downstairs. Damn! Could it be that Yong was ambushed? Impossible. Would this group of chickens in Building A dare to go against Yong? It doesn't sound like Yong, nor Lao Wu and Lao Lang. Damn! Stop talking nonsense, let's go downstairs and see what's happening. Right. It's a good opportunity to stretch our legs. If Yong doesn't allow us to do this or that, now that someone is causing trouble in the middle of the night, it shouldn't be a problem for us to maintain order, right? Hee. Making trouble in the middle of the night, I'll make that idiot regret it. The four men smirked, grabbing their weapons and heading downstairs. They searched until they reached the 29th floor, where a strong smell of blood wafted up from below. They could hear people cursing and screaming loudly. The four men's hearts sank, rushing downstairs. By the time they reached the 25th floor, they were stunned by the scene before them. A group of survivors were fighting desperately for their lives. The entire corridor was in chaos. With so many people fighting, the four men hesitated to enter. The man with gold teeth shouted anxiously, "Where's Yong? Yong! Yong!" A seemingly honest man in glasses smashed someone to death, then looked up with blood all over his face, laughing maniacally. "The guy surnamed Chen is dead. Ha ha!" Bang! Another person slashed the man in glasses' throat. The bald man and the other two, upon hearing that Chen Yong was dead, became anxious and forcefully pushed through the crowd towards the Bai family's house. However, the man with gold teeth had a different thought. With the chaos, Chen Yong was probably really dead. All the supplies they had collected were in Chen Yong's house. If Chen Yong was dead, who would the belongings belong to? Oh, and those two women. The man with gold teeth thought of the women's figures and felt a surge of desire, turning around and quickly heading upstairs. They were all his now. The bald man and the other two finally made it into the Bai family's house, only to see Chen Yong's body. The body had been mutilated beyond recognition, the face almost unidentifiable, but the clothes and the watch on the hand confirmed the identity. Lao Wu and Lao Lang also died on the side. The entire Bai family was filled with corpses. Damn it! It's over, Yonggu is really dead. Ha! Where's Jinya? Why hasn't he come over? Is he blocked outside? I'm the last one, he seems not to have followed. The three bald men were not easy characters. They instantly realized that Jinya probably went to loot Chen Yong's belongings at home. Damn it! I knew that kid wasn't a good person. Quick, go upstairs. Hurry back. While the three men cursed on the surface, they each harbored their own sinister thoughts. They arrived at Chen Yang's door and found that Jinya had indeed locked the door, not making a sound, refusing to let anyone in. The three men couldn't bear it any longer. Kill Jinya. That kid is the most cunning. I've had my eye on him for a long time. Damn it. The food inside the house belongs to the brothers, and he dares to hog it all. How do we get in? Climb from the rooftop. We should be able to get in from the rooftop on the 33rd floor. There are no iron bars on the windows of Yang Ji's house. When Chen Yang was around, he could barely maintain order. With Chen Yang dead, the entire building completely spiraled out of control. As the four men fought, others also set their sights on Chen Yang's collected supplies, and the slaughter quickly spread. Throughout the night, the screams in Building A were incessant. The survivors from the other two buildings in the Wealth Center community shivered in a corner, not knowing what was happening. However, Jiang Chen could monitor some floors of Building A through perception. Scenes of slaughter unfolded. Jiang Chen just watched indifferently, occasionally snacking on a few enlightenment fruits. He didn't pick and choose, just randomly grabbing whatever and eating it. Satiated, he lay sprawled on the ground, occupying a large area. The women sat around Jiang Chen, trembling with fear, not daring to rest. Jiang Go, what's going on? Jiang Chen calmly replied, the leader of Building A was killed by me, and now the whole building is out of control. They are currently looting food, women, and houses. TSK, quite exciting. Just then, Jiang Chen heard a notification. Ding. Subspace shuttle upgraded to 9 stars, maximum level, cannot be further upgraded. The teleportation skill had actually leveled up. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. Jiang Chen immediately opened the panel to check. Subspace shuttle, 9 stars, maximum level, cannot be further upgraded. You can open a subspace channel to travel to any location within 51,000 meters, up to 12 times a day. You can create subspace anchor points with no range limit, up to 3 times a day, maintaining a maximum of 3 anchor points simultaneously. You can ignore distance and set the landing point on a subspace anchor point. You can attach subspace anchor points to any object. Damn! What a divine skill! Subspace anchor points no longer have a range limit, and you can directly teleport to a subspace anchor point regardless of distance. In other words, he had gained the ability to teleport back to the city from any distance. This was a divine skill for long-distance travel. Coupled with the ability to place anchor points on any object, could it be placed on a moving object? An animal? Jiang Chen shouted, Bai Yan. Bai Yan jumped up, tilting his head to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and a subspace anchor point was placed on the dog's head. From the outside, there was no difference. People without subspace abilities couldn't see subspace anchor points. Only Tian looked at Jiang Chen in shock. You can place anchor points on animals? Jiang Chen didn't explain, taking out a box of brand new dog food from his personal space. Bai Yan immediately perked up, staring fixedly at the can, drooling. Jiang Chen casually tossed it, and Bai Yan rushed over like a whirlwind, biting it in midair. Click! It easily crushed the can's shell and happily started eating. Jiang Chen could feel the subspace anchor point firmly fixed on the dog's head. Jiang Chen cut open another blue film and took a look into the subspace, clearly seeing the subspace anchor above Bai Yento's head. As expected, Jiang Chen smiled contentedly. The bloody night passed. The sun rose. The Wealth Center community once again restored its surface tranquility. It's just unknown how many people lost their lives. Jiang Chen didn't care at all about this. Bai Xinjie rested for a night, barely recovering from the blow of her relatives' deaths. Jiang Chen had no time to care about a woman's feelings. He went downstairs to continue observing the mutated frogs and practice shooting. Jiang Chen arrived at a room on the 5th floor, overlooking the swimming pool. The mutated frog was still sleeping in the pool. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He took out a high-end sofa and a basin, eating a pile of enlightenment fruits. After waiting for more than half an hour, the mutated frog jumped out of the pool and left, probably to hunt for prey. Jiang Chen's perception penetrated through the layers of red mist, seeing everything clearly. He immediately stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. Jiang Chen took out a police rifle from his personal space, aiming towards the swimming pool. The red mist obscured the view, making it impossible to see. However, perception could completely replace vision. He focused all his attention on a rapidly swimming tadpole. The feeling of time slowing down reappeared. Jiang Chen puzzled, could it be an additional effect of physical enhancement? Without thinking much, he aimed and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Missed. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry and continued shooting. After all, the purpose this time was to practice shooting. Bang! Bang! After a few shots, Jiang Chen found the feeling of using the gun. It was an indescribable special feeling. Jiang Chen inexplicably felt that the next shot would hit. Holding his breath, he pressed the trigger steadily. Bang! The tadpole was shattered. Ha, I'm a sharpshooter. Jiang Chen casually boasted and continued observing the swimming pool. His companion was dead. The other tadpoles were swimming as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of fear. Just like that mutated frog, a bit low on intelligence. Jiang Chen kept an eye on his perception range, preventing the mutated frog from suddenly returning, while aiming at a new tadpole again. Bang! Bang! Soon, dozens of tadpoles in the swimming pool died. Since hitting the first shot, Jiang Chen never had time to miss again. Jiang Chen was truly surprised this time. Could I really be a sharpshooter? This was Jiang Chen's first time shooting. Achieving such good results was truly unexpected. Excited, Jiang caressed the rifle, thinking of trying again. At this moment, the mutated frog jumped back into his perception range. Jiang Chen immediately closed the window gently and crouched down. When the mutated frog returned to the pool and saw the dead tadpoles, it became furious. Croak! The sound of the mutated frog was extremely piercing. Jiang Chen wanted to cover his ears even from that distance. Damn! This thing is definitely cursing, and it's cursing very harshly. After a few minutes, the mutated frog calmed down and went back to sleep in the pool. It seemed to have completely forgotten its grudge. Jiang Chen finally confirmed, the mutated frog indeed has low intelligence, and its memory is pitifully short. Pinghai Road Police Station. Zhang Zilin, fully armed and with a serious expression, walked into the survivors' room, followed by Lu Gangfeng and Yang Jiawei, also fully armed. The survivors all looked at the three of them. Some had already packed their bags, their faces changing constantly. Others were still sitting on the ground. Zhang Zilin said loudly, "Last night, the police broadcast channel briefly resumed. I received orders from superiors to lead the survivors to the TV station relief point. Those willing to follow me, let's depart now. There are approximately 5,000 survivors at the TV station relief point, with enough manpower and resources to ensure everyone's well-being. For those who do not wish to leave, I won't force you. You can stay at the police station. By higher authority, survivors can use all the resources at the police station without any legal responsibilities." Lu Gangfeng rolled his eyes helplessly. Yang Jiawei looked around anxiously, seemingly still hesitating whether to leave or not. He knew too well the horrors outside. Staying at the police station would be much better. Why bother following some nonsense orders? But if Zhang Zilin left, he had no confidence in surviving at the police station either. Without Zhang Zilin's strength, these survivors were just waiting to be slaughtered like sheep. An elderly man suddenly exclaimed, "Officer Zhang, what will we do if you leave?" Zhang Zilin fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, I've received orders that I must follow." "You are free to seek survival on your own." Another person exclaimed excitedly, "Seek survival on our own? That sounds nice. How do we seek survival on our own? You are the one with abilities, you have the power. How can we seek survival on our own?" "Exactly. You are deliberately abandoning the lives of the masses. We've paid so many taxes, is this how you protect us? Officer Zhang, please don't leave, I beg you, don't leave. If I die, it's all your fault. Even in death, I won't let you off." As they spoke, the emotions of the crowd became agitated. Everyone was not foolish. Among the three with abilities, only Zhang Zilin was the most reliable. Many survivors were saved by Zhang Zilin. If she left, it would be difficult for everyone to survive. Zhang Zilin looked at the distorted faces of the crowd with a grim expression. Her fists clenched tightly, turning white. She began to doubt for the first time whether it was right to save these people. After a long pause, she finally exhaled slowly and said firmly, "I'm sorry, I have no choice. Following orders is my duty. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again by fate." With that, she turned and left decisively. The disappointed crowd felt utterly hopeless. "Damn it! You're killing us! You're a murderer! Please, can you stay one more day? If you leave, who will find food for my child?" Curses, tears, pleas. No matter what means, they couldn't stop Zhang Zilin's steps. Soon, Zhang Zilin arrived downstairs. She glanced back and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, both Yang Jiawei and Lu Gangfeng had followed her. In addition, more than 30 survivors were vaguely standing in the red mist, willing to accompany Zhang Zilin to the TV station relief point. Everyone was envisioning life at the TV station relief point. With over 5,000 people gathered, there must be water and food, right? It's better than starving here. Zhang Zilin briskly said, "A total of 15 kilometers, we'll walk 5 kilometers today, expected to arrive in 3 days. I'll lead the way, Lu Gangfeng will cover the rear, Yang Jiawei in the middle, maintaining vigilance, alert immediately if there's any situation." Visibility in the red mist is only 5 meters. Everyone follow closely, do not lag behind. Let's go. Zheng Zilin pulled out a fire axe, took one last look at the police station, and then led the way into the pitch-black forest without hesitation. In the corridor, Jiang Chen stood in front of a group of survivors. After suffering in the corridor for several days, their physical condition worsened. In the beginning, many were willing to go downstairs to cut grass, and Jiang Chen kept his promise, providing food and water to those who succeeded. However, when many found it difficult to reach the goal of 100 kilograms a day, most were unwilling to go. Today, only one strong man reached the 100 kilogram requirement. Jiang Chen took out a packet of instant noodles, a ham sausage, and a bottle of purified water, and said lightly, "Lao Meng, today only you have met the requirement. Here, this is your reward for today." The strong man Lao Meng happily took the food. Thank you, Jiang Ji." He held the bottle of purified water tightly in his arms, reluctant to drink even though his mouth was dry. Now, clean water sources were scarcer than food. With tap water and natural gas cut off, many people were left without water. Some resorted to drinking their own urine, while others chose to squeeze water from the newly emerged purple mushrooms. It was unclear who discovered that these purple mushrooms were rich in moisture. However, they were not clean. Some mushrooms' juice could cause hallucinations or even death, while others were safe. No one could distinguish which mushrooms were safe. The frequent trips downstairs to squeeze mushrooms resulted in many injuries. Some were scratched by sharp leaves, some were bitten by mosquitoes, and some, in a bizarre turn of events, developed red, inflamed swellings from bird droppings landing on their skin. Various injuries and illnesses abounded. Li Qingxuan moved through the crowd with a small medicine box, busy attending to everyone. He used some herbal plants downstairs and the high-proof liquor provided by Jiang Chen to barely sustain people's lives. Jiang Chen watched quietly. His purpose in providing the liquor was to use these people as test subjects for potential injuries or illnesses he might encounter. Any effective treatment methods that Li Qingxuan discovered, such as pine needles, he sent people downstairs to collect in exchange for food. Through this method, Jiang Chen had accumulated hundreds of pounds of new herbs. Currently, there were mainly 3 types: a mutated pine needle for treating external injuries, a mutated black ear fungus for reducing fever, and the last, most miraculous herb. This herb would bloom with red flowers the size of a baby's fist, resembling old roses but without thorns on the roots. Li Qingxuan named it rose herb. The flowers seemed useless, but the stems had a miraculous healing effect. Whether it was a fever, cold, diarrhea, external injury, inflammation, or poisoning, the stems of the rose herb could cure some people but had no effect on others. Li Qingxuan couldn't explain the reasons and didn't pay much attention to them. Many traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions varied from person to person. He had seen enough to not be surprised. Compared to the despair of other survivors, Li Qingxuan was excited. The evolution of all things brought forth a constant stream of new herbs, giving him a newfound sense of purpose. Jiang Chen provided him with adequate living conditions and plenty of patients for testing, making him content with his current life and even more loyal to Jiang Chen. After examining all the patients, Li Qingxuan turned to Jiang Chen and said, "There are not many rose herbs. They only collected 30 today, and I gave them 3 bottles of purified water." Jiang Chen took the rose herbs with satisfaction. "Well done. I will replenish your purified water." Jiang Chen put the 30 rose herbs into his backpack, which actually led to his personal space. He knew that someone would surely try to hoard the rose herbs. However, it didn't matter. The shelf life of the herbs after picking was very short. After a single loss, they wouldn't bother with such a futile effort again. Besides Jiang Chen, no one could preserve fresh herbs for long. After Jiang Chen left with Li Qingxuan, the atmosphere among the survivors eased a bit. Lao Meng walked to the corner of the stairs, happily sharing his gains with his wife and child. In this era, the fact that a family of 3 was alive was already extremely fortunate. They joyfully shared the easily perishable sausages, leaving behind instant noodles for Lao Meng's breakfast the next morning. Most of it would be saved for Lao Meng. Only this way could Lao Meng have the strength to go downstairs to cut grass and earn more food. Purified water became even more precious, carefully placed by his wife in the safest spot under the child's pillow. The child was nestled between the couple, closest to the wall. Night fell. The survivors all drifted into sleep, only the injured ones still groaning in pain. No one knew if they could make it through the night. No one cared. In the darkness, 3 men, starving and unable to sleep, gazed enviously at the Meng family of 3. Their stomachs growled, mouths dry, eyes bloodshot. Damn it! Why does Meng's family get to eat something? Damn it! That brat Jiang Chen, just because he has food, he forces us to go downstairs to cut grass, doesn't give a damn about our lives. Jiang Chen is just a damn convenience store clerk. I used to earn more in a day than he did in a month. Now he's acting all high and mighty. Damn it. His family clearly has so much food, but won't share with us. These days are unbearable. Let's rob Jiang Chen. Shoo, keep it down. It's easy for you to say, can you beat him? He could snap Zhou Tianhao's neck with one hand, he must have powers. We'd be walking into our own deaths. Humph. No matter how strong he is, he still needs to sleep. Let's attack while he's asleep. Jiang Chen is as good as dead. Yes. That Jiang guy has snatched so many beauties, must be reveling every night, definitely sleeps like a log. Jiang Chen doesn't let us go above the 28th floor, who knows where his place is? How do we get in? Haha, I know where that kid lives. He mentioned it once when he was delivering, in 3202. The group's eyes lit up. How do we get in? Climb to the 33rd floor from the rooftop, then up to the 32nd. I have a climbing rope at home. We have to climb to the rooftop. Jiang Chen won't let us go above the 28th floor. If he catches us, we're done for. TCH. In the middle of the night, that Jiang guy isn't cuddling up with a fragrant woman. Why would he be monitoring the stairs? Is he crazy? It's too dangerous to climb outside in this dark night. Dangerous my ass. If we continue like this, we'll starve to death. It's death either way, might as well take a chance, at least we can die full. This, Tang Shuero is so beautiful. Don't you want her? The man's eyes turned red, took a deep breath. Let's do it. Let's do it. Since we're going to kill Jiang Chen anyway, let's rob Meng first. I just checked, he still has a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. Good. The three men discussed for a while, then slowly approached the Meng family of three in the dark. In his sleep, Meng inexplicably sensed something, his heart pounding, eyes suddenly opening. Three dark figures stood before him. In their hands gleamed sharp boning knives. Meng was about to scream, but a large hand covered his mouth. Splurt! Splurt! A few seconds later, the Meng family of three lay in a pool of blood. The nearest onlookers dared not make a sound, too terrified to even lift their heads, trembling in fear. The three men took Meng's instant noodles and water, then disappeared into the stairwell. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, stroking the black cat, gazing faintly towards the stairs. In his perception, the three figures turned red with darkness. After killing, they quickly devoured the noodles and water, then swiftly climbed upstairs. Though they thought their steps were light, they were unaware that everything was exposed in Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen chuckled as he placed the black cat on the sofa. They're asking for it. The black cat meowed discontentedly and walked away, tail in the air. Jiang Chen didn't move, just stared at the three men, taking out a few enlightenment fruits and started eating. Perfect, let these three idiots test the security for him. See where the enemy chooses to break through, so he could prepare a targeted defense. As the three men huffed and puffed their way to the 30th floor, their vision started to darken, showing signs of mild hypoglycemia. These days of poor eating had left their bodies weak, unable to withstand even the slightest exertion. Phew, I'm so tired. It's too risky for us with this physical condition to climb the building. Should we give up? A tall, thin man sneered. Give up? Old Meng is already dead by our hands. Do you think Jiang Chen will come after us tomorrow? We were definitely seen by some people just now. The other two felt a sinking feeling. The tall, thin man said ominously, brothers, we have no turning back now, we can only go all the way. If we don't kill Jiang Chen, we will all die. The two men's faces turned grim, no longer holding on to any hope. The three of them gritted their teeth and climbed to the 33rd floor. They looked up at the stairs. The tall, thin man leaned on his knees and encouraged, brothers, push a little harder, one more floor to go, it's the rooftop. Let's rest for half an hour at the top before we move. Up! There will be women up there. Finally, the three of them gasped their way to the rooftop. Thud! They all collapsed exhausted on the ground. The tall, thin man breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. It was an overcast day with no moon, almost pitch dark. The tall, thin man felt delighted. It was a perfect time for murder and arson. All three of them chuckled knowingly. After resting for over 10 minutes, they stood up. They circled the perimeter and found the balcony directly above room 3302. The tall, thin man tied professional knots on the rope, creating points of support for climbing at intervals. The other person exclaimed in surprise, bro, what did you do before? You look very professional. The tall, thin man proudly replied, I used to work with high-voltage electricity, climbing up and down every day, so I'm very familiar with ropes. Brothers, follow me, I will safely get you to the 32nd floor. The two men immediately smiled. With a professional among them, their chances of success increased significantly. After securing the rope, the tall, thin man tied it to the railing and slowly descended inch by inch. He climbed onto the parapet, peering down below. It was pitch black below, nothing visible. After the power outage, there was hardly any light. The night wind caused the rope to sway slightly. Even the tall, thin man felt a chill in his heart, not to mention the other two who had no experience with working at heights. They were terrified. Damn. This is too scary. Should we give up? Damn it. Useless. The tall, thin man cursed inwardly, but reassured them, brothers, don't worry, I'll make a simple safety rope, there's absolutely no danger. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the darkness, no, keep climbing like this. Who? The three of them jumped in fright and looked towards the darkness. Jiang Chen switched his flashlight to camping mode and leisurely walked over. Jiang Chen. Seeing his appearance, the three of them felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, freezing them in place. One of them even wet his pants, emitting a foul smell. Jiang Chen placed the flashlight on the railing, glanced down below, and smiled. You guys are really creative, climbing the building in the middle of the night. The tall, thin man trembled. Jiang Ji, this is a misunderstanding, let me explain. Jiang Chen sighed. We are all adults here, do you think speaking like that underestimates my intelligence? The tall, thin man knelt with a thud, slapped himself hard, and cried out, Jiang Ji. I was confused. Please spare me this time. He knelt and approached Jiang Chen, but his hands secretly reached for the bone-cutting knife at his waist in the darkness. Bang! A bullet hole appeared on the tall, thin man's forehead, and the back of his head was blown off. Blood splattered, spraying the faces of the two behind him. The tall, thin man slumped down. Only then did Jiang Chen casually lower his gun. The remaining two were both terrified. Jiang Chen actually had a gun. They instantly lost the courage to resist. If they had known Jiang Chen had a gun, they would rather starve than come. When they knew Jiang Chen was a supernatural being before, they weren't so afraid. Even though the threat of a gun was actually far less than Jiang Chen himself. But modern people are already deeply afraid of guns. Jiang Chen held the gun and walked up to the two. Go, climb down. Help me test a project. I want to see if you can really climb down. The two frantically waved their hands. No, we dare not. We really dare not. Jiang bro. Spare me. Bang. One of them was shot dead. Jiang Chen looked at the last person and said word by word, I said, climb down. The man's mind went blank, scrambling to climb down the wall. When he looked down, he felt dizzy, his hands and feet trembling. He cried and begged, Jiang bro, I really can't climb, I really can't. Bang! A shot hit the ground near the man's feet, debris flying. The man was startled. Jiang Chen held the gun expressionlessly at him. The man despaired, only able to grit his teeth and climb down along the rope. Jiang Chen calmly lay on the edge of the wall, watching the man slowly descend. Whether it was luck or desperation, the man actually managed to climb down to the middle of the 32nd and 33rd floors. Then the rope shook violently, and he clung to it, crying and too scared to move. Jiang Chen sneered, he really can climb down. He took out a dagger and began cutting the rope. Snip, snip, snip. The man watched in horror as Jiang Chen cut the rope. No, don't cut it, don't cut it. Slice. The rope snapped. The man screamed as he fell. A few seconds later, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from below. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Soon, he returned to the room, pulling the ear of a wide-eyed person. From now on, you sleep on the rooftop, watch over it, don't let anyone else up. A 7 days hotel outside the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy. 4th floor. Zhang Zilin sat wearily in a corner. Survivors lay around in various positions, too exhausted to move after a day of arduous trekking. There were 35 survivors at the start, now only 22 remained. The other 13 either couldn't keep up due to exhaustion and disappeared in the red mist, or were killed by animals and plants along the way. To make matters worse, the supernatural Lu Gangfeng was covered in bloodstains, unconscious. He was ambushed by a giant mantis, losing an arm on the spot and sustaining severe chest injuries. If it weren't for Zhang Zilin's efforts, he would have died on the spot. Even so, judging by Lu Gangfeng's current condition, he probably wouldn't make it through the night. Another supernatural, Yang Jiewei, was extremely lucky, barely injured, sleeping on the ground. Zhang Zilin looked grave. At this rate, it was almost impossible to reach the TV station rescue point. She watched Lu Gangfeng struggling to breathe, feeling extremely guilty. If it weren't for her decision, he would probably still be alive. And those 13 survivors who died because of her. If only they had weapons, so many people wouldn't have died. At that moment, a faint sound came from afar. Bang! Zhang Zilin immediately sat up, her eyes shining. This. Gunshots? Could there be other police nearby? In the Dragon Kingdom, ordinary people don't have guns, only police, soldiers, or the person who stole the gun. Zhang Zilin stared intently into the darkness outside, as if trying to see through the identity of the shooter. Yang Jiewei also woke up, groggily saying, "Leader, I think I heard gunshots?" Just then, another gunshot rang out. Yang Jiewei stood up abruptly. "Gunshots?" Zhang Zilin calmly asked, "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" Yang Jiewei carefully listened and then pointed in a direction, over there, about 500 to 550 meters away. "The shooter is in a high position, that's why the sound carries so far." Zhang Zilin took out her phone, reluctantly turned it on, the battery running low with each use. She opened the offline map to check. That direction, 500 meters. Fortune Center residential area? Zhang Zilin frowned, looking towards the Fortune Center. If it's a police colleague, they could be allies, looking out for each other. If it's the gun thief, Zhang Zilin's sharp eyes glinted. It all depends on their attitude. If they are willing to confess and surrender the gun, she might consider recruiting them into the team. A person with the ability to tunnel underground would be very useful. If they are stubborn, refusing to confess or surrender the gun, then, "I have enough firearms and ammunition." Zhang Zilin calmly put away her phone and ordered, "Let's rest here for now. Tomorrow, our first stop will be the Fortune Center." Morning. Gunshots echoed in the Fortune Center residential area. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Jiang Chen stopped, stowing the rifle away in his space. The mutated frog had returned. The mutated frog returned to the swimming pool, and upon seeing the scene, its body swelled with anger. Croak! 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 In just a short span of 10 minutes, almost all the tadpoles had perished. Despite its dimness, it understood that the previous thunderous sound was related to the tadpoles' deaths. Unfortunately, it couldn't locate the enemy. It could only rage impotently in the pool, venting its fury with croaks. Jiang Chen smirked, morning exercise done, time for breakfast. Back home, several women had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. "Jiang, taste the toast I just made." "Jiang, I made egg custard, you said it's your favorite." "Jiang, Jiang." Jiang Chen enjoyed a perfect breakfast. "Alright, go play. Don't forget to charge my spare phone on the balcony, I'll be out for a while." With the 9-star teleportation, his range of movement had greatly increased. Jiang Chen planned to gather supplies again, preparing for the harsh future. Weapons, medicines, medical equipment, diesel generators, various mechanical tools. He lacked everything. Anyway, his personal space was limitless, he could carry everything. The women, upon hearing this, grew worried instantly. Their comfortable lives depended entirely on Jiang Chen. If something happened to him, their fate would be no different from other survivors. No, it might even be worse than ordinary survivors because they were all beauties. Beautiful but weak individuals were considered a sin in the apocalypse. Tang Xuero whispered, "Jiang, please be careful." The other women also watched Jiang Chen with concern. Jiang Chen casually drew a huge blue film and walked into it. The women watched Jiang Chen leave and unconsciously split into 3 groups, whispering softly. Tang Xuero took out a portable solar charger in Jiang Chen's spare phone, heading to the rooftop. Bai Yan heard footsteps and lazily raised his head. Seeing Tang Xuero, he slumped back down. Tang Xuero looked at Bai Yan's strong body, feeling more at ease. Without Bai Yan by her side, she wouldn't dare to go out alone. The weather was nice today. Tang Xuero plugged the solar panel into the phone to charge it. Jiang Chen quickly identified the location of the Third People's Hospital of Mo High in the subspace. In an instant, a blue teleportation gate appeared in the underground of the hospital's inpatient department. Virtual eyes. Jiang Chen stepped out of the teleportation gate. Within the 100-meter range of perception, there was not a single soul at the Third Magic Sea Hospital. Jiang Chen frowned, becoming alert. Standing underground, he carefully inspected with his senses but saw no abnormalities. The parking lot was full of vehicles, now all covered in vines. In the lobby of the inpatient department, a pile of beds and medical equipment stacked 2 to 3 meters high, as if blocking something from entering. Now unguarded, all covered in vines. Among the vines lay countless bone fragments, whether human or animal, unknown. The vines even reached the 2nd floor. Beyond the 3rd floor, things seemed more normal. There were clear traces of survivors living there. Charred walls, scattered bedding, cigarette butts, and food wrappers littered the ground. Bloodstains everywhere, various debris strewn about, clearly indicating some disaster had occurred, and the survivors had fled. Strange. Jiang Chen wondered, why had they all left? What had they seen? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. No, something was amiss. On the 12th floor of the inpatient department, not only were there no living beings, but not even a single creature. Jiang Chen felt a chill. While insects, ants, cockroaches, cats, and dogs ruled elsewhere, here, there was nothing. In Jiang Chen's perception, the entire inpatient department was eerily quiet. Only plants. Not a single animal. No, something was definitely wrong here. Without a word, Jiang Chen opened the portal and left. He had no intention of investigating. In such times, curiosity was the greatest danger. The Third People's Hospital remained incredibly quiet, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon entering the subspace, then found the nearest small private hospital and teleported there. This hospital seemed much more normal. Over a dozen survivors were hiding on the top floor of the hospital, seemingly feasting on an animal. Jiang Chen took a closer look and almost vomited his breakfast. Damn! It was a half-meter-long maggot. Disgusted, Jiang Chen ignored the group of people and went straight to the pharmacy. Upon reaching the ground level, he immediately kicked to death a rat larger than a cat. The pharmacy was in disarray, clearly looted by survivors. The glass of the pharmacy's refrigerators was shattered, rendering all refrigerated medications ineffective. However, the medications survivors could take were very limited. Jiang Chen took all the intact packaged medications, regardless of their type. With Li Qingchuan's knowledge of various medications, he wasn't concerned. Jiang Chen then went to the storeroom and took boxes of medical equipment, such as disposable syringes and surgical blades. Next target, Shangshur Furniture Square and the adjacent hardware market. Zhang Zilin looked out the window with a solemn expression. How many shots were fired near the wealth center just now? Yang Jiawei replied, at least 50 shots. Zhang Zilin frowned, it seems like that thief is at it again. Police officers wouldn't carry so many bullets. Even if they did, they wouldn't waste them like this. The gunfire was rhythmic, as if target shooting without pressure, as if practicing shooting. Police officers wouldn't be practicing shooting in such times. It could only be that thief. The survivors were all awake, except for Lu Gangfeng, who still lay on the ground. He didn't make it through the night, he was dead. By morning, the body had decayed and emitted a foul stench, deterring anyone from approaching. Zhang Zilin wrapped Lu Gangfeng's body in the hotel's bedsheets and carried him downstairs. Outside the hotel, she found a piece of land nearby and buried him. Finally, she placed a wooden stick in the grave, inscribed with, Lu Gangfeng, Level 2 Police Officer of Pinghai Road Police Station. Badge number, XXXXXX. Zhang Zilin looked silently at the stick for a while before solemnly saying, Lu Gangfeng, if I am still alive this time next year, I will definitely come back to see you. Zhang Zilin stood up, saluted respectfully, and then turned and left decisively. Back in the hall, everyone had packed up. Each person had learned to tie their pants and cuffs tightly with ropes to prevent insects from getting in. Those who couldn't learn had already perished. Zhang Zilin lovingly caressed the pistol, with only 4 bullets left that she was reluctant to use. If she caught the thief who stole the gun, there would be enough bullets. No one would suffer so much. Zhang Zilin picked up a fire axe and said in a deep voice, let's go. I'll lead the way. She left first, and the exhausted survivors followed like zombies. Jiang Chen walked out of the furniture square, heading to the hardware market from underground. He activated his senses, everything seemed normal. It was abnormal to find survivors here. There was no food nearby, making survival impossible. Ha! A road roller. Jiang Chen was thrilled. He didn't expect to find such a good thing here. Other vehicles couldn't move, but a road roller could. Crush and flatten everything in its path. Jiang Chen eagerly went under the road roller, storing it in his personal space. Then he emerged above ground and headed to the hardware market. From angle grinders, drills, motors, water pumps, to pliers, wrenches, hammers, light bulbs, various pipes, aluminum, stainless steel, paint, and waterproof fabric of different models, Jiang Chen collected everything without hesitation. With these items, he wouldn't have to worry about basic tools for a while. Later, he went to a nearby public tertiary hospital, the Mo Hai Second Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The small private hospital he visited earlier had limited medicines and equipment. Jiang Chen stood on the rooftop of the outpatient building, observing with his senses. Survivors were gathered on the top 3 floors of the outpatient building, living in different departments' offices based on their relationships. No one with abilities. Jiang Chen confirmed basic safety before descending from the rooftop to observe the survivors closely to assess the external situation. Some survivors noticed Jiang Chen and showed a wary expression towards the stranger, clutching their food tightly. Others didn't care at all, lying on the ground with desperate eyes, almost resigned to death. No one stopped Jiang Chen throughout. Some offices had only a few corpses, left unattended. Flies buzzed around, maggots wriggled, and a foul stench filled the air. But the survivors in adjacent rooms seemed indifferent, as if they had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Chen covered his nose and mouth, quickly passing through. This hospital probably lacks leadership, that's why no one organized defense against external threats. There are very few women, 80% of survivors are men, and beautiful women are even rarer. It indicates a collapse of order. Jiang Chen went to the pharmacy, which had also been looted, but there were still plenty of medicines left, more diverse than the private hospital. After scavenging the necessary supplies, he visited the nearby police station, fire department, and a high school. The police station and fire department were deserted. The high school had many survivors, including 2 individuals with abilities. However, most female students had perished, leaving mostly male students. After visiting several places without finding any signs of official organization, Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be that the authorities have lost control of the situation? It shouldn't be the case. With modern society's technological level, even if a disaster strikes suddenly, causing them to lose control of the situation, there should still be hope to secure key areas. Why is there no response at all? Where have all the elites gone? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out, so he could only cut open the blue film and return to the rooftop of Building C in the Wealth Center. When he looked up, he saw Bai Yan, who wagged his tail over happily upon seeing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fed him some meat. Then he absent-mindedly patted the dog's head while silently gazing into the distance at the Magic Sea City. The sun was scorching overhead. Under his feet, there was an endless sea of red mist. Tall buildings emerged from the red mist, resembling sparse trees in a sea of clouds. The pine trees, heavily injured by herbicides, were rejuvenated, each one taller than the next. Tang Xuero saw Jiang Chen return and joyfully leaned against him. Just then, a loud bang came from the red mist. Bang! Gunshot! Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned serious as he looked towards the direction of the gunshot. Tang Xuero was startled. Who still has a gun in the wealth center? Jiang Chen patted her hand. Take Bai Yan home, I'll go check it out. Jiang Chen swiftly sank into the floor and dashed towards the direction of the gunshot. Zhang Zilin led the group a short distance. Yang Jiawei ran over and warned, stop. There's movement ahead. Seems like people. Plunk. Zhang Zilin killed a rat with an axe and frowned. Survivors? Wait here, I'll go take a look. Encountering humans now might not be safe, Zhang Zilin had to confirm before making a decision. With a light leap, she surprisingly jumped over 3 meters high and stood steadily on a tree branch. She leaped forward among the branches, quickly disappearing into the red mist. The others watched her enviously. If they had that ability, who would still drag along this group of burdens? They would have found a good place to enjoy life long ago. After advancing for a few minutes, Zhang Zilin stopped. She heard voices ahead. Hu Liang, go back quickly, I'm exhausted. No, we haven't found food yet. Going back means starving to death. But, no buts. We must. Wah, my feet are blistered, it hurts so much. Ah, it's bleeding, hurry, we must treat it when we get back, don't let it get infected. At that moment, the chatting group passed by under the tree. Zhang Zilin saw 7 young people, around 18 or 19 years old, probably college students, 5 boys and 2 girls. Zhang Zilin felt they were not dangerous, just normal survivors, so she jumped down from the tree directly. The 7 were startled. Ah, who's there? Ha, she's wearing a police uniform, is she a cop? Seeing that the newcomer was a woman, they relaxed a bit. One of the boys excitedly stepped forward. Hello, are you a police officer? Zhang Zilin saluted. Hello, I'm Zhang Zilin, a second-level officer from Pinghai Road Police Station. She's really a cop. The boy was thrilled. I'm Hu Liang. We are students from the Magic Sea Film Academy, please save us. Hearing this, Zhang Zilin breathed a sigh of relief. I will go to the nearest official rescue point, it's far away. If you're willing, you can come with me. If not, I can't help. The 7 students exclaimed excitedly, Comrade officer, we'll go with you. Wah! That's great, finally met a cop. I haven't eaten anything all day, thought I'd starve today, this is amazing. Zhang Zilin felt trusted by these people, and her mood instantly improved. Follow me. With the 7 students joining, the group of survivors grew stronger again. Zhang Zilin also felt a bit encouraged as she hurried towards the wealth center. The short distance of a few hundred meters was extremely difficult to traverse, and Zhang Zilin struggled for over an hour before finally spotting a path through the dense forest. This is how she gained her superpowers. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted and unable to move long ago. Everyone was panting heavily as they finally reached the main entrance of the wealth center residential area. Zhang Zilin looked at the wealth center in front of her, about to enter when a huge rabbit jumped out of the bushes. The weary survivors instantly became excited. Officer Zhang, a rabbit! A rabbit! Quick, kill it, we can have meat tonight. Shoot it! Shoot it! Zhang Zilin also felt happy, a smile appearing on her face. She had previously killed a mutant rabbit, and the rabbit meat had everyone's mouths watering. However, the mutant rabbit's agility was extraordinary. Without a gun, Zhang Zilin couldn't catch it. Holding her breath, Zhang Zilin took out her pistol and slowly aimed at the rabbit. Bang! Got it! Zhang Zilin was thrilled as the bullet hit the rabbit's eye, penetrated, and damaged its nerves. It twitched and fell to the ground, soon motionless. The crowd cheered. As Zhang Zilin lifted the rabbit, a huge tongue suddenly shot out from the red mist straight at her. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zilin reacted. It was as if she had been forcefully pulled back, her body defying physics, sliding rapidly, leaving almost a residual image, her shoe soles leaving 2 dark marks on the ground. Phew! The tongue missed. However, it hit a boy next to her, immediately sticking to him and dragging him back. Humph! Zhang Zilin snorted coldly, her body sliding rapidly, ghostly coming to a stop. She assumed a standard combat stance, exhaling sharply, releasing a breath arrow. Hey! Zhang Zilin's body hair bristled instantly, like a startled cat. With a forceful push from her feet, she charged at the tongue like a bullet, delivering a punch. Boom! The thick tongue was sent flying sideways. Unable to hold on to the boy, the tongue flung him backward, crashing into the wall, motionless. A mutant frog descended from the sky like a giant rock, landing heavily on the ground. Boom! Its body was almost the size of a bus. In the red mist less than 5 meters away, survivors could only see its head, the rest of its body concealed in the mist, making it even more terrifying. Croak! It let out a thunderous croak. The survivors were terrified. Damn! What is this thing? This is a frog. Can frogs grow this big? The survivors all rushed towards the Wealth Center residential area. Zhang Zilin felt her scalp tingling, but she couldn't leave immediately. She had to cover the survivors' retreat, or no one would escape. The mutant frog crouched down, nearly 3 meters tall, its emerald body faintly glowing. Its eyes on top of its head were blood-red horizontal pupils, coldly staring at Zhang Zilin. The thunderous sound came from here, from this bipedal beast that killed my tadpoles. The tongue struck out again. Humph! Beast! Zhang Zilin's warrior spirit ignited, fearlessly facing it head-on. Zhang Chen stood quietly by a window on the 5th floor of Block C, observing the sudden outbreak of battle with his perception. Now, the light on the policewoman was almost as bright as his. Every time she threw a punch or kick, the light on her body dimmed significantly. In contrast, the light on her fists and feet instantly intensified, shining like a dazzling sun. In Zhang Chen's perception, between the policewoman's movements, her body and limbs flickered with a brilliant light curtain, exuding an indescribable sense of violent beauty. She was actually able to hold her own against the much stronger mutant frog with this explosive ability. Zhang Chen was envious of this explosive power. With such an ability, combined with his overall physique, he could probably kick the mutant frog like a ball. At the same time, he had many doubts in his mind. Isn't she the female police officer with supernatural abilities from the police station? How did she end up here? Zhang Chen completely didn't understand why she had traveled such a long distance. If the police station was no longer safe, with her abilities, she could easily find a gathering place for supplies like a supermarket, which would be much safer than wandering outside. Unless, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. She had a specific destination in mind. The female officer was obviously an official person. Did she know the whereabouts of the official forces? Zhang Chen watched as the man and the frog were engaged in a lively fight, unable to determine the outcome in a short time. He immediately saw an opportunity. Now is the perfect time to grab that enlightenment fruit. Without a second thought, Zhang Chen swiftly sank into the ground and dashed towards the enlightenment fruit by the edge of the swimming pool. Plans change quickly. His original plan was to use some explosives to kill the mutated frog, then go for the enlightenment fruit. However, he was worried about damaging the enlightenment fruit with the explosives and couldn't make up his mind. He never expected someone would help him play a trick to lure the tiger out of the mountain. What more was there to say? In less than half a minute, Zhang Chen rushed to the bench by the pool. The enlightenment fruit was quietly growing under the bench. Zhang Chen was overjoyed, too excited to pick it. He directly pulled it out by the roots and threw it into his personal space, then left from underground. A few minutes later, he was back home. The women gathered nervously around him. Tang Shuero had just told them she heard gunshots, and now everyone was anxiously looking at Zhang Chen. But seeing Zhang Chen's smiling face, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ge, who was shooting? Zhang Ge, nothing happened, right? It's fine. Zhang Chen smiled and took out the enlightenment fruit. Looking at the women, this fruit, who should it go to? In front of the supernatural fruit, the women immediately forgot about the gunshots and looked at Zhang Chen pleasingly. They all knew the effects of the supernatural fruit. Only Bai Xinjie had just arrived and hadn't eaten the enlightenment fruit yet. She curiously asked, "Huh? Isn't this the black lychee I told you about? You still have it?" Jiang Chen smiled lightly. This is a supernatural fruit, eating it grants supernatural abilities. They have all eaten it. Ah, Bai Xinjie was astonished. So that's how supernatural abilities are obtained. She regretted a bit. If she had eaten the supernatural fruit, maybe her brother and mother wouldn't have died. But then she thought, those relatives who sold their daughter for instant noodles, it might not be a bad thing that they died. Thinking of this, Bai Xinjie's eyes reddened. Jiang Chen pondered silently about who to give it to. So far, Tang Xuero had eaten the most supernatural fruits and had the most abilities, a total of 3, perception 1 star, phasing 2 stars, physique enhancement 1 star. Then there was Su Mengqian, perception 1 star, phasing 2 stars. Followed by Hu Lili, Lu Mengyao, both with perception 1 star. And Tian Tian, teleportation 7 stars. Only Bai Xinjie had no supernatural abilities. No rush, when the time comes, my women will all be supernatural powerhouses, just releasing one will be enough to dominate. Jiang Chen smiled. Su Mengqian, this reward is for you, you've been doing well recently. Su Mengqian was pleasantly surprised. She had already lost hope. After being punished for her foolishness last time, Jiang Chen hadn't been kind to her for a long time. She had been fearful, thinking she would be abandoned. Now suddenly hearing Jiang Chen giving her a supernatural fruit, she was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Jiang Gu, thank you, sniff. Jiang Chen handed her the supernatural fruit, eat it. Jiang Chen was willing to give it to Su Mengqian because the light on her was the greenest, even greener than Tang Xuero. He didn't know how this woman brainwashed herself, the effect was outstanding. Tang Xuero already had 3 types of supernatural abilities, so Jiang Chen wouldn't give her a new one for now. Only one more woman. Excessive rewards might make Tang Xuero misunderstand her own intentions, leading her to become arrogant. Additionally, Hu Lili, Tian Tian, and Lu Mengyao's brilliance is not yet green enough. Jiang Chen didn't know what ability this newly enlightened fruit possessed. If it was an overly powerful ability, it might lead to unnecessary thoughts. Therefore, considering everything, Su Mengqian was the most suitable. Su Mengqian consumed the enlightened fruit amidst the envious gazes of the other women. Jiang Chen immediately received a prompt. Ding! Su Mengqian consumed 1 enlightenment fruit, will link, returning 700. Already placed in personal space. Enlightenment fruit, will link 1 star. After consumption, the ability to establish a will link is gained. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase star rating. Will link? What kind of ability is this? Jiang Chen also took 1 out and consumed it. Bai Xinjie was even more puzzled. How come there's more? Are these enlightened fruits so worthless? Will link, 1 star, you can establish a will link with creatures within your field of vision, communicate in consciousness, distance 10 meters, maximum number of concurrent will links, 1, will plus 1. Ding! Unlock more attributes, attribute panel has been updated. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What is this? A personal private phone? Can you communicate with any living being? What about animals? Plants? Also, what is the use of this will attribute? Jiang Chen opened the attribute panel. A new line appeared on the panel. Host, Jiang Chen, comprehensive physique, 90, average for an ordinary adult is 10, will, 11, average for an ordinary adult is 10, will only increased by 1, and Jiang Chen couldn't feel any difference from before. Su Mengqian, who had just consumed the will link fruit, was confused. Jiang Gu, what is the function of this ability? Function? Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he activated the will link. He saw himself and the women surrounded by a semi-transparent iridescent bubble. Even Black Cat Cola had one too. The iridescent bubbles were irregularly shaped, gently trembling like soap bubbles. The size of everyone's iridescent bubbles was almost the same. Only Jiang Chen's iridescent bubble seemed thicker. Could this be the external manifestation of a creature's will? Jiang Chen instinctively knew how to use the ability. By gently touching the other party's iridescent film in consciousness, a will link could be established. Jiang Chen lightly touched Su Mengqian's iridescent film outside her body. Su Mengqian seemed to sense something and looked around. Instead of speaking, Jiang Chen shouted in consciousness to Su Mengqian, "Can you hear me?" Su Mengqian was stunned for a moment and asked foolishly, "Jiang Gu, did you call me?" The other women were all puzzled. "When did he call you?" Jiang Chen communicated in consciousness, "You don't need to speak, try to communicate with me through consciousness. Come on, give me a shoulder rub." Su Mengqian adapted and said in consciousness, "Okay, Jiang Gu." She obediently walked behind Jiang Chen and started massaging his shoulders. Indeed, the passive side could also communicate through consciousness. Jiang Chen chuckled. With Jiang Chen's guidance, Su Mengqian quickly learned how to actively establish links. She tested the will link with Tang Xuero and Bai Xinjie. The 2 women were extremely envious. especially by Xinjie, so supernatural abilities are this amazing. Jiang Chen also tested if he could use perception in conjunction with the will link for wall-to-wall communication. The result was positive. Jiang Chen was delighted. Although perception had no combat capabilities, its role was immense. Both phasing and will link relied on perception to provide vision to exert more powerful effects. Of course, the role of physique enhancement was also significant. Will link, the astonishing consumption of physical strength, made Su Mingqian only able to persist for a few minutes. If she simultaneously initiated perception and will link, the depletion of physical strength wouldn't just add up, but double instead. At most, within 30 seconds, Su Mingqian would be too exhausted to continue. However, Jiang Chen was different. His exceptionally high overall physical condition allowed him to endure for an extremely long time. Next, Jiang Chen looked towards the black cat Cola lying on the ground. The colorful bubbles around Cola's body were smaller and thinner. Jiang Chen lightly tapped with his consciousness. Cola raised its head and looked at Jiang Chen. Meow? What are you doing? Jiang Chen was shocked. I can actually understand cat language? No, it's not understanding cat language, but communicating with it through consciousness, without using words. That's why I can understand. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and attempted to ask with his consciousness, are you hungry? Cola slowly lifted its head, stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes for a while. Meow 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 meow. Oh, not bad, bipeds can talk too. Jiang Chen was speechless. What a haughty cat. Cola got up and walked to Jiang Chen's feet, licked his pants as a reward. Jiang Chen was speechless and tried to establish a will link with several plants. The consciousness bubbles of the plants were very dim, almost invisible. Succulent plant, water, 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 ivy, sunlight, growth, upward, upward. Pine tree, there are bugs. There are bugs. It hurts. Plants had very low intelligence, unable to respond to Jiang Chen's inquiries or speak complete sentences, only instinctively repeating some simple words. Jiang Chen stopped the test and took out a will link fruit to eat. While eating, he contemplated. What could this ability be used for? To his surprise, after eating only the third fruit, he heard a prompt, ding. Will link upgraded to 2 stars. Distance increased to 20 meters, will +2. Jiang Chen glanced at it, not paying too much attention. Perhaps this upgrade was just luck. After finishing one, he ate another. Before finishing the second one, he heard another prompt, ding. Will link upgraded to 3 stars. Distance increased to 50 meters, will +4. Jiang Chen finally took notice. Why was it so easy to level up? It only took around 10 fruits to reach 3 stars. Previously, when eating perception fruits, it took over 100 to reach 3 stars. Could it be that my physique is more suited for will link fruits? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took out another fruit to eat. Ding! Will link upgraded to 3 stars. Great! Will link upgraded to 4 stars. On the side, Bai Xinjie was dumbfounded. Why did Jiang Chen have so many extraordinary fruits? If he had so many, why did he ask me about the location of that fruit before? This thing was worthless to him. Could it be purely to help me, just finding a random excuse to make it easier for me to accept psychologically? Bai Xinjie gently bit her red lips, her gaze towards Jiang Chen becoming tender. Jiang Chen didn't notice that the green color on Bai Xinjie was becoming more intense. He was joyfully looking at the prompt, ding. Will link upgraded to 6 stars. Will link, 6 stars, you can establish a will link with creatures within your field of vision, communicate through consciousness, distance 50 kilometers, maximum number of concurrent will links, 10, will +15. 50 kilometers. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Perhaps, I could soon have a second 9-star ability. Unfortunately, having just reached 6 stars in one go, he was really full. He even felt a bit nauseous at the scent of the enlightenment fruit, so he had to temporarily stop. Jiang Chen burped and checked the attribute panel. His will had already reached 25, yet he felt nothing. What exactly was the function of will? In just a few minutes, Zhang Zilin was drenched in sweat, her breath becoming erratic. Seeing the survivors around her running for their lives, she didn't hesitate any longer. With a punch to the mutated frog's tongue, she turned and ran. Zhang Zilin fled. The mutated frog pursued relentlessly. The enmity of killing one's child is irreconcilable, especially when there are so many children. The mutated frog couldn't possibly forgive. Zhang Zilin lamented inwardly, only able to rush into the nearest building in a panic. Boom! The mutated frog followed closely, its massive body shattering the glass doors of the lobby. Croak! Croak! The cold-blooded eyes of the creature mercilessly locked onto Zhang Zilin. She broke out in a cold sweat, feeling drained despite her earlier bravery, finding it hard to keep going. The mutated frog showed no signs of fatigue. She had to evade its sharpness, or she was doomed. But everywhere was covered in red mist, with dim lighting indoors, making it nearly impossible to see the way. Just then, from deep within the red mist, a flashlight beam faintly appeared. A familiar voice shouted, "Over here. Officer Zhang, this way." It was Ding Zhengli. Zhang Zilin's eyes lit up. Ding Zhengli was one of the first survivors she had rescued, and one of the few with a kind heart. When other survivors. Source text, "Isn't it your job to protect us? You are the police. You are supposed to protect us." "Yes, we believe in you, that's why we followed you. Look at how few of us are left now." "Exactly. Exactly. Even our old Wang is injured, why don't you go check on him instead of just focusing on that Ding guy?" "Officer Zhang, stop talking and quickly find us something to eat. We lost all our food while escaping just now." The crowd exchanged words with each other. Even when they saw Officer Zhang Zilin's face darken, no one was afraid. They were certain that Zhang Zilin wouldn't harm them. Zhang Zilin clenched her fists, her fingers turning white. She felt a sense of injustice. "It's not like I forced you to come here, you came here voluntarily." At the same time, there was a hint of anger. "Why should I keep saving you all the time?" She wanted to let go and let these people fend for themselves, but her heart wouldn't allow her to do such a thing. At that moment, Ding Zhengli groaned in pain. Zhang Zilin snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, Dr. Du, please come and check on him." A thin woman walked out silently and examined the wound, sighing, "Officer Zhang, Mr. Ding is lucky, he didn't injure any internal organs. If we had medicine and equipment to suture and bandage the wound, he might still have a chance." But the scene fell silent. The survivors didn't even have enough food and water. Where would they get medicine from? At most, they had some medicine for diarrhea and fever, but no medicine for external wounds. And even if they stitched up the wound, could Ding Zhengli survive an infection? Zhang Zilin pursed her lips, remaining silent. Ding Zhengli sighed and whispered, "I'm done for, Officer Zhang, don't save me, just go. If you see my son and grandson at the TV station relief point, don't mention me. Sigh, this is fate. Stop talking." Zhang Zilin's nails left deep marks in her palms. She gritted her teeth and said gently, "Old Ding, you will be fine, I will find medicine for you, there must be medicine." Zhang Zilin remembered the person with the ability to burrow underground. Burrowing underground is very safe for going out. As long as the other party isn't foolish, they will definitely collect medicine. The speed of burrowing underground must be very slow, coupled with the inconvenience of carrying items. He probably doesn't have much medicine on hand. When collecting supplies outside, it's probably mainly food and water. However, external wounds are common during this period, so the other party should have some reserves. As long as we find him, Ding's injury can still be saved. As for finding the other party, would they be unwilling to give medicine? Zhang Zilin didn't consider this possibility. Not giving medicine? Then we'll force him to give it. Dealing with a criminal who stole a gun, Zhang Zilin wouldn't show mercy. While Zhang Zilin was contemplating, noisy footsteps were heard from the staircase. 7 or 8 people came down from the 3rd floor. A man wearing a property security cap crookedly waved a stick and cursed, "Damn it! What's going on? Who the hell allowed you in? Don't you know this is our boss Ma's territory?" Others joined in the cursing, "Damn it! How blind are you? Didn't you see Boss Ma coming? Answer me. Speak up. Who's in charge? Send someone out to talk." The survivors all turned to Zhang Zilin. The leader, a thin black man, as soon as he saw Zhang Zilin, his eyes lit up with lust, reaching out to touch Zhang Zilin's chin. "Oh, a police flower. You." Smack. Zhang Zilin disgustedly slapped the man's hand away, coldly saying, "I warn you, watch your language." The thin black man wasn't angry either. He laughed wildly. This chick is quite feisty. Feisty is good, the feistier, the more interesting." Ah. Zhang Zilin couldn't take it anymore. She lightly kicked the thin black man in the abdomen. The thin black man fell to the ground screaming in pain, taking a while to recover before angrily ordering, "Mad, grab this woman for me. Kill the rest." Others pulled out their knives, grinning menacingly at Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin's eyes turned cold as she disdainfully warned, "I'll give you one last chance, don't act recklessly, or face the consequences." The men burst into laughter. "Oh, still acting tough, huh? Consequences? Hee, soon you'll be calling me daddy. Ha ha ha." With that, they brandished their knives and machetes, laughing wildly. Unbeknownst to them, the other survivors showed no fear, all looking at them strangely with pity in their eyes. "How dare you provoke this police officer, truly digging your own grave." Zhang Zilin had enough, and she sprang into action. Smack, smack, smack. Half a minute later, the men lay unconscious on the ground. Zhang Zilin pushed them aside without a pause, coldly snorting, "Yang Jiawei, tie them up." I'll go upstairs to check. Okay. Zhang Zilin wasn't sure if any of them had the ability to tunnel underground, but it didn't seem likely, so she climbed up the stairs. Below the 21st floor, there was no one. On the 22nd floor, where the red mist didn't reach, there was still no one. She reached the top 2 floors and finally saw groups of survivors with unkempt appearances. They were all tied up, unable to move, with most men injured and women scarce, concentrated in 2 rooms. They had been stripped and bruised all over. Zhang Zilin's expression changed completely. She knew exactly what had happened. The gang led by Ma Lao had captured everyone else as slaves. The scarcity of women was due to them being abused to death, naturally resulting in fewer survivors. Zhang Zilin had encountered many criminal gangs during this time, some even more brutal than this one. However, those gangs usually only captured a dozen or so people. Now, there were hundreds before her. It was the first time Zhang Zilin had seen so many people. Her teeth gritted. Scum. Damn it. The tied-up survivors saw Zhang Zilin in her police uniform and became excited. Has the country come to rescue us? Comrade police, save me. Save me. Comrade police, go catch Ma Shancher. Don't let him escape. After rescuing the people, many of them were moved to tears. Surviving family members embraced each other, weeping bitterly. The rescued women clung to their family members, crying loudly. Some were too weak to stand, while others had limbs that had gone necrotic from being bound for so long, needing amputation. But under the current circumstances, there was no way to perform amputations, only to wait for death. The scene was chaotic. Zhang Zilin selected a few survivors in better condition and called the survivors downstairs. These survivors brought by Zhang Zilin had been trapped in low buildings for some time. It was their first time reaching the high floors, standing above the red mist. They gazed in awe at the vast sky, feeling a sense of liberation, finding solace in the familiar scenes that now seemed enchanting. The survivors in the building saw Ma Shancher and his man, unable to contain their emotions any longer. They started punching and kicking them. Mad. My parents were killed by these bastards. You never thought this day would come, did you? You, Ma, dared to touch my wife. I'll castrate you. You, Jean, we had a good relationship. How could you treat me like this? You stole all the food from my house. My son starved to death. I'll kill you. You, a property security manager, dared to arrest the owners. Have you no sense of justice? Before long, Ma Shancher and the others fell in a pool of blood. Zhang Zilin silently watched everything, not intervening, allowing the survivors to vent their emotions. Yang Jiawei shivered and whispered, "Leader, is this going too far?" Zhang Zilin couldn't help but know that this was a private punishment, illegal. But what could she do? Could she control this angry mob? No. Did she have the conditions to judge and imprison Ma Shancher and the others, giving them the legal sanctions they deserved? No. Zhang Zilin sighed. In chaotic times, severe punishment is used, and those who kill must pay with their lives. Yang Jiawei smiled awkwardly. The survivors who followed Zhang Zilin couldn't help but feel grateful. If it weren't for following someone like Zhang Zilin, a powerful and righteous supernatural being, their fate wouldn't be much better than the group in front of them. After the survivors vented, they quickly quieted down. They were still hungry, with hardly any strength left. Their emotions had drained them, and now they all lay exhausted on the ground. Everyone looked to Zhang Zilin, hoping she would lead them to survive. Zhang Zilin felt a headache coming on. She wasn't worried about food and drink. Ma Shancher and his group must have hidden a large amount of food, enough to last for a few days. She was just overwhelmed by the trivial matters. Distributing food, settling the survivors, trying to treat the mildly injured. At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached with smiles. The man bowed and introduced himself. "Officer, I'm Sun Jianmen, the director of the street office in this neighborhood. This is my wife, Li Ailing." "Street office staff?" Zhang Zilin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Yang Jiawei, you and Director Sun organize manpower to take out the supplies looted by the criminal forces and distribute them evenly to everyone." Yang Jiawei nodded. "Yes, leader." Sun Jianmen was overjoyed. This was a lucrative job. Li Ailing's eyes sparkled, and she even unconsciously licked her lips. Some of the other rescued survivors were dissatisfied. Why should he be in charge of distributing supplies? However, having just been rescued, not knowing Zhang Zilin's character, no one dared to openly challenge her authority. Sun Jianmen took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Jiawei. "Director Yang, nice to meet you. You give the orders, and I'll execute them." Yang Jiawei awkwardly waved his hand. "Don't call me director, I'm just an ordinary person." Sun Jianmen felt disdain in his heart but said, it's okay. Past identities don't matter in the new era." Zhang Zilin glanced at Ding Zhengli, whose condition was worsening. Dr. Du had done a simple bandage to stop the bleeding, but the wound was too dirty, likely to get infected. Medicine had to be found immediately. Zhang Zilin didn't delay any longer and asked, "Director Sun, I have a question." Sun Jianmin hurriedly replied, "Leader, go ahead. Don't call me leader. My name is Zhang Zilin." Zhang Zilin waved her hand and asked directly, "There was a shooting in this neighborhood before. Do you know who did it?" Sun Jianmin looked embarrassed. "We've been locked up and really don't know." Zhang Zilin frowned and asked, "Do you know who in the neighborhood has a lot of food?" Sun Jianmin nodded quickly, "I do know that. We have a very unreasonable convenience store clerk in our neighborhood. He has a lot of food and even trades food for women. Ah, people's hearts are not ancient." Sun Jianmin mentioned this and remembered the photos of girls Jiang Chen had posted in the group before, feeling extremely jealous. Li Ailing added, "Yes. That guy deceived several shady women to follow him. A bunch of cheap women, eating meat and rice every day, throwing away what they can't finish, they will be punished by the heavens." Other survivors also chimed in, "Yes, they eat and live well. What a freeloader, isn't it just Jiang Chen? That brat used to work at our neighborhood convenience store, earning $3,000 a month, and now he's acting all high and mighty. Disgusting. We don't even have steamed buns, and I've seen him posting hot pot videos when there was no power outage. Hot pot? He even has steak to eat. Jiang Chen has so much food, he'd rather throw it away than share with everyone. It's outrageous. In times of disaster, food belongs to all survivors. Why does he get to finish it all? Extravagance is a crime." The crowd scolded Jiang Chen. Zhang Zilin ignored the jealousy of the crowd and extracted useful information from their chatter. Steak, hot pot, trading food for women, throwing away uneaten food? This guy clearly isn't lacking in food. In this era, who isn't lacking in food? Except for that guy who can tunnel underground. He can tunnel, go out to find food. While others dare not move, he must have brought a bunch of food from the nearby supermarket, that's why he dares to waste it. Li Ailing's phone still had battery, so she turned it on to show Zhang Zilin the group's chat history. Zhang Zilin saw the message from all-inclusive and photos of abundant food and beautiful women, which strengthened her conviction. It's him. Jiang Chen is the underground tunneler. Jiang Chen trading food for women naturally disgusted Zhang Zilin. But she noticed that the women in the photos had rosy complexions, radiant appearances, obviously not mistreated. Zhang Zilin's hostility diminished significantly. Based on this guy named Jiang Chen can now be considered a good person. Jiang Chen probably isn't inherently bad, it's just that the sudden ability he gained made him lose himself. I must save him. I can definitely persuade him to join my team. He can help me rescue more survivors and head to the TV station relief point. Zhang Zilin stood up. Dr. I'll go find Jiang Chen for some medicine and equipment. Give me a list. Ha, Dr. Du was stunned. Does he have them? Sun Jianmin sneered. Even if Jiang Chen has them, he may not be willing to give them to us. He's not a good guy. Zhang Zilin sensed Sun Jianmin's malicious criticism but didn't show it. Don't worry, Dr. Du, prepare the medicine. I'll make sure he gives them. Dr. Du sensed Zhang Zilin's readiness to use force and relaxed. The strength of this police officer Zhang was well understood by the elderly following the team. Even that oversized frog from earlier, Zhang Zilin could handle it. What's a convenience store clerk? Dr. Du happily said, I'll prescribe you a few more types of medicine. If one is unavailable, you can substitute with others. It'll increase the chances of survival for these injured folks. Okay, Zhang Zilin nodded. Sun Jianmin ingratiatingly smiled. Officer Zhang, how about having a meal first before going? Zhang Zilin confidently waved her hand. No need, I'll be back in a few minutes. Just a quick errand to get the medicine before eating. Yang Jiawei worriedly said, that big frog might still be waiting for you down there. Maybe wait a bit before going. Zhang Zilin casually replied, it's fine. I have a way. With that, she walked upstairs. Why is she going upstairs? Curious, a few good-hearted individuals followed her up. Jiang Chen stood by the window of a room on the 20th floor, pinpointing the location of the mutated frog. In his perception, it was crouching outside the lobby of Building B on the first floor, refusing to leave, seemingly fixated on that female police officer. Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. This female officer unwittingly helped him out. Mental link. Jiang Chen saw the iridescent thought bubble of the mutated frog. Unlike the tough appearance of the mutant frog, its willpower was even weaker than black cat cola, not much better than a plant. It seemed that willpower had nothing to do with physical strength or supernatural abilities. Jiang Chen gently made contact, and a mental link was established. The mutant frog seemed to be muttering to itself, revenge. 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 Jiang Chen asked, who do you want to seek revenge on? The mutant frog was too dull to even realize that someone else was asking it, instinctively replying, "That female bipedal beast. Revenge. Eat her. Can't find her." Jiang Chen advised, "The female bipedal beast will come down, just wait here." The mutant frog repeated, "The female bipedal beast will come down. Wait. Revenge. Wait. Revenge. Done." Jiang Chen interrupted the mental link with a smile. "As for the female police officer, you stay upstairs." "What the heck? What's going on?" Jiang Chen was shocked to see Zhang Zilin walking to the edge of the rooftop, her whole body suddenly glowing brightly. A few seconds later, the light on her body quickly converged, all pouring into her legs. Her slender and muscular legs emitted a dazzling sunlight-like glow. A terrifying power suddenly burst out. The railing cracked piece by piece. Boom! Like a cannonball, the policewoman leaped fiercely across the tens of meters between Building B and Building C. What the heck? Jiang Chen was stunned. Is she even human? The policewoman's body traced a perfect parabola, jumping from the rooftop of the 33rd floor of Building B and landing precisely in a window on the 20th floor of Building C. And that room happened to be where Jiang Chen was. Crash! Zhang Zilin broke through countless glass shards and rolled on the ground to release the force. She took a deep breath. Such a huge outburst also greatly exhausted her body. When she got up and saw a person in front of her, she was startled. It was none other than Jiang Chen, who she had just seen in the group chat. How did he know she would jump here? Zhang Zilin couldn't understand. Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Does this policewoman also have the ability to sense remotely? Otherwise, how did she find me directly? This is the 20th floor. She shouldn't be able to see below the red mist. However, Jiang Chen realized after seeing Zhang Zilin's shocked expression that this was purely accidental. Zhang Zilin was originally jumping to this room, it just so happened that he was here. In her perception field, Zhang Zilin emitted a reddish-yellow light. Zhang Zilin, age, 27, quality, 9 points, heroic bearing, femininity, 10 points, untouched by worldly affairs, overall score, 9 points, ding. Meets system requirements. Jiang Chen's mind was ringing alarm bells, with no time to think. This policewoman could go head-to-head with the mutant frog, very dangerous. Is the red light on her directed at me? Or is she naturally hostile to anyone? Jiang Chen was pondering whether to play dumb when Zhang Zilin spoke up. You're Jiang Chen, right? I'm here to find you. She's here for me. Jiang Chen instantly dismissed any thoughts of luck, his eyes cold, thinking she really takes me for an easy target, even dares to come knocking on my door. Without a word, Jiang Chen threw a full-force punch. In Zhang Zilin's eyes, Jiang Chen's fist exploded like thunder and rapidly enlarged. How can his body be so strong? Zhang Zilin was shocked, not daring to confront it head-on, taking a half-step back. Jiang Chen's fist swept past a few centimeters in front of her, lifting a few strands of hair. This punch revealed Jiang Chen's essence to Zhang Zilin. An ordinary person who hadn't trained, probably became so powerful due to some kind of supernatural constitution. Only strength, no skill, not to be feared. Humph. Zhang Zilin kicked upwards from below. Jiang Chen, as before, sensed the incoming kick, his mind reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. He could only try to dodge, then tighten his abdominal muscles and take the kick head-on. Bang! Jiang Chen was kicked away, but it didn't hurt. He found it strange that Zhang Zilin seemed to lack killing intent and didn't unleash the same explosive power as when fighting the mutant frog. As Jiang Chen's body was still flying through the air, Zhang Zilin caught up like a shadow. Another punch came rushing in. Helpless, Jiang Chen could only raise his hands and brace himself once more. Bang! Zhang Zilin was relentless, following up with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Bang 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 bang. Jiang Chen was like a sandbag, accelerating towards a corner of the wall. Got you! Zhang Zilin sneered, swiftly sliding on the ground like a snake, keeping close, not giving Jiang Chen a moment to catch his breath. Just a beating to subdue him, and things would be easier in the future. Ha! Zhang Zilin watched in disbelief as Jiang Chen, like a phantom, passed through the wall and vanished without a trace. Phasing through walls? Was that his earth-grilling ability? Zhang Zilin stood helplessly in front of the wall, grinding her teeth in frustration. She knew Jiang Chen could drill through the ground, hence the tight pressure to prevent his escape. Who knew he could drill so fast? Even if she could break through walls, it would take a long time. By then, Jiang Chen would have vanished. With that speed, who could catch him? Just a stinking rat. Zhang Zilin fumed. Suddenly, a hand eerily extended from the wall, throwing something at her. Shock grenade. Zhang Zilin's expression froze. Boom! A massive explosion erupted not far from Zhang Zilin. Ah! Zhang Zilin screamed in agony, falling to the ground. Despite her robust physique, she couldn't withstand the shock grenade at such close range. Jiang Chen, however, was not one to give up easily. Standing behind the wall, he watched Zhang Zilin fall to the ground and sneered, "Let me teach you a lesson." He took out 3 shock grenades, his hand passing through the wall to toss them into the adjacent room. Boom! 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 Zhang Zilin couldn't hold on any longer, completely losing consciousness. Jiang Chen cautiously observed for a while, then threw another shock grenade. Boom! Zhang Zilin showed no response. Only after confirming her unconscious state did Jiang Chen pass through the wall, walk up to Zhang Zilin, and look down at her. This woman was unlike any other beautiful woman, exuding an indescribable air of nobility in her features. Her athletic figure exuded a healthy aura akin to that of an athlete. She was a dangerous yet beautiful woman. Jiang Chen dared not relax, promptly taking out a bundle of steel wire to tightly bind her hands and feet before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Zilin with ill intent. "What exactly is your ability? I'm very curious." Ding! 1 day ago, Zhang Zilin consumed a pack of biscuits, returning 800 packs, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 2 days ago, Zhang Zilin consumed a sausage, returning 800 sausages, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 3 days ago, Zhang Zilin consumed a pack of instant noodles, returning 800 packs, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 9 days ago, Zhang Zilin consumed an enlightenment fruit bloodburst, returning 800 fruits, already stored in the personal space. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Blood burst. It should be Zhang Zilin's explosive ability. Finally, he had a decent combat ability. Jiang Chen immediately consumed a bloodburst fruit. Bloodburst, 3 stars, you consume a large amount of stamina, temporarily burst blood, enhancing overall physique by 100% to 500%, the more enhanced, the more stamina consumed. Physique increased by 5 times. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. This fruit was extremely effective for someone with his already high physique. Jiang Chen's mind raced. Qi and blood eruption. 100% state. In an instant, Jiang Chen's whole body was filled with power. At the same time, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Even if I don't move, stamina will continue to be consumed. In this state, I can probably last for about 1 hour. Jiang Chen felt it and opened the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Chen, comprehensive physique, 90 plus 90, average for ordinary adults is 10, willpower, 25, average for ordinary adults is 10, 180 points of comprehensive physique. Jiang Chen suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The surface of the wall was directly shattered, and some of the bricks inside were also broken. Not a single scratch on his fingers. Stamina depletes faster during combat. Jiang Chen carefully felt the stamina consumption when throwing punches, estimating that he could throw 100 punches at most before running out of stamina. Let's try 500%. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Boom! Comprehensive physique, 90 plus 450. Soaring to 510 points of comprehensive physique, Jiang Chen's body underwent a qualitative change. His height actually increased by 20 centimeters, his body size expanded, and there was a slight distortion in the air around his body. Between each breath, a powerful airflow could affect the airflow around his body. His heart beat like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Blood surged through his veins. Every cell was filled with unmatched power. Clenching his fist, he felt like a god, capable of destroying any enemy. This state intoxicated Jiang Chen immensely, and he suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The entire wall collapsed directly. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chen was exhausted to the point of near death and quickly exited the 500% state. Phew! Jiang Chen's height returned to normal. The air around him also calmed down. Even after exiting the 500% state, Jiang Chen was breathing heavily and couldn't recover for a long time. At the same time, every bone and muscle in his body ached, as if he had been beaten up. Jiang Chen sat wearily in the chair, but felt extremely joyful inside. Although the side effects are significant, this state is definitely a life-saving treasure. With 500% strength, I can kick a mutant frog like a ball. Jiang Chen took out a Qi and blood eruption fruit and ate it. No star upgrade. Ate again, still no star upgrade. Jiang Chen ate a total of 50 fruits, but still didn't upgrade. Having just eaten a bunch of willpower linking fruits to the point of nausea, he couldn't eat any more today and had to stop. Jiang Chen pondered, 3 willpower linking fruits can upgrade a star, but 50 Qi and blood eruption fruits couldn't upgrade a star. Upgrading with physique enhancement fruits is also very slow, which is definitely related to the physique compatibility. My physique is probably more suitable for willpower type fruits and less compatible with physique type fruits. Jiang Chen still had many detailed techniques to practice regarding the Qi and blood eruption ability. The technique of short and sudden bursts of force when exerting force, followed by an immediate end, could greatly extend combat time and save stamina. Also, being able to control localized bursts of the body like Zhang Zilin, without a full body eruption, could naturally reduce stamina consumption. Jiang Chen contemplated as he looked at the woman in front of him. Should he kill her? Jiang Chen hesitated a bit. Zhang Zilin was still unconscious, and judging from the light on her body, her comprehensive physique was between 20 to 30. Even though the brightness she emitted during their fight just now was less than half of his own. Yet, she could still press him in the fight. She was definitely a martial arts genius. Too dangerous. Jiang Chen recalled her battle with the mutant frog and felt his scalp tingle. With just over 20 points of comprehensive physique, she could go toe-to-toe with a mutant frog. This woman's combat talent was simply outrageous, and he dared not keep such a woman by his side. If Zhang Zilin suddenly erupted, the likelihood of killing him was extremely high. Either kill her or stay away. Jiang Chen caressed the cold pistol, his eyes cold, and made up his mind. He loaded a bullet, flicked off the safety. Just then, Zhang Zilin woke up. Jiang Chen stopped and silently watched her. Zhang Zilin blinked her long eyelashes a few times, then slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked around somewhat dazed, seeming unsure of her whereabouts, only realizing when she saw Jiang Chen. She was startled, tried to stand up abruptly, but found herself immobilized, her hands and feet bound tightly with layers of steel wire. Seeing the marks on her body and the disheveled clothes, she was stunned. It took her a while to understand what had happened. Zhang Zilin was shocked, angry, and embarrassed, her heart pounding wildly. After a while, she raised her head, stared at Jiang Chen intently, her eyes reddening as she said, "Shameless." Jiang Chen was puzzled. The light emanating from this woman was not red at all? It was yellow, with a hint of green even? Ha! Jiang Chen couldn't comprehend it at all, but he was greatly shaken. Is this woman seriously ill? She doesn't even want to kill me? Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment and tentatively said, "Stop pretending, you're not really that angry." Zhang Zilin's expression briefly showed confusion, then she quickly put on a stern face and coldly said, "Humph. Don't give me a chance, I will definitely kill you." Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Zilin in bewilderment. The light emanating from this woman was a mix of yellow and green, not a trace of red. Jiang Chen frowned. Pretense? Impossible. Even if it were a pretense, she should at least be smiling on the surface, secretly wishing to castrate and kill him. But Zhang Zilin was nothing like that. She couldn't possibly know that he could sense the hostility in her heart. Jiang Chen squinted. "Why did you come looking for me?" Zhang Zilin then remembered her purpose and wondered about Ding Zhongli's situation. Anxiously, she said, "I need medication." Jiang Chen nodded. "I have medicine, but why should I give it to you?" Zhang Zilin sneered. "If you don't give it to me, I'll take it by force, you gun thief." Jiang Chen was speechless. "Where do you get the nerve to say such things? You haven't even hit me, and you were the one caught by me." He. Zhang Zilin blushed, annoyed. "You don't dare to face me in a fair fight. You're not a real man." "Whether I'm a real man or not, don't you know it yourself?" Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman and repeated, "You haven't hit me, and you were the one caught by me." Zhang Zilin, frustrated, "Can't you say something else?" "Fine." Jiang Chen smiled and took out a prescription. "Do you want these medicines?" He even took the prescription she kept close to her body. Zhang Zilin blushed, turned her head away, refusing to speak to Jiang Chen. "Humph." Jiang Chen laid out a pile of medicines according to the prescription. "I can give you the medicine, but you have to answer some questions for me." Faced with life-saving medication, Zhang Zilin could only lower her head, took a deep breath, and asked, "What do you want to know?" Jiang Chen saw the yellow light on Zhang Zilin's body slowly fading, replaced by more green. If that's the case, maybe this woman could be cultivated? But it was still too dangerous, she couldn't be kept close. Jiang Chen's mind raced, but he asked, "What's your name?" "Zhang Zilin." "Have you studied martial arts or combat sports?" Zhang Zilin, secretly proud, pretended to be cold and said, I'm the third in National Women's Sanda, learned martial arts from my grandfather since childhood." No wonder she's so formidable, Jiang Chen thought. With her background in martial arts and Sanda since childhood, coupled with the chi and blood-burst fruit, her personal combat power had reached unimaginable heights. Jiang Chen asked the final question, "It's so dangerous outside, why did you bring so many people out?" He originally thought Zhang Zilin would conceal it, but Zhang Zilin openly said, "Go to the TV station rescue point. Your ability to drill through walls is so practical, why not go?" "Ha?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "There's an official rescue point set up at the TV station?" Zhang Zilin looked puzzled. "Of course, don't you know?" Jiang Chen said seriously, "I don't know, everyone I've met doesn't know either." If they did, there would have been groups of survivors heading towards the TV station long ago. But Jiang Chen had never seen such a situation. Could it be That the authorities only take in official organizations like the police, not ordinary people? That doesn't make sense. Why? Also, Jiang Chen had seen a few police survivors, and they didn't know about this either. Do they only take in police with abilities? Why is that? Interesting. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The TV station rescue point isn't too far from the wealth center. I want to see what game you're playing. Zhang Zilin was very confused. Huh? Why is that? Why notify me but not you? Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Zilin. Do you still want to go to the TV station rescue point now? Zhang Zilin clenched her fists upon hearing this, angrily said, of course. I will take all these survivors to the TV station rescue point. Unless you kill me, I will never stay here. I don't want to keep you either. It's too dangerous. Jiang Chen nodded calmly. Okay. Zhang Zilin was stunned. You're willing to let me go? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Subspace anchor. An invisible and intangible subspace anchor fixed on Zhang Zilin. This way, as long as Zhang Zilin entered the TV station rescue point, he could silently transmit in. Jiang Chen instinctively felt something was off about the TV station rescue point. Going there recklessly would most likely not end well. The most crucial issue was that he didn't know the true location of the rescue point. The TV station was likely just a facade. It was very possible that once he teleported to the TV station, he would be targeted. In this era, surveillance methods were hard to guard against. He had perception himself, but other ability users might have mysterious means. So, it was better to let Zhang Zilin, this insider who received the message, explore the way. He just needed to keep an eye on Zhang Zilin. If Zhang Zilin was ambushed, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel sorry. After all, he had already obtained the blood-burst fruit, and Zhang Zilin's value was not significant. Just a pretty woman, there were plenty around. Jiang Chen took out a pair of pliers and cut the wires on Zhang Zilin's hands and feet. Zhang Zilin immediately jumped up, looking at Jiang Chen in confusion. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Jiang Chen chuckled. Before obtaining the blood-burst fruit, he was indeed a bit afraid. Now that he also had the blood-burst, he wasn't afraid anymore. In a direct confrontation, Zhang Zilin was no longer his match. Jiang Chen just didn't dare to keep her by his side, fearing she might launch a surprise attack. As long as he threw her far away, there wouldn't be much danger. Plus, she could help him scout the TV station, so why not? Jiang Chen confidently said, if I can catch you once, I can catch you a second time. Jiang Chen's boldness shook Zhang Zilin. She wanted to retort, but she had indeed been caught. Zhang Zilin looked deeply at Jiang Chen, deliberately coldly said, one day, I will come back for revenge. Jiang Chen sneered, you're welcome to try. Zhang Zilin's face turned pale. However, Jiang Chen noticed that the green light on her body had increased. Huh, a woman who says one thing but means another. Jiang Chen roughly understood this woman's mentality. Strong-willed. She had practiced martial arts since she was young, with good talent. Probably no man could beat her, making her look down on those weaklings. It wasn't until she was dealt with by him that she first experienced the power of a man. Jiang Chen walked into the wall, disappearing in front of Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin stared at the wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand reached through the wall, throwing a set of women's sportswear at her. Zhang Zilin blushed, her clothes were all torn and she needed new ones. Damn it! Zhang Zilin bit her lip, embarrassed as she changed into the sportswear. Surprisingly, the clothes fit her perfectly. This made Zhang Zilin blush even more. She wished she could find Jiang Chen and give him a beating to vent her frustration, but she couldn't find him anywhere. LSP. Zhang Zilin cursed under her breath and quickly went upstairs. On the 22nd floor, she saw a group of survivors lying in the hallway. Although these survivors looked disheveled and emaciated, they showed no signs of being controlled or abused. Not bad, Zhang Zilin thought. Since the survivors were not under anyone's control, she decided not to interfere. The group had already reached her capacity. She hurried upstairs. The onlookers also noticed Zhang Zilin, feeling envious and resentful. Another beautiful woman. Damn. Probably here to find Jiang Chen again. Human nature is not what it used to be. Zhang Zilin reached the rooftop, exerted all her strength, and leaped back. Jiang Chen had been watching her leave and finally relaxed. He moved his body a bit. The aftermath of the 500% surge had not subsided, leaving his muscles sore. Jiang Chen grimaced and headed home to rest. Yang Jiawei kept glancing at his watch, getting increasingly anxious. Why hasn't Officer Zhang returned yet? The survivors who had come with Zhang Zilin also grew anxious. She had just gone to get some medicine and promised to be back soon, but it had been over an hour. Where was she? If Zhang Zilin died, what would they eat in the future? If it weren't for Zhang Zilin going out repeatedly to find supplies, they would have starved long ago. What should we do? I told you not to go get the medicine. How can you survive being injured now? Sigh, that Jiang Chen is not easy to deal with. The students recently saved by Zhang Zilin looked at each other. They gathered in a corner, discussing what to do next. Sun Jianmin was restless, he had just distributed food, and many were dissatisfied with the allocation. If Zhang Zilin didn't return, he feared the consequences. Sun Jianmin whispered, could Officer Zhang have been caught by that Jiang Chen? That guy is notorious for his lecherous ways. Impossible. Yang Jiawei asserted, Officer Zhang is very capable, you have no idea how strong she is. How could a convenience store clerk possibly overpower her? Sun Jianmin could only force a smile. He approached his wife, Li Ailing, his expression turning grave. I feel like Officer Zhang might be in trouble. Should we distribute those few boxes of instant noodles we've hidden? Li Ailing fretted, old son, you can't distribute them. Each of us only gets enough food for 3 days now. What about after 3 days? Are we going to starve? Ma Shancher had quite a bit of food on hand, but it wouldn't be enough if shared among so many people. Sun Jianmin had a plan and secretly kept 5 boxes of instant noodles, 3 of which belonged to Zhang Zilin. But now that Zhang Zilin hadn't returned, he was afraid. If discovered, he would surely be beaten to death. As time passed without Zhang Zilin's return, everyone's anxiety grew. What if Zhang Zilin died? What if Jiang Chen caught her? What if Zhang Zilin was seriously injured? Just then, footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Zhang Zilin had returned, her face unusually rosy, showing no signs of injury. She had changed into clean sportswear, looking remarkably energetic. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and Sun Jianmin, Yang Jiawei, and others gathered around her. Officer Zhang is back. Officer Zhang has finally returned. Officer Zhang, did you get the medicine? Zhang Zilin took out a plastic bag of medicine. Dr. Du was overjoyed, so much. It's all here. Ding Zhongli and the other injured were even more excited. They were saved. Everyone started praising Zhang Zilin. Officer Zhang is amazing, she really brought back the medicine. Officer Zhang, mission accomplished. Officer Zhang must have given Jiang Chen a beating and even took his clothes. Zhang Zilin's cheeks blushed slightly. What beating? She was the one who got beaten up. She touched her abdomen. Sun Jianmin smirked as he brought a box of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Officer Zhang, I've divided the food and water. Thank you, Director Sun. Zhang Zilin nodded and started eating the noodles. Sun Jianmin lowered his voice and whispered, Officer Zhang, I've saved 3 more boxes of noodles for you, in room 3303 upstairs. He. Zhang Zilin put down the noodles and looked coldly at Sun Jianmin. What did you say? Sun Jianmin was taken aback. Not enough? Gritting his teeth, he took out another box from his 2 boxes. 4 boxes. 4 boxes. Look at me, I made a mistake. Haha, humph. Zhang Zilin slammed the noodles on the ground, splashing water everywhere. Sun Jianmin's heart raced, feeling things were going south. Nothing was going as he had planned. Zhang Zilin shouted, Yang Jiawei. Yang Jiawei hurried over. Leader, what's wrong? Zhang Zilin asked, how many boxes did you distribute? Yang Jiawei was puzzled. What boxes? Zhang Zilin frowned. The instant noodles. Yang Jiawei looked clueless. There were only 5 packs in total. Zhang Zilin's expression darkened. She didn't know if Yang Jiawei was playing dumb or if he had been deceived by Sun Jianmin. If it was the latter, then Yang Jiawei was truly useless. How did you and Sun Jianmin distribute the supplies? Yang Jiawei replied fearfully, Director Sun led a few people to move them, I kept a record. Zhang Zilin was speechless. Idiot. Ding Zhongli used to handle the distribution of supplies, but now that he was injured, it was handed over to Yang Jiawei, who was utterly incompetent. Sun Jianmin realized things were going awry and anxiously pulled Zhang Zilin. Officer Zhang, listen to me, let me explain. Explain what? Zhang Zilin shook off his hand, sternly saying, I want to see what's upstairs. Everyone, follow me. Other survivors also noticed something was amiss. It sounded like Sun Jianmin was up to something, and everyone glared at him suspiciously. Sun Jianmin was sweating profusely, realizing that if the truth came out, he was done for. Why is this policewoman so stubborn? I need to come up with a plan. Sun Jianmin gritted his teeth, his expression changing, and loudly declared, Officer Zhang, I have a question too. Those supplies were looted from Building B by Masan Stone. Why should they be evenly distributed among you people? This is robbery. The supplies I kept were not for myself but for all the survivors in Building B. If you don't believe me, ask them. He signaled to the people who had helped him move the supplies. They were all his acquaintances who had shared the benefits. They were shrewd and immediately caught on, saying, yes. Director Sun said these supplies are for the survivors in Building B. Director Sun is a good person, you can't frame him. You outsiders, why should you get a share of our Building B supplies? Faced with such sophistry, Zhang Zilin couldn't help but chuckle. Sun Jianmen bluntly retorted, "The Ma family is associated with the Black Sevens. May I ask Officer Zhang, are you one of them? What right do you have to rob our supplies? These are the belongings of all of us in Building B." Since the face had already been torn, he could only put on a look of petition for the people, gritting his teeth. Immediately, the survivors split into two groups. The survivors who followed Zhang Zilin, afraid of their own supplies being taken away, angrily said, "If it weren't for Officer Zhang saving you, you wouldn't even have food to eat, and you still want to distribute supplies. Distribute my foot. Ungrateful scoundrels." The survivors from Building B were also hesitating, unsure of what game Sun Jianmen was playing. But led by those few people, they also stood their ground and retorted, "It was Ma Shancher who tried to steal our supplies. Why should you get a share? Who allowed you to live here? We don't welcome you. Outsiders, get out. The wealth center doesn't welcome you." Zhang Zilin fell silent. Are these survivors worth saving? Several incidents today had left her feeling very lost. After persisting for so long, putting in so much effort to protect, was it right or wrong? Was it worthwhile? Sun Jianmen saw Zhang Zilin's expression, feeling disdainful inside, but earnestly said, "Officer Zhang, I am also responsible for the residents of the wealth center. You distributed all the food and left. What about us?" The people behind Sun Jianmen echoed, "That's right. Director Sun is truly selfless. My husband is not someone who seeks petty gains. Officer Zhang, you've misunderstood him." Zhang Zilin looked at Sun Jianmen and the others with disgust. She might be old-fashioned, but she wasn't foolish. She didn't want to spend another second with Sun Jianmen and his group. But how to deal with Sun Jianmen was a troublesome matter. "Idiot." Sun Jianmen cursed Zhang Zilin in his mind, then said righteously, "Officer Zhang, we are different. I am the director of this street's neighborhood committee. I have to be responsible for the nearby residents." Put! A steel rod suddenly appeared, piercing through Sun Jianmen's head from top to bottom, nailing him to the ground. Sun Jianmen died instantly. The scene fell into a deathly silence, everyone staring in horror at what had just happened. At that moment, Zhang Chen passed through the floor and landed lightly, smiling as he said, "Well said, don't bother next time, it makes me nauseous." "You!" Zhang Zilin looked at Zhang Chen with a complex expression, unsure whether to intervene. Li Ailing screamed, "Ah! You killed my husband. You will pay with your life." She rushed towards Zhang Chen, teeth bared and claws out. Bang! A gunshot rang out on her forehead, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Everyone at the scene was terrified, backing away. Zhang Zilin's expression also changed. How could even Li Ailing be killed? Zhang Chen smiled at Sun Jianmen's associates. They were emitting a red light. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Sun Jianmen told us to hide everything. I only took 10 packs of instant noodles." "Brother, it's not my fault. Really not my fault. It was all that old man Sun Jianmen's idea." Zhang Zilin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough! Zhang Chen, their crimes don't warrant death." Zhang Chen chuckled cheerfully, "Oh, is that so?" Bang! 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 All of them were shot in the forehead and died. The remaining people were scared witless, retreating in fear. Zhang Zilin finally couldn't bear Zhang Chen's killing spree and angrily said, "Who gave you the right to take others' lives?" Zhang Chen calmly replied, "Just because I have a gun, and they don't." Zhang Zilin argued, "This is a dangerous ideology of might makes right. We can't do this. We should capture them and put them on trial." "Trial?" Zhang Chen sneered, coldly asking, "Who will judge? You, them, or who?" Zhang Zilin, of course, had no answer. Zhang Chen said word by word, "In times of peace, the court represents power, so the court judges. Now, I have the greatest power, so I have the final judgment. I say he's right. I say he's wrong, he's dead." "You!" Zhang Zilin faintly felt that Zhang Chen made sense, but it was hard to accept. She weakly retorted, "Smooth talker." Zhang Chen retorted without hesitation, "Wooden block." Zhang Zilin was angry but didn't lay a hand on Zhang Chen because it would only bring shame upon herself. She looked down at the bodies of a few people, feeling a satisfaction that was not suitable for others to know. Good riddance. Zhang Chen looked at this proud and stubborn woman, and a strange light of disdain shone in his eyes. With Zhang Zilin's character, even at a rescue point, she would be used as a pawn. Would this woman be tricked to death by others? Zhang Chen put away his gun, casually pushed open a door, and said as if no one else was around, "Joe, come in with me." Zhang Zilin blushed, hugged herself, and warily asked, "What do you want to do? Again? Damn." Everyone looked at the two in shock. Are you two old lovers? Could it be that the medicine Zhang Zilin just got back was not stolen but meant to be retrieved? Zhang Chen has too many resources, even medicines? But where did they come from? The survivors in Block B recalled Jiang Chen's appearance just now and vaguely speculated that Jiang Chen might have abilities like walking through walls. That's how he could accumulate so many resources. Survivors who made it this far were not fools. No wonder Jiang Chen has so much food, he can go through walls to scavenge. Jiang Chen impatiently said, I forgot to ask something just now, come in, stop dawdling. Zhang Zilin breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit disappointed for some reason. Seeing the expressions of the others, her cheeks flushed. Humph, I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to force himself, I'll hit him hard. Zhang Zilin gathered her courage and followed Jiang Chen into the room. Bang! Jiang Chen closed the door behind him. Zhang Zilin was startled, like a frightened rabbit, jumping to the side. Jiang Chen chuckled, do you need to be so timid? Weren't you brave just now? Zhang Zilin stiffened her neck and said, who's afraid of you? Jiang Chen didn't bother with her nonsense and asked directly, the devil fruit you have, the black lychee, where did you pick it up? When Zhang Zilin heard it was a serious topic, she relaxed a bit, not hiding anything, and said straightforwardly, from the roses on the police station wall. Roses. Another kind. Jiang Chen asked again, what about the old man in your team? Where did he get his from? Zhang Zilin was surprised. How do you know Yang Jiawei has abilities? Yang Jiawei's ability was enhanced hearing, with almost no external manifestations, very discreet. Unfortunately, in Jiang Chen's perception, the ginger in Yang Jiawei's body was clearly visible, unable to escape his detection. Jiang Chen smiled charmingly, I won't tell you. Zhang Zilin gritted her teeth in anger, then I won't tell you either. Jiang Chen reached into his pocket, actually taking out a perception fruit from his personal space. Do you want to trade this information with me? His perception fruit was almost finished, and he needed Zhang Zilin's help as a tool to replenish it. Besides, all his women had perception abilities, so he couldn't treat them differently. Jiang Chen believed in treating everyone equally. Furthermore, he thought Zhang Zilin's character was too straightforward, and if she went to the TV station rescue point, she might be killed by others. Giving her perception ability could greatly enhance her survival skills and help him gather more information. Zhang Zilin's breathing quickened. You have another devil fruit? Why haven't you eaten it? She was a beneficiary of devil fruit abilities. Zhang Zilin was born a martial arts prodigy with unparalleled leadership abilities. Unfortunately, her grandfather said her physical condition was average, even below average among women, greatly limiting her combat capabilities. The explosive fruit she had eaten before had greatly compensated for her weaknesses, providing her with tremendous help. If she could have another one, Jiang Chen asked again, where did he find his ability fruit? Zhang Zilin immediately replied, it was growing on the onions on his balcony. Jiang Chen frowned. All the abilities he knew of were on different plants, seemingly unrelated. Succulents, wild grass, roses, onions, ivy. What a strange connection. Could it be that the growth pattern of these things had nothing to do with the plants themselves? Then what was it related to? Was it related to the location? Jiang Chen was clueless and could only temporarily give up. Zhang Zilin reached out, give it to me. Jiang Chen pulled back his hand. Zhang Zilin widened her eyes in disbelief, you're actually being unfair. Oh, calling me unfair sounds so harsh, Jiang Chen chuckled, the price isn't enough. Do you really think one piece of information is worth an ability fruit? Do you have anything else valuable? Zhang Zilin fell silent. She also felt it wasn't quite enough. An ability fruit was worth a fortune. But what else did she have to trade? Did he mean? Zhang Zilin's face darkened, I won't stay here with you. Get that thought out of your head. Jiang Chen was speechless, he didn't want her to stay in the first place. A woman as dangerous as her would be too stimulating as a bedfellow, it was better to keep some distance. Jiang Chen remained silent, calmly looking at Zhang Zilin, think about what else you have of value. If you don't, then I'll take it back. Zhang Zilin grew anxious, hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I can teach you a breathing technique. If you're lucky, you might develop a sense of qi, but I can't guarantee it. Qi gong? Jiang Chen sneered, a trick for kids, do you think I'm stupid? Zhang Zilin spoke seriously, I didn't believe in it either. Until the red mist descended, I suddenly felt a strong presence of energy here. This breathing technique was taught to me by my grandfather. I've been practicing it since I was young, without feeling anything, just falling asleep a bit faster. But now it's different, I can sense a clear flow of energy here during battles. Zhang Zilin pointed to her lower abdomen. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. The spot Zhang Zilin pointed to was where the ginger was located. She didn't have any perception abilities, so how did she accurately find the location of the ginger? Was she not lying? What was this? Dantian? Inner strength? Why was it related to the red mist? Wasn't the red mist supposed to cause evolution in all things? How did it connect to things like Qigong? Was it the resurgence of spiritual energy from novels? Why would the resurgence of spiritual energy lead to the evolution of animals and plants? But why did everything evolve except humans? Aren't humans animals too? And the abilities of the awakening fruit didn't seem to have much to do with the resurgence of spiritual energy. Jiang Chen's mind was in chaos. The true cause of global evolution was becoming increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. What can this flow of energy achieve? He asked in a deep voice. Just like this. Zhang Zilin stood straight, without exerting any force, yet ghostly moved back over a meter, as if pulled by someone. This time, at a closer distance, Jiang Chen clearly saw a glow emanating from the ginger inside Zhang Zilin, rushing towards her whole body, then disappearing in a flash. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He had always been curious about what the ginger inside the abilities users was for. He had thought the ginger was related to abilities, but whenever he used his abilities, he never noticed any movement from the ginger. Now, he finally saw someone who could harness the energy within the ginger. Just for this reason, Jiang Chen couldn't give up on this breathing technique. Good. Exchange this breathing technique for this peculiar fruit. Zhang Zilin asked, what is the function of this peculiar fruit? Jiang Chen wouldn't tell her the truth, firmly shaking his head. How would I know? I haven't eaten it. Zhang Zilin didn't think much of it, feeling like she asked a silly question. Alright, then I'll teach you this breathing method. Come, follow me. First, focus your mind while holding your breath. In simple terms, keep calm, try to lower your heart rate, the lower the better. Then, while breathing, try to imagine floating qi around your body, absorb it. Jiang Chen asked, what is qi? Zhang Zilin shrugged, how would I know? My grandfather taught me like this. Jiang Chen doubted, you've already mastered it, but still don't know? Are you lying to me? Zhang Zilin snorted, I really don't know. I can use this qi, but I don't know where it comes from. Just imagine there's qi around you, then absorb it, maybe that's it. Anyway, believe it or not. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and continued listening. He had no way to prove it, so he could only temporarily trust Zhang Zilin. The green light on Zhang Zilin made him have fewer doubts. A few minutes later, Zhang Zilin finished explaining all the details. Jiang Chen stood in place, slowly adjusting his breathing, making his first attempt. Zhang Zilin guided him, proudly saying, don't rush, it took me about half a year to feel a significant increase in falling asleep speed. My grandfather said I'm a rare talent of the century. Ha! Suddenly, Jiang Chen's body mysteriously moved back a short distance, completely defying physics. Although the distance was short, about 10 centimeters, it did move. Zhang Zilin widened her mouth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen chuckled, you're really silly, it took you half a year for something so simple. Zhang Zilin puzzled, this isn't right, my grandfather clearly said I'm a rare martial arts talent of the century. Jiang Chen comforted, well, I understand, who isn't their grandfather's little treasure? Damn it! Zhang Zilin's face darkened. She was greatly disappointed. Jiang Chen contentedly handed the enlightenment fruit to Zhang Zilin. This ability greatly compensated for his weakness in battles, where his consciousness reacted but his body couldn't keep up. This is for you. By the way, what is the name of this breathing technique? Zhang Zilin gloomily said, it doesn't have a name. When my grandfather passed it on to me, he just called it the breathing technique. We're even. Jiang Chen nodded, leaped through the floor, and disappeared in front of Zhang Zilin. This shouldn't be. Zhang Zilin, frustrated, grabbed her hair. Could it be that my grandfather was just fooling around with me? Jiang Chen passed through the wall to the top floor, planning to open a teleportation gate back home, when he suddenly saw several young men and women approaching. These people were visibly surprised to see Jiang Chen. Wasn't he the Esper who had just appeared through the wall? The leading young man was Hu Liangliang, and when he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up. When Zhang Zilin went to ask Jiang Chen for medicine, Hu Liangliang chatted with the survivors from Building B. He learned that Jiang Chen had a lot of food and saw group photos of Jiang Chen on the other party's phone. Hu Liangliang unexpectedly saw the famous beauty of the Film and Television Academy, Hu Lili, among Jiang Chen's group of women. Hu Lili was a popular online beauty anchor and well known in the Film and Television Academy. He had no relationship with Hu Lili, but their names were very similar, so Hu Liangliang remembered this senior sister as soon as he entered school. Students at the Film and Television Academy naturally aspired to be stars. Therefore, Hu Liangliang didn't care much for Hu Lili. Truly a case of self-degradation. To make money as a live streamer, how can it compare to being a star and earning much more? Jiang Chen glanced at the group. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. Although they attracted attention on the street, Jiang Chen, surrounded by many beauties, didn't pay much attention to them. Jiang Chen casually looked at two girls, and the system popped up with a prompt: Chen Xiaochen, age 19, quality 7 points, elegant and refined, virtue 6 points, one boyfriend per semester, overall score 6 points, ding. Does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Wu Bingqing, age 19, quality 8 points, sweet and lovely, virtue 3 points, chaotic private life, runemaster, overall score 3 points, ding. Does not meet the system's minimum requirements. Jiang Chen felt disdainful. The two girls noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, feeling secretly proud yet a bit scared. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's powerful killing just now, clearly indicating he was a formidable supernatural being. The two girls were not foolish, they knew that in this era, supernatural beings were the big shots. If they could cling to Jiang Chen, they might live longer. Unconsciously, the two girls showcased their most beautiful sides to Jiang Chen. Wu Bingqing straightened her proud chest. Chen Xiaochen turned her face at a 45-degree angle towards Jiang Chen, revealing a charming smile. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Hu Liangliang took the initiative to step forward and smiled. Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Hu Liangliang, a freshman at the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy. Jiang Chen glanced at him. I don't know you. Jiang Chen's mind stirred. Hu Liangliang's words reminded him. There were no more beauties recognized by the system in the Wealth Center. The Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy should have many. If he wanted to increase the return rate, perhaps he could go to the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy. Hu Liangliang gritted his teeth. I am Hu Lily's cousin. Hu Liangliang had dealt with Hu Lily a few times and thought that the senior sister had a weak personality. As long as he met her and begged a little, Hu Lily shouldn't expose his lies. Hu Liangliang didn't think highly of Zhang Zilin. Although that woman was powerful, she was an idiot. She couldn't protect herself at all. Following her would definitely lead to being ruined by her stupidity. But Jiang Chen was different. If he could establish a relationship with Hu Lily, he would be Jiang Chen's cheap little brother-in-law, wouldn't he? Hu Liangliang fantasized about the future. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Liangliang and slowly asked, Oh, how do you know that Hu Lily is with me? Hu Liangliang was taken aback by Jiang Chen's gaze, nervously saying, someone just told me. Jiang Chen ignored him. He found Hu Lily in his perception and initiated a mental link. Hu Lily. Hu Lily was trying on clothes in bed. When she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice, she was stunned for a moment before realizing it was Jiang Chen's supernatural ability. Hu Lily quickly sat up straight and said, Jiang, brother. Jiang Chen asked, There's a student from the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy named Hu Liangliang who claims to be your cousin. I don't have a cousin. Hu Lily thought for a moment before recalling the unremarkable junior, who was Hu Liangliang. Oh, I remember. He's a freshman, we're just ordinary classmates. Okay, I got it. Jiang Chen interrupted the mental link, reached out, and grabbed Hu Liangliang's collar. Hu Liangliang was startled. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Chen smiled and patted his face. Be a good kid in your next life, stop lying. With that, he threw him off the rooftop. Hu Liangliang let out a terrified scream. Ah. A few seconds later, a muffled thud of a heavy object landing was heard downstairs. The remaining 6 students were blank. Hu Liangliang was dead just like that. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to look at them. 6 students were scared out of their wits. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's nothing to do with Hu Liangliang. They ran into the stairs in a panic, never daring to go upstairs again. Jiang Chen sneered and walked into a blue portal. Back home, the women surrounded him. Hu Lily hurriedly said, Jiang Ge, did you see Hu Liangliang just now? I don't really know him. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would suspect something between them, which would be big trouble. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, he lied to me, so he's dead. Dead? Hu Lily shuddered and dared not speak again. Jiang Chen was decisive and ruthless, making the women very afraid. They repeatedly reminded themselves not to deceive Jiang Chen. At the same time, they felt a strong sense of security. Without such a man, how could they have lived so well in the apocalypse? They would probably have been locked up by other men as RBQs long ago. Jiang Chen took a sip of cold cola, calmly asking, Hu Lily, you are a student at the Magic Ocean Film Academy. When the internet was still working, where were the survivors from your school hiding? Hu Lily tried to remember. Well, at that time, most of them were in the student dormitories, some in the first cafeteria, and also in the campus family area, where most of the teachers were. Before the information was cut off, I heard that the school's senior management was trying to organize teachers, distribute food according to the plan, and rescue students. I don't know how it is now. Jiang Chen pondered. The students in the dormitories probably wouldn't last long. With dense personnel and scarce food, they would soon have to go out to find food, dispersing everywhere. Just like Hu Liangliang and his group of students who must have escaped from the academy. The situation in the family area was different. The supplies there should be similar to those in the wealth center community. Coupled with the organization of the school's senior management, there should be a large number of survivors. However, their situation must not be good, otherwise Hu Liangliang and the others wouldn't have had to run out. No matter how hard the school's senior management tried, food shortages were inevitable, and so was hunger. When hunger reaches a certain point where even life cannot be preserved, any organization is just a sandcastle. I'll go to the Magic Ocean Film Academy tomorrow, Jiang Chen decided. Late at night, the women beside him had already fallen asleep. Jiang Chen got up and walked to the window, sitting cross-legged, silently practicing breathing techniques. In his perception, Jiang Chen clearly saw, with each breath he took, invisible particles of unknown energy slowly emerged from the air and flowed into his body. Along the way, every cell in his body greedily fought for these particles, rhythmically changing with each breath. This was why Jiang Chen could quickly learn breathing techniques. When Zhang Zilin finished teaching the mnemonic, Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the qi Zhang Zilin couldn't see was clearly visible in his perception. The rest was simple. Jiang Chen consciously absorbed these particles, quickly absorbing some qi. Jiang Chen absorbed the particles at a very fast pace, and half an hour later, his qi in his body was so full that he had to stop. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and the qi in his body surged out instantly, his body mysteriously floating more than 2 meters back, further than Zhang Zilin. Jiang Chen smirked, with my amount of qi, I can probably perform the ghostly maneuver about 10 times, it's definitely a sneak attack, life-saving technique. Most of the time, there's no need to move that far. If it can be controlled within about a meter, the consumption is even lower. However, Jiang Chen repeatedly tried, but in the end, the qi was completely depleted, and he couldn't control the distance of the ghostly maneuver to within a meter. Every time the qi surged, it became uncontrollable. My proficiency is far from that effortless agility of Zhang Zilin. It seems like I still need long-term practice. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Zhang Zilin had been practicing for 20 years, while he had just started, which was already quite good. Next, Jiang Chen began practicing qi and blood eruption. After resting for over 10 hours, the soreness in Jiang Chen's muscles finally disappeared, and his body regained its health. Using 500% is only for emergencies, not for daily combat. Jiang Chen decided to start at 100%, learning Zhang Zilin's techniques of short, localized bursts to extend combat endurance. Only when he tried it himself did he realize how difficult this technique was. Watching Zhang Zilin effortlessly fluctuate her combat strength during the battle with the mutant frog, he now understood the immense difficulty of the technique. Jiang Chen practiced for a full 2 hours before frustratingly stopping, feeling like he had made no progress. Since the arrival of the red mist, it has only been a little over 10 days. Zhang Zilin has already mastered it. How long do I need to practice? Is Zhang Zilin truly a martial arts genius? Jiang Chen frowned. Now, I have only 2 options. Either continue to enhance my overall physique to increase the duration of my 500% eruption and accelerate recovery speed, or continue to enhance my overall physique to reach a level where a 100% or 200% eruption can crush all enemies. So, the goal was clear, to increase overall physique. Damn it! Since the techniques don't suit me, I'll just directly boost my attributes. Instead of strengthening weaknesses with twice the effort, it's better to enhance strengths to a level others can't reach. Insufficient skills? Let the stats make up for it. Jiang Chen took out various physique-enhancing fruits and willpower-linking fruits and started consuming them. 1, 2, 3. Finally, ding! Willpower link increased to 7 stars. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately opened the explanation for the willpower link. Willpower link, 7 stars. You can establish a willpower link with creatures within your field of vision, communicate in consciousness, distance of 100 kilometers, maximum number of simultaneous willpower links, 20. You can create a consciousness space with willpower, pulling all linked individuals into it for communication. Maximum consciousness space limit, 1. Willpower plus 20. Willpower space. Jiang Chen promptly activated the willpower link ability and saw the willpower bubbles again. Within his perception range, all creatures were surrounded by colorful bubbles, looking magical. The colorful willpower bubbles resembled fragile soap bubbles, gently trembling as if they would burst with a touch. Jiang Chen's own colorful bubble was the most robust, almost immovable, and extremely stable. Could it be the effect of increased willpower? How do I establish a consciousness space? After studying for a while, Jiang Chen quickly separated a small colorful bubble from his willpower bubble, about the size of a quail egg. Jiang Chen's consciousness entered it. It was an infinitely vast pure black space. Jiang Chen's mind stirred. The space changed with his thoughts. Instantly, an endless white floor appeared under his feet. Above, a starry night sky sparkled. Jiang Chen smirked, interesting. A virtual world I can build, and even bring others in. This thing is like a consciousness BBS. Jiang Chen further perfected the space with his consciousness. A sacred golden mist appeared out of thin air on the pure white floor. The golden mist rose layer by layer, reaching 100 meters high. A massive and incomparable golden high chair appeared above. Jiang Chen's figure instantly appeared on the golden high chair. Standing on the seat, he felt like he was on a vast sports field. I need to get bigger. Jiang Chen's body enlarged. He became as huge as a mountain peak. He slowly sat on the golden high chair, overlooking the world of wills. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt his energy depleting rapidly, his mind becoming increasingly fuzzy, like he had been awake for 3 days straight. This feeling of depletion was completely different from physical exhaustion. Jiang Chen realized maintaining complex scenes requires a lot of energy. His consciousness quickly left this small bubble of will. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could actually see the scenery inside this independent bubble of will from the outside. White floor, sparkling starry sky, golden mist, and high chair. However, after his consciousness left, time seemed to stand still, everything froze. What is this? A save function? Jiang Chen also noticed that after time stopped in the independent bubble of will, energy no longer depleted. It seems that maintaining a conscious space doesn't consume energy, but activating it does. If 7 stars can establish a conscious space, what about 8 stars? Or 9 stars? Jiang Chen was very excited and took out a will-linking fruit to eat. Crunch! Crunch! No matter how much he ate, he still didn't level up. After all, this will-linking fruit was only 1 star, and even though his constitution was suitable for will, trying to reach 8 stars by eating a 1-star fruit was incredibly difficult. Jiang Chen kept eating until he felt nauseous again and was about to give up when a pleasant surprise arrived. Ding! Will linking upgraded to 8 stars. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and quickly checked the panel. Will linking, 8 stars. You can establish a will link with creatures in your field of vision, communicate in consciousness, distance 200 kilometers, maximum number of concurrent will links, 30. You can use will to create a conscious space, pulling all linked individuals into it for communication, maximum number of concurrent conscious spaces, 3. You can forcibly pull a target into a conscious space, success rate and duration depend on the gap in will between you and the target, will plus 30. Jiang Chen immediately noticed the biggest change, forcibly pulling consciousness. Jiang Chen quickly realized the multiple uses of this ability. Like against enemies. If he was halfway through a battle with an enemy and suddenly pulled the enemy's consciousness into a conscious space, the enemy would find themselves in midair, likely getting a scare and naturally making inappropriate responses. This was his chance to defeat the opponent. However, the limitations of this ability are not small. The success rate and duration depend on my will strength. Although I don't know the exact ratio, I estimate that even if it's not a situation of overwhelming will, it would be very difficult for me to pull an enemy into a conscious space. Jiang Chen squinted, and there was a perfect enemy right in front of him. That mutated green frog. Can I defeat it without bursting at 500%? Jiang Chen opened the panel. He was already very powerful. Perception, 5 stars. You can see the target's friendliness towards you. Yellow represents neutrality, red represents hostility, green represents friendliness. The brightness of the light indicates the strength of the target. You can perceive energy focal points within the target's body. You can perceive inanimate objects. Perception range 100 meters. Physique enhancement, 4 stars. Comprehensive physique plus 80. Phasing, 5 stars. You can phase your body, moving through solid and liquid states. The denser the solid, the more energy it consumes. You can barely breathe in solid and liquid states. Subspace shuttle, 9 stars. Maximum level, cannot be further improved. You can open a subspace channel to travel to any location within 5,000 meters, up to 12 times a day. You can create subspace anchor points with no range limit, up to 3 times a day, and maintain a maximum of 3 anchor points simultaneously. You can disregard distance and set the landing point on a subspace anchor point. You can attach subspace anchor points to any object. Will link, 8 stars. You can establish a mental link with creatures within your field of vision, communicate mentally, up to 200 kilometers away, maximum number of simultaneous mental links, 30. You can use willpower to create a mental space, pulling all linked individuals into it for communication, maximum number of simultaneous mental spaces, 3. You can forcibly pull a target into the mental space, success rate and duration depending on the gap in willpower between you and the target, willpower plus 30. Bloodburst, 3 stars. You consume a large amount of physical strength, temporarily burst blood energy, increasing overall physique by 100% to 500%. The more you increase, the more physical strength is consumed. At the same time, there have been huge changes in the attribute panel. Host, Jiangchen Comprehensive Physique, 90, average for ordinary adults is 10, willpower, 40, average for ordinary adults is 10, it's time to kill that mutant frog. Let's take a nap first and restore some energy. Jiangchen didn't act recklessly. The mental space experiment just now consumed a lot of energy, so he went back to bed to rest. 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiangchen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, energy fully restored. He smiled as he entered the living room, where the women were already up. With no electricity now, if Jiangchen doesn't spend time with them at night, there's not much entertainment left, only early bedtime. Therefore, the women got up very early. Su Mengqian asked gently, "Jiang, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" She was a bit resentful as Jiang hadn't visited her for several days. With more and more women around, she felt increasing pressure. Jiangchen casually replied, "Something simple, fried eggs, milk, and bread will do. There will be something delicious for lunch today." Okay, Su Mengqian didn't know what Jiangchen was planning for lunch, so she immediately took out food from the freezer and started preparing. Although there was no electricity now, Jiangchen had brought back plenty of ice from the supermarket, which could keep things cold in the fridge for days without melting. So, Jiangchen only needed to take out some food every day and let the women help themselves from the freezer. This was more convenient, without the need for Jiangchen to handle food every meal. After breakfast, Jiangchen immediately took action. He passed through the floors swiftly and went downstairs. Can frog meat be eaten, and is there any benefit to eating mutated frog meat? Zhang Zilin enjoyed chewing instant noodles, finishing 3 pieces of noodle cakes and taking a sip of clean water, struggling to swallow. Burp, I'm so full. It had been several days since she had eaten such a satisfying meal. If she hadn't scavenged the supplies from Masan Stone, Zhang Zilin wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant. She couldn't help but think of the rabbit from yesterday. If it hadn't been for the ambush by the mutated frog, she could have had roasted rabbit meat last night. Zhang Zilin grimaced at the thought. It even cost me a bullet. Zhang Zilin finished the clean water, turned the bottle upside down, stuck out her tongue, and waited for over 10 seconds until the last drop fell before reluctantly licking the bottle mouth. Clean water was becoming increasingly scarce, and no one wanted to waste it. She wondered how many supplies Jiangchen had and if she could borrow some. Zhang Zilin realized she didn't have much to offer in exchange and gave up on the idea. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Zhang Zilin clapped her hands and stood up, saying, "Come in." Yang Jiawei walked in with a mouthful of noodle cake, asking, "Leader, everyone is asking when we're setting off?" Zhang Zilin hesitated. She got up early in the morning and sneaked downstairs to take a look. That damn mutant frog was still squatting in the hall. She couldn't understand why the mutant frog kept staring at her. "I didn't kill your parents." The most troublesome thing now was this strange frog. She could easily jump off from upstairs and leave. The mutant frog couldn't stop her. But what about the other survivors? The mutant frog wouldn't just let her take others away. Moreover, she couldn't just leave. If she left and the mutant frog stayed below, the others would be trapped here. Zhang Zilin wouldn't allow herself to do such a thing. Zhang Zilin muttered in frustration, "Wait a little longer." Should she ask Jiangchen for help? Thinking of Jiangchen, she couldn't help but blush at yesterday's memories. At the same time, she felt a bit angry. What a disappointment, I didn't feel anything, and it was my first time. But to say she hated it, she couldn't. Jiangchen was quite generous, giving her a rare ability fruit, a priceless treasure. In any case, she couldn't quite describe her feelings. Zhang Zilin hesitated and said, "Wait one more day. If the mutant frog is still downstairs tomorrow, I'll find a way to lure it away." If it didn't leave by tomorrow, she would have to seek Jiangchen's help. With his ability to tunnel through the ground and walls, it should be possible to safely lead the mutant frog away. Yang Jiawei smiled happily. He didn't really want to go to the TV station rescue point. One reason was that it was too far and unsafe. Another reason was that after talking to the survivors at the wealth center, he found out that no one knew about the TV station rescue point. This made him feel uneasy. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to defy Zhang Zilin. "Mutant frog, good job, stay there every day." Zhang Zilin waited for Yang Jiawei to leave, then closed her eyes to continue practicing her newly acquired sensing ability. This ability was so practical. And it was all thanks to Jiangchen. Zhang Zilin involuntarily thought of Jiangchen again. Magic Sea Film and Television Academy. Family Area, Building 16. This was the gathering point for the last survivors in the family area. Over 200 survivors were barely surviving in this building. Building 16 was built on a low hill, with a total of 20 floors. The terrain here was slightly higher, with red mist visible above the 18th floor. Room 1803. Su-jin looked fearfully at the floor. As the red mist rose higher and higher, it had reached the 18th floor. She wanted to move upstairs, but it was occupied by school leaders and a few powerful ability users, and she had no qualifications. If she hadn't also gained healing abilities and been an associate professor, she wouldn't have been able to live on the 18th floor. Oh, what should I do? Su-jin sat dryly at the table, her hands supporting her delicate face. She remembered the rumors she faintly heard yesterday, saying that an invisible monster appeared in the school, devouring people without a trace, dragging survivors out every day. So far, no one had seen the true face of the enemy. Su-jin shuddered. Who can come and save me? Soon, Jiang Chen arrived a few meters underground where the mutant frog was. The mutant frog spotted him, croaking loudly, issuing a clear warning. Jiang Chen was fearless, staring coldly at the mutant frog. First, burst with 100% vigor. In an instant, Jiang Chen's whole body shone brightly in his perception field. Come on, let's fight. Jiang Chen pulled out a threaded steel bar and boldly rushed out of the ground. The steel bar mysteriously pierced out of the ground, hitting the soft lower abdomen of the mutant frog. Splat! The steel bar slipped out of the frog's skin. Its skin is too slippery, covered in mucus. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, under Jiang Chen's brute force, the unsharpened steel bar was almost like a spear. Even if it didn't cut the skin, it still hurt a lot. Croak! The mutated frog cried out in pain, unable to reach the enemy below its abdomen. It leaped over 10 meters away, hiding silently in the red mist, staring at Jiang Chen through mysterious means. In its experience, at this distance, the enemy couldn't see it. Little did it know that in Jiang Chen's perception, it shone like a torch. Jiang Chen sneered, smart for a beast. Suddenly, the mutated frog opened its mouth, and its tongue shot out. The distance was too short, and Jiang Chen barely had time to react. In a flash, he instinctively raised a steel bar in front of him. Duong! The tongue hit the threaded steel bar, bending it into a U shape. At the same time, the tongue generated immense stickiness, grabbing the steel bar and forcefully retracting it, dragging Jiang Chen uncontrollably towards it, facing the mutated frog's gaping mouth. Want to eat me? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and a supermarket shelf materialized out of thin air in the frog's mouth. Crack! The mutated frog bit down hard, then recoiled in pain, spitting out a blood-stained shelf while the steel bar loosened. Jiang Chen glanced at the U-shaped steel bar in his hand, casually tossing it into space, then pulling out a massive construction hammer. Since sharp weapons don't work, I'll use a blunt one. If 100% doesn't work, then 200%. Burst! In an instant, Jiang Chen's body surged with power. The mutated frog glared at Jiang Chen with hatred and stomped its foot. Jiang Chen's body ghosted back 2 meters. Boom! The mutated frog's webbed foot landed on empty space. The hammer followed closely. Bang! It heavily struck the mutated frog's foot. Instantly, bones shattered, flesh tore, and the hammerhead deeply embedded into the flesh. Goo goo goo! The mutated frog wailed, its muscles visibly contracting. It lifted its foot in agony. A tremendous force came, lifting Jiang Chen and the hammer several meters away. Boom! Jiang Chen slammed into the outer wall of a building, his chest tight, blood and energy swirling within him. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, unleashing a higher level of energy burst. 400% burst. He kicked off the wall, lightning fast, and charged back. He left a hole in the wall with his foot. Die! Jiang Chen roared, lifting the hammer and bringing it down heavily. The mutated frog immediately shot out its tongue, hitting the hammerhead, producing a metallic clash. Duong! Go down! Jiang Chen exerted more force. The thick tongue couldn't resist the immense power, pressed down by the hammer towards the ground. The mutated frog, along with its mouth, was forced down, lying flat on the ground. Bang! The mutated frog, terrified, turned and ran, leaping like a bullet over 10 meters away, far surpassing Jiang Chen's running speed. Trying to escape? No way! Will Link, activate! Jiang Chen's consciousness forcefully broke through the mutated frog's mental bubble, pulling its consciousness into a blank mental space. The mutated frog, about to leap again, suddenly found itself in a void high above, panicking and scrambling. Its physical body collapsed with a thud on the ground. Jiang Chen felt his energy depleting rapidly, even pulling the weak will of the mutated frog consumed a huge amount. He quickly severed the mental link and caught up with the mutated frog, raining down hammer blows. Bang! 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 The mutated frog was dazed, whimpering, and unable to move. After dozens of strikes, Jiang Chen realized the tough and slippery skin of the creature, making it difficult for the hammer to have much effect, easily sliding off and losing most of its force. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took out a shock bomb. Disperse. Jiang Chen, despite consuming a massive amount of energy, forcefully pierced the frog's skin and skull with his arm, inserting it into the frog's brain. He threw the shock bomb into the frog's brain and quickly pulled it out. Boom! A muffled explosion. The mutated frog's eyes bulged out, blood oozing from its 7 orifices, its body convulsing. A few seconds later, thud! The mutated frog weakly collapsed on the ground, finally dead. Phew! Jiang Chen suppressed his burst of energy, panting heavily. In less than a minute of intense fighting, he had depleted most of his strength. Such explosive battles placed a tremendous burden on the body. Fortunately, the effect was good. Finally killed this mutated frog. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he stored the mutated frog's body in his personal space. Zhang Zilin fell silent. Ding Zhengli was still dead. Several other injured people had also perished. Only a young man who had been bitten by a giant mosquito had survived the night. However, he was now running a high fever, and no one knew how long he would last. Dr. Du said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Officer Zhang." Zhang Zilin sighed, shaking her head. "It's not your fault. The virus has evolved too much, rendering previous medications somewhat ineffective." The surviving onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. The outside world was too dangerous. Even with medicine and doctors, death was inevitable once injured. Just the thought of the TV station being over 10 kilometers away filled them with dread. Half of them had died in just a short journey. Even the Esper Lu Gangfeng had perished. By the time they reached the TV station, how many would be left? Doubts began to creep into the minds of the group. In reality, the wealth center was quite comfortable. Previously trapped in the Pinghai Road police station, shrouded in red mist with narrow and terrifying visibility, they now found the expansive view from the high-rise of the wealth center more appealing than heading to the TV station. Moreover, even if they reached the TV station, would there be enough food? Highly unlikely. The atmosphere inside the room was oppressive. Just then, Yang Jiawei suddenly looked up and said, "Leader, it seems like the mutated frog downstairs is in a fight." Soon, the intense croaking of the mutated frog could be heard from outside the window. It sounded like the mutated frog had suffered a loss. Zhang Zilin was surprised and hurried downstairs to cautiously investigate on the 3rd floor. The mutated frog was gone? She carefully observed for over 10 minutes before descending to the ground floor to inspect. The ground was covered in blood, debris, and crushed plants. It seemed the mutated frog had fought with some kind of animal and come off worse for wear. Zhang Zilin felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of mutated animal was it? Even the powerful mutated frog couldn't win. However, she didn't dwell on it. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated frog was absent, she quickly made her exit. Zhang Zilin hurriedly climbed the stairs, addressing the survivors. "The mutated frog is gone now. I'm leaving. Whoever wants to come, pack up, and we'll depart in 10 minutes. Leaving already? The people who had followed Zhang Zilin exchanged glances. The survivors in Building B simply watched coldly. Walking over 10 kilometers to the TV station at this time? Suicide. They wouldn't go. Only the 6 students from the Magic Sea Film Academy were determined to leave. Hu Liangliang had offended Jiang Chen, who knew when Jiang Chen might come after them. Better to leave quickly and stay far away from that big shot. Zhang Zilin glanced at the group, seeing only about 10 people preparing to leave. She felt somewhat disappointed but also relieved. There had been too many survivors before, and she couldn't protect them all. Fewer people might increase their chances of survival. After some thought, Zhang Zilin decided to bid farewell to Jiang Chen, heading to the rooftop to gather strength before leaping once more. It took Jiang Chen a great deal of effort to chop off one of the mutated frog's legs, then cut off a dozen pieces of meat from it. A group of women gathered around. "Wow! This frog is huge! Jiang Gu is amazing, being able to kill such a big frog. Can mutated frogs be eaten?" Jiang Chen wasn't sure. He cut the meat into pieces the size of eggs, the peculiar aroma filling the air. Bai Yan and Kailei stared fixedly at the frog meat, anxiously calling out, drooling profusely. Jiang Chen threw 2 pieces to the cat and dog. Bai Yan and Kailei immediately started eating eagerly. The 2 finished quickly and then stared at Jiang Chen, seemingly hoping for another piece. After waiting a few minutes with no signs of poisoning in the cat and dog, Jiang Chen said, "At least there's no strong poison. Should I go downstairs and find a survivor to try it?" He skewered the meat on steel sticks, roasted it, sprinkled cumin, chili, salt, and spread lamb meat on top, creating a sizzling sound in the fire. Soon, the meat was cooked, smelling even better than raw. The women watched curiously, swallowing involuntarily but none daring to say they wanted to eat. Jiang Chen was about to take the roasted meat downstairs to find someone to try it when suddenly, he he saw Zhang Zilin jumping over again, landing in the same 20th floor room as before. Zhang Chen had an idea. Why not let Zhang Zilin try it too? If she died from poisoning, so be it. Zhang Chen didn't care. After all, Zhang Zilin was just a pawn he had released, prepared for her potential death at any time. Zhang Chen decided and took out a bottle of ice-cold beer from the freezer, crossed the floors, and landed in front of Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin was surprised. How did you know I was here? Before she could finish, she saw the delicious skewered meat in Zhang Chen's hand, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. The aroma of the beer made it even more tempting. Fresh meat was a precious commodity now, and Zhang Zilin wondered how Zhang Chen had preserved it. Zhang Chen smiled and said, I was just roasting some meat and happened to see you coming. Would you like to try some? Zhang Zilin quickly shook her head politely. No, thank you. Gurgle. She hadn't eaten meat in days and couldn't resist the temptation, blushing with embarrassment. Zhang Chen handed her a skewer of meat and a beer, urging her warmly, go on, eat. Zhang Zilin hesitated, staring at the meat, and reluctantly refused. It's not right. Zhang Chen reassured her, it's fine, I have plenty at home. Okay. Zhang Zilin gave in, unable to resist the temptation, and started eating quickly. In a few minutes, she had finished 10 skewers. Ding! Zhang Zilin consumed 5 pounds of mutant frog meat, returning 4,000 pounds. Stored in personal space. Zhang Chen watched with a smile. Zhang Zilin blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, since she had already eaten, she let go of her reservations. She gulped down the beer. The cool beer flowed down her throat, refreshing her all the way to her stomach, making Zhang Zilin close her eyes in enjoyment. Ding! Zhang Zilin consumed 1 bottle of chilled snowflake beer, returning 800 bottles. Stored in personal space. As the weather grew hotter day by day, barbecue and cold beer were indeed earthly pleasures. Thinking about her usual diet, Zhang Zilin began to waver. Should I stay? Life by Zhang Chen's side seemed pretty good, but she quickly dismissed the thought. No, I must go to the official rescue point to save more survivors in the future. Thank you. What kind of meat is this? It's delicious. Zhang Chen smiled. Marinated lamb, quite tender. He was pleased to see that after eating the meat, Zhang Zilin's yellow light disappeared completely, and the green light became brighter. Zhang Zilin, surprised that Zhang Chen had used her as a test subject, nodded and said, thank you for your hospitality. If I have the chance, I will repay you. But for now, I must leave. Zhang Chen asked with a smile, off to the TV station? Zhang Zilin, contentedly rubbing her full stomach, replied, yes. That mutant frog doesn't know who it fought with, it's not downstairs now, I should leave now. If you stay in this neighborhood, you must be careful of it. Mutant frog? It's already inside you. Zhang Chen didn't say much, just smiled and said, I will be careful. Zhang Zilin looked deeply at Zhang Chen, the first man in her life, and the only man. Angry? Not really, after all, she was the one who came looking for trouble. If you can't beat others, you have to admit it. Like? Not at all. They had only known each other for 2 days. There was absolutely no emotional foundation. Besides, this man is an LSP with a bunch of women hidden at home. Zhang Zilin hesitated to speak. You. Zhang Chen took out a few boxes of bullets and handed them to Zhang Zilin. These should be useful to you. Zhang Zilin wanted to live longer so she could gather more information. Zhang Zilin's body emitted more green light. Thank you. I'll go now. Goodbye. Zhang Zilin nodded, turned around, and left. She walked up to the rooftop from the stairs and glanced back at the staircase. Zhang Chen didn't follow. Zhang Zilin felt a little disappointed and sighed softly. In this era, a farewell could mean goodbye forever. However, Zhang Zilin quickly regained her composure, adjusted her mood, and leaped back. For some reason, after eating the meat, she felt her body filled with strength. Perhaps it was because she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Zhang Zilin didn't dwell on it. A few minutes later, she led a team of less than 10 people downstairs and plunged into the vast jungle. Zhang Chen kept an eye on her departure with his perception before finally relaxing. He returned home, had Su Mengqian roast 20 pounds of mutant frog meat, and then distributed it to the survivors downstairs. Everyone has a hard time, consider this meal my treat. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. Most people had started eating Li Qingxuan's carefully selected shit-flavored shepherd's purse to avoid starving. Having finally eaten a proper meal, they were all excited and moved to tears. Everyone couldn't wait to devour their portion. Only a few people remained cautious and didn't eat immediately. Could Zhang Chen be so kind-hearted? Once they saw that others had eaten without any issues, they couldn't resist the tempting aroma of the roasted meat. Moreover, everyone was eyeing their skewers greedily, and if Zhang Chen hadn't been there to keep order, they might have resorted to robbery. They had to eat quickly. Zhang Chen left only after seeing everyone eat. He couldn't trust anyone but Zhang Zilin to test the meat. Maybe Zhang Zilin was an exception? A sufficient number of samples were needed to be absolutely sure. He would only try the mutant frog meat if no one showed signs of poisoning. Jiang Chen found an empty room, walked through the wall, opened a portal, and entered the subspace. Magic Sea Film Academy. Here, Jiang Chen randomly selected a landing point. He stepped out of the portal and found himself a bit off target. This place was over 100 meters away from the Magic Sea Film Academy, on a commercial street outside a residential area. The shops on both sides of the street were now covered with layers of plants, with only the signs of the shops still faintly visible. Bliss Flower Shop, Heartfelt Hair Salon, Family Joy Supermarket, Little Bear Pet Grooming. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. In his perception, in a pet grooming shop a dozen meters away, a radiant white fox was quietly gazing at him. Jiang Chen became alert. The white fox was not large, just the size of a regular pet fox, but its brightness was only slightly weaker than that of the mutated frog, with a piece of ginger emitting a blue light inside its body. The white fox's eyes also emitted a faint blue light, using some kind of eye technique to secretly observe Jiang Chen through the thick red mist. Jiang Chen didn't look back, pretending not to notice the white fox's appearance and continued walking forward, but he kept his senses locked onto the other party. In the end, the white fox did not launch an attack, turned around, and disappeared into a hole. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, immediately sank underground, heading towards the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy. Bang! 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 Su Jin's door was urgently knocked on. Teacher Su! Teacher Su! Open the door quickly! Teacher Cui is in bad shape. Please save him. Su Jin anxiously ran to open the door, and a group of people carried a male teacher covered in blood into the room. It was Professor Cui Yang from the biology department. Cui Yang's face was pale, he was unconscious, and a thick insect limb was stuck in his chest, blood still gushing out. Su Jin was shocked. What happened here? Someone quickly explained. A big guy similar to a longhorn beetle ambushed Teacher Cui. That thing is at least 1 meter tall, and it can fly. Luckily, we ran fast, or else. As he was speaking, he was forcefully pushed from behind. Move aside, can't you see I'm injured? A short and fat woman pushed through the crowd, walked to the front, and said with a frown, What are you looking at? Useless bunch. The crowd was indignant but dared not say anything. This woman was Ding Yuxiu, the wife of Principal Lu Ping. She was also the most powerful esper among the survivors in the school. Unlike Su Jin's healing ability, Ding Yuxiu possessed a formidable combat power. She could convert all her body fat into muscles during battles, and her skin became as tough as pigskin, making her extremely powerful in combat. Relying on this ability, Ding Yuxiu, together with Lu Ping, firmly controlled the leadership of the survivors at the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy. Ding Yuxiu sat boldly in front of Su Jin, revealing her thick arms almost as thick as a man's calf. There was a 1-inch scratch on her arm, and not much blood was flowing out. Ding Yuxiu urgently said, Su Jin, treat me quickly, it hurts so much. Su Jin looked at her speechlessly. If you had come a bit later, the wound would have healed on its own. However, Ding Yuxiu was always domineering, and Su Jin dared not refuse, so he timidly said, Miss Ding, please wait a moment. Let me treat Teacher Cui first, he's in critical condition. A male teacher also spoke up. Yes, let Su Jin treat Teacher Cui first. Miss Ding, you're fine, let's wait a bit. What do you mean I'm fine? Ding Yuxiu glared with her eyes wide open, her pockmarked face looking fierce. What if I get infected? The virus is so strong now, it's not you guys who are injured. Wait for what? Treat me quickly. As she spoke, she slammed the table. Bang! Su Jin trembled in fear, cowering and said, Okay, I'll treat you first. Ding Yuxiu triumphantly reached out her hand. She knew that Su Jin's stamina would hardly hold up for treating 2 people in a row. If she treated Cui Yang first, when would it be her turn? What if she got infected? She didn't want to take any risks. As for Cui Yang's life or death, it had nothing to do with her. The crowd was angry but dared not speak. This woman, relying on her formidable combat power and the cunning Lu Ping, always acted domineeringly. What made the crowd even more dissatisfied was that although Ding Yuxiu had strong combat abilities, every time she encountered danger, she was the first to use her power to escape, hardly ever playing a significant role. And whenever she returned with food, she would rely on her status as an esper, claiming that without her protection, they wouldn't have found so much food, and she would grab the best spoils first. Ding Yuxiu's behavior was never questioned by anyone. Once this woman unleashes her power, she's as strong as an ox, definitely not someone ordinary can handle, and the other 2 ability users dare not defy her. At this moment, a voice sounded, Make way. Everyone turned around to see a tall, thin man in black clothes, Principal Lu Ping. Lu Ping glanced mockingly at Chui Yang and said, Teacher Su, treat Teacher Ding first. Teacher Ding got injured protecting Teacher Chui, and Teacher Ding is also our strongest combat force. In case of danger, we'll rely on Teacher Ding to protect everyone, right? Everyone felt disdainful. Protect what? Isn't it always Ding Yuxiu who runs first in times of trouble? However, under Lu Ping's cold gaze, no one dared to say anything. Su Jin timidly said, okay. She didn't dare delay, wanting to quickly heal Ding Yuxiu and then treat Chui Yang. Chui Yang's face grew increasingly grim, unable to hold on much longer. Su Jin placed her hand on Ding Yuxiu's arm, and a green light slowly appeared, rapidly healing the wound. In just a few seconds, it was as good as new, not even a scar visible. Ding Yuxiu wiped away the bloodstains, not a trace left on her skin, then contentedly stepped aside. Su Jin looked very exhausted, her face somewhat pale. Everyone couldn't help but envy Su Jin, this ability was too powerful. Lu Ping's expression changed immediately, urging, Teacher Su, quickly treat Teacher Chui, Chui is in critical condition. Su Jin struggled to catch her breath, feeling dizzy. She knew she was experiencing hypoglycemia symptoms. Let me rest for a moment. Healing consumed a lot of energy, and she hadn't been eating well during this time, feeling a bit unable to continue treating consecutively. People comforted Su Jin, Teacher Su, take a break if you're tired. Teacher Su, here's a candy, just brought it from outside. Everyone was fawning over Su Jin. No one knew when they might need Su Jin to save their lives. Lu Ping solemnly said, Teacher Su, hold on a bit longer. You're our only doctor. If Chui can't make it, Chui's loved one will inevitably. Su Jin felt very wronged. Didn't you ask me to treat Ding Yuxiu first? And now you're blaming me again? However, she couldn't bear to see Chui Yang die. They were all colleagues, and Chui Yang was a good person. Su Jin leaned on the table, her body swaying a bit, and a female teacher quickly reached out to support her. Ding Yuxiu, who always felt jealous of the beautiful Su Jin, sneered disdainfully, Humph. Who are you pretending to be, Lin Daiyu? Su Jin was very angry, but she had no choice. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and then placed her hand on Chui Yang's chest. At that moment, Chui Yang's breathing stopped. Su Jin panicked, feeling Chui Yang's neck for a pulse, shaking her head in disappointment. The room fell into a dead silence. Ding Yuxiu's face darkened. Damn it! How could Chui die? She wasn't stupid, she knew that if Chui Yang died, everyone would blame her. Sure enough, everyone looked at Ding Yuxiu discontentedly, their eyes full of reproach. Ding Yuxiu anxiously said, Why are you all looking at me? It's not my fault. Su Jin was too slow in treating him. People's expressions became even more disdainful. Everyone wasn't stupid, they could see what was happening. Lu Ping's face changed slightly, his eyes shifting, and he quickly said, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Teacher Su, please don't blame yourself. In his words, he subtly shifted the blame onto Su Jin. Su Jin felt very wronged, but she was timid and didn't dare say anything. Clap, clap, clap. TSK, how exciting. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man walking into the room, clapping his hands. The young man was Jiang Chen, who walked in smiling and said, Old man, you've really stirred up trouble beautifully. Lu Ping's face darkened, and he said sternly, Young man, how dare you speak like that? Which department are you from? I've never seen you before. Ding Yuxiu glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, her thick fingers clenched like carrots. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at her, having seen Ding Yuxiu use her abilities to escape underground and followed her here. Ding Yuxiu's combat power was nothing to fear. Jiang Chen calmly walked up to Su Jin. This female teacher was exceptionally beautiful, exuding an indescribable aura, likely from years of dance and physical training. Her posture was impeccable, with a swan-like neck, delicate features, and a graceful demeanor. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, Professor Su Jin? Su Jin innocently replied, Yes, who are you? Jiang Chen grinned, Come with me. I have plenty of food. He coveted Su Jin's healing abilities, considering them precious and essential to bring back home. Before Su Jin could respond, Ding Yuxiu jumped up angrily, No. Su Jin is not allowed to go anywhere. Su Jin was her life-saving talisman, and she wouldn't let anyone take her away. Hearing this, Su Jin felt even more displeased. Who was Ding Yuxiu to restrict her movements? Of course, Su Jin couldn't just leave with Jiang Chen like that. She didn't even know him. Compared to the unfamiliar Jiang Chen, most of the survivors at the school were colleagues and students, with only a few disliked figures like Ding Yuxiu and some leaders. Since she couldn't leave the school, she had to maintain good relationships. Su Jin immediately drew a line with Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I won't go with you. Ding Yuxiu smirked triumphantly, See, kid? Su Jin is from our school. Who do you think you are? Others relaxed upon hearing Su Jin's words. No one wanted the nurse to leave. Lu Ping added, "Sir, are you a student from the Magic Sea Film Academy? I've never seen you before." He scrutinized Jiang Chen, trying to pressure him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his expression unchanged, and repeated, "Professor Su Jin, I hope you come with me. I have plenty of food and a safe living environment." Su Jin firmly shook her head. "No, I won't." "Ah, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen lifted Su Jin and headed out. "Let me go. I'm not going. Help!" Su Jin struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile against Jiang Chen's strength. Everyone was stunned. Could he really just snatch someone like that? Their instinct was to call the police, but they quickly realized there was no one to respond now. Ding Yuxiu grew anxious. If Su Jin was taken away, who would treat her if she got injured again outside? Glaring, Ding Yuxiu stood in front of Jiang Chen. "Put her down." Jiang Chen casually slapped Ding Yuxiu, making her mouth bleed. He calmly said, "Move aside." Enraged, Ding Yuxiu shouted, "How dare you hit me? I'll fight you." In an instant, Ding Yuxiu's flab turned into rigid muscles as she charged at Jiang Chen with a fierce punch. Seeking death. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as his fist struck first, landing heavily on Ding Yuxiu's face. Crack! Thud! Ding Yuxiu flew back, crashing into the wall and slumping down. Ha! Teacher Ding was defeated? Everyone was horrified to see Ding Yuxiu's face sunken, struggling to breathe. Su Jin was utterly shocked. On the side of the Magic Sea Film Academy, due to the school leaders organizing teachers for self-preservation early on, despite hunger and some deaths for various reasons, such brutal killings had never occurred. She couldn't believe that the survivors outside had escalated to the point of killing. Jiang Chen, however, was not going to let it go. When cutting the grass, one must remove the roots. Since he had started, the enemy had to die. With various abilities, who knew if Ding Yuxiu could recover? He wouldn't leave any trouble for himself. Jiang Chen followed up with a sideways kick. Bang! Crack! Ding Yuxiu's neck twisted at a bizarre 90-degree angle. Instant death. Ah! Su Jin was so scared that she fainted on the spot. The scene fell silent, allowing Jiang Chen to carry Su Jin out without a word. Lu Ping was trembling with fear, not daring to say a word. At that moment, two ability users rushed down from upstairs in a panic. "Who's causing trouble? Is it you, kid? Damn!" Before they could finish, they saw Ding Yuxiu dead, trembling all over, unable to speak. Ding Yuxiu was already killed by him? In just a few seconds? Although they had abilities, they couldn't even beat Ding Yuxiu, so they didn't dare to offend Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen calmly glanced at them. The two were so scared they voluntarily made way, not daring to stop him. Smart. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, carrying Su Jin downstairs, walking confidently into the red mist under the gaze of the survivors. After Jiang Chen left, Lu Ping rushed to Ding Yuxiu's body, looking at his dead wife with a mix of shock and anger, feeling like doomsday had arrived. He knew his recent actions had angered many, but as long as Ding Yuxiu was there, he wasn't afraid. Now Ding Yuxiu was dead. Lu Ping felt a great disaster looming. In shock and anger, he completely lost his composure, pointing at the two ability users angrily. "Why didn't you arrest that kid? He killed Teacher Ding. He's a criminal. He must be executed." The two frowned at each other. "Mada, that's your wife. You don't seek revenge yourself and expect us to do it for you? Dream on." The middle-aged ability user said displeasedly, "Principal Lu, you can't say that. That guy is so powerful, even Teacher Ding couldn't beat him. How could we possibly deal with him?" The other young ability user's gaze turned cold, staring at Lu Ping. "We used to call you principal because your wife, Ding Yuxiu, was really powerful, and we couldn't beat her. Now that Ding Yuxiu is dead, what does being a principal matter to you? What school is left now? Execution? We can't even find a police officer, let alone execute anyone." Lu Ping, furious, spat out, "Nonsense. Just because we can't win, we shouldn't even try? Can't you make an effort? Your kind of thinking is dangerous. You powerful ability users should lead by example. When facing danger, you should step up and protect the collective security firmly." The young ability user listened with increasing disgust. He was just a newly hired lecturer, always at the bottom of the food chain in the institution. He didn't get any benefits, and all the dirty and tiring work fell on him. Later, when the red mist came, he finally gained an ability, only to be oppressed by Lu Ping and Ding Yuxiu in various ways. Every time resources were brought in, as an ability user, he received less than a few old leaders. This had long made him extremely dissatisfied. Now, Lu Ping was venting his anger again, making the young ability user's eyes flare up with anger. Damn it! Bullied without an ability, bullied even after gaining one. Was this ability gained for nothing? Lu Ping continued to talk in an official tone, trying to buy himself time to think, I held a meeting for everyone yesterday, unified our thoughts. How could you all forget? How did the organization educate you? He didn't notice that the young ability user's fists had silently clenched. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed in anxiously and threw herself onto Chui Yang, Lao Chui. Lao Chui. Source text. 16. 1-2. 16. 10. Translated text, how did you die? If you die, what should I do with the child? Wu Lu Ping had to stop, feeling panicked. A kind-hearted female teacher with red eyes comforted, Teacher Wang, don't be sad, the dead cannot be brought back to life, mourn. Teacher Wang cried out, where is Su Jin? Why didn't Su Jin save my husband Shui? Another female teacher who was close to Su Jin spoke up, just now, Teacher Ding had a deep wound on his arm, but Principal Lu insisted that Su Teacher must first save Teacher Ding. You know Su Teacher doesn't have the strength to treat two people in a row. Teacher Wang looked at Lu Ping in disbelief. Principal Lu, is what Teacher Sun said true? Lu Ping hesitated, stuttering, Teacher Wang, actually Teacher Ding's injury just now was quite severe. A young Esper said coldly, yes, quite severe, if it had been any later, the wound would have healed on its own. Lu Ping's face changed. Unable to bear it any longer, Teacher Wang waved her nails at Lu Ping, you heartless scoundrel. Lu Ping was frightened, holding his head and backing away, and in the blink of an eye, Teacher Wang pounced on him. Teacher Wang was ruthless, straddling Lu Ping, grabbing his hair with one hand and scratching fiercely with the other. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Lu Ping screamed in agony, his face covered in blood. Pull her away. Pull her away. My face is ruined, quickly disinfect it for me. The crowd pretended to pull Teacher Wang away. In reality, they didn't exert any force. The young Esper even sneakily kicked Lu Ping twice in the chaos, causing him to gasp for air, unable to speak. A few minutes later, Lu Ping passed out. The crowd finally managed to pull Teacher Wang away. Looking at Lu Ping again, he was in a pitiful state. His face, arms, neck, everywhere was covered in blood. Teacher Wang even bit off a piece of flesh from his shoulder. The onlookers exchanged glances. With such serious external injuries, he was as good as dead now. The young Esper smirked in the background. Jiang Chen didn't immediately return home, but wandered around the school with Su Jin, observing the other groups of survivors in the academy using his perception. Building 16 housed a large group of survivors, indicating that the nearby danger wasn't too great, allowing him to check on the status of other survivors. If he found any beauties, he would bring them all back. If they encountered danger, they would run. If they couldn't escape, could they use Su Jin as a shield? Soon, Jiang Chen discovered 6 groups of survivors gathered in several buildings of the Magic Sea Film Academy. Some groups had over a dozen people, while others had 7 or 8. There were more men than women. Jiang Chen also noticed that 1 to 2 Espers were present in 3 of the survivor groups. Adding the 4 teacher Espers from Building 16, the total number of Espers in the Magic Sea Film Academy reached almost 10. Jiang Chen wondered, is the proportion of Espers in the Magic Sea Film Academy this high? Then he realized. No, it wasn't that the proportion of Espers here was high, but rather that the survivor groups without Espers had gradually died out, leaving only those with Espers. It could be foreseen that all survivor groups would undergo this change. In the brutal competition for survival, Espers possessed unique advantages for survival and would inevitably become the ruling class in each survivor group. The order of the human world was undergoing an unstoppable transformation. At that moment, Su Jin woke up. She looked around fearfully, surrounded by red mist, with a very limited field of vision. Su Jin, with a trembling voice full of fear, asked, where are you taking me? Jiang Chen smiled slyly, taking you to enjoy life. Of course, Su Jin didn't believe it. How could she enjoy life now? She pleaded fearfully, can I not go? Jiang Chen maliciously replied, what do you think? Su Jin was on the verge of tears, why are you kidnapping me? I'm just a foodie, I can't do anything, I'll just waste your food. Please, big brother, let me go. This female professor is quite cute. Jiang Chen set Su Jin down, rummaged in his hand, and produced a bag of beef jerky. Want some? It's 5-spice flavored, slightly spicy, quite delicious. Magic? Su Jin was a bit puzzled, but her mouth couldn't help but salivate, weakly saying, Can you change it to satay flavor? Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing, sure. The 5-spice beef jerky disappeared, and a bag of satay-flavored beef jerky appeared. Su Jin looked timidly, her throat continuously swallowing saliva. Gurgle. Jiang Chen tore open the packaging, handed it to Su Jin, saying, go ahead, eat. The aroma of satay flavor wafted out. Su Jin couldn't resist the temptation and started eating happily. She loved beef jerky the most, but as a dancer all year round, she dared not eat too much to maintain her figure. She only allowed herself a small piece a day. When the red mist descended, she couldn't even have a proper meal, let alone beef jerky. Today, seeing beef jerky suddenly, she couldn't control herself at all. Besides, there was no need to watch her figure now. She couldn't even eat enough normally, so why bother maintaining anything? Oh, it's so delicious. Soo-jin almost ate with tears in her eyes. Jong-chin smiled contentedly, looking at the prompt box for Soo-jin. Soo-jin, age, 29, quality, 9 points, graceful and elegant, virtue, 10 points, chaste and virtuous, from a single-parent family, disappointed in marriage and love, overall score, 9 points, ding. Meets system requirements. Jong-chen was very satisfied. Very good. This body has been well maintained for me. Soo-jin quickly finished eating, then licked her slender fingers one by one, still not feeling satisfied. Jong-chen took out another pack of satay-flavored beef jerky. Want more? Soo-jin was pleasantly surprised. It's not very good, right? She said it wasn't good, but her hand had already taken the beef jerky and hugged it tightly. Greedy cats are easy to deal with. Jong-chen brought out a bunch of snacks. Chocolate, potato chips, nuts, preserved plums. Soo-jin's eyes couldn't move. Come back with me. Jong-chen shook the snacks, looking like a weirdo. Okay. Soo-jin made a difficult decision, her face blushing. At school, she couldn't even eat enough. Following this man, at least there would be good food. As for what would happen tonight, she already guessed, but for now, she could only bury her head in the sand and pretend not to know. Why else would a man save a woman? Soo-jin knew her fate well, but she didn't want to think about it. After all, she was caught, couldn't run away, couldn't fight back. What else could she do? At least Jong-chen didn't seem bad to women. In such times, just take it one day at a time. Jong-chen smiled. All right, then accompany me to the school and tell me roughly how many survivors are left. However, Soo-jin quickly waved her hand, saying in fear, let's go back. There are monsters at school. They eat people without leaving a trace. Monsters? Jong-chen frowned. What do these monsters look like? I don't know, no one has seen them. Soo-jin pointed in a direction fearfully, saying, especially over by the playground, almost every time we go there, one or two of us are dragged away. The playground? Jong-chen looked warily in the direction Soo-jin pointed. His perception range was only 100 meters, and the playground was dozens of meters away, so he could only see the edge of the playground. But he didn't see anything. Wait! Jong-chen noticed something unusual. In the direction Soo-jin pointed, the density of animals was significantly lower. Moreover, the closer to the playground, the lower the animal density. Even in the middle of the playground, the vegetation was dense, but there wasn't a single animal. Jong-chen's hair stood on end. Something was definitely amiss. He couldn't help but think of the eerie Third People's Hospital by the Magic Sea. The situation on the playground was very similar to that of the hospital's inpatient department. But why were these two places so far apart? What did they have in common? Jong-chen suddenly remembered. Both of these places were by the river. The beautiful Jinxiu River crossed through Mohi City, and the Third People's Hospital of Mohi and the Film and Television Academy were both by the Jinxiu River. The inpatient department of the Third People's Hospital of Mohi was right next to the Jinxiu River. Jong-chen quickly asked, is the Jinxiu River on the other side of the playground? Soo-jin was momentarily stunned, then nodded, saying, yes. Next to the playground is the school's iron fence, and beyond the fence is a riverside path, with the river just beyond the path. No wonder. Jong-chen was almost certain that this anomaly was mostly related to the Jinxiu River. It must be some creature from the river that had crawled onto land. The flora and fauna on land had evolved so wildly, so it was no exception for the creatures in the water. On Earth, 70% of the surface was covered by water. In the boundless ocean, there must be some terrifying existence. Jong-chen decisively said, let's go. He gestured and tore open a blue film. Soo-jin was astonished. What is this? Jong-chen didn't explain, but pulled her into the blue film. Soo-jin walked in bewildered. Jong-chen didn't let her stay in the subspace for long, quickly opening the anchor point in his home subspace. Soo-jin was dumbfounded as she was pulled out again. To her shock, in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a luxuriously decorated room. The table was filled with sumptuous food, the floor spotless, and the furniture immaculate. There were several extremely beautiful women in the room. They were dressed in various high-end outfits, with exquisite makeup, each exuding their own charm, but all were stunning beauties. Soo-jin was stunned. In that moment, she felt a bit dazed. Has the apocalypse ended? Have I returned to the civilized world? The women all looked curiously at Soo-jin. Suddenly, Hu Lily exclaimed in surprise, Teacher Soo? You're here too. Soo-jin was surprised. Hu Lily, you're here too. Hu Lily excitedly held Soo-jin's hand, Great, Teacher Sue, you're alive. She was the first acquaintance she had met since the apocalypse. Being from out of town, she had few friends in Mo High, and had lost contact with her parents and relatives long ago. Seeing her former teacher now, Hu Lily was overjoyed. Su Jin also felt relieved seeing Hu Lily. Meeting her own student brought her some comfort and a bit of shyness. Looking at all the beautiful women in the room, she could tell what kind of person Jiang Chen was. Hu Lily must have followed Jiang Chen as well. Should I follow him in the future? Su Jin's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, paid no attention to the women's thoughts. He first used his perception to observe the survivors downstairs. Fortunately, no one had been poisoned so far. This was good news. I wonder how Zhang Zilin is doing. Jiang Chen planned to check on her later in the evening and said, "Let's eat first." Su Mengqian and the other women immediately responded, "Okay, Jiang Gu." Jiang Chen sat at the head of the table. The women sat in a circle according to the order they joined. Su Jin felt awkward and didn't know where to sit. Jiang Chen pointed to the last seat. "According to the order, you sit at the back." Bai Xinjie gently said, "Teacher Su, come, sit next to me." "Oh." Su Jin sat down hesitantly. She then carefully observed the food on the table. It was incredibly lavish. Stir-fried shrimp, squid and sea cucumber soup, dongpa pork, sautéed peas, sweet and sour fish. There were also plenty of staple foods like noodles, steamed buns, rice, and buns. The drinks were plentiful too, with cola, Sprite, green tea, purified water, beer, and white wine, everything you could think of. This table alone would have cost at least 2,000 before the apocalypse. In this day and age, the value is even more difficult to estimate. Su Jin covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe she could still eat these things. Jiang Chen looked around with satisfaction. Tang Shuero, Su Mengqian, Hu Lily, Lu Mengyao, Tian Tian, Bai Xinjie, Su Jin. However, the big table was quickly filling up, and the room was a bit cramped. Jiang Chen started to think. On this floor, except for Tang Shuero's home being better decorated, the other homes were average. Decoration was a secondary issue, the most troublesome was the safety concern. After the red mist descended, the world became very dangerous. The more dispersed women lived, the greater the danger. If they encountered danger, Jiang Chen might not be able to rescue them in time. Although he didn't care about the life or death of women, it was still better if they didn't die. At least he could stock up on supplies, right? It's time to find a more suitable living environment, Jiang Chen thought to himself. It would be best to be far from the ground, with good living conditions. Jiang Chen turned to look out the window. On the horizon, a building towered into the sky. It was the Magic Sea Pearl TV Tower. The Magic Sea Pearl TV Tower was a landmark building in the Magic Sea, standing at 500 meters high. In addition to television signal equipment, at a height of 450 meters, the Magic Sea Pearl also housed a luxurious revolving restaurant and a top-notch hotel. In such a high place, after a power outage, survivors could hardly reach it. Even if they did, they would soon die due to lack of food and water. But that place was perfect for him, Jiang Chen. None of the women picked up their chopsticks, all quietly watching Jiang Chen. Su Jin was very hungry but could only wait with the other women. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite, saying, "The sweet and sour fish is good, everyone, dig in." The atmosphere instantly lightened up. The women chatted and laughed together. Having followed Jiang Chen, they had grown accustomed to fine dining and were in no rush, eating and chatting about the day's events. A survivor from Block B came over to see Dr. Lee for treatment. Dr. Lee is a good person. I told him about the mutated shepherd's purse. Ugh, don't mention that thing while eating, it's disgusting. Coca-Cola is causing some indigestion, I've had too much. Sister, Jiang Go gave you your lipstick, can I borrow it? Hu Lily leaned over to Su Jin, helping her with some meat. Teacher Su, eat up, Su Ji's cooking is really good. Su Jin ate a bit awkwardly. She was tempted to eat heartily, but being new, she felt too embarrassed. Hu Lily stopped after a couple of bites, took a bottle of purified water, and chatted with Su Jin. Su Jin tried hard to suppress her urge to eat voraciously, trying to elegantly savor the food. Hu Lily, why aren't you eating? Ah, I've gained another pound, I can't afford to gain more weight. Hu Lily complained, rubbing her belly. Look, Teacher Su, I'm getting a little belly. It's all Su Ji's fault, her cooking is too delicious. Su Jin was speechless. How many people have starved to death outside? And here you are worried about gaining weight? Su Jin glanced at Jiang Chen, who was talking to Su Mengqian, and cautiously asked, do you eat like this every day? Hu Lily casually replied, yeah, more or less. We're trapped here with nothing else to do. I and a few sisters learned to cook from Su Mengqian. Look, this braised carp was made by me. Su Jin was surprised. Do you have plenty of food? Hu Lily smiled, this is something we can't tell the survivors outside, but since Jianggu brought you here, that makes you one of us, so I can tell you. Jianggu has a personal space, he knew about the red mist in advance and prepared countless supplies, enough for us to eat for 10 lifetimes. So, just relax and enjoy your time here. Su Jin blushed slightly. Hearing a student speak so frankly about being sisters with her made her feel a bit uncomfortable. At the same time, she was surprised that Jiang Chen actually knew in advance that the red mist was coming. Why? As for the personal space, she already believed it. Just now, Jiang Chen magically took out a bunch of snacks, which should have been taken from the personal space. Just then, Su Jin saw Jiang Chen take out a black lychee and handed it to Su Mengqian. The meal today was good, this perception fruit rewards you. Su Mengqian excitedly said, thank you, brother Jiang. She proudly glanced at the other women before arrogantly eating the black lychee. The other women congratulated her on the surface but secretly envied her, despicable. Arrogant. Humph. Wait until I learn how to cook, then we'll see what you have to show off. Su Jin was shocked, that is. Wasn't that the superpower fruit she had eaten before? Countless survivors coveted such treasures, yet they were taken out so casually. Hu Lily casually said, just a superpower fruit. Brother Jiang has plenty, as long as teacher Su performs well, she will be rewarded too. Is it true? Su Jin couldn't believe it. Such precious treasures, and there are plenty more? Isn't that too exaggerated? At that moment, a huge Siberian husky walked in. Su Jin was startled. Seeing the other women chatting as usual, she reluctantly calmed down. The husky lay down next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted the dog's head and casually threw a spatial shuttle fruit into the husky's mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The husky ate it. Su Jin was dumbfounded. She glanced at the other women, who showed no expression, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Su Jin marveled silently. While others would go crazy over a superpower fruit appearing outside, Jiang Chen had so many that he could feed them to dogs. After finishing her meal, Su Jin felt drowsy. She secretly rejoiced that Jiang Chen had brought her here, this place was simply heaven. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen went to the rooftop to practice breathing techniques and ghostly maneuvers. Afterward, he took out a bunch of will-linking fruits and started eating them. The will-linking fruit was the most suitable for him, so he had to quickly upgrade it to 9 stars. 1, 2, 3. After eating countless fruits, Jiang Chen finally heard the system prompt, ding, will linking upgraded to 9 stars. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the panel to check, will linking, 9 stars, you can establish a will link with creatures in your field of vision, communicate in consciousness, up to 500 kilometers away, maximum number of concurrent will links, 100, you can create a consciousness space with your will, pulling all linked individuals into it for communication, maximum number of concurrent consciousness spaces, 10. You can forcibly pull a target into the consciousness space. Success rate and duration depend on the difference in will between you and the target. You can create illusions in the target's consciousness. Success rate and duration depend on the difference in will between you and the target. Will plus 50. Creating illusions. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to try it out. In his perception, he randomly found a female survivor in Building A who was around 50 years old. Jiang Chen knew her. Her name was Zhang Lanlan, a wealthy woman who had once flirted with Zhou Tianhao in the group. However, human society's wealth was now worthless, and Zhang Lanlan had become just another survivor, lying on the ground suffering from hunger. Zhang Lanlan seemed to be sick, with the light in her body noticeably dimmer than others, and her will bubble was weaker and trembling violently, looking like it could shatter at any moment. It seems that physical condition also affects the strength of the will. Jiang Chen thought, piercing through Zhang Lanlan's will bubble and creating a plate of fragrant roast duck in her consciousness. Zhang Lanlan stared blankly at the sky outside, her body burning with pain. 2 days ago, she was bitten by a small black bug and then developed a high fever. With no doctor or medicine, Zhang Lanlan could only wait for death. Am I going to die? She thought unwillingly. I have 3 houses, each renting for 20,000 yuan per month. I can't accept this. Why me? That damn bug. Why did it choose to bite me out of so many people? Zhang Lanlan was filled with resentment, but she had nowhere to vent and no strength to do so. The last of her food was gone, she had been hungry for a day, and could only lie on the ground waiting to die. Just then, she suddenly saw a plate of golden roast duck on the balcony railing. Zhang Lanlan was stunned. It wasn't there a second ago. Am I hallucinating from hunger? She involuntarily licked her cracked lips. It must be a hallucination. Then, the aroma of the roast duck wafted over. Enduring hunger for so long, Zhang Lanlan's mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. There's a scent. It's real. Unable to resist the temptation of the roast duck any longer, Zhang Lanlan completely ignored the illogical aspects and struggled to get up, staggering towards the roast duck. Roast duck! My roast duck! Her face contorted in madness as she grabbed the roast duck, feeling the greasy sensation in her hands. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, the roast duck disappeared, then reappeared, floating half a meter above her head. No! My roast duck! Zhang Lanlan reached desperately upwards, screaming angrily, "This is my roast duck! Mine!" Unfortunately, every time she was about to grab it, the roast duck would move to a different spot. Zhang Lanlan danced in frustration and anger. The other survivors in the room watched silently as Zhang Lanlan waved her arms at the empty air on the balcony. Zhang Lanlan has gone mad. Maybe it's hunger. The fever must have fried this woman's brain. Finally, the roast duck appeared 1 meter outside the iron railing. Without hesitation, Zhang Lanlan lunged over the railing towards the roast duck in midair, then fell to her death. The other survivors just watched numbly. Another one jumped. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze satisfactorily, gaining a certain understanding of illusions. Illusions can not only simulate vision but also simulate smell and touch, probably even taste. Creating illusions consumes much less mental energy than forcibly manipulating consciousness. The simpler the illusion, the less energy it consumes. The more realistic the illusion, the greater the consumption. This ability is very useful. Jiang Chen immediately came up with various sinister methods. So far, he had acquired 2 9-star abilities, spatial traversal and will linkage. Coupled with blood energy eruption and physical enhancement, he had both direct combat capabilities and stealth and survival abilities, almost fully optimized. In addition, there was Su Jin's healing ability waiting for him to harvest. Jiang Chen smiled. He took out a bunch of perception fruits and started eating them. Unfortunately, despite eating for a long time, he didn't level up. The sky slowly darkened. Jiang Chen prepared to practice breathing techniques a few more times before heading home to rest. The appearance of the white fox, aquatic creatures on land, and the discovery of numerous espers today made him vaguely worried about the future. Powerful enemies are increasing. The world is becoming more dangerous. Strength is the fundamental of everything. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Jiang Chen repeatedly filled himself with qi, then depleted it, 4 times in a row. Through continuous practice, he noticed some changes. The overall capacity of qi seemed to have increased slightly. Each time he filled himself with qi, the number of ghostly maneuvers increased from 10 to 12 times. The capacity can still increase? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the green ginger inside him. The ginger had actually grown. Moreover, there were several protrusions growing on the ginger, making it look more stretched and brighter overall. Could it be that qi is the fertilizer for ginger? Jiang Chen practiced for a while and then went back home. The women had already opened dozens of large buckets of purified water in advance and filled a tub with it. Su Jin curiously asked, "What's this for?" Tang Xuero smiled and said, "For bathing. Bathing with purified water." Su Jin was simply incredulous. While many people outside didn't even have enough drinking water, Jiang Chen was using purified water for bathing. Just how much supplies had he stored in advance? Amidst Su Jin's shock, she made a firm decision in her heart to stay here. Compared to enduring hunger and hardship outside, this place was simply heaven. No normal person would want to leave. Jiang Chen returned home, and Lu Mengyao took the initiative to help him take off his coat gently. Bai Xinjie brought a wet towel to wipe away Jiang Chen's sweat. Even Tian, who is usually not very proactive, came forward and handed Jiang Chen a bottle of his favorite ice cola. With more and more women around, each woman was afraid of being abandoned and dared not relax at all. Su Jin watched a group of women vying for Jiang Chen's attention, feeling a bit at a loss and a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen simply enjoyed the women's service without saying a word and went back to his room to rest after bathing. The jealous women glanced at Su Jin and then went back to their rooms in pairs. Soon, only Su Jin and Hu Lili were left in the living room. Hu Lili envied and said, "According to tradition, tonight belongs to you." "Ha?" Su Jin blushed shyly. 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun rose. Su Jin was still asleep. Jiang Chen walked to the window, and the golden sunlight spilled onto the endless red mist, casting a magnificent orange-yellow hue. If one only looked at this beautiful scene, who would think that beneath the red mist lay a primitive jungle of slaughter? More and more tall trees emerged from the red mist, growing wildly towards the sky. Various birds circled above them. They were very clever, rarely descending into the red mist. Suddenly, a giant cat leaped from the treetops, caught a bird, and landed back in the red mist. Jiang Chen quietly watched all this, silently observing the survivor's condition downstairs with his perception ability. After a night passed, no one was poisoned. Moreover, Jiang Chen keenly noticed that the light on their bodies had become brighter. It seems that the mutated frog meat is not only non-toxic but also beneficial to the body. Jiang Chen rejoiced. How is Zhang Xiling doing? He opened the blue teleportation gate and entered the subspace. In the dim subspace, Zhang Xiling's subspace anchor point shone conspicuously like a torch. Looking at the subspace anchor point, Jiang Chen discovered some new uses of the subspace. Previously, due to the subspace shuttle of the 9 stars, he could only teleport within 5 kilometers, so Jiang Chen could only see the subspace within 5 kilometers. Beyond 5 kilometers, the subspace was an endless void of darkness. Zhang Xiling had walked beyond 5 kilometers, so in the subspace, she appeared to be in a void. However, the subspace anchor point on her body illuminated a spherical area of about 100 meters in radius, allowing Jiang Chen to see the scenery in this area. Currently, Zhang Xiling and her team were sleeping in an uninhabited building. After a day passed, 2 of the 10 people she had taken with her had disappeared, presumably dying on the way. While everyone was still asleep, Zhang Xiling's light was normal, showing no signs of poisoning. Wait a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He could actually see the light of Zhang Xiling and the others? This was the effect of his perception ability, and he was over 5 kilometers away from them. The range of perception was only 100 meters. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, deep in thought. The range of perception is 100 meters, and the spherical area illuminated by the anchor point is also about 100 meters in radius. Is this 100-meter illuminated range brought about by perception? Can I understand it this way, that subspace is not included in the perception distance? Perception can be transmitted through subspace to the subspace anchor point without loss, and then, with the subspace anchor point as the center, perceive 100 meters around. In simple terms, the subspace anchor point is like a relay station, delivering my perception ability to a distant place. A flash of insight crossed Jiang Chen's mind. If subspace does not calculate distance, then a portal can also be seen as a relay station. After all, standing in subspace, one can still perceive objects outside the portal. Just like now, standing in subspace, he can perceive the women outside the door and all objects within a 100-meter radius of the portal. In other words, a portal can indeed be seen as a relay station for perception, delivering perception to anywhere within 5 kilometers. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he randomly opened a destination portal at the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy. In an instant, his perception spread out through the portal. All animals and plants within 100 meters entered his perception. Jiang Chen immediately closed this portal and opened another one at the Third People's Hospital. The silent hospital ward also fell within his perception range. Ha ha, just as I thought. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. So I still have such a top-notch surveillance method, even I didn't notice it. Viewing the real world from subspace has always been extremely distorted. Not to mention animals and plants, even buildings are almost indiscernible. Therefore, Jiang Chen has never paid much attention to the surveillance capabilities of subspace. Now he realizes that as long as he opens a portal anywhere within 5 kilometers, it's like inserting an eye of perception there. Everything within a 100-meter radius of the eye of perception is completely visible. This method has too many advantages. It's fast, convenient, safe, and even very discreet. Just think, if he opens a portal underground or opens a tiny microportal of 1 millimeter, who would notice? Yet he can monitor everything nearby through this portal without risking his own physical body. The only limitation is the number of times, because subspace travel can only open 12 portals per day. Jiang Chen was in extremely high spirits. He stepped out of subspace and back into his room to check last night's gains. Ding! 1 day ago, Su Jin consumed a loaf of bread, returning 900 loaves, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 2 days ago, Su Jin consumed a pack of cookies, returning 900 packs, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 3 days ago, Su Jin consumed a carton of milk, returning 900 cartons, already stored in the personal space. Ding! 13 days ago, Su Jin consumed an enlightenment fruit, life activation, returning 900 fruits, already stored in the personal space. Enlightenment fruit, life activation 2 stars. After consumption, one can gain the ability of life activation. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase its star rating. Life activation? Isn't it for healing? Jiang Chen turned his hand, and a black lychee appeared in his hand, which he ate without hesitation. Life activation, 2 stars. You can consume the target's future life force to quickly heal their current injuries or illnesses. Treatment/consumption ratio equals 1 to 100. Jiang Chen frowned. Consuming the target's future life force to heal current injuries? This thing should seriously shorten one's lifespan, right? Moreover, the treatment/consumption ratio of 1 to 100 is extremely wasteful. In other words, this ability can only be used for emergencies and not as a regular method. Li Qingxuan still holds value. However, if used to treat others, then it doesn't matter. Anyway, the treated person doesn't know that their lifespan is being consumed, while Jiang Chen can use this method to treat them and then take advantage of the situation to gain a lot in return. Of course, this kind of transaction is only for some special cases. In most situations, if Jiang Chen fancies someone's belongings, he just takes them. Even with people, he can just snatch them, just like he did with Su Jin. The survivors of the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy dare not say anything. When there is a huge power gap between both sides, there is no equality. At this moment, Su Jin woke up. She shyly looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took out a mature lady outfit and handed it to her. "This should suit you." Su Jin nodded shyly. Jiang Chen asked, "How much do you know about the ability users from the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy? What abilities do they each possess?" The Magic Sea Film and Television Academy is not very big. The survivors are mostly teachers and students. Jiang Chen thought Su Jin should have some knowledge. Jiang Chen's perception plus subspace could easily monitor all ability users, but he couldn't discern their abilities, so he needed Su Jin to provide some information. Su Jin indeed knew and replied, "I know of 4 ability users. The most famous one is called LV Junpeng. He is a rich second-generation student, particularly cruel. In order to snatch resources, he has killed many teachers and students, but he is too powerful, and everyone is helpless against him." Su Jin's face showed a fearful expression when she talked about LV Junpeng. LV Junpeng, like Jiang Chen, is extremely lecherous. However, unlike Jiang Chen, LV Junpeng is a psychological pervert. None of the women he has had ever lived more than 3 days. And after he's done playing, he hands them over to his subordinates until they die from playing. Su Jin is very afraid of LV Junpeng. If it weren't for LV Junpeng not being able to gauge Ding Yushuo's strength and unwilling to take risks, she would probably have been caught and played to death by him long ago. Fortunately, I have already left the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy. Jiang Chen focused and said, "Oh, what are his 2 abilities?" Su Jin said, "The most obvious ability is his extremely fast speed, so fast that the eyes can't keep up. The other ability is speculated to be something like seeing through red mist because he has never collided with anything while moving at high speed." Jiang Chen nodded. This speculation is very reasonable. Survivors who have made it this far are almost never fools. Those without brains have long died in the cruel competition for survival, becoming the spoils of others. Besides LV Junpeng, who else is there? Su Jin continued, "There are 2 more that you have seen, the 2 teachers who tried to stop you when you brought me back. The young one is called Lu Jin. With the ability of super endurance, his endurance is very strong. The older one is Professor Wang Hai, with the ability to be as light as a swallow, able to jump from a height without getting hurt. The last one is a music major female student named Gu Lianying, also one of my students like Hu Lily. Gu Lianying's ability is water condensation. She can condense pure water out of thin air. With this ability, she and a group of survivors live very comfortably. Even LV Junpeng doesn't want to offend her. After all, LV Junpeng also needs Gu Lianying to provide water. I don't know if there are any more ability users left. Because I rarely go out, I only hear about it from others chatting. Water condensation? Jiang Chen was very interested in this ability and asked, "Is Gu Lianying beautiful?" Even the Will Link that can only make calls after upgrading to 9 stars can become so powerful. Water condensation probably won't be weak either. Moreover, water condensation is most likely not a physical type ability, so it would be easier for oneself to advance to higher stars. If Gu Lianying can be recognized by the system evaluation, then I would have one more ability. Having more skills doesn't hurt. As for women, they are just bonus items. Su Jin was speechless. You really have no restraint at all. If it were peacetime, Su Jin would definitely slap her man enthusiastically discussing another girl. But now, if she leaves Jiang Chen, she doubts if she can survive another day. Su Jin could only reluctantly say, "She's very beautiful." Gu Lianying is the most famous school beauty at Mo High Film and Television Academy. The Gu family is a prestigious musical family. Gu Lianying's father is a guzheng master. Gu Lianying plays the guzheng extremely well, and Gu Lianying's mother is the chief of the national song and dance troupe. Great! Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a smile. He wasn't willing to go back to Mo High Film and Television Academy. After all, there were traces of aquatic monsters there. Now, it seems he must bring back this Gu Lianying at least. As for other survivors, Jiang Chen didn't care if they lived or died after Gu Lianying created water. Jiang Chen also noticed that as time passed, fewer and fewer beautiful women survived. Even in a place like Mo High Film and Television Academy, which should have been filled with beauties. Only Su-jin and Gu Lianing and two other sufficiently beautiful women remained. They survived only because of their special abilities. Jiang Chen thought, surviving women now probably all have special abilities, except for a few incredibly lucky ones. Women without special abilities probably have all died out. In the cruel slaughter, the weak and beautiful have always been the best prey. Manhwa Film and Television Academy. The top floor of the library. A dozen burly male students gathered together, tearing books, burning fires, and eating instant noodles. In the corner, there were 3 female corpses covered in wounds. Among them, a male student with a pale complexion, a sinister look in his eyes, ear piercings, wearing a designer suit, now dirty and tattered. He was Lu Junpeng. Lu Junpeng rolled up his sleeves, took a sip of wine, and exclaimed in surprise, "Did Ding Yusho really die?" A dark-skinned male student affirmed, "She's dead. I accidentally saw her and Lu Ping's bodies, thrown under Building 16. Ding Yusho's neck was broken by someone." "Good." Lu Junpeng laughed wildly and slammed the table. Bang! "Those damn school leaders and teachers, who hoarded the most resources, are all mine now. I've long wanted to taste the female teachers. Hee hee." Lu Junpeng leered, "And the lovely Su-jin, I've been wanting her for a long time." The male student's eyes reddened, excitedly shouting, "Ha ha ha, no time to waste, let's act now." "Right. Kill all those damn teachers to prevent them from wasting food." These people following Lu Junpeng were no longer the students they used to be. "Hee hee, Teacher Su looks so beautiful in dance class. Can anyone be more beautiful than Gu Lianing? Right, Brother Pang, let's grab Gu Lianing too." When Lu Junpeng heard Gu Lianing's name, he couldn't help but think of that stunning face, feeling itchy inside. However, he remained rational and said sternly, "We can't touch Gu Lianing for now. If she dies, who will create water for us?" A man named Feng Daoping unwillingly said, "Brother Pang, let's capture Gu Lianing. I don't believe she would dare not to create water for us once she's in our hands." Slap! Lu Junpeng slapped him and cursed, "Feng Daoping, you idiot. What if Gu Lianing commits suicide? If she dies, you moron, how will you provide water for us?" Feng Daoping's face turned red from the slap, unable to speak. The others looked on with glee, mocking him. Feng Daoping lowered his gaze, clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Originally, he and Lu Junpeng were both second-generation rich kids, and their relationship was decent. In fact, he didn't even think highly of Lu Junpeng. Feng Daoping's father was one of the top 10 tycoons in Mo High. Lu Junpeng's father was nothing. But when the red mist came, everything changed. Lu Junpeng, that picky guy, unexpectedly gained powerful abilities and climbed over Feng Daoping. How could Feng Daoping endure this? But endure he must. Without Lu Junpeng, Feng Daoping would have died at least 8 times by now. Lu Junpeng looked smugly at Feng Daoping, feeling extremely pleased. He knew that Feng Daoping disliked him, yet deliberately spared his life. In the past, Feng Daoping often looked down on him openly and secretly, leaving Lu Junpeng helpless. Now, Lu Junpeng wanted to see Feng Daoping grovel before him. The continuous pleasure of humiliating Feng Daoping was far more satisfying than killing him. Another person asked, "But boss, Gu Lianing acts high and mighty in front of us brothers every day. Shouldn't we teach her a lesson?" Lu Junpeng also had plans for Gu Lianing, grinning wickedly, "Of course, we should teach her a lesson. I don't need to capture her directly, I can still control her tightly." Everyone was curious. "Oh? Pangu, please tell us." Lu Junpeng proudly said, "It's simple. Gu Lianing and her group of women dare not go out to collect supplies, they rely on exchanging with others. If we kill off all the other survivors, she will have no choice but to trade with me. Then she can't set her own prices, she will have to sell for whatever I want. By then, won't she be completely in my control? As long as we kill off all the other survivors, the water we loot can last at least a week, while the food Gu Lianing has will only last 3 days. After 3 days, Gu Lianing and her women will have to kneel before me willingly." Ha ha, everyone cheered. "Pangu, you're really smart. Hee hee, Gu Lianing and her women are good at pretending. I've had enough of her. When the time comes, I'll strip her naked and see if she can still pretend." "Boss, we're having head soup. Can we have some too?" Don't worry. Pangu, I always treat my brothers well. Let's do it. Let's do it quickly." "Yes, Pangu, let's do it quickly. I can't wait any longer." Lu Junpeng's eyes gleamed with fierceness. "Alright, let's finish our meal first. Today we'll snatch Su-jin to make everyone happy, and tomorrow we'll kill off all the other survivors." Food was becoming scarcer and harder to find. Going outside to gather food was too dangerous. Wasn't robbing other survivors faster? Moreover, with all the survivors dead, there would naturally be more food. "Please, don't kill me, please." "Ah, Lu Junpeng. Lu Junpeng. I'm your teacher. Ha ha, I've long been fed up with your pretentious old self. Die. Ah, you can't do this. Beast. I'll kill you. Where the hell is Su Jin? Who the hell hid Su Jin? Speak. Lu Shui, do you have a grudge against Teacher Su? She's been taken away. If you have a problem, go find her, why bother us? Ah, help me. My leg is broken. Help. Building 16 descended into a bloody chaos. Lu Junpeng, accompanied by a dozen burly men, unleashed madness in the building. The once high and mighty leaders and professors were now all kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The power to arbitrarily decide others' life and death made Lu Junpeng feel a deep sense of exhilaration. This is life. I am the chosen one. Waving a watermelon knife, Lu Junpeng laughed recklessly, looking down on everyone. Wang Hai, Luzhen, you two are mutants. I'll give you a chance to submit to me, and I'll spare your lives. Cough cough cough. Surrender? Professor Wang Hai, beaten to the ground, struggled to stand by the window. The window was shattered, and just now, 2 female teachers were thrown out. Wang Hai slowly said, Lu Shui, surrendering is not impossible. He said halfway, then suddenly flipped and jumped out of the window. In midair, his body floated lightly like a falling leaf, descending steadily to the ground. After a dozen seconds, Wang Hai's feet touched the ground, causing a slight numbness. He had never jumped from such a height before. Just as Wang Hai was about to escape, he suddenly noticed LV Junpeng standing calmly in front of him, waiting. He knew LV Junpeng was fast, but he didn't expect this fast. Before he even landed, LV Junpeng had already come downstairs. Wang Hai was horrified and panicked, saying, Classmate LV, listen to me. LV Junpeng grinned and slashed, Old man, trying to run? Empowered by his rapid ability, the watermelon knife dragged out like lightning, leaving a phantom. Swish! Wang Hai's consciousness plunged into darkness. Wang Hai jumped off the building to escape, and LV Junpeng immediately rushed downstairs to chase. In the room, only LV Junpeng's few henchmen remained. The teachers and school leaders lying on the ground exchanged a glance quietly, planning to escape. LV Junpeng's figure mysteriously reappeared in the room, holding a bloody head. The room fell into silence. LV Junpeng's henchmen excitedly shouted, Bro Pang is awesome. Bro Pang is invincible. LV Junpeng took a few breaths to recover. Although he had gained speed abilities, his stamina was average and couldn't withstand prolonged exertion. Climbing 20 floors in one go almost burst his lungs. If not to establish dominance in front of his subordinates and survivors, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard. The surviving teachers and survivors trembled in fear. This was too fast. There was no way to escape. Thud! LV Junpeng threw Wang Hai's head on the ground. The head rolled to a female teacher, covered in blood, with Wang Hai's eyes wide open. The female teacher screamed in terror and fainted on the spot. LV Junpeng sneered, Scream all you want. Someone, throw her out for me. Okay. Fang Daoping and another henchman responded cheerfully, approaching and throwing the female teacher out the window. Soon, a muffled thud was heard from below. Several teachers wet themselves in fear. LV Junpeng looked at the last esper, Luzhen, and said maliciously, Teacher Lu. Unable to bear the immense fear, Luzhen crawled out on all fours, panicking, LV. Bro Pang, I surrender. I surrender. The other teachers looked at him with disdain. A teacher kneeling in front of a student begging for mercy. But they could only watch in fear as the situation unfolded. LV Junpeng laughed arrogantly, Good. Good. Recognizing the situation makes one a hero. Luzhen felt extremely ashamed but also relieved. In this situation, surviving was already a victory. Face meant nothing. LV Junpeng laughed, I, LV Junpeng, am the most righteous. These female teachers are for everyone. Luzhen, Sun Chiyue is yours. The female teacher Sun Chiyue trembled. Luzhen dared not refuse and awkwardly said, Thank you, Bro Pang. LV Junpeng smirked, What are you waiting for? Get started. Luzhen was puzzled. Now? LV Junpeng said matter-of-factly, Of course. Are you waiting for the evening? It's not like it's a wedding night. What's there to fuss about? Hurry up. Sun Chiyue, pale-faced, crossed her arms and looked at Luzhen, saying, Teacher Lu, please don't come over. Luzhen, fearful and ashamed, said, Emis. Sun, please understand. As he reached out, Sun Chiyue slapped him across the face. Sun Chiyue screamed, Shameless. Get lost. Luzhen, enraged, finally let go of his burden, roaring, Bitch. Come here. Ha ha ha. Lu Junpeng laughed contentedly, Yes. That's it. Hey hey hey. Don't carry it into the house, just stay here, let's all enjoy it together. Here? In front of so many people. Luzhen's mind went blank. Lu Junpeng took out his phone, opened the camera, and impatiently urged, Hurry up, the battery is running low. You will have a bad death. Sun Chiyue was both ashamed and angry, and fainted instantly. The crowd burst into wild laughter. No one noticed a small blue teleportation gate that appeared on the rooftop, almost invisible. Jiang Chen stood in the subspace, quietly watching the tragic scene in the room, his heart undisturbed. He just watched quietly, carefully analyzing Lu Juanping's abilities. Female dormitory building, 1 Yuan building. 10th floor. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, and an anxious voice came from outside. Gu Lianying, it's me. Open the door. Gu Lianying cautiously looked out through the peephole, seeing 2 men and a woman, all familiar faces. Members of the group of survivors from the neighboring building. The tall man leading them was Zhou Mingbo, the leader of this group of survivors. Zhou Mingbo was also a supernatural being, capable of rapid self-healing. Gu Lianying signaled to the girls in the room, and they all stood up, holding various makeshift weapons like mops and chair legs, nervously standing behind Gu Lianying. Gu Lianying took a deep breath before opening the door slightly and calmly asked, Zhou Mingbo, what's the matter today? Didn't we exchange water with you yesterday? Zhou Mingbo nervously said, Lu Junpeng has gone mad. He killed all the teachers in Building 16 of the faculty housing. We need to figure out a way. Gu Lianying's expression changed slightly. The school was not large, and the faculty housing was not far from the 1 Yuan building. Gu Lianying and her group of girls also heard the continuous screams. They initially thought it was a team encountering monsters, but it turned out to be Lu Junpeng killing people. And he was killing teachers. Due to their status, many students were still hesitant to confront teachers. Gu Lianying's group, although not as obedient to teachers as before, still hesitated to offend them. The surviving teachers were also reluctant to interact with students, influenced by the psychological inertia of peacetime, making them instinctively feel they should protect the students. But now, with food running out, they couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone protect the students. In short, the relationship between the two sides was mostly distant respect. Lu Junpeng was completely different. He was a madman who had completely let himself go. Gu Lianying's heart raced. She knew very well that Lu Junpeng had intentions towards her. That guy had never even tried to hide it. If I fall into Lu Junpeng's hands, it would be better to die than live. I can't just sit and wait for death. Gu Lianying was extremely panicked, but for now, she could only calm down and ask, Zhou Mingbo, what do you plan to do? Zhou Mingbo was very nervous. We've decided to leave. Since Lu Junpeng has started, he won't stop. Gu Lianying, let's go together. Food at the school was very limited, and there were many conflicts between the various groups of survivors, especially with domineering figures like Lu Junpeng, who often clashed with other survivor groups. Zhou Mingbo's group, led by him, was no exception. The only solution now was to escape. The outside world was extremely dangerous, and they would inevitably encounter various dangers on a long journey, with food and water being major concerns. Zhou Mingbo wanted to take Gu Lianying with them, not just because she was pretty, but mainly because she could create water. She was like a mobile water source. After a quick thought, Gu Lianying made up her mind, alright. The girls were afraid, Lianying, it's too dangerous outside. Lianying, Lu Junpeng shouldn't harm us, right? He also needs water. Lianying, how naive. Gu Lianying explained helplessly, think about it, if everyone else runs away and it's just us and LV Junpeng left, who else can we trade food with? Won't we be at his mercy? What will we do when our food runs out? Even if he says 1 woman for 1 loaf of bread, can we refuse? The girls hesitated, lacking confidence. We probably can't. These girls were from the dormitories around Gu Lianying, usually having a good relationship with her. They were extremely lucky. After the red mist descended, Gu Lianying quickly gained the ability to create water, exchanging it for food with others to protect the group of girls. They had never faced any risks, so they were even more unwilling to confront the dangers outside. A girl with long hair named Li Min, holding onto a sense of luck, said, Lianying, LV Junpeng wouldn't dare offend you. If you don't provide him with water, he'll die of thirst. Before Gu Lianying could speak, Zhou Mingbo sneered, naive. What if LV Junpeng gets ruthless, captures Gu Lianying, and then dictates terms? Do you think you can withstand LV Junpeng's methods against women? The girls thought of the rumors about LV Junpeng's treatment of women and couldn't help but shudder. Gu Lianying hugged Li Min and comforted her. Li Min, LV Junpeng won't let us go, it's safer to leave. With so many trees outside now, as long as we leave the Magic Sea Film Academy, he won't find us. Li Min was her roommate, and they had a good relationship. However, Li Min was not grateful. How could a despicable man dare to loudly claim he wasn't? She angrily exclaimed, how dare you speak like that? You're the naive one. Who do you think you are? Zhou Mingbo coldly snorted, not bothering to deal with such a foolish woman. If it weren't for Gu Lianying's care, this woman wouldn't have survived until now. Zhou Mingbo advised again, Gu Lianying, come with us. Gu Lianying nodded, okay. Let's contact the other students, the more people, the safer. Zhou Mingbo was delighted, great. I'll go contact them. Once they hear you're leaving, they'll definitely come with you. Gu Lianying was the most important water source for all the survivors at the Magic Sea Film Academy. And if Gu Lianying left, many people would be willing to leave with her. The more people she took with her, the greater their chances of survival. Gu Lianying had planned to leave as soon as possible, but things didn't go as planned. Many people were not willing to take the risk of going outside. They also held on to a sense of luck, believing that LV Junpeng wouldn't kill everyone. They didn't want to leave themselves, nor did they want Gu Lianying and the others to leave, leading to a noisy and chaotic situation. Zhou Mingbo, Gu Lianying, and a few other ability users spent over an hour before finally setting off with over 60 survivors. Dozens of survivors, including Li Min, watched as the group slowly disappeared into the red mist. Feeling betrayed by Gu Lianying, Li Min was filled with anger. Gu Lianying is heartless. By leaving, where will we get water to drink in the future? Everyone fell silent. Losing all the ability users, each person felt uncertain about the future. Seeing everyone silent, Li Min, feeling ruthless, incited the group, when LV Junpeng comes looking for us, if we can't provide water, we're doomed. Especially us women, it'll be hard to even think of dying. The girls were all in panic, what should we do? Or, let's go after Gu Lianying and them, we might still catch up. It's too dangerous outside, I'm scared. Gu Lianying doesn't treat us like sisters at all. How can she just leave like that, so selfish? Li Min's eyes narrowed coldly, in my opinion, the only way to survive is to join forces with LV Junpeng. As long as we tell LV Junpeng that Gu Lianying has run away, he will bring Gu Lianying and the others back, and then we'll all have water to drink. With this achievement, we will definitely survive. The crowd looked at Li Min in shock. This woman is too malicious. Gu Lianying took care of you for so long, and you turned around and sold her? But some people were tempted. Li Min's methods were not a good way. As long as she could survive, it was fine. As for what kind of retaliation Gu Lianying would face, they didn't care. Li Min quickly said, whether you speak or not, I'm going anyway. Now come with me, you will share the credit, don't blame me for not reminding you. Encouraged by Li Min, 2 boys and 7 girls were tempted and followed Li Min to betray Lu Junpeng. Zhou Mingbo walked cautiously, sweating profusely after just a few hundred meters. All survivors dared not stray far. The visibility in the red mist was only 5 meters, a little further and they could lose the main group, which would be a death sentence. Gu Lianying was in the middle of the group. She was the source of pure water for everyone and received the best protection. Zhou Mingbo carefully identified the surroundings. The once familiar campus was now covered with plants, making it hard to recognize. Let's push harder, the school gate should be ahead, Zhou Mingbo said happily. As long as we get out, Lu Junpeng won't find us. Everyone felt relieved and showed smiles of escaping. Where should we set up camp? Zhou Mingbo looked at the paper map in his hand. To ensure safety, we need to walk more than 2 kilometers. Walk 200 meters out of the school gate, then head south. Gu Lianying suddenly felt a gust of wind. Zhou Mingbo, who was talking, froze as a bloodstain appeared on his neck. His head slowly fell to the ground. Blood sprayed over 2 meters high. The survivors behind him were blank. Lu Junpeng appeared at the front of the group. He shook the watermelon knife, blood splattered everywhere, and grinned. Where do you want to go? Tell me. Ah, Lu Junpeng is here. Zhou Mingbo is dead. Run. The survivors panicked and ran back into the school. Lu Junpeng laughed wildly. Ha, run. Run as much as you can. Today, you all will die. He stood still for more than 10 seconds, then swiftly killed the last survivor from behind. Lu Junpeng chased after them. The survivors ran in panic. Strangely, they ran into the sports field. When Lu Junpeng realized something was wrong, even with his men, they couldn't stop them. In the end, Lu Junpeng and his men stood at the edge of the sports field with grim faces. No one dared to take a step further. His men worriedly said, "Boss, maybe we shouldn't go in. Brother Pang, the sports field is too dangerous." Lu Junpeng angrily broke a tree branch beside him. "Damn it, do you think I don't know it's dangerous? But that woman Gu Lianying also ran in. If we don't catch her, who the hell will provide me with water?" The crowd finally realized, but still hesitated. Lu Junpeng waved the watermelon knife, glaring, "All of you, get in and chase after me. Catch Gu Lianying and leave. Even if there are monsters, we'll kill those bastards first, they can be our shield." The crowd cursed inwardly. You want to use all of us as your shield, but no one dared to say it out loud. Lu Junpeng was a ruthless demon. Whoever spoke out would die. Under Lu Junpeng's coercion, The crowd gritted their teeth and rushed into the sports field. 20 meters underground. Jiang Chen saw everything clearly and smiled satisfactorily. Oh, this is good, it will help me explore those monsters. He cautiously followed underground. One side of the sports field was now covered with knee-high grass, once empty and deserted. On the other side was the grandstand, behind which was an indoor basketball court. Gu Lining and the group of survivors thought Wu Junpeng wouldn't dare enter the playground, but they miscalculated. Wu Junpeng and his group stormed in, forcing them to flee in panic. Some disappeared into the lawn and red mist, while most ran into the indoor basketball court. After killing a few people, Wu Junpeng took a break before catching up. As Gu Lining entered the indoor basketball court, she was stunned by what she saw. For some reason, the red mist here was very thin, providing a much clearer view. The entire basketball court was filled with thousands of semi-transparent cocoons of various sizes, emitting a faint blue light that illuminated the whole court. The most terrifying part was that each cocoon contained a human or animal, some dead and some alive, staring numbly in their direction. Help me! Help me! From the nearest cocoon to Gu Lining, a man reached out his hand towards her. To her surprise, it was Zhao, the music teacher. His upper body was still alive, but his lower body had melted into a reddish-brown liquid, dripping down and pooling at the bottom of the cocoon. The liquid was teeming with eerie tentacle larvae, swimming and wriggling rapidly, sucking up the liquid. Gu Lining couldn't help but vomit on the spot. The other survivors trembled in fear, unsure of what to do. Blocked by the cocoons in front and with Wu Junpeng, the killer, behind them, they were truly at a dead end this time. Suddenly, Wu Junpeng and his group burst in. Seeing Gu Lining and the others standing in the open space, he exclaimed excitedly, "Huh? Run! Why aren't you running? What the hell is this?" Wu Junpeng and his group were dumbfounded. Damn! Something's not right. Fang Daoping was the first to react and ran. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the basketball court, a huge tentacle descended from above, wrapping around his body. Fang Daoping screamed in terror, "Let me go!" He swung his knife at the tentacle. Plap! The knife cut into the tentacle, but it was like trying to move in a sticky glue, completely immobile. The tentacle lifted him up to the roof. Everyone looked up. They saw a huge semi-transparent octopus on the roof, its body appearing and disappearing intermittently. However, it didn't quite look like an octopus. Its head resembled some kind of spider, with 3 pairs of long fangs. It had hundreds of tentacles waving slowly in the air. Eerie and malevolent. Everyone was chilled to the bone. What the hell is this? Mutant octopus? Aren't octopuses supposed to be in the sea? How come there's an octopus in the school? Fang Daoping was brought in front of the tentacle monster and screamed in terror. Dozens of slender tentacles oozed transparent slime from their tips, weaving deftly around his body, quickly forming a huge cocoon. The tentacle monster hung the cocoon on the basketball hoop, just like the others. Fang Daoping screamed, trapped in the sticky cocoon, unable to move at all. Everyone was petrified. Through Fang Daoping's ordeal, they all understood. It seemed that this tentacle monster had confined them, not allowing them to leave. At that moment, a ragged figure crawled out from a dark corner, laughing maniacally. Good. It's good to die. Everyone turned to look and found 2 more living people in the corner. They seemed to be students from the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy. One was clearly delirious, while the taller one seemed relatively normal. "Deng Wei, you're alive," one survivor exclaimed in surprise. "You've been missing for 3 days, and you're still alive." Deng Wei was overjoyed. "Yes, I'm alive. You guys are here, so I can live a few more days. Ha ha ha." LV Junpeng slapped Deng Wei to the ground with a roar, demanding, "Stop laughing. Tell me, how did you survive?" Deng Wei continued to smile, seeming a bit mentally unstable. He. The tentacle monster captures one person every 1 to 2 hours to cocoon them. When he dies, I get to live for an hour. He. LV Junpeng's face changed dramatically. He looked up in horror at the tentacle monster. Killing one every 1 to 2 hours? He looked around. With over 40 survivors here, could he only survive for 4 or 5 dozen hours? LV Junpeng firmly declared, "No, I can't die. I will find a way to break out." Deng Wei sneered, "No, you're doomed." Before he could finish, LV Junpeng swiftly chopped off half of his neck, repeating word by word, "I said, I will definitely break out." The scene fell into silence. Only the mentally deranged survivor continued to laugh wildly. Dead. All dead. He ran amok in the venue. The tentacle monster seemed to attack only once every hour and did not target him. Jiang Chen focused on the tentacle monster. Inside the tentacle monster's body, there was a fist-sized twisted mass of flesh that shimmered in Jiang Chen's perception. The twisted mass of flesh absorbed the red mist while emitting particles of qi around it. Strange, how can it absorb the red mist? Jiang Chen frowned. This was the first creature he discovered actively absorbing the red mist. Moreover, this tentacle monster could release qi. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Zhang Zilin's breathing technique. According to Zhang Zilin, before the red mist, she had been practicing for decades with no progress. After the red mist descended, she could feel her dantian filling up. Could it be that qi is not a byproduct of environmental changes but produced by certain creatures or plants similar to the tentacle monster? Can I absorb this qi? Jiang Chen decided to give it a try. Judging by the brightness, the tentacle monster's combat power was not high. Its main strength lay in its extremely long attack range, unique attack methods, and defense capabilities. However, it was ineffective against Jiang Chen. He could sink into the ground and escape at any time. After confirming he was not in danger, Jiang Chen rose from the corner, walked out, and survivors heard footsteps, turning to see. A living person? Everyone glanced at Jiang Chen and noticed something was off. How could this guy be so clean? He didn't look like he was surviving in the apocalypse. He seemed more like a college student playing at the sports field on the weekend. Moreover, he appeared healthy, with a rosy complexion, bulging muscles, showing no signs of hunger. LV Junpeng couldn't understand and remained wary. Ignoring everyone, Jiang Chen walked directly under the tentacle monster, where the qi was most concentrated. He sat cross-legged and began practicing his breathing technique. Lu Jin looked bewildered at Jiang Chen. Damn, how is this guy here too? LV Junpeng asked. Oh, do you know him? Who is he? Lu Jin whispered. He's the one who killed Teacher Ding and took away Teacher Su. So he's trapped here too. Where's Teacher Su? Did this monster eat her? He could kill Ding Yuxiu? LV Junpeng stared at Jiang Chen intensely, feeling a hint of threat. After staring at Jiang Chen for a while, seeing no movement, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, kid, were you also captured?" Jiang Chen still didn't respond, just accelerating his qi absorption. After observing in the subspace and underground for a long time, he was completely sure that LV Junpeng posed no threat to him. LV Junpeng's super speed might be hard for others to control, but to Jiang Chen, it was just a show. LV Junpeng had speed but no strength. Jiang Chen could stand still and let him strike without a scratch. Moreover, can he be faster than consciousness? Willpower restrains this ability the most. Jiang Chen did not move to kill LV Junpeng. The tentacle monster took some time to kill a person. The more people here, the longer the time left for Jiang Chen to practice breathing techniques. After all, Jiang Chen was only confident in escaping, not in defeating this tentacle monster. The brightness of the tentacle monster was only slightly dimmer than the giant orange cat in Yida Square. Who knows what other abilities it possesses? Jiang Chen didn't want to know. Therefore, Jiang Chen's plan was to seize the time to cultivate, and once all survivors were dead, he would escape with Gulianing. LV Junpeng was furious, but he still didn't act. Beneath LV Junpeng's irritable exterior, there was caution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured for so long just because of Ding Yuxiu. He gestured, and one of his men stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Chen's nose and cursing, "Hey, kid, Penggu is calling you. Are you deaf or what? Who do you think you are pretending to be?" Before he could finish, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out. Smack! A slap sent the man flying several meters away. Half a tooth flew out, his cheek quickly swelled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he fell unconscious. LV Junpeng's men were scared and kept retreating. Damn, he's a power ability user. This kid is really strong. Gu Lianing and the others were also on high alert. This young man is also an ability user. No wonder he survived in the monster's lair until now. LV Junpeng's eyes were cold, but he didn't act, just arrogantly said, "Power ability user? Good, I have my eye on you, come with me." Jiang Chen glanced at him indifferently and closed his eyes to continue practicing breathing techniques. Humph. LV Junpeng suppressed his anger. He believed he had seen through Jiang Chen's true nature and had enough confidence. Just a brute with great strength. Can't compare to my super speed at all. In martial arts, speed is the key. With speed, whether he wants to fight or flee, he can secure an unbeatable position. But now is not the time to act. That tentacle monster is the real trouble. LV Junpeng gritted his teeth, looking up at the tentacle monster on the roof, his mind filled with unknown thoughts. Jiang Chen monitored everyone with his senses while rapidly practicing breathing techniques. In just 5 minutes, he felt ginger filling him up. Indeed, I can absorb this kind of qi. Jiang Chen was secretly delighted. Previously on the rooftop, it took half an hour to fill up. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, she surged out of the ginger, he felt a rush of heat all over his body, consuming a considerable amount of qi without moving. After repeating this 12 times, his qi was depleted. By repeatedly filling and releasing, Jiang Chen felt the ginger in his body growing significantly. The storage capacity of qi also increased, allowing him to use ghostly maneuver 15 times. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Great, keep going. Time passed by minute. The tension among the people gradually increased. Dang Wei's words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a tentacle swiftly pierced towards LV Junpeng and his group. LV Junpeng reacted and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Activating his ability, he ran tens of meters in an instant. Others were also scared and ran for cover. Lu Xun was a bit slow to react and didn't escape. The tentacle grabbed him and pulled him into the air. Lu Xun struggled frantically in terror. "No! Save me! Help me!" He punched the tentacle, his fist sinking into it and getting stuck. "Help! Help!" Lu Xun became even more frightened. However, all his efforts were in vain. In the end, in the terrified gaze of the crowd, he was wrapped in a cocoon and hung next to Fang Daoping. Fang Daoping was already unconscious. Lu Xun looked at Fang Daoping and screamed like a woman, "Ah! No! No!" In just over an hour, Fang Daoping's feet had melted into liquid, flesh and blood peeled off his legs bit by bit, dripping down. LV Junpeng's face turned ashen as he watched. All the survivors were terrified. Jiang Chen looked up calmly, not feeling nervous at all. The tentacles were indeed fast, but with his enhanced overall physique at 90, he could react in time. Once the tentacles attacked him, he could activate his phasing ability to escape. Keep focusing on the breathing technique. In over an hour, he had filled up more than 10 times. The ginger had grown to twice its original size, and the ghostly agility had increased to at least 30 times. The current ginger, no, it couldn't be called ginger anymore, now looked like a miniature tree. Roots, trunk, branches, and leaves had all sprouted. It was all emerald green, emitting a refreshing green light, full of vitality. Several small fruits had grown on the tree, varying in size, color, and shape. Jiang Chen counted a total of 7 fruits. Why 7? 7 little calabash brothers? Jiang Chen was puzzled. After pondering for a while, could it be an ability? His current number of abilities happened to be 7. Perception, physical enhancement, phasing, subspace traversal, will link, blood energy eruption, life ignition. What kind of tree was this? A demon fruit tree? The tree of all laws? If I gain a new ability, can new fruits grow? Jiang Chen could only speculate randomly, without any clues. Red mist, enlightenment fruit, rapid evolution of flora and fauna, the tree of all laws, high-level concealment. He even acquired a system. It's getting more and more mysterious. Jiang Chen gazed at the translucent tentacle monster above him. At that moment, Gu Lining and 3 other survivors approached. Jiang Chen turned to look. All 4 of them had ginger in their bodies, indicating they were ability users. 3 people, like Jiang Chen, had green ginger. Only Gu Lining had blue ginger. So far, Jiang Chen had discovered 4 colors of ginger: green, blue, gold, and gray. Green was the most common, followed by blue. Gold appeared once, on the bald man he encountered at Yida Square. Gray appeared once, with Zhang Zilin. Moreover, the strength of animals had little to do with ginger. The mutated frog in the wealth center had blue ginger. Many mutated animals did not have ginger. For example, the orange cat, despite not having ginger in its body, was incredibly strong. And the husky with white eyes, when Jiang Chen first saw it, did not have ginger, but it had clearly mutated or evolved by then. Later, after feeding it an enlightenment fruit, green ginger appeared in its body. In other words, animals, like humans, would grow ginger and gain some kind of ability after eating an enlightenment fruit. However, animals could autonomously mutate even without eating enlightenment fruits, a trait humans did not possess. Gu Lining and the others approached and greeted, "Hello, classmate." Jiang Chen glanced at Gu Lining. This girl was indeed very beautiful, almost more beautiful than any woman Jiang Chen had ever seen. What was most rare was her unique and ethereal temperament. Even in the midst of fleeing, with dirty and messy clothes and unwashed hair, her distinctive temperament was hard to conceal. Gu Lining, age, 20, quality, 9. 5 points, mortal fairy, virtue, 10 points, innocent, overall score, 9. 5 points, indeed, another 9. 5 points. So far, among the group of women, only Hu Lili had reached 9. 5 points. In fact, Hu Lili's looks did not surpass the others, but her figure was too dominant, which led to her high score. Gu Lining was different. This girl could score 9. 5 points just by standing there. Purely based on looks and temperament, she could compete. Very good, I've got a gem. Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. What's the matter? Gu Lianing felt a bit uneasy under Jiang Chen's gaze but continued, "Classmate, my name is Gu Lianing, and I'm a supernatural being who can control water." They are all supernatural beings too. I think we should unite and escape from here. And that Lu Junpeng. Gu Lianying lowered her voice. He's a big villain. If it weren't for him chasing and trying to kill us, we wouldn't be forced into this situation. The three male supernatural beings nodded in agreement. Yes, we should unite. That tentacle monster is too powerful. We won't be able to escape one by one. We need to come up with a plan together. Jiang Chen had no interest in this so-called cooperation and didn't want to chat with a group of doomed people. Except for Gu Lianying, everyone here was going to die. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. With that, he closed his eyes. The four people's faces changed slightly. A male supernatural being angrily said, Don't think you're all that just because you're strong. Let me tell you, Lu Junpeng is very powerful. You are no match for him at all. Gu Lianying added, Yes. He's incredibly fast. We can't even react in time. Your strength won't be able to touch him, let alone defeat him. At that moment, Lu Junpeng strode over, demanding, What are you talking about? Speak up. Gu Lianying and the others were startled and dared not confront Lu Junpeng directly, quickly retreating back into the crowd of survivors. Lu Junpeng glared at the four as they left. If it weren't for being trapped by the tentacle monster and needing living people as shields, he would have wiped out these survivors long ago. The tentacle monster clearly had no interest in dead bodies. Deng Wei's corpse lay on the ground, untouched, not taken to be cocooned. Lu Junpeng snorted coldly, shot Jiang Chen a look, and left without saying a word. He wouldn't kill this person unless absolutely necessary. At least he could use him as a shield. The survivors split into two groups. Lu Junpeng's group gathered together, while Gu Lianying and the other survivors gathered on the other side. Only Jiang Chen sat alone in the middle of the field, legs crossed, eyes closed. No one knew what he was doing. Time passed quickly. The psychological pressure on everyone increased, and each person was in a state of panic. As expected, the tentacle monster grabbed another girl, cocooning her and hanging her high on the ceiling. The girl cried out in despair, Help! Save me! Lu Junpeng, save me, you can do anything! Save me! Mom! I'm scared! The tentacle monster ignored the girl's cries, leaving her alive. It seemed to only enjoy living creatures. The people were both terrified and relieved. At least for the next hour, everyone was safe. Gu Lianying and the others took out their food and started eating, while Gu Lianying created a large amount of water to share with everyone. The girls' screams echoed throughout the basketball court. People dared not look up, eating their food with solemn expressions. Lu Junpeng and his group were also hungry. However, they had come to kill, with almost no food on them. Bro Peng, what should we do? One of his men looked at Lu Junpeng eagerly. Lu Junpeng grinned. What should we do? We'll take it by force. He picked up a watermelon knife and approached the survivors. Give me half of your food and water. Why should we? A boy protested. Before he could finish, Lu Junpeng swiftly cut his throat. The boy's eyes widened, clutching his neck as he fell to the ground. Lu Junpeng cursed madly, Idiot, did you think I was negotiating with you? The survivors trembled in fear, looking to Gu Lianying and the other four supernatural beings for help, but they could only lower their heads in resignation. If they can deal with LV Junpeng, what's the point of running away? Hurry up! Didn't you hear what Penggu said? Ma da! Put down the bread! Stop eating! LV Junpeng's men swarmed in, grabbing most of the food with punches and kicks. The surviving students dared not resist, only gritting their teeth and enduring. LV Junpeng and his group laughed wantonly. Damn, these instant noodles are garbage, so tasteless. Not even a braised egg, can't even get full. Pa, is this ham sausage expired? They wasted the food painstakingly saved by the survivors. The crowd's eyes were blazing, but they could do nothing. Crash! A scent of chocolate wafted in. Jiang Chen leisurely tore open a piece of Dove chocolate, ate it, then took out a box of milk from his pocket and drank it all, followed by a bag of beef jerky. The onlookers were burning with envy. Gurgle! LV Junpeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring fiercely at Jiang Chen, but still didn't make a move. As long as there was food to eat, he wouldn't take any risks. Time passed. Everyone quieted down, nervously watching the ceiling. The tentacles moved again, shooting towards a male student. The boy, in fear, reached out and pulled a girl beside him in front of him. The girl was instantly swept away, screaming in midair, Ah! Help! The crowd's faces changed, silently looking at the boy. The girl struggled but couldn't break free, shouting in shock and anger, Jiang Chang, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Jiang Chang, the boy, panicked, It's not my fault. I was too scared, didn't think much and just pulled. Who knew she was right there? No one said a word. After this incident, everyone became wary of those around them. Except for those with close relationships, most people quietly distanced themselves from others. Jiang Chen closed his eyes again, continuing to practice breathing techniques, indifferent to everything around him. As long as Gu Linying didn't die, that was all that mattered. Time ticked by. Unlucky individuals were swept up to the roof one by one, becoming cocoons. Some tried to escape but were immediately caught and cocooned. Others tried to hide in corners, but the tentacles were so agile, they could reach into any corner. Some sneaked out through windows, but halfway through, they were swept away. No one knew how the tentacle monster selected its targets, nor who would be the next to die. Everyone endured immense psychological pressure. Except for Jiang Chen. He remained seated in the center of the field, not moving at all. He was quite lucky, the tentacle monster had never targeted him. As night fell, the basketball court was illuminated by numerous cocoons, and everyone's faces were uncertain. Even at night, the tentacle monster did not stop spinning cocoons. Under immense mental pressure, some fell into a fitful sleep, only to be taken away in their dreams. It was a torturous night, with a piercing scream every hour, leaving everyone sleeping poorly. Just as they fell asleep, nightmares woke them up, relieved to find they hadn't been taken yet. The next morning, everyone had dark circles under their eyes. Except for Jiang Chen, with a comprehensive health score of 90, he had a very relaxing night without sleep, not affected at all. LV Junpeng once again snatched food from the survivors. This time, he took everything. People began to starve. They were hungry until noon when Jiang Chen opened his eyes, stretched, and then pulled out a vacuum-sealed roast chicken from his pocket and started eating. The onlookers were stunned. Are you Doraemon or what? How can such a big roast chicken fit in your pocket? LV Junpeng couldn't take it anymore, threw away the instant noodles in his hand, and rushed to Jiang Chen. Asshole, you. Damn. Jiang Chen pulled out a gun and aimed it at LV Junpeng, calmly saying, Go on, I'm listening. LV Junpeng was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? How come there's still a gun? Police check? No. This bear doesn't look like a police officer for sure. LV Junpeng realized and shouted with a strained neck, Mada. Who are you trying to scare with a fake gun? If you dare, go ahead and shoot. Bang! A wisp of smoke drifted from the gun barrel. LV Junpeng was shot in the forehead and fell to the ground without closing his eyes. Ha! Everyone was dumbfounded. LV Junpeng is dead just like that? Jiang Chen lowered the gun. This request is really strange. Everyone saw it. He asked me to shoot him. A chill ran through the crowd. Ha ha! Dead! They're all dead. The terrified survivors crouched in front of LV Junpeng, laughing gleefully. Jiang Chen glanced at him, then looked at the crowd. Everyone unconsciously took a step back. Jiang Chen counted, there were still 27 people left, probably enough to last another day. As the night passed, the tree of all laws grew another segment. The energy was extremely abundant, enough for at least 100 ghostly maneuvers. However, the growth rate began to slow down, feeling like it had reached a bottleneck that no amount of practice could break through. Jiang Chen decided to try another night. However, there were too few survivors left. The tentacles monster could grab Gu Linying at any moment. In order to better protect her, Jiang Chen said, Gu Linying, come here. Gu Linying nervously took a step back, asking anxiously, what are you going to do? Jiang Chen raised the gun impatiently. I said, come here. Gu Linying trembled, with a trembling voice, don't shoot. I'll come over. She walked nervously to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen saw a red light representing hostility all over her, but he didn't care. Gu Linying still had a fruit knife hidden in her arms. Jiang Chen didn't care either. With his overall physique, this woman couldn't even scratch his skin. Just stay here, don't go anywhere. Here, have these, eat. Jiang Chen took out a box of milk and a pack of bread, then continued to practice the breathing technique. Gu Linying looked puzzled at the food, then at Jiang Chen, completely baffled by what this man was up to. After a while, seeing Jiang Chen meditating with his eyes closed, completely ignoring her, she tentatively picked up the food and started eating. Well, she was almost killed by the tentacle monster anyway, might as well die on a full stomach. The tentacle monster killed the survivors one by one. The sky darkened again, with fewer and fewer survivors left. Everyone felt like time was dragging on. Another night passed. Luckily, the tentacle monster never targeted Jiang Chen or Gu Linying. However, Jiang Chen finally decided to leave. After a night of practice, he was certain that the tree of all laws had indeed reached a certain bottleneck. No matter how he breathed, he couldn't get any stronger. Jiang Chen couldn't determine whether he needed to breathe more, or if the level of the breathing technique was too low, or if the density of the energy was insufficient. If there was still time, Jiang Chen would continue to experiment. But now, the survivors were almost all dead. If he continued to practice, the tentacle monster could attack him and Gu Lining at any moment, and he wouldn't be able to practice for long. Jiang Chen looked around. Only 7 survivors were left, all on the verge of a mental breakdown. Gu Lining was clinging to Jiang Chen in fear. After a day and a night of being together, Gu Lining gradually began to trust Jiang Chen, and the red light on her body faded a bit. Jiang Chen stood up and casually opened a blue teleportation gate. Gu Lining was surprised. What is this? Come home with me. Jiang Chen hugged Gu Lining and walked into the blue teleportation gate. A second superpower. Gu Lining finally understood. He was a dual superpower holder. The remaining survivors were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly ran over. Big brother, take me with you. Let me do anything. Take me with you. I'll do anything. At that moment, the tentacle monster suddenly shot out its tentacles, piercing into the teleportation gate. The survivors scattered in fear. Tower C of the Wealth Center. In a dark corner on the 24th floor, 7 or 8 men gathered to whisper. Jiang hasn't shown up for 2 days. Do you think he might have died outside? Impossible. Jiang is too powerful. He can even walk through walls. How could he die? Who knows? It's so dangerous outside now. Do you remember that big frog? Maybe Jiang was eaten by a monster? Maybe. He just doesn't want to come down? Did you notice, that old man Li Qingxuan used to come down every day to exchange herbs for purified water, but he didn't come down yesterday. I guess he must have used up all the purified water Jiang gave him. If Jiang is still around, why wouldn't he replenish it for him? It's possible, maybe Jiang really died. Let's raid Jiang's place. What if he's not dead? Let's take a chance. That day Jiang brought down a bunch of roasted lamb skewers. He definitely has plenty of food. And women. Tang Xuero is so beautiful. As long as we raid him, we won't lack food or women. Why does he get to enjoy the good stuff while we have to eat crap-flavored shepherd's purse? Why does he waste so much food and not share any with us? Let's raid him. Once we do, we'll have food, drinks, and women. But I heard gunshots upstairs. Jiang should have a gun. A bald man sneered. Longhua has strict gun control. Even if he has a gun, he doesn't have many bullets. Let's rally everyone. Let them be the frontline shields, while we hide and scavenge from behind. Let's do it. I can't stand eating crap-flavored shepherd's purse for another day. Half an hour later, a group of survivors rushed upstairs. By the time they reached the 27th floor, everyone was very afraid, fearing Jiang would come down to kill them. Pushing and shoving, no one dared to go up first, and after a few minutes of hesitation, Jiang still didn't appear. Hearing the commotion at the staircase, Li Qingxuan pushed the door open and saw a group of survivors crowded in the hallway, armed with various weapons. Oh no! Li Qingxuan immediately knew things were bad and turned to climb upstairs. The crowd hesitated, unsure of what to do. Some wanted to retreat. The bald man who had been encouraging them knew that if everyone scattered now, they would never be able to regroup. If Jiang was still alive, others might survive, but as the organizer, he was doomed. Gritting his teeth, the bald man dashed out of the crowd, shouting, "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" and led the charge upstairs. The group exchanged glances and followed suit. Li Qingxuan rushed to the 32nd floor, his age showing as he ran out of breath, knocking on Tang Xuero's door urgently. Open the door. They're coming up from downstairs." Inside the room, the women trembled. Jiang hadn't returned for 2 nights, and they were already worried. Now they were in a panic. What do we do? It's Dr. Li's voice. Let him in quickly. What if he has bad intentions? Especially Lu Mengyao, thinking of those women in cages, her face turned pale. Without Jiang's protection, the fate of these women wouldn't be much better than those in the cages. Tang Xuero knew they couldn't panic now, so she forced herself to calm down, ran to the door, and looked through the peephole to see Li Qingxuan. Activate perception. The green light on Li Qingxuan was very pure. Tang Xuero relaxed a bit, but she was still cautious, so she immediately took out the gun Jiang had given her and handed it to Su Mengqian. "Mengqian, you must keep an eye on Li Qingxuan, don't let your guard down." Su Mengqian understood the seriousness and nodded solemnly. "Got it." Tang Xuero said to Tian again, "Go open a door in the bedroom right away. If things go south, we'll move to your place immediately. These people don't know where your home is, but Jiang Gu does. If he comes back and can't find us, he will definitely go to your place." Tian was on the verge of tears and quickly replied, Okay. After Tang Xuero made the arrangements, she opened the door and let in the breathless Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan was extremely anxious outside the door, afraid of being blocked by the survivors downstairs. He breathed a sigh of relief when he entered, only to see Su Mengqian holding a gun, which startled him. "Miss Su, what does this mean?" Su Mengqian remained silent. Tang Xuero explained, "Dr. Li, Jiang Gu is not here, this is for everyone's good. You stay here and tell us about the situation downstairs. Li Qingxuan smiled bitterly. You young people are even afraid of an old man. It's too cautious. Just as he was about to speak, a blue teleportation gate appeared out of thin air. Li Qingxuan was stunned. The women, however, were delighted. Jiang Gu is back. After entering the subspace, the tentacles seemed to lose their target and were exploring aimlessly. Ha! Jiang Chen looked curiously, not in a hurry to leave. It seemed that the tentacles had no vision, and the tentacle monster outside couldn't see inside. Gradually, more tentacles passed through the teleportation gate and reached in. The densely packed tentacles waved in the subspace, constantly exploring the surroundings, like a scene from a nightmare, making one's scalp tingle. Gu Lining screamed in fear, "Get it out quickly!" Snap! Jiang Chen slapped her hard behind her, "Don't make noise." He quickly took out a steamroller from his personal space and threw it next to the tentacle. Gu Lining was dumbfounded. Where did this steamroller come from? The tentacle monster seemed to sense something and all the tentacles swarmed to grab the steamroller, entwining and strangling it like a python, while pulling it out with force. Crack! Crack! The outer shell of the steamroller was twisted and deformed by tremendous force, and the heavy iron wheels made a piercing sound, causing Jiang Chen to cringe. Next, Jiang Chen discovered that compared to the terrifying force of strangling, the pulling force of the tentacle monster was not that strong. A tentacle monster couldn't pull a steamroller weighing over 10 tons. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Perhaps there was a chance to capture this tentacle monster. Then he would have an independent source of qi. Qi burst. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and unleashed all his power without hesitation. 500%. His whole body radiated light, his height increased by 20 centimeters, and his body size expanded. The air in the subspace made crackling sounds. In the blink of an eye, this handsome man turned into a demon-like figure. Another ability? 3 abilities now. How many more does he have? Jiang Chen held a long steel bar and strode forward like thunder. Die. Using all his strength, Jiang Chen thrust the steel bar like lightning. With the brute force enhancement of the 510 comprehensive physique, the steel bar pierced through several tentacles in the middle of the steamroller cabin, coming out from the other side like cutting through butter. All the tentacles visibly trembled, instantly releasing the steamroller and attempting to retract. But it was too late. Jiang Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. He bent the steel bar with force, then twisted the other end, and finally twisted both ends together like iron wires under the force. The tentacles were bound to the steamroller. The tentacle monster struggled frantically, its tentacles slamming against the steel bars with all its might, but it couldn't break free. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen pierced more steel bars, impaling more tentacles on the steamroller, making it impossible for it to escape. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly releasing the burst of energy and gasping for air violently. The burden of a 500% energy burst was just too much. Half a minute later, the tentacle monster couldn't break free and its main body squeezed into the subspace from the teleportation gate, its 4 pairs of eyes glaring at Jiang Chen with hatred. Without a word, Jiang Chen opened the teleportation gate back home, jumped out with Gu Lining, then immediately closed the gate, locking the tentacle monster in the subspace. Subspace consumes stamina continuously, let's see how long you can hold on. As soon as he landed, Tang Xuero and the others excitedly surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji is finally back. Jiang Chen hadn't returned for 2 days. They were all terrified, afraid that something had happened to Jiang Chen outside. Now that they saw Jiang Chen return home, they were overjoyed and relieved, their suspended hearts finally settling back in place. Through this incident, they realized how important Jiang Chen was to them. Jiang Chen felt something was wrong as soon as he landed. The women were very nervous. In the room, Li Qingxuan was being held at gunpoint. Sensing a group of survivors covered in red light climbing the building, Jiang Chen quickly understood what had happened, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What's going on? I've only been away for 2 days, and these people are already causing trouble? What is this blue door? Li Qingxuan, being shrewd, knew he had seen a secret he shouldn't have, and quickly explained, Mr. Jiang, the group of survivors downstairs came up with weapons, so I ran up to report. Tang Xuero timidly said, Jiang Ji, I let him in. Just then, a group of survivors noisily rushed up to the 32nd floor. They were already furious, banging on Jiang Chen's rented door in their dreams. Tang Xuero, come out. I know you're inside. Jiang Chen is dead, surrender immediately. And Li Qingxuan, you old villain, conducting experiments on us, do you think we don't know? I'm going to skin you alive. Li Qingxuan turned pale, muttering, it's over, it's all over. Tang Xuero and the others, however, felt relieved. They knew how capable Jiang Chen was, and even if they couldn't win, they could just open the door and leave. As long as Jiang Chen was back, they could put their minds at ease. Gu Lining, who had just arrived, was extremely panicked. She couldn't make sense of the situation at all, but she roughly understood that Jiang Chen and his group were surrounded by a group of thugs, just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Gu Lining was at her wit's end. Why am I so unlucky? What should we do? Su Jin saw Gu Lining and walked up happily, saying, Gu Lining, you're here too. Don't worry, as long as we have Zhang Ji, everything will be fine. Gu Lining was surprised to see Su Jin. Teacher Su, why are you here too? Su Jin blushed. Bang, bang, bang. The door was being pounded loudly. The group of people grew more excited and bold as they cursed. If Jiang Chen hadn't come out by now, didn't that mean he was already dead? Come out, you bunch of bitches. Jiang Chen is dead, let's see what you do now. Ha ha, kill them all, take all the food. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. After practicing breathing techniques for 2 days and bursting with 500% energy to catch the tentacle monster, he was now extremely exhausted and just wanted to rest. And now he encountered this kind of situation as soon as he got home. Jiang Chen was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. It seems I'm still too soft-hearted. White eyes. Jiang Chen shouted. Woof. Husky jumped out. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, go downstairs, block them, don't let anyone escape. Woof woof woof. Bai Yan happily jumped up and leaped down through the floorboards. Jiang Chen took out a handgun and walked towards the door. Click. The door opened. The crazed survivors outside the door paused, then turned to look. A familiar figure walked out. Instantly, everyone's scalp tingled, their heads buzzed, and they all exclaimed in fear, it's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen isn't dead. He's armed. Jiang Chen stepped out of the room, and the crowd scrambled backward. Those at the back, unaware of what was happening, pushed forward desperately. What? Jiang Chen is here? Is he still alive? Who the hell is spreading rumors? The crowd jostled together, in a chaotic mess, but around Jiang Chen, there was a large empty space, and no one dared to approach him. Jiang Chen clicked off the safety of his handgun and calmly asked, who's in charge here? The crowd looked at each other and involuntarily glanced at the bald man and his group. The bald man was startled and quickly shouted, don't be afraid. He's just one man with a gun. How many of us can he kill? We have so many people. What's there to fear? As long as we charge in, we'll have food, water, women. Bang! A bullet hit the bald man in the forehead, and he fell backward. Ah! 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 The bald man was terrified, almost peeing himself, unconsciously screaming. Jiang Chen calmly said, oops, missed the target. He raised the handgun again. Bang! Another person beside the bald man fell. Jiang Chen sighed, my marksmanship is really bad, looks like I need more practice. After speaking, he raised the handgun again. The bald man's pants were wet, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, no, 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 don't shoot, listen to me. Bang! The bullet grazed the bald man's scalp, leaving a burnt line. Another person fell. Unable to bear the fear any longer, the crowd turned and ran in a panic. The bald man touched his head in confusion. The wound hurt, but pain was a good sign. It meant he wasn't dead. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen approached and stomped on his knee, crushing it. Click! Ah! The bald man's eyes bulged as he clutched his thigh tightly. Jiang Chen said apologetically, oops, stepped on you. The bald man, in pain, managed to say, it's okay. Jiang Chen calmly said, you see, there's no hospital now, and you're clearly beyond saving in this state, right? Or should I help you? The bald man, full of fear, moved back, trying to keep his distance from Jiang Chen. Don't come near. Stay away. Smack! Jiang Chen kicked him in the chest. The bald man tumbled down the stairs. His broken leg banged against the stairs, causing him to pass out from the pain. Eventually, his lower leg tore completely from the knee, blood spurting out. With such a severe injury, his fate was sealed. Ah! The bald man stared in horror at his leg, then fainted. Bang! A bullet pierced his forehead. Jiang Chen walked past coldly. Fainted already? Lucky you. Should have injected you with some adrenaline. He turned the corner and saw a group of survivors crowded in the stairwell. A husky growled, carrying a corpse, slowly advancing from below. The survivors retreated step by step, fearfully watching the husky. What kind of creature is this? How can there be such a big dog in the building? Jiang Chen calmly walked down from upstairs, each bullet loaded, while the survivors dared not approach him. In the end, they were all forced into the 31st floor corridor, walking into a dead end. Finally, Jiang Chen loaded the bullets, released the safety, and stood in front of the crowd. The husky followed behind him. It was only then that the crowd realized this dog was also raised by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Hello, the main culprit has been eliminated, you don't need to worry anymore." The survivors felt relieved. Could it be no one is to blame? Jiang Chen pointed to the window at the end of the corridor, which was already covered in ivy. "Come on, one by one, jump from here. This matter will be over." The survivors' faces changed drastically. "Are you crazy? This is the 31st floor, jumping from here means certain death." "Jiang Chen, please, I made a mistake in the heat of the moment, it's all that guy surnamed Jin's fault." "Jiang Gu, you know I've always respected you the most. I even went downstairs to collect herbs for you." Jiang Chen sighed. "Everyone, we are all adults, we must take responsibility for our mistakes, right? Come on, close your eyes and jump outside, it won't hurt at all, it will be quick." The crowd wailed, "I don't want to die. Have mercy on me, I won't do it again." "No, I'm just too hungry. It's not really my fault. Who made you not give us food?" Jiang Chen suddenly roared, "I said jump. Can't you hear me?" The scene fell into dead silence, still no one jumped. Jiang Chen coldly said, "Bai Yan, kill them all." Woof woof woof. The husky suddenly rushed out and bit the first person. The scene erupted into screams and cries. "Why do you get to eat and drink well while we starve? Help! Help! Jiang Chen, you will have a bad end. In the apocalypse, who can guarantee a peaceful death?" Jiang Chen remained calm and emotionless, walking through walls back to his home. Tang Xuero and the other women listened to the screams downstairs, filled with panic. "Jiang Gu, what's happening now?" Jiang Chen scooped a basin of water from the bathtub, calmly washing his hands. "It's fine, no one will come looking for trouble again." Li Qingxuan shuddered. "Mr. Jiang, did you kill them all?" Jiang Chen stared into Li Qingxuan's eyes and said slowly, "When they decided to act, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Isn't that right?" Li Qingxuan nodded in fear, extremely afraid. He must not offend Jiang Chen, he was too ruthless. Gu Lining trembled even more. This young man was even more ruthless than Lu Junpeng. The women's faces turned pale, unsure of what to think, but a hint of fear appeared in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Chen. Lu Mengyao, on the other hand, looked pleased. Remembering something she had witnessed, she spoke up, "Sisters, think about it, if we were captured by them today, what would happen? For us women, death would be the easiest way out. We would be kept in cages like dogs." The women's expressions changed again, suddenly finding Jiang Chen's actions very reasonable. "Yes, kill them all. They must all be killed. Once you start, you must root out the problem. Should we leave a group of vengeful survivors, waiting to retaliate against us?" Jiang Chen shook off the water from his hands. Bai Xinjie handed him a dry towel to wipe his hands. Jiang Chen sat down, staring directly at Li Qingxuan. This incident, however, had its benefits. Li Qingxuan had proven his loyalty. Li Qingxuan felt a chill despite this, the aura around him still green. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Dr. Li, you did well, you have gained my trust. In the future, I will provide you with more and better food, as well as enough daily supplies." Li Qingxuan felt as if a great burden had been lifted, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." At this moment, the noise downstairs quieted down. Jiang Chen looked downstairs. Good, all the survivors were dead. Then, Bai Yan leaped up from below through the floor. Covered in blood, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, it growled lowly at Jiang Chen. Roar! Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Could this beast, after killing someone, be thinking of rebellion? Such a huge beast, who could handle it? Jiang Chen looked at White Eye in confusion. The light on its body was still green, so why make such a gesture? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the habits of dogs. Could it be? This runt wants to challenge my position, to compete to be the top dog? Damn it! I am a human. Smack! Jiang Chen slapped White Eye's head irritably. Thud! White Eye let out a miserable cry, its chin hitting the ground hard, smashing a large piece of the floor, making its head spin. Jiang Chen grabbed the dog's ear, lifted its head, and started slapping it a dozen times. Smack! 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 The husky instantly woke up, wagging its tail like a propeller, whimpering to please. Obviously, it recognized its position once again. Jiang Chen was speechless, slapped White Eye heavily on the ground again. You're punished with no beef for 3 days. Woof woof woof. The husky felt wronged, but dared not resist anymore, tucking its tail between its legs. The black cat Cola gloated and meowed twice. Li Qingxuan returned to the 28th floor. Jiang Chen brought out a large pile of food. He hadn't been back for 2 days, and the women were starting to go hungry, so they needed a good meal. The sumptuous food left Gu Lining stunned. Where did this come from? Tang Xuero smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough. There's no need to worry about food and drink here with Jiang Gu. Just settle in." Jiang Chen took out enough food, disdainfully said, "You cook, Gu Lining, go take a bath, you smell." Gu Linying blushed. In this environment, even if she could create water, she had no mood for personal hygiene, naturally not smelling good. At the same time, she was very nervous. Jiang Chen had gathered a room full of beauties, hinting to her that something was about to happen. But she had no way to escape. And why should she escape? Gu Linying noticed the spirits and conditions of the other women, obviously living well. It showed that Jiang Chen treated women well, without intentional abuse. Moreover, just now when Jiang Chen suppressed the thugs, she felt a sense of security amidst her palpitations. Thinking of Jiang Chen's various abilities, she became more intrigued. Perhaps, in this era, only men like Jiang Chen can protect women. Early morning. Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep. The past 2 days had consumed too much of his energy and stamina. Even with a 90% physique, he couldn't bear it, feeling a bit tired. He simply slept comfortably for a long time, and now his energy was fully restored. The short-lived 500% burst aftermath had also disappeared. Jiang Chen stood up in a good mood, checking the system prompts from last night. Ding. 1 day ago, Gu Linying consumed a loaf of bread, returned 1,000 loaves. Already placed in the personal space. Ding. 2 days ago, Gu Linying consumed a bag of Snickers, returned 1,000 bags. Already placed in the personal space. Ding. 3 days ago, Gu Linying consumed a carton of milk, returned 1,000 cartons. Already placed in the personal space. Ding. 15 days ago, Gu Linying consumed an enlightenment fruit, water condensation, returned 1,000 fruits. Already placed in the personal space. Enlightenment fruit, water condensation 1 star. After consumption, you can gain water condensation ability. Repeated consumption of the same fruit may increase star rating. Jiang Chen took out a water condensation fruit and ate it. Water condensation, 1 star. You can extract moisture from the surroundings and condense it into water. Jiang Chen immediately noticed a new fruit appearing on the tree of all laws. There were now 8 fruits, corresponding to 8 abilities. Ah, so it's really not like the 7 little fortunes. Jiang Chen was a bit disappointed. He raised his hand. Water condensation. A small water ball slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. The water ball floated about 5 centimeters above Jiang Chen's palm, growing larger and larger. After about half a minute, it condensed into the amount of water equivalent to a 500 milliliters bottle. The physical effort expended was minimal, and Jiang Chen hardly felt it. Even for Gu Linying's physique, it was akin to running a slow 200 to 300 meters, not too strenuous. Jiang Chen gazed thoughtfully at the water ball floating in his palm. Why can this water ball fly? Is this controlling water with the power of the mind? Jiang Chen relaxed his palm, and the water ball fell, scattering all over his hand and flowing through his fingers to the ground. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried, he couldn't control the water with his mind anymore. He probably understood the principle, so, only the water I first created can be controlled by me. Once I let go of control, I can't control it anymore. What's the difference between the water created the first time and the subsequent water? Jiang Chen couldn't quite figure it out. He condensed another water ball, carefully examining it with his senses, but found no abnormalities. There was no energy in the water ball, it looked like ordinary pure water. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Jiang Chen then took out several water-condensing fruits and ate them. The effect this time was not very good. It wasn't until he ate the 15th fruit that the water condensation reached 2 stars. Ding! Water condensation upgraded to 2 stars, increasing the speed of water condensation. It seems that my adaptation to water-condensing fruits is a bit worse than sensing fruits, but much better than physique-enhancing fruits, Jiang Chen remarked. Jiang Chen tested the speed of water condensation. It had indeed increased significantly. Now, it only took about 10 seconds to condense the amount of water in a bottle. Now I won't run out of water anymore. Jiang Chen continued to eat the water-condensing fruits. After eating more than 60 fruits, he finally reached 3 stars. Ding! Water condensation upgraded to 3 stars, increasing the speed of water condensation. Condensation distance increased to 1 meter. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The condensation distance could also be extended? Jiang Chen immediately tested it. This time, it only took 3 seconds to condense the amount of water in a bottle. Moreover, the water ball could float a meter away from Jiang Chen. Although, as before, once he relaxed control, he could no longer control the water ball. However, Jiang Chen came up with more uses for it. For example, in close combat with an enemy, suddenly condensing a small water ball under their nose would be a beautiful sight, almost unimaginable. But for combat, a distance of 1 meter was still not sufficient. Furthermore, the speed of water condensation was too slow. In close combat, both sides moved at high speed. By the time he condensed a water ball, the opponent's head position would have changed countless times. Jiang Chen also tried with Gu Lining to see if he could directly condense water in her nasal cavity, which he found he could. However, the energy consumption was terrifyingly high. Just by condensing less than 1 milliliter of water, Jiang Chen felt a wave of exhaustion. Moreover, the deeper into the body, the greater the consumption. Jiang Chen attempted to condense water in Gu Lining's lung alveoli, but quickly gave up. He estimated that if he condensed 1 milliliter of water, he would faint. This method was too impractical. At least it was impractical before overpowering the opponent with physique. If physique could overpower the enemy, why go through so much trouble when a punch would suffice? Continue eating. Jiang Chen took out another handful of water-condensing fruits and started eating. When he was about to feel nauseous, he finally heard the prompt, ding. Water condensation upgraded to 4 stars. You can consume more physical energy to increase condensation speed. Condensation distance increased to 5 meters. Being able to consume physical energy to increase condensation speed. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He lacked everything but physical energy, and he could condense water up to 5 meters away? Jiang Chen walked to the window and exerted all his strength. Condense! A water ball the size of a human head instantly appeared outside the window. At this speed, the enemy can hardly react in time. Such a large water ball, condensed right under someone's nose, is a direct hit to the face. Not only does it cause suffocation, but it can also briefly blind the target. However, this kind of condensation consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Even with Jiang Chen's exceptional overall physical condition, he felt a wave of fatigue and took a few seconds to recover. If it were Gu Lining, she would probably faint from exhaustion. Moreover, it can indeed penetrate obstacles to condense water balls. Jiang Chen smiled. Coupled with his perception, he could easily condense through walls, a skill only shadow practitioners possessed. Jiang Chen felt satisfied. This was the first elemental attack method he had acquired. Although the water ball seemed a bit weak, with proper utilization, it was still a good supplement. Jiang Chen also discovered that condensing water actually extracted water molecules from the surrounding environment, closely related to the moisture content of the surroundings. The more he condensed, the more water vapor he extracted, making the air drier, increasing the difficulty of condensation and the energy consumption. If on the sea or a river, the speed of condensation would likely increase significantly. By the way, is that tentacle monster dead? Jiang Chen opened a blue portal the size of a soybean and sneakily peeked into the subspace. Surprisingly, the tentacle monster, trapped overnight, was still alive. Jiang Chen felt a bit frustrated. Unable to enter the subspace, he was unaware of Zhang Zilin's condition. If Zhang Zilin reached the TV station rescue point, there might be crucial information, but he couldn't monitor it now. Furthermore, he couldn't go to the Magic Pearl TV tower. The riot of survivors in Tower C of the Wealth Center had put him on high alert. As order collapsed, food became scarce, and survival became increasingly difficult. Such incidents would become more common. Tower C of the Wealth Center was no longer safe. The Magic Pearl Tower, suspended hundreds of meters in the air, was a sufficiently secure refuge. Unfortunately, with the tentacle monster still alive, Jiang Chen couldn't enter the subspace, so all plans had to be postponed. Jiang Chen regretted trapping the tentacle monster in the subspace. It was too resilient. In the dense forest, an elite team fully armed was pushing forward. Leading the team were a man and a woman in military attire. The man was very strong, at least 1.9 meters tall. He was covered in a shiny silver armor, even his face was completely hidden beneath it. He wielded a machete, clearing the path ahead. The woman was slender, dressed in a tight black military suit, with only a handgun at her waist. She held a thin rope connected to a series of metal plates behind her. The metal plates, about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, 10 in total, were strung together by the rope, forming a strange convoy. The plates were loaded with various heavy weapons and supplies, appearing very heavy, yet they floated mysteriously in the air, seemingly weightless as the woman could easily drag them all with one hand. One of the metal plates carried a scholar with graying hair and a few assistants. 10 fully armed soldiers protected them on both sides of the convoy. The woman pulling the rope gasped heavily, then raised her hand, her face pale, and said, "Colonel Zhou, I need to rest for a moment." The armored man, named Zhou Tao, stopped, and the liquid-like armor on his face magically receded, revealing a determined and dark face. Zhou Tao was a bit anxious but had no choice but to say, "Everyone, take a 10-minute break. Team 2 is on guard duty." Yes. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. Team 2 of 5 set up a perimeter guard around them. The other soldiers formed a circle with the metal plate convoy, protecting the woman, the scholar, and their group in the center. The woman slowly released the rope in her hand, and the metal plate descended slowly to the ground, leaving deep marks on the surface. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on a metal plate to catch her breath. Before long, a huge bat flew in from behind and landed on the ground, transforming into a simple soldier in military uniform. Zhou Tao handed him a cigarette, saying, "Come on, Dian, have one to relieve your fatigue." Dian chuckled warmly, "Sure, thanks, Colonel Zhou." Meanwhile, the people on the metal plate also got down to stretch, eat, and rest. Zhou Tao drank some water, put on his armor again, armed himself, and remained vigilant in the surroundings. The scholar with white hair handed a bottle of water to the woman, saying, "Majorly, you and Colonel Zhou have worked hard. If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed." Li Qingyu took the water and said seriously, "Professor Gua, don't thank me. I'm just following orders from above." Hua Changting shook his head, "You can't say that. Colonel Zhou and Major Li took such great risks this time, rescuing me from the Ocean Academy. I really don't know how to thank you." Li Qingyu earnestly replied, "I'm just an ordinary soldier. Professor Gui is a pillar of the country, and you are the top biological expert of our dragon nation. The resolution of this red mist evolution incident depends entirely on you. Our lives are insignificant." Red mist. Hua Changting sighed as he looked around. "I still have no clue. Everyone paid such a high price to save me. I feel unworthy." After a short rest, it was time to go. Everyone prepared their equipment to set off again. Zhou Tao kept studying the map, trying to determine their current position amidst the thick red mist. Finally, he pointed in a direction and said, "Tonight, we won't make it to the Magic Sea Pearl TV tower no matter what. We need to find a place to rest for the night, and we should be able to reach it by noon tomorrow. Then we'll send a message to the base, and they will send someone to meet us. Let's go. Just 1 more kilometer, and we can rest, brothers." Li Qingyu pulled the rope, and the metal plates floated up one by one. The convoy moved forward once again. Jiang Chen opened the door and left the bedroom. Gu Lining gently opened her eyes, watching Jiang Chen's back with a complex expression. In fact, she had been awake since Jiang Chen got up. She always slept lightly. She just didn't know how to face this man, so she pretended to be asleep. Gu Lining felt she should be resentful, but she wasn't. In the uncertain times of the Red Mist era, the Jiang family's sanctuary was like heaven for women. Safe, with abundant food and supplies, even enough propane for gas. Apart from the lack of electricity, it was almost no different from peacetime. But what value do I have here besides being pretty? Gu Lining suddenly remembered Su Jin. She knew that Teacher Su could heal. That's it. Ning Shui. Jiang Chen must have saved us because of our abilities. This ability is my foundation. Gu Lining felt more confident. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and said, "Don't stay in bed, get up and have breakfast." Ah! Gu Lining was startled, feeling extremely embarrassed as she realized Jiang Chen had known she was awake. She quickly got up. When she entered the living room, she was stunned to see a table full of food, very sumptuous. Milk, bread, fried dough sticks, fried eggs, soy milk. Gu Lining was amazed. Why so much food? This was too extravagant. This table of food could feed 10 people for a week at the Magic Sea Film Academy. But here at Jiang Chen's place, it was just breakfast. Although Gu Lining had never gone hungry thanks to her ability with Ning Shui, she wasn't picky about food. Basically, she ate whatever was available. Such a sumptuous meal could only mean that Jiang Chen's reserves were extremely abundant. She remembered a line from the pre-job training Tang Shuero did last night. Jiang Gu has long known about the Red Mist reward. He has a personal space and purchased a massive amount of supplies in advance, enough for everyone to eat freely for 100 years. Gu Lianing finally believed it when she saw the scene before her. Unless for this reason, how could Jiang Chen waste food like this? Gu Lianing couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Why did he know in advance about the arrival of the Red Mist? Did he know the reason for the Red Mist's arrival? Jiang Chen was holding boiled eggs, eating them quickly one after another. 2 beautiful women, one on each side, were peeling eggs for him. Breakfast was more relaxed, with women spontaneously chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Gu Lianing felt a bit at a loss. Hu Lili waved and said, "Gu Lianing, come here and eat with us." Su Jin, sitting next to Hu Lili, also smiled warmly at Gu Lianing. Gu Lianing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down beside the 2 women. After eating, Su Mengqian came in with a large plate of grilled meat. This is the mutant frog meat from that day. Jiang Gu tested it and found it beneficial for the body. Jiang Gu requests everyone to have 1 skewer each, and everyone must eat. Seeing Jiang Chen pick up a skewer and eat it, the women also ate without worry. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the mutant frog meat was fine and seemed to enhance physical fitness. The survivors of the riot yesterday generally looked much better than a few days ago. So, he brought it out for everyone to eat. As his physical fitness increased, so did his strength. If a woman's body was too weak, she might accidentally injure herself at night, so it was necessary to enhance their physical fitness appropriately. Jiang Chen was considering popularizing a one-star physical enhancement among all women to cope with the increasingly dangerous era of the red mist and help them deal with nightlife. However, this fruit would not be given to the women for free, they would need to work hard to obtain it. After all, only with initiative could service levels be improved. Jiang Chen took a bite and his eyes lit up. It's quite delicious, a bit like lamb. Moreover, after swallowing it, his body felt warm. Jiang Chen could see that once the mutant frog meat reached his stomach, it seemed to ignite, releasing scattered energy that merged into his muscles, bones, and organs. He quickly finished eating 10 skewers. In this meal, he ate a total of 10 large skewers of mutant frog meat, 10 eggs, 4 cups of milk, 2 large bowls of soy milk, and 5 fried dough sticks. The women were amazed and happy. The stronger Jiang Chen became, the safer they felt. Jiang Chen didn't hide his appetite. After strengthening his physique, his food intake increased, but fortunately, his overall physical fitness also strengthened his digestive system, allowing him to digest so much food. Tang Xuero had already undergone physical enhancement and her appetite was much larger than the other women. After everyone finished eating, the women cleaned up the food together. Jiang Chen decided to set aside a house as a kitchen, placing 5 refrigerators in the room filled with ice and food, enough for the women to eat for 3 days. In case they encountered a situation like this again and Jiang Chen couldn't return for a short time, the women wouldn't starve. Of course, if something happened to Jiang Chen, they would also be doomed. Jiang Chen handed a perception fruit to Gu Lianying. Gu Lianying exclaimed in surprise, "You still have black lychee? Is this for me?" Different survivor groups had varying names for enlightenment fruits. Jiang Chen nodded, "We call them ability fruits here. This is a perception fruit, which can help you discern whether others have hostile intentions towards you. Each woman who joins can receive a perception fruit, and I have many other fruits, but you need to strive for them yourself." Gu Lianying was dumbfounded. She never imagined that something so precious outside would become a reward for women in Jiang Chen's hands. She was incredulous. "So, they all have superpowers?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Yes, some of them have more than one superpower." The women looked at Gu Lianying with a smile. Tian Tian proudly boasted, "I can teleport, Tang Xuero can walk through walls, and Su Mengqian can call us with her mind." Gu Lianying was completely confused. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a huge water ball appeared in front of Gu Lianying. Gu Lianying widened her beautiful eyes. "You can also manipulate water? But why is your water manipulation so fast?" Jiang Chen smiled and took out a water manipulation fruit. "I have many of these fruits. By eating the same fruit, abilities may improve and become stronger. If you perform well, I will reward you with more of these fruits." The other women were no longer surprised. A bunch of superpower fruits. Gu Lianying no longer had a trace of pride. She had thought that Jiang Chen had brought her back because of her water manipulation ability. She was sure to receive Jiang Chen's love, as none of these women could compare to her. Now it seemed that she had nothing special at all. The precious superpowers outside were unexpectedly common here, even multiple for each person. Jiang Chen phased through the wall to the rooftop, practicing bloodburst and ghostly agility, but made no progress. How long would it take to reach the level of control that Zhang Zilin had? Jiang Chen had to admit, Zhang Zilin is indeed a martial arts genius. Jiang Chen took out a fruit and started eating it. Since his skills were lacking, he decided to boost his abilities. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, he looked at the endless sea of red mist, eating enlightenment fruits one after another. I wonder if Zhang Zilin made it to the TV station. Mo Hai Yujing residential area. The rooftop of a building. Kong Yongjian, with a big belly, dressed in a clean and crisp black executive jacket, walked ahead with his hands behind his back, completely exuding an official demeanor. His appearance seemed out of place in the current situation, resembling a peaceful era. However, behind Kong Yongjian followed a group of survivors, showing no signs of strangeness on their faces, following Kong Yongjian respectfully. Kong Yongjian inspected the rooftop garden, took a sip from a thermos cup, and then confidently declared, "I announced that the rooftop garden project of Building 7 in Mo Hai Yujing, after the objective summary, scientific planning, and meticulous deployment by the survivors' leadership team of Mo Hai Yujing, has been successfully completed." Clap clap clap. The survivors showed extremely excited expressions, clapping happily as if they were praised by their parents. Some were so excited that their faces turned red, as if a single compliment from Kong Yongjian was enough to make them ecstatic. The atmosphere was both warm and tinged with an indescribable eeriness. Kong Yongjian raised a hand. The scene instantly quieted down as if a stop button had been pressed. Kong Yongjian calmly said, "However, there are still a few small issues that I need to address." The survivors' expressions instantly turned serious, showing a respectful expression, eagerly awaiting Kong Yongjian's insights. Firstly, we need to raise awareness and correct attitudes. Unseen by anyone, with Kong Yongjian's words, invisible ripples spread out from him, exerting a mysterious influence on the crowd. Kong Yongjian spoke tirelessly for half an hour. The crowd listened intently, nodding in agreement, showing admiration and reverence. Kong Yongjian was sweating profusely, expending a lot of energy, but seeing the reactions of the crowd, he felt satisfied and comfortable. As a mere district head in Mohai City, a city filled with high-ranking officials, he rarely had the opportunity to show off like this. After the red mist descended, Kong Yongjian unexpectedly obtained a black lychee fruit. He also saw the video of that lightning man and immediately ate it. After swallowing it, Kong Yongjian did not notice anything unusual and thought that the lightning man was just deceiving people. However, after a dispute with someone, he was surprised to find that the other party was quickly persuaded by him. At first, Kong Yongjian didn't know what was going on. Later, through repeated conversations, Kong Yongjian finally confirmed his ability. His words seemed to have a kind of reality-distorting force field, extremely easy to gain others' approval. Previously, empty words and clichés that no one believed in, as long as spoken by him, everyone easily believed. Since then, Kong Yongjian has been using this ability to continuously give speeches, gradually persuading all the survivors in the residential area, organizing everyone. Kong Yongjian established the survivor leadership group of Mohai Yujing and appointed himself as the leader of the group. Then he selected 6 survivors who were most sincere to him as group members, completely controlling the entire residential area. Due to everyone obeying Kong Yongjian's words, the survivors of Mohai Yujing residential area were twisted into a single force, with an unexpectedly high survival rate. Up to now, there are still over 1,000 people alive in this residential area. Kong Yongjian controlled this power and transformed Mohai Yujing. He gathered all survivors in one building, confiscated, managed, and distributed all resources uniformly. Then he organized survivors to clear the vegetation in the area, reducing the threat of animals and plants. Even though more than 70 people died accidentally during this process, no one had any complaints. Moreover, the loyal survivors discovered 3 black lychees and handed them all over to Kong Yongjian. As a result, Kong Yongjian gained 3 more abilities. He began to fantasize that this was just a group of 1,000 people. If he could control 10,000 people, would he find 30 black lychees? Unfortunately, after repeated practice, Kong Yongjian discovered that his ability actually had limits. Firstly, the number of audience members at the speech venue could not exceed 100, otherwise the effect would greatly diminish. Secondly, if the audience did not hear his speech for 3 days, they would gradually break free from his control, so he had to continue giving speeches. As a result, giving speeches consumed a lot of Kong Yongjian's time and energy. Kong Yongjian also tried to have survivors watch his speech videos, but it had no effect at all. He had to speak face to face for it to be effective. Thus, an apparently limitless ability had an actual limit. With over 1,000 people, he would be overwhelmed with more. While Kong Yongjian was giving a speech, Lu Yongwei, the head of the defense department of Mohai Yujing survivors, hurried over. He was a trusted confidant personally appointed by Kong Yongjian and deeply trusted by him. Kong Yongjian's face changed slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Yongwei anxiously whispered, "Director Kong, a team of soldiers has arrived outside. I've spotted at least 2 ability users, led by a man in iron armor and a woman who seems to be able to suspend metal." Soldiers? Kong Yongjian's eyes narrowed, not surprised but delighted. Has the army finally entered the city? He had longed for the army to enter the city for a long time. With his merit of protecting over 1,000 people, he would definitely secure a good position within the organization. Once in the leadership, his ability would have the best stage. Convincing ordinary survivors was nothing compared to convincing the higher-ups. Kong Yongjian couldn't help but imagine that if he could contact the military leadership, have a few conversations with them, he could definitely enter the leadership and gradually rise to the peak of the Red Mist era. He was fed up with being in a doggone small residential area, farming with a group of survivors. "Quick, take me to see," Kong Yongjian said excitedly. Lu Yongwei was a bit worried, but out of admiration and trust for Kong Yongjian, he unreasonably obeyed the command. "Okay." Zhou Tao and Li Qingyu stood in astonishment at the entrance of the Magic Sea Royal Scenery residential area. This was the most orderly and clean place they had come across. The survivors, though thin, were spirited, dressed in uniform black clothes, and patrolled the residential area with homemade weapons. Groups of survivors were mowing the grass, clearing the wild plants in the area meticulously. All the big trees had been cut down, chopped into sections, and pushed outside the courtyard to reinforce the walls. Some people were turning the ground into farmland, planting a strange kind of shepherd's purse that seemed edible. Regardless of gender, they all had calm expressions, devoid of the fear and ferocity found in other survivor settlements, instead filled with vigor and indescribable joy. If not for the thick red mist, there would be hardly any signs of the apocalypse here. The metallic look on Zhou Tao's face faded, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Who did all this? Impressive!" Even in well-stocked bases, such a harmonious scene was rare. Only Li Qingyu felt a hint of unease. She instinctively felt unsettled and approached, asking, "Hello, young man. I am Major Li Qingyu from the military. May I know the name of your commanding officer?" Several patrol members held their weapons, nervously staring at Zhou Tao and his group. Despite their fear of the weapons in the hands of the group, they showed no signs of backing down. The patrol members remained silent, only focusing on Li Qingyu. Guo Changting also descended from the metal plate, looking excitedly at the crowd planting vegetables, and asked, "Can this vegetable be eaten?" Zhou Tao quickly pulled him back, preventing him from getting too close to the patrol members. Although they didn't seem hostile, it was wise to be cautious in the current situation. The patrol members remained silent. "It's edible." A hearty voice came from the red mist. Immediately after, a short and chubby figure walked out briskly. His face beamed with a smile as he warmly extended his hands, saying, "Comrades, I've been looking forward to your arrival. We, the 1035 people of the Magic Sea Royal Scenery, have been eagerly awaiting our Dragon Nation soldiers day and night." Kong Yongjian grabbed Zhou Tao's hand and vigorously shook it, saying, "I am Kong Yongjian, the former district head of Xinhai District and the current leader of the Survivors Leadership Group at Magic Sea Royal Scenery. May I ask for the general's name?" Zhou Tao was initially cautious, but after Kong Yongjian spoke, he inexplicably felt that this chubby man was trustworthy and introduced himself involuntarily. "I am not a general. I am just a colonel named Zhou Tao, tasked with rescuing academician Guo Changting back to the base, passing by your place." "Oops. How did I reveal the mission?" Zhou Tao was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit worried at first, but then he relaxed. This Kong Yongjian seemed to be a good official. Li Qingyu was secretly anxious. This was a top-secret mission. How could Zhou Tao reveal it? He wasn't usually so talkative. Why was he so indiscreet now? Academician? Kong Yongjian's eyes lit up as he warmly shook hands with Guo Changting. "You must be Academician Guo. Oh my! I greatly admire you intellectuals. Perfect timing, we've planted some shepherd's purse in our vegetable patch. Could Academician Guo please give us some guidance?" Guo Changting immediately felt that Kong Yongjian was dedicated to the people and never forgot his duties, making him a good official. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "All right. Although I'm not from an agricultural college, I have some knowledge of farming. I'll take a look. Are you planting shepherd's purse here?" Kong Yongjian happily replied, "Academician Guo, please come in. This shepherd's purse is indeed edible, just a bit smelly." Li Qingyu was shocked. Zhou Tao, Guo Changting, and the others inexplicably followed inside, almost defenseless. This made her very uneasy. Was Kong Yongjian's charisma too strong? Li Qingyu couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so she could only frown and follow along, remaining cautious. The sky darkened. Jiang Chen opened the subspace again and found that the tentacle monster was dead. Its flesh dried up, leaving only a thick outer skin. Wrapped tightly around the steamroller, it looked a bit funny. In his perception, the twisted flesh inside it still shone brightly as before. Jiang Chen climbed onto the tentacle monster's body. The mucus on the skin's surface had dried and hardened into clumps. Jiang Chen walked above the twisted flesh and swung an axe down. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen dug out a cluster of blood-red gemstone. This cluster of twisted flesh, after the tentacle monster died, had actually condensed into a gemstone. The twisted flesh still resembled flesh in appearance, but had turned transparent, looking somewhat eerie. "Can this thing still transform qi?" Jiang Chen took the flesh gem out of the subspace. The flesh gem immediately began absorbing the red mist, releasing tiny specks of qi particles. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. It really can. With this thing, in the future when cultivating the breath method, he could use it to increase the concentration of qi and enhance the cultivation speed. Jiang Chen placed the flesh gem into his personal space. Could he kill a few more tentacle monsters? The thought of the Third People's Hospital's inpatient department crossed his mind, stirring his heart. Thinking was doing. He immediately opened a door and headed back to the inpatient department. Knowing the monster's details, Jiang Chen now had the confidence to deal with them. Tentacle monsters posed a great threat to ordinary survivors and other ability users, but for Jiang Chen, they were just average. If he couldn't win, he could just escape using phasing. He activated phasing, walked out of the teleportation gate, and landed on the rooftop of the inpatient department. The scene before him left him stunned. The inpatient department had undergone a huge change since his last visit. Cocoons hung everywhere on the outer walls of the building. In his perception, densely packed tentacle monsters were crawling out of the Jinxiu River onto the shore and heading inland. Wherever they went, all animals were captured and turned into cocoons. Jiang Chen's face changed. Additionally, what surprised him was that not all tentacle monsters had that cluster of twisted flesh. None of the tentacle monsters here could absorb the red mist. Without lingering, Jiang Chen immediately opened another door and teleported again. This time, he arrived 200 meters away from the riverbank. This area, which used to be a residential area, was now also filled with densely packed tentacle monsters. The survivors had long fled. There wasn't a single living person within his perception range. Tentacle monsters entwined around large trees, leaping on treetops. Groups of animals were fleeing in terror. If caught accidentally by a tentacle, they would be wrapped in cocoons and hung on treetops. Even giant cats as big as cars couldn't resist the entwining and crushing force of the tentacles, being bound and turned into cocoons in minutes. Damn it! Jiang Chen's face turned grim. Jiang Chen teleported again, this time opening the gate above the Jinxiu River. Instead of stepping out, Jiang Chen cautiously looked outside from the subspace. In his perception, the underwater was shimmering with dazzling red lights. Various terrifying fish, shrimp, frogs, crabs, water snakes were crazily killing, preying, and growing stronger. There were also strange creatures similar to tentacle monsters, their origins unknown, acting tyrannically. Compared to the land, the unobstructed underwater was the true battlefield. Almost all surviving underwater creatures were astonishingly large. Many of them had the presence of life ginger inside them, evidently bearing enlightening fruits underwater. Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. This is just the narrow river water, already so brutal. How terrifying would the scene be in the sea? Under normal circumstances, these animals could fight all they wanted, as they wouldn't affect humans anyway. But what if these animals came ashore? Just like the tentacle monsters. Moreover, many aquatic animals were originally amphibious. Jiang Chen felt heavy-hearted. He never imagined that the greatest danger would come not from the land, but from underwater. Escape? Where to flee? The Magic Sea City is one of the largest cities in the Dragon Kingdom, and they have all turned into this appearance. What the heck is happening beyond the Magic Sea? No way. The ground is too dangerous. Let's move our home to the Pearl Tower of the Magic Sea first. It can keep us away from the ground and a bit further from the sea and river water. If aquatic monsters land, the authorities will naturally deal with them. After all, when the sky falls, the taller ones will bear the brunt. Let's see how long you can hold on if aquatic creatures collectively land. Jiang Chen did a simple search and only found distorted flesh and blood inside a tentacle monster. But this tentacle monster is too big. Its size is at least 10 times larger than the previous one, and it's lying on the seabed. Jiang Chen won't take such a risk, so he opened the portal and headed to the Pearl of the Magic Sea. After 2 consecutive transfers, Jiang Chen stood on the observation deck at the top of the Pearl of the Magic Sea. From his perception, there were actually 5 survivors in the Magic Sea Pearl TV tower. This surprised Jiang Chen quite a bit. However, they were all ordinary people, only with special abilities. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to bother them. Standing hundreds of meters in the air, he looked down at the entire Magic Sea City. A red mist covered the entire city, with only a few tall buildings peeking out from the red mist. Taller and denser than the high-rise buildings were the large trees. Poplar trees, willow trees, phoenix trees, ginkgo trees, all kinds of trees. Some trees had grown to unimaginable heights, even taller than the Magic Sea Pearl TV tower. These huge trees, with trunks thicker than buildings at the base, had almost formed their own ecosystem, casting a large shadow with various animals moving around. About a kilometer away from the Magic Sea Pearl TV station, there was an extremely tall tree. A group of strange monkeys with white faces and black backs, each with 4 arms, were perched on the treetops. The monkey group seemed to have spotted an enemy and suddenly let out a piercing cry, leaping quickly on the treetops before disappearing into the red mist. Jiang Chen sighed. I'm afraid it's hard for the earth to go back to the past. Jiang Chen looked into the distance to the east. It should have been a vast blue ocean, but now it was also obscured by the red mist. There were no tall buildings or large trees on the ocean, only an endless sea of red mist, resembling a sea of clouds. At that moment, a giant sea serpent suddenly leaped out of the red mist for nearly 100 meters. The giant sea serpent was covered with alternating silver and blue scales, with terrifying bone wings spread on both sides of its body and 3 rows of bone spurs on its back. Its head was in the clouds, while the lower half of its body was still in the red mist, making its height almost unimaginable. The giant sea serpent held a giant cruise ship in its mouth, making the ship look like a cigarette in a person's mouth. Judging by this scale, the giant sea serpent was at least 5,000 meters long. Jiang Chen was stunned. Faced with such an unimaginably terrifying creature, he had no words to express his feelings. Roar! The giant sea serpent let out a deafening roar. The red mist within a radius of 100 miles trembled violently. Then, the serpent traced a huge parabola and crashed heavily into the sea. Boom! 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 The sound of the massive impact echoed as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. The mist of waters surged. A beautiful rainbow even hung in the sky. Jiang Chen stared in shock at the red mist, only to exclaim after a long while, "Damn! Wow!" The main body of the Magic Sea Pearl TV tower was divided into 3 large observation/work platforms from bottom to top, namely the lower sphere, upper sphere, and space capsule. The space capsule was the highest position, housing a revolving restaurant in the Magic Sea Skyline Hotel. In the presidential suite of the Magic Sea Skyline Hotel, Su Xianda, the richest man in the Magic Sea, dressed in silk pajamas, holding a glass of red wine, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Xianda, who always prided himself on weathering storms, was now so shocked that his mouth was as big as a fist. What the hell was that just now? He had just gotten out of bed and saw that towering giant sea serpent. Damn it! Treating the cruise ship like a toy, how big is this thing? Behind Su Xianda stood a burly man with a crew cut, Lu Lei, Su Xianda's most trusted bodyguard. After retiring from the army, Lu Lei's mother fell seriously ill and couldn't afford treatment. Su Xianda gave him 1 million to help his mother. Although Lu Lei's mother eventually passed away, Lu Lei remained loyal to Su Xianda ever since, following him for over a decade and earning Su Xianda's trust. Even when faced with disasters like the red mist descending, Su Xianda always kept Lu Lei by his side. Lu Lei remained silent for a long time before bitterly smiling. It seems to be a sea serpent, but it's too big. Su Xianda's face turned ashen. He finally began to doubt if the world could return to how it used to be. As the wealthiest man in the Magic Sea, Su Xianda hadn't enjoyed his good life enough. How could the world turn into this mess? Damn it! The Magic Sea is no longer safe. We must head inland. He still couldn't reach his father. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. His personal assistant Jiang Yan cautiously opened the door. "Boss, it's time for dinner." Su Xianda exploded in anger. "Can't you see we're in the middle of something? Have some sense." Jiang Yan trembled in fear, quickly retreated, and the room fell silent. Lu Lei sighed. "Boss, panicking won't help now. The key is to contact the authorities and have them send a helicopter to take you away." At the mention of this, Su Xianda became furious, smashing a lamp in anger. "That old bastard surnamed Zhang, he promised me before, now I can't even reach him. Damn it! I spent so much money to push him up there, and he forgets his debts." Lu Lei remained silent. As Su Xianda's time trapped here grew longer, he became increasingly agitated. After venting for a while, Su Xianda calmed down and asked, "Lu Lei, how much food do we have left?" Lu Lei calmly replied, "We have enough for 5 people for 15 days. "Only 15 days left?" Su Xianda became anxious, his expression changing constantly. "You, go and kill Shen Hui and Jiang Yan." Lu Lei was shaken. Was it finally coming to this? When the red mist first descended, Su Xianda sensed something was wrong and immediately brought his son, personal assistant Shen Hui, Jiang Yan, and Lu Lei here. Upon arrival, Lu Lei followed Su Xianda's orders to seal off the top floor stairs and elevators. This revolving restaurant and Skyline Hotel were Su Xianda's properties, so the hotel and restaurant staff didn't resist. No one had expected the red mist to linger. As things worsened and chaos ensued with looting and killings everywhere, the authorities disappeared, food supplies dwindled in the restaurant's storage. Su Xianda knew the world was about to descend into chaos. On the 5th day of the red mist's arrival, Su Xianda made the decision to have Lu Lei eliminate all the staff. He was prepared. If order could be restored in the future, he would set fire to the entire Magic Sea Pearl, leaving no evidence. If order couldn't be restored, no one would care about these lives. From then on, only Su Xianda and 5 others remained. Now, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Even Shen Hui and Jiang Yan, who had followed Su Xianda for years, had to die. After Su Xianda finished speaking, he stared intensely at Lu Lei. He was actually very nervous. Ordering Lu Lei to kill the hotel and restaurant staff was completely different from ordering him to kill the people by his side. Shen Hui and Jiang Yan were the people he trusted the most. They were not only his women but also his secretary and assistant, equally loyal. He had Lu Lei kill Shen Hui and Jiang Yan, so Lu Lei couldn't help but worry about his own safety. Lu Lei took a deep breath, nodded expressionlessly, and said, "Okay." Then he turned and left. A few minutes later, Lu Lei came back indifferently, his hands covered in blood, his voice dryly saying, "Boss, it's done." Su Xianda breathed a sigh of relief, pretending not to care, and said, "Where's your gun? Give it to me." Lu Lei slowly raised his head, stared at Su Xianda, and said each word deliberately. Boss, you don't trust me, do you? Su Xianda felt anxious but still maintained a strong demeanor, saying, Lulei, what nonsense are you thinking? You don't even listen to me. Give me the gun. Suddenly, Lulei smiled. I knew it, you're just like that. He clapped his hands. The door opened. Shenhui and Jiang Yan walked in with resentful faces. Su Xianda panicked. Lulei, how are they still alive? Whose blood is on your hands? Whose blood? Lulei revealed a sinister smile Su Xianda had never seen before. Of course, it's from your precious son. You killed Xiao Hao. Su Xianda was thunderstruck. Lulei sneered. Shenhui gritted her teeth and cursed. Su Xianda, you old bastard, I've been your dog for so many years, and you dare to order killings. Jiang Yan even hugged Lulei's strong arm, laughing sweetly. Brother Lu, kill this old man, and will be yours in the future. Lulei's heart started beating rapidly, a look of enjoyment on his face. These two women, chosen by Su Xianda, naturally had exceptional looks and figures. He was a normal man and had long desired these two women. However, in the past, he was intimidated by Su Xianda's power, so he only had the desire but lacked the courage. Unable to resist the temptation, Lulei hugged Jiang Yan and fiercely kissed her. Su Xianda exploded in anger. You've all gone mad. You eat my food, wear my clothes, and still dare to touch my women. Lulei grinned. You used to be the richest, so I feared you. Now you're just an old dead man. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. With that, he pulled out a gun. Seeing the dark barrel pointed at him, Su Xianda's mind went blank, and he kept waving his hands. Don't shoot. Wait, Bang! Su Xianda was shot in the heart and fell to the ground, dead. Lulei laughed wildly. From now on, I call the shots here. But then, Lulei's smile froze. He looked down and saw a knife deeply embedded in his waist, blood gushing out. Shenhui forcibly took the gun from him, and he was powerless to resist. Jiang Yan's face was filled with mockery and sarcasm. A poor boy like you dares to mess with us. Lulei finally realized that he had been betrayed by the two women. You're so ruthless. Lulei collapsed on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, soon falling silent. The two women finally breathed a sigh of relief, happily embracing each other. All the rotten men are finally dead. We're safe now. Humph. Su Xianda, that old man, treated us like fools. Over 50, Su Xianda couldn't satisfy the two women and was too strict. Over time, they stuck together, comforting each other. After being trapped here for a while, food became scarce, and they noticed. Having followed Su Xianda for a long time, they knew he was ruthless and had long planned to collude with Lulei. The two women calmed down, discussing leaving the room, only to find a handsome stranger standing by the bar in the revolving restaurant. The two women were terrified. How did this man get here? Being isolated for so long, they were almost cut off from the outside world and unaware of the situation with superhumans roaming outside. The man was Zhang Chen. He leisurely poured 3 glasses of champagne, drank one himself, and then smiled at the two women, saying, The champagne is good. Let's each have a glass and then hit the road. The two women's faces changed. Shenhui, without hesitation, picked up the gun and aimed it at Jiang Chen, firing a shot. Bang! Unfortunately, her speed was too slow for Jiang Chen. He didn't dodge but activated his phasing ability. The bullet passed through his body, leaving a bullet hole in the wall behind him. Jiang Chen calmly looked at her without even blinking. Oh, missed me, want to try again? Jiang Yan was furious, so clumsy. Can't hit him even at such close range. Kill him quickly. Shenhui, also thinking she missed, though confident due to the close distance of 5 to 6 meters, fired 3 more shots. Bang! 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 Jiang Chen remained unscathed. 3 bullet marks appeared on the wall behind him. This time, the two women finally felt something was wrong. How could they miss at such close range? One of the bullets even hit the wall directly behind Jiang Chen. Trembling, Shenhui said, are you human or ghost? Jiang Yan also looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Even if she missed, he was too calm, as if he had been sure she wouldn't hit. Unless, he wasn't human. He was a ghost. The two women had never seen someone with supernatural abilities, so they were biased in their thoughts. Although they had seen videos of people with abilities online before the network went down, they didn't believe it and thought those people were just showing off. Jiang Chen finished his champagne in one gulp, then calmly walked up to the two women, took the gun from Shenhui's hand. Shenhui was stunned, looking at Jiang Chen in horror. You're not a ghost. You can touch me. Jiang Chen smiled kindly and said, will you go on your own, or shall I help you? Shenhui shook her head in fear. No. It hurts. Let me go. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chen grabbed Shenhui by the hair and dragged her towards the elevator. He forcefully inserted his fingertips into the gap of the elevator door and easily pried it open. Inside was a dark elevator shaft. Since the power was out, the elevator was stuck at the lowest level and couldn't come up. Shenhui watched in horror, screaming, "Have mercy! Spare me!" Jiang Chen didn't respond, just shook her by the hair and threw her into the elevator shaft. Ah! Thud! Shenhui's body hit the narrow walls of the elevator shaft back and forth. Soon, there was no more sound. Shortly after, a heavy object landing sound came from below. Thud! Jiang Chen turned to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was so scared by Jiang Chen's eyes that she trembled all over. She knelt down with a thud. "Big brother! Big brother! Spare me, you can do anything to me." Jiang Chen looked at her with interest. "You know, this woman's looks and figure are quite good. A woman who catches the eye of a top wealthy man must be exceptional in appearance." Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in taking the bus, and this woman was too ruthless. Jiang Chen couldn't afford to stay by her side. "Sorry, I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back with a knife in the middle of the night." Jiang Yan was stunned. Did this man see her commit murder just now? Where was he hiding just now? Why didn't I see him? Before Jiang Yan could think further, Jiang Chen grabbed her long hair and dragged her towards the elevator shaft. "Let me go! Let me go!" Jiang Yan's face immediately changed, and she screamed frantically, "If you kill me, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." She screamed while desperately scratching Jiang Chen's hand with her nails. However, this kind of attack was almost like tickling to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was only worried about tearing his own sleeves, so he slapped Jiang Yan unconscious and threw her down the elevator shaft. Bang! 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 Silence fell around. Jiang Chen carefully checked with his senses. In the satellite cabin of the magic sea pearl, he was finally the only one left. Jiang Chen smiled satisfactorily. Suspended here hundreds of meters above ground, there were only two ways up, an elevator shaft and a backup staircase. Jiang Chen looked down at the deep elevator shaft. If someone was skilled enough, they could indeed climb up. With a thought, he took out a pile of junk from his personal space and threw it down. Furniture he didn't like, broken shelves, various vehicles he casually stored in his space. Clang! Boom! After a few minutes, hundreds of different kinds of garbage filled the bottom of the elevator shaft tightly. Jiang Chen then took out a box of nails, scattered them and threw them down. After a clattering sound, the elevator shaft fell silent again. Now, anyone trying to come up the elevator shaft would inevitably make some noise. Unless the other party could also phase like himself. Blood and energy burst, 500%. Jiang Chen took out some steel bars, fiercely inserted them into the elevator door, pulled it shut with force, twisted the steel bars together, completely sealing the elevator door. After finishing, Jiang Chen released the burst of blood and energy. He walked towards the staircase. It was a spiral staircase leading to the lower levels. Every few meters, there was a small window on the wall, providing good lighting. Jiang Chen peeked down and could hardly see the bottom. He thought for a moment, then descended 100 meters and took out a large hammer from his space, smashing the reinforced concrete staircase to pieces, which fell noisily below. Jiang Chen smashed over 20 meters of the staircase, then threw down a large amount of garbage, completely blocking the staircase. Finally, he scattered nails as an alarm, twisted the steel bars to seal the door leading to the satellite cabin. Done. In this way, this cabin was completely isolated in mid-air, becoming Jiang Chen's exclusive safe haven. Unless it was some special ability wielder, ordinary people would never climb up without alerting him. With the safety measures in place, Jiang Chen relaxed and searched carefully. In fact, he had already seen everything through his senses. This was just a visual confirmation. After confirming everything was in order, Jiang Chen left a subspace anchor, opened a portal, and returned home. The women greeted him. Jiang Chen said, "Tidy up, we're moving to a safer place." He then passed through the floor into Li Qingxuan's house. Li Qingxuan was at his desk, wearing reading glasses, studying a new plant specimen. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance startled him. "Mr. Jiang, is something wrong?" Jiang Chen straightforwardly said, "I'm leaving. You'll be living here alone from now on. You can stay on the 32nd floor, the freezer and supplies there are all yours. I'll replenish your supplies every 3 days. If I need medical treatment, I'll come find you." Li Qingxuan was surprised. Ah, so sudden? He felt anxious. Without Jiang Chen around, how would he protect himself living alone here? Like the survivor riot last time, he would probably be in trouble without Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't explain, he just placed a handgun and some bullets on the table. "These are for you, for self-defense." Doctors were still useful, worth investing in. Li Qingxuan felt relieved and grateful to Jiang Chen. Finally, Jiang Chen said meaningfully, "If you find any black lychees, be sure to contact me. I won't forget your help." Li Qingxuan simply replied, "All right, rest assured." Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. After all, Li Qingchuan couldn't hide anything from him. If he comes back and finds that there is ginger in Li Qingchuan's body, it means he stole the enlightenment fruit and should be killed directly. If Li Qingchuan finds the enlightenment fruit and truly hands it over to himself, Jiang Chen will not treat him unfairly and can reward him with 2 enlightenment fruits. In this way, both sides benefit. Li Qingchuan gains 2 different abilities, and Jiang Chen gains a new fruit. Jiang Chen returned home. The women had already packed their belongings. They wanted to take things with them, and Jiang Chen stored everything in his personal space. Then, Jiang Chen swiped his finger, tore open a teleportation gate, and disregarding the distance, set the destination at the subspace anchor point of the Pearl of the Magic Sea. The women walked into the teleportation gate one by one. Jiang Chen took one last look at the room, then without hesitation, carrying his eyes and holding a cola, walked into the teleportation gate. Many of the women were entering a teleportation gate for the first time and were very curious. When they went in, it was still the Wealth Center residential area. When they came out, they were on the top floor of the Pearl of the Magic Sea. This excited the women, and as soon as they stepped out, they were in a revolving restaurant. The entire perimeter of the revolving restaurant was made of high-strength tempered glass. Standing here, one could overlook the entire Magic Sea. The endless sea of red mist was extremely breathtaking. The top floor of the Wealth Center was also above the red mist, but it was only 20 to 30 meters high, far inferior to the view here. All the women were wide-eyed as they looked out the window. It's so beautiful. So this is how the red mist sea looks. When I came to the Pearl of the Magic Sea before, it wasn't as magnificent as it is now. There are so many trees taller than the buildings. Look, look, that monkey is huge, the women exclaimed. Standing in the high altitude away from the ground gave them a great sense of security and leisure to admire the red mist. Gu Lining suddenly exclaimed in surprise, strange, why is that red mist rising? Everyone looked north. Su Jin recalled, isn't that the location of the Magic North Mountain? I've climbed that mountain before. The Magic North Mountain was located tens of kilometers north of the Magic Sea. It wasn't very high, just over 200 meters, but it covered a large area. The visibility was good today, and the Magic North Mountain could be vaguely seen on the horizon. However, now the entire Magic North Mountain was covered in a red mist. Jiang Chen calmly said, have you forgotten? Even plateaus have red mist, so what's wrong with red mist on mountains? When there was internet access, he had carefully collected information on red mist from around the world. The height of the red mist was around 60 to 70 meters, and in many places around the world, the altitude was already higher than this. For example, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau had an altitude of at least 800 meters. Logically, these places should not have red mist. However, Jiang Chen had watched videos posted by residents of plateaus and mountainous areas worldwide. The result was that without exception, these places were all covered in red mist, and at around 60 meters, they looked no different from flat ground. Why was this? Also, the red mist over the oceans was very strange. The distance from the seabed to the sea surface was very deep, yet the red mist still extended more than 60 meters above the sea surface. Why was that? As for whether there was red mist at the seabed, he didn't know, nor had he seen any related videos. Now, no one dared to experiment by going underwater. Overall, it seemed that the red mist could adjust its height to be around 60 meters above the different surface heights on Earth. This was quite miraculous. Only tall buildings, large trees, and the like were exceptions, as they could protrude from the red mist, which did not forcibly cover these areas. Jiang Chen also saw a video of a dam engineer, whose dam was built very high and also exceeded the height of the red mist. Could it be that tall buildings and dams were man-made structures, and trees were living organisms, not inherent features of the Earth itself? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen faintly felt that the red mist seemed to possess a simple intelligence, extremely eerie. He squinted at the continuous red sea of clouds beneath his feet. The reason behind this red mist was definitely not simple. After Jiang Chen's reminder, the women also recalled various details about the red mist. Lu Mengyao speculated, behind this disaster, it seems to hide a shocking conspiracy. The women all nodded in agreement, their faces becoming serious. Yes, it's too strange. Only Tian Tian, a brainless woman, still giggled without seriousness. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and taking selfies with her phone in the other. After the women calmed down, they began to tidy up this satellite cabin. Jiang Chen made a simple plan. The revolving restaurant is a public place. The Skyline Hotel is where everyone resides. The Skyline Hotel has a total of 35 rooms of various sizes. Jiang Chen naturally occupied the largest, highest-view presidential suite. The other 8 women, in the order Jiang Chen accepted them, chose their favorite rooms on their own. The same goes for future women. Whoever comes first gets to choose first. With so many rooms here, at least for a long time, Jiang Chen no longer needs to worry about women's living arrangements. In order, Tang Xuero chose first, but she did not choose the luxurious suite just below the presidential suite. Instead, she chose a business suite right next to Jiang Chen's room on the left. Su Mengqian was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and chose the suite on the right side of Jiang Chen's room. The other women now understood. The size of the room doesn't matter. Anyway, this is a super luxurious hotel, and any suite is enough for one person to live in. The most important thing is actually Jiang Chen's attitude. It's the distance from Jiang Chen. The closer one is to Jiang Chen, the greater the chance of being favored, and the more advantages one can gain in all aspects. In a worst-case scenario, the closer one is to Jiang Chen, the greater the chance of being rescued if in danger. The women were not stupid, one after another choosing rooms closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched silently, not saying anything. He was very satisfied with the women's performance. Especially Tang Xuero, who took the lead. This girl was becoming more and more sensible. He took out a perception fruit and handed it to Tang Xuero. This is for you as a reward. Tang Xuero was overjoyed, knowing she made the right choice, and happily said, "Thank you, brother Jiang." She ate the perception fruit. Soon, her eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Brother Jiang, it seems like my perception ability has upgraded. I can sense things from a farther distance now." Jiang Chen smiled. "Oh? Congratulations! How far can you sense now?" Tang Xuero collaborated with Tian for an experiment, then said, "Probably from here to that wall." Jiang Chen glanced. This distance was about 5 meters, similar to the effect of upgrading to a 2-star perception level. Jiang Chen thought to himself, it seems that the growth rate of upgrading perception levels has nothing to do with individuals, purely based on the ability itself. The women surrounded Tang Xuero enviously, asking questions. "So, you can really upgrade. What's it like to upgrade?" "Ah, Xuero is amazing. When will I be able to upgrade?" Jiang Chen had always told everyone that repeatedly eating the same fruit could lead to an upgrade, but so far, not a single woman had upgraded, making them somewhat skeptical of Jiang Chen's words. Now, Tang Xuero's perception ability had upgraded. The women no longer had doubts, but couldn't help feeling a bit envious and jealous. Several cunning women exchanged glances, sparks faintly flickering in the air. In their hearts, they secretly vowed to perform better, to make Brother Jiang give them more supernatural fruits. "I want to be the second woman to upgrade." Jiang Chen saw the expressions of the women, just smiling without saying a word. Female competition is very beneficial to him. Of course, he wouldn't intervene to stop it. Even if the women fight, it's fine. He has the life-stimulating ability and can heal the women at any time. Besides, since he's idle anyway, watching kittens fight is quite interesting, isn't it? Everyone has just moved here, and there's a lot to do. First, they need to clean up thoroughly to remove all traces of the previous inhabitants. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't bother with such matters. It's up to Tang Xuero to lead the women to complete the task. He tore open the teleportation gate and stepped into the subspace. It's time to see the current situation of that foolish girl, Zhang Zilin. In the boundless dense forest, a pitiful little team emerged. Zhang Zilin wiped the sweat off her forehead and exclaimed excitedly, "We finally made it." Everyone showed expressions of relief. After 3 days of arduous trekking and the heavy toll of losing 4 people, they finally arrived near the television station. There were clear signs of human activity here. The plants on the ground were sparse, likely repeatedly cleared by people. A pungent smell permeated the air, seemingly from burning some kind of insect repellent. The huge insects commonly seen in the dense forest were nowhere to be found here. Zhang Zilin searched for a while and spotted a clearly marked path that people had walked on. There was a huge sign by the road with an arrow pointing, 100 meters ahead, official reception point of the television station. The sign seemed well maintained, not covered by climbing plants. Zhang Zilin took the lead, saying, "Let's go." As they approached the light, they supported each other and walked cheerfully. It was much easier to walk in this place. In the red mist, a container metal house gradually appeared. The wall of the metal house was labeled Reception Point 7, with a service window featuring a distinctive Dragon Kingdom design. The group approached happily. The gate and glass windows were tightly closed, and it was too dark inside to see. Li Lingling from the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy curiously asked, "Are the staff sleeping inside?" Apart from Zhang Zilin and Yang Jiawei, there were only 3 survivors now. One was Lin Tian, also a student from the Magic Ocean Film and Television Academy majoring in performance. The other survivor was Wang Jianhua, a middle-aged man who had been following Zhang Zilin from the police station and worked as an electrician. Yang Jiawei listened intently and said in confusion, "I don't hear any breathing, there's no one." Could it be they went back to rest at noon? Zhang Zilin was also puzzled. She circled the metal house but couldn't find a way in. It seemed like a lonely house. Wang Jianhua was getting increasingly frustrated. Where are the people from the rescue point? Lin Tian also anxiously asked, why isn't anyone here to receive us? Suddenly, Yang Jiawei nervously exclaimed, someone's coming. They're coming from all directions. Zhang Zilin was taken aback. It's a trap. She immediately raised the fire axe, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Everyone tensed up. Soon, a dozen fully armed soldiers surrounded them, pointing guns at them. One soldier was clearly an esper, holding an exaggeratedly large iron shield in front of a slender and glamorous woman, seemingly protecting her. It was unclear what ability this glamorous woman possessed. A military officer with the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulder shouted loudly, "This is the garrison unit of the Magic Ocean base. I order you to drop your weapons immediately and surrender to me." The survivors were shocked to face this situation and looked at Zhang Zilin in fear. Everyone had come here after hearing Zhang Zilin's propaganda. This scene was nothing like they had imagined. Trembling, Yang Jiawei asked, "Leader, what's going on here?" "Don't worry," Zhang Zilin reassured him. Seeing the military bearing of the group in front of her, Officer Zhang Zilin felt somewhat relieved. She slowly lowered the fire axe and calmly stated, "I am Officer Zhang Zilin from Pinghai Road. I received orders from superiors to come here, with no ill intentions." Upon hearing that she was following orders, the officer also relaxed a bit but still held his weapon, sternly saying, "Officer Zhang, due to the rampant rioters now, to prevent unnecessary casualties, please immediately put down all weapons and undergo inspection." Zhang Zilin was a bit annoyed. "You asked me to come, and this is how you treat me?" However, reason told her that what the other side said made some sense. Red mist descended, food was scarce, and the order of peacetime was no longer present. Along the way, she had encountered 2 robberies. If she didn't have enough strength, these people would have been left lying on the road. It was likely that even the people at the rescue point had been robbed by daring robbery gangs, hence their caution. The biggest problem was that Zhang Zilin couldn't confirm who the people in front of her really were, so putting down her weapons like this seemed too naive. But what could she do without surrendering? With so many guns pointed at her and unknown individuals with abilities, she didn't have the confidence to rush out, let alone the others. She could only trust the other side. Zhang Zilin took the lead in taking out her gun and dagger, throwing them on the ground, and loudly said, "Everyone, put down your weapons." The crowd looked at each other for a moment, then reluctantly put down their weapons. In order to pass through the dense forest, everyone had made simple and lightweight self-defense weapons, tying a dagger to a mop head to make a makeshift spear. It could stab and push targets away with the mop. The lieutenant officer continued, "Officer Zhang, and the man behind you, you two with special abilities, follow me and leave first." Zhang Zilin was surprised that the other side could distinguish her and Yang Jiawei as individuals with abilities, but she didn't know what ability it was. She glanced thoughtfully at the woman. Could it be her ability? "No problem, but I'd like to ask, how do you intend to treat my other companions?" The officer coldly replied, "Rest assured, we will handle it according to the survivor rescue system." Handle. This word made Zhang Zilin frown. But now that the situation was dire, Zhang Zilin had no good way to escape and could only follow the officer with Yang Jiawei. A soldier led the way at the front. The officer was accompanied by a shield soldier, an alluring woman, and 2 seemingly ordinary soldiers, leaving in a semi-escorted manner. After Zhang Zilin and the others left, the soldiers immediately conducted a thorough search of the 3 individuals. Li Lingling's cheeks turned red. "Don't touch me. I didn't bring any other weapons." No one paid attention to her. Once it was confirmed that they had no weapons, another officer coldly said, "You 3, come with me." Lin Tian and the others became nervous, but surrounded by armed soldiers, they didn't dare to resist and could only obediently follow the officer. Wang Jianhua timidly asked, "Brother, where are we going?" The officer sternly replied, "Shut up." Wang Jianhua trembled in fear. The 3 of them felt uneasy, cursing Zhang Zilin in their hearts. This foolish woman led everyone into a pit. Soon, the soldiers led the 3 to a massive tunnel entrance. A 3-meter-high iron gate slowly opened, revealing dozens of fully armed soldiers inside. In the dim light of the tunnel amidst the red mist, it appeared somewhat eerie. The 3 became even more frightened. A soldier pushed Lin Tian from behind, impatiently saying, "Get in quickly. Stop dawdling." The 3 could only enter the iron gate with grim faces, eventually being escorted to an empty house. 2 armed soldiers stood at the door, glaring at them. The 3 were at a loss. "What's going on here? Something doesn't seem right. We're done for. This time we were screwed over by Zhang Zilin. If I had known, I wouldn't have come with her." A doctor in a white coat hurriedly entered the room. "Women go to the next room, men stay here." Li Lingling was forcibly taken away. Soon, Lin Tian and Wang Jianhua were stripped of their clothes, bathed, shaved bald, and sprayed with a pungent disinfectant. At first, they were nervous, but when they realized that they were just undergoing hygiene procedures, they relaxed a bit. After all the effort, they couldn't possibly be killed. In the end, they were ordered to put on gray work clothes and were taken to another room. Inside, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting. They were all in gray clothes with bald heads, similar to them, chatting quietly. The two finally relaxed. It seemed that the hygiene process was just for the survivors entering the base. The rescue point is quite cautious. With the evolution of animals and plants outside, who knows what viruses we might have picked up? Their attitude is a bit bad, they could be nicer. Forget it, in this ghostly world, surviving is already good enough. I wonder if we can even get enough to eat here. Soon, Li Lingling was also brought over, her head shaved bald and dressed in a gray work uniform. When Lin Tian saw her, he couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. Li Lingling looks so ugly with a bald head. Ha ha ha. Li Lingling loved her looks, taking good care of her jet black hair. Now, having it forcibly shaved off made her furious. When Lin Tian mocked her, Li Lingling immediately got angry and jumped up, scolding, "Shut your filthy mouth." Lin Tian just laughed, completely unconcerned. Now at the official rescue point, surrounded by soldiers, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. The soldiers at the door watched the two conflicting with glee. Li Lingling, even more infuriated, strode up to the soldier in front. "The people here are too much. I'm going to complain about you." The soldier immediately aimed his gun at Li Lingling, sternly saying, "Go back. Sit down. Wait in place for work assignment. First warning. 3 warnings and you'll be shot on the spot." Shot? Who are they trying to scare? Li Lingling exploded. After all the hardships and dangers along the way, they finally arrived at the official rescue point. Yet they were immediately brought in at gunpoint, leaving her very dissatisfied. Then they were forcibly washed like animals, and to top it off, humiliated by having their heads shaved. Li Lingling had been pampered since childhood and had never experienced such humiliation. Even though Zhang Zilin had been assertive throughout the journey, she was still reasonable. Li Lingling's emotions reached their limit, and she snarled, "Shot? I was raised by fear. If you dare, shoot at my head. I want to sleep, I want to eat, I want to rest, I'm still a student, I deserve special treatment." Click. The soldier released the safety, coldly saying, "Second warning. Go back. Sit back in your place." Wang Jianhua felt something was off. Having struggled in society for many years, he instinctively felt the soldiers weren't bluffing and quickly stood up, saying, "Li Lingling, come back." Of course, Wang Jianhua didn't think the soldiers would actually shoot, but offending these soldiers might lead to trouble in the future, maybe even a beating. Why bother? Wang Jianhua also had some thoughts about Li Lingling. Li Lingling had been admitted to the Magic Sea Film and Television Academy, naturally outstanding in appearance. Previously, a low-level man like Wang Jianhua wouldn't dare to dream of a beauty like Li Lingling, but now things were different. Everyone was a survivor, so weren't they all similar? Along the way, Wang Jianhua had been attentive to Li Lingling and tried to take care of her as much as possible. If all the female survivors had died, why should Li Lingling be the only one to survive? Li Lingling, however, showed no fear and disdainfully glanced at Wang Jianhua. Honest people always end up being taken advantage of wherever they go. Wang Jianhua's intentions were clearly understood by her. If they were outside, she would have yielded. But upon reaching the survivors' settlement, Li Lingling no longer fancied Wang Jianhua and directly relegated him to the position of a spare tire. I've seen plenty of these scare tactics before. Scared of what? A soldier raised his gun, aiming at Li Lingling. Third warning. Li Lingling fearlessly jumped on her tiptoes, shouting, "Soldier is killing someone. Come and see." Bang! The soldier didn't hesitate to shoot. A bullet hit Li Lingling's forehead, and she fell backward with wide eyes. Soon, blood pooled on the ground. Wang Jianhua froze in place instantly, feeling as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, shivering as he muttered, "Why did they shoot?" The room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was petrified. The soldier, expressionless, kept his gun trained on them. Shortly after, an officer arrived with a team of soldiers. Glancing around the room, he asked impatiently, "What's going on?" The soldier calmly reported, "This woman violated the survivor management regulations. 3 warnings were ineffective, so she was shot according to the rules." Damn it! The officer kicked Li Lingling's body in annoyance. This troublemaker, always causing problems. Get someone to come and drag the body away quickly, it'll start stinking soon and attract cockroaches. Yes, sir. Soon, several individuals in gray work clothes arrived. They all had numb expressions, looking emaciated. Under the soldier's command, the grey-clad individuals wearily dragged the body away, mopped the floor, and cleaned up. Within minutes, the blood, body, and shell casings were all cleared, restoring the scene to its original state. Every trace of a living person had vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Wang Jianhua's hands and feet trembled incessantly. Li Lingling had gone through so much with Zhang Zilin to get here. And now she was dead? Lin Tian curled up, filled with immense regret. If only he had stayed in the wealth center and not come here. This cursed place, where they would shoot someone over a few words. After this incident, no one dared to utter a single complaint, sitting there in fear and trepidation. The soldiers at the door just coldly watched them, not saying a word, sending shivers down their spines. After a while, several stout men in blue uniforms entered. A tall man in blue looked at the group and said, "I will read out names from the list. When your name is called, state your profession, education, major, and any special skills. Do not lie, as we will assign you work accordingly, and if we find out you lied, you will be shot on the spot." How easily they resort to shooting. The group couldn't help but shudder, lamenting inwardly. The man in blue continued, "Zhou Hao." A young man at the front timidly stood up and said, "I deliver food, studied civil engineering in college, and have no other special skills." The man in blue promptly replied, "You will go to the engineering team." Soon, everyone was assigned their tasks. Wang Jianhua was also assigned to the engineering team. Lin Tian, who only knew how to perform, was deemed useless and assigned to the miscellaneous work team. Zhang Zilin and Yang Jiawei also followed the officer to the underground base. However, they entered through another door, under the watchful eyes of fully armed soldiers throughout. Finally, they arrived at a spacious underground hall. The entire hall was occupied by a tall, thin man with a hooked nose. Zhang Zilin glanced at him and was surprised to see that despite his casual appearance, he wore the rank of a major general on his shoulders. Zhang Zilin quickly saluted. The thin man waved his hand casually and looked directly at her, saying, "Zhang Zilin?" Zhang Zilin nodded, sensing instinctively that this person didn't seem like a military man but more like a civilian. How did a civilian obtain the rank of a major general? The man introduced himself, "I am Jia Mengxian, a Class A Esper, responsible for your job assessment." "Hu Lei, how many abilities do these two individuals have?" The alluring woman who had been following Zhang Zilin and the others swayed her hips forward and sweetly said, "General Jia, she has two abilities, one is a self-type explosive ability, and the other is also self-type, but observational." "That man has an ability too, self-type, also observational, seems to be related to ears, like enhanced hearing?" Zhang Zilin and Yang Jiawei looked at Hu Lei in astonishment. This woman could actually see how many abilities others had, even pinpointing the abilities accurately. This was too strong. Jia Mengxian was also surprised and said, "You have two abilities? Great! Perhaps, we are about to have another Class A ability user." Curiously, Zhang Zilin asked, "What is a Class A ability user?" Jia Mengxian didn't hide it either and explained, "The base classifies ability users into different levels. Single ability users are Class C, dual ability users are Class B, and 3 or more abilities are Class A. If you can pass my test, are there still ability fruits stored here?" Zhang Zilin asked, "What does self-type mean?" Jia Mengxian was stumped and scratched his head, asking Hu Lei, "Which ones were they again?" Hu Lei smiled and explained, "After the base's academician analyzed a large number of abilities, they were classified based on their external manifestations. There are a total of 6 types: elemental, like ice, fire, electricity abilities. Self-type, the most common, enhancing various aspects of one's own body. External type, influencing organisms and substances outside the body. Space type, very rare, related to space. Mental type, abilities related to the mind and consciousness, also rare. Other types, some uncategorized, very peculiar abilities." Zhang Zilin carefully noted them down. This knowledge was very scarce. The 6 major types of abilities all sounded impressive. Yet, she was just a common self-type. She wanted to acquire more abilities. Zhang Zilin asked seriously, "Alright, how do we test this?" Jia Mengxian raised his head proudly and said, "Fight me. I will assess if you qualify for a new fruit." Zhang Zilin frowned, "Fight? Bare-handed or with weapons?" Jia Mengxian casually replied, "Up to you." Unable to gauge the opponent's strength, Zhang Zilin decided, "Bare-handed." Jia Mengxian nodded, "Alright, let's begin." Zhang Zilin quickly assumed a stance, with a fiercely aggressive posture. Fancy moves." Jia Mengxian stood loosely, relaxed, and said, "Use all your strength, don't hold back, the higher I rate you, the greater your benefits." Arrogant. Zhang Zilin felt annoyed. She decided to show this general, who didn't seem like a soldier, a lesson. "I'm going to make a move, be careful, General Jia," Zhang Zilin declared. Jia Mengxian grinned, "Come at me, no one in this world can break my defense." Humph. Zhang Zilin narrowed her eyes. She had held back when dealing with Jiang Chen before and paid the price. This time, she wouldn't show any mercy. Alright, let me see the strength of the military's elite. Zhang Zilin's entire body erupted with power in an instant. Her figure seemed to have grown larger, even her ear-length hair appeared longer. Jia Mengxian was dumbfounded. Oh my god. Wait. But it was too late. Crack. Zhang Zilin stomped on the ground, shattering it beneath her feet, and like a meteor, she charged towards Jia Mengxian. Jia Mengxian only saw a blur. Zhang Zilin's figure appeared in front of him, her fist heavy like an iron ball, crashing into his abdomen. Boom! A powerful force erupted. Jia Mengxian's back bulged out with a huge protrusion, his eyes bulging like a bull's. He was sent flying backward. Bang! He crashed into the wall, causing a large piece to break off. Then with a duong sound, he bounced back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Another duong sound, he bounced up again, only to fall back down. After several attempts, she finally stopped and couldn't get up again. Hu Lei was dumbfounded. How could this woman be so violent? The soldier holding the steel shield trembled for a moment, looking at the iron shield in his hand, feeling no sense of security. Zhang Zilin's expression also changed slightly. Oh no! I used too much force. Why is this person so weak? Why were you boasting so much just now? She hurriedly ran to Jia Mengxian's side, at a loss, patting his back. Hey, you're not dead, are you? Jia Mengxian was a lieutenant general in the military. It would be troublesome if he was beaten to death by her. Jia Mengxian held his breath for a long time, finally calmed down, and spat out a mouthful of old blood on the ground. Puff, cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get up, and insisted, no, it's impossible. I absolutely can't die. It was just an accident earlier, I was just unprepared. Zhang Zilin frowned. Could it be? Your ability needs time to activate? Fine, you activate your ability, and I'll try again. No need. Jia Mengxian immediately waved his hand. What a joke. Another punch and he would be done for. Look at this girl, so beautiful, yet so wild when fighting. Jia Mengxian quickly said, Zhang Zilin, congratulations. You have passed the assessment and can be rewarded with a unique ability fruit. Jia Mengxian made a decision for his superiors without hesitation. As for Yang Jiawei, there was no need for testing. He was just a support, definitely lacking in combat power. He called a soldier over. Both of you, please wait in the rest area for a moment. After General Zhang receives the unique ability fruit, housing will be allocated. General? Zhang Zilin was puzzled. Jia Mengxian briefly explained, here, becoming a Class A unique ability user automatically grants the rank of Lieutenant General. So that's how you became a Lieutenant General. Zhang Zilin suddenly realized. Then she felt absurd. In such a small base, they had the power to arbitrarily confer the rank of Lieutenant General? Isn't this a joke? Jia Mengxian watched everyone leave, unable to hold on any longer, and knelt down with a thud, coughing violently. In the hall, a door opened, and several people with different appearances walked out. The leader was a military officer with a square face, sharp eyebrows, and a commanding presence. General Jia, how are you? Jia Mengxian, holding his stomach, said, you can tell by looking at me. If I didn't have the rubber ability, I would probably have been beaten to death. Dr. Liu, hurry and treat me. An old man who looked sickly approached, placed his hand on his stomach, and quickly took out a box of painkillers. It's nothing. Jia Mengxian stared and said, painkillers? My intestines are almost broken. Dr. Liu impatiently said, I checked you, there's nothing wrong. You have self-healing ability. What are you afraid of? Jia Mengxian felt frustrated and didn't dare to argue with Dr. Liu. No one dared to offend a doctor with unique abilities. The military officer with a square face nodded and said, in that case, I have no objections. I also saw Zhang Zilin's destructive power, so she can be given a unique ability fruit. General Jia, you go and distribute it personally. After resting for a while, Jia Mengxian recovered. He found Zhang Zilin in the rest area and took her to the warehouse area. Seeing him completely fine, Zhang Zilin couldn't help but admire. Impressive, I've never seen anyone take my punch and still stand up. Jia Mengxian's mouth twitched, forcing a smile. I don't have any other strengths, just resilience. The two walked into a deep tunnel and descended to an unknown depth. This base was located at the foot of a mountain not far from the television station, appearing to be a former military air raid shelter. A military officer in charge of managing the warehouse approached. The three of them moved forward together. Zhang Zilin suddenly noticed that the red mist over the entire base was particularly light, visible from a dozen meters away. Curiously, she asked, why is the red mist here so faint? Jia Mengxian didn't think much about it. I don't know, it's been like this since I arrived. Zhang Zilin asked curiously, do you have a lot of supernatural fruits here? Jia Mengxian shook his head, no, just a few. The rest are either used for experiments or rewarded to others. How do you preserve them? Won't they rot once picked? Why pick them? Just move the plants with supernatural fruits back with their roots. Zhang Zilin suddenly realized. So that's how it's done. Zhang Zilin looked around at the tunnels. Aren't you afraid of people stealing and eating them? The officer confidently replied, absolutely impossible. Although it may look ordinary here, it's actually filled with traps, surveillance, 6 supernatural beings skilled in monitoring, and 50 elite soldiers guarding. Anyone who comes will not leave alive. I see. Zhang Zilin nodded admiringly. Jia Mengxian also agreed, yes, our warehouse is very secure. Upon entering the subspace, Zhang Chen immediately noticed that the subspace anchor on Zhang Zilin had been moved. This time, she was walking underground with a man in military uniform. Zhang Chen became curious, where are we going? Within 100 meters centered around Zhang Zilin, Zhang Chen could sense everything. Behind the walls of the tunnel where Zhang Zilin was, there were dozens of soldiers. They were silently monitoring the 3 individuals through surveillance cameras. 5 of them had the ability of ginger, indicating they were supernatural beings. Below this level of the tunnel, there was a spiraling passage. About 10 meters above Zhang Zilin's head was a huge arsenal storing heavy weapons like tanks.